What's up? Ghost Fictions is here, and we're back again. This is a story where Issei met Great Red and became the Delinquent Dragon. What if Issei had manifested his sacred gear earlier in life? What if he and Ddraig became friends with Great Red before meeting Raynare? Trained in secret from a young age in preparation for his rival, Issei is shocked when it turns out to be a beautiful silver-haired girl who just transferred to Kuoh Academy with her blue-haired friend. But before we start, please consider subscribe to the channel and give this video a like. Don't forget to check the description for more informations. Now, let's get into part 1. Chapter 1. Prologue. A 10-year-old boy with golden brown eyes and spiky brown hair stood in his bathroom crying out in pain. His entire body felt like it was on fire as an unbearable itching pain spread over him. He grimaced in agony as he hunched over the sink, coughing up what felt like dirt. From his throat several embers and clumps of ash erupted over the mirror and the counter as smoke began to come from his mouth. He coughed furiously as he looked back up in the mirror. His eyes then glowed green as he coughed up more embers. The boy looked at himself painfully. What's happening to me? From his arm a crimson-red gauntlet then manifested out of glowing red energy. From the back of his hand he could now see a green orb glowing within. It flashed as a voice filled his head. You have awakened me at last, my new host. What? Who said that? Where are you? Issei panicked as he looked around the room. The voice he heard sounded deep and echoic as if it were coming from inside his mind. Whatever created it was definitely not human. I am sealed within you, boy. I am within the longinus boosted gear that is bound to your soul. My name is Ddraig and I am the Red Dragon Emperor. The voice answered powerfully. Longina what? Boosted gear? Why does my body feel like it's on fire? Issei demanded as he felt his left arm's new red gauntlet. You are the reincarnation of my power, child. The sensations you are feeling are the result of being the host of a heavenly dragon. Ddraig explained. Heavenly dragon? You're a dragon. Dragons aren't real. What the heck is this thing on my arm? Issei shot back as a crimson glow coated his arm. I will explain shortly, but first you must gain control of your power. Calm your emotions and still your breathing. Focus on returning to your normal self in your mind and your magic shall recede back within you. The dragon commanded. Desperate to get rid of the horrible pain, Issei did his best to focus on returning to normal and attempted to calm down. Much to his surprise, imagining it in his mind actually worked. Before long, the red gauntlet over his arm finally dissipated and his eyes were now back to their natural color. Shortly afterward, the burning sensation finally stopped. Now in a more stable condition, Issei glanced back into the mirror relieved. Despite his gauntlet being gone, a green circle still appeared on the back of his left hand. The voice of Ddraig spoke to him in a calm tone. Good, you managed that better than I expected. Most hosts end up destroying a lot more before they figure out how our power works. It is based on your will. Issei looked down at the glowing green circle on his hand incredulously. I'm your host. What does that mean? You're inside of me? Why did you pick me? I'm just a kid. What's a dragon doing inside of me? Calm yourself, boy. We dragons do not choose our vessels. I am bound to the sacred gear and it manifests in a human host after the previous one dies. I have no control over where or who I end up with. Ddraig elaborated. Okay. So you're a dragon then? Why is a dragon in a sacred gear? What the hell is a sacred gear supposed to be anyway? Issei asked. Sacred gears are the gifts of God. They are bestowed upon humans by God and enact miracles upon the world. There are thousands of them and they are highly sought after by angels and devils. Your sacred gear is a longinus, which is a unique and godly type of sacred gear. Supposedly there are only 13 of them. Yours is the Red Dragon Emperor's gauntlet. The boosted gear. The dragon continued explaining. Issei was dumbstruck with the explanation. God. As in the guy floating around in the clouds. He's real. Yes. He is. Unfortunately, my battle with him is the reason why I am currently sealed within your sacred gear. As I explained, I am the Welsh dragon Ddraig. To the rest of the world I am better known as one of the 2 heavenly dragons. The Red Dragon Emperor. Ddraig patiently answered. You fought God. Just how strong are you? Issei gawked. No angel, demon, or god is a match for the heavenly dragons. Albion and I are greater than even the 5 great dragon kings. As my host, this power is yours to command as well. Ddraig said proudly. Who is Albion? Issei asked. He is the other heavenly dragon and my eternal rival. The White Dragon Emperor. He and his host will one day seek you out to battle. Such is the way of our eternal feud. You must master the boosted gear and be ready for that day. Ddraig commanded. I still don't know what's going on. Issei said as he shook his head. I will explain everything in due time. For now, we should prioritize training you and focus on concealing your power. For Ddraig stopped mid-sentence as a pounding was heard at the bathroom door. Issei, what in the world are you doing in there? What's that smell? Who are you talking to? I'm coming in. The boy's mother shouted furiously from the hallway. Issei then realized that the entire bathroom was a wreck and several fires were burning in the room. Before he could think of what to do, the door swung open. His mother gasped at the condition the bathroom was in and looked at her son disbelievingly. Issei, what have you done in here? Have you been playing with fire? No, Mom, Issei couldn't find a way to again while she's standing here. I have to run before she sees. Issei thought in a panic as he immediately darted out of the room and then the house. Where are you going? Issei, get back here this instant. His mother demanded. He could hear his mother calling out to him from inside the house, but he was now sprinting down the street at full speed. Much to his amazement, he was moving way faster than he ever had before. Charging down the street, he even started to pass by cars. Seeing a crowd of people ahead of him, he desperately darted right across the street and jumped to avoid them. To his utter shock, he leapt a tremendous distance and landed on the roof of a nearby house. What the hell is this? He said aloud as he looked around, breathing heavily. He felt the boosted gear trying to manifest again, but using Ddraig's previous suggestion, he managed to revert it a second time. Issei let out a sigh of relief as he laid back on the rooftop staring at the stars in the nighttime sky. I can't believe I just did that, he said as he blankly stared into the cosmos. Your physical features will be enhanced considerably now that you've awakened your dragon powers. Your intellect, speed, strength, agility, stature, and even your charisma will be far greater than that of a human, angel, or devil. I've actually never seen it manifest in a host as young as you. It will greatly affect your development into adulthood, I imagine. Ddraig rambled. What are you talking about, Ddraig? Issei asked, confused. Nothing, boy. Just thinking aloud. Just know that as a dragon, you will dominate everything around you. You must be careful with your power, however. It attracts everything to it. Enemies, mates, and even those who wish to venerate you as a god. Previous hosts of mine have taken full advantage of their dominance, but it has ultimately led to their deaths. All of my previous hosts have gone mad with power. You should understand this truth if you wish to master yours. Ddraig concluded. So, what happens now? Issei wondered. For now, you must simply live your life. At your age you are still vulnerable to angels and devils, as well as other mythological beings. Until you are older and stronger, I recommend you keep your power a secret. I will educate and train with you every day until I am certain that you are adequate to reveal yourself. The red dragon replied. Okay. So start from the beginning then. If angels, demons, and dragons are all real, then what else is real? Issei asked. You might as well get comfortable. It takes many hours to explain this. Ddraig said with a sigh. 4 years later. 4 long years of training had passed for the now 14-year-old Issei Haidu. In that time, he managed to progress exponentially at an almost alarming rate. Much to Ddraig's approval, training and teaching a child was far easier than a teenager or an adult, and that made Issei a much better learner than his previous hosts. He had actually come to like his host a considerable amount despite only knowing him for 4 years. During their time together, Ddraig had managed to teach Issei all about the different mythologies and dangerous beings of the world. He trained the boy in proper use of the boosted gear, and much to his astonishment, Issei had fully mastered Balance Breaker and was even able to activate his Juggernaut drive. Unfortunately, he lacked proficiency in the latter because it was impossible to actually train with Juggernaut drive without drawing unwanted attention from the widespread destruction. He and Ddraig had debated for months on how to deal with this problem until one day, Issei got an idea. Sitting on the edge of a high-rise building in the city, the brown-haired boy spoke. I think I know where I can train the Juggernaut drive, Ddraig. Really? What do you have in mind? His good friend asked. You remember that place you talked about where the great red dragon lives? The dimensional gap. I was thinking we could try there. It's removed from Earth, Heaven, and Hell, and would be a great place to get some much-needed practice without having to worry about toning my power back. Issei explained his logic. Ddraig let out a low grunt of disapproval. That is not a good idea. The dimensional gap is a realm of chaos and entropy. It would tear you apart to go in there without any sort of protection. Not to mention, not even we are a match for the Dragon of Dragons. If he sees you in there, he'll kill you. Why would he kill us? We're both dragons, aren't we? Not to mention, if he's able to fly around in there, why can't I? You're telling me there's no way I can fly though there safely? Issei wondered. Well, it theoretically could be done, but it would take a great deal of effort to even get into the dimensional gap, let alone resist its entropy for long periods of time. Ddraig sighed. Don't you think that would be a great place to train? If my body is constantly fighting to stay intact, I could up the intensity and really test the limits of my boosting. Plus, it would be a good place to spend my after-school hours, you know. Issei said eagerly. Ddraig chuckled. I admire your enthusiasm to train, Issei, but to be honest, getting there would be the most difficult part. There are only a few ways I can think that we can do it. The most obvious one would be finding Office and convincing her to take us there. I would rather we avoided that option lest we risk revealing the return of the Red Dragon Emperor prematurely. The only benefit to that option is Office can protect you from Great Red should you encounter him within the dimensional gap. Office should be our last option then. What are the other routes we could take? I'm surprised you weren't able to just go into the dimensional gap yourself. Is there any reason why I can't? Issei asked. Technically I could pass into it, but it required a great deal of power. If you wish to do so without causing a lot of destruction, then you would need to refine your power into a proper ability to penetrate the veil of this world. Obviously, that would require more training. The only other options are to go through Office or seek out a weapon that can cut through space and time. Both of which would only draw unwanted attention. He sighed. This might be off topic, but how long do I have to keep my powers a secret? I find it strange that nobody has noticed me yet. Is all of this sneaking around really necessary? Issei asked. I am taking special precautions with you, boy. The various factions always have a way with tracking down dragon hosts early on in their lives. Many become their allies or lackeys. I have seen it countless times and it only serves to annoy me. You should reveal yourself when the time is right. For when you do, the White One will seek you out. Enjoy this peace of yours while it lasts. It's the only semblance of a peaceful life you'll ever have. The dragon said authoritatively. Well, let's get to training then. I'll figure out a way to tear open a rift into the dimensional gap. Issei said as he stood up eagerly. Several weeks later, boost, 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 transfer. Ddraig announced as Issei condensed a great deal of boosted power into the very tip of his gauntlet's claw. With a precise, swift swing, he finally succeeded in cutting a rift into the dimensional gap with the heavily condensed power on his claw's tip. Finally. Issei shouted in success as he joyfully activated his balance breaker and flew into the opening before it could close. Impressive, boy. I never thought you would be able to do it with such little power. Ddraig said approvingly as Issei was now inside the dimensional gap. Well, it's like you said. The opening required a ton of power to tear it open. But I figured if I put a lot on one tiny area, it would eventually get so dense that it would have no choice but to tear open. It took a lot of work to only get it on one claw though. Thankfully it finally worked. Issei stated the cause of his success. Whoa. This place looks weird. Nothing like I imagined. Issei said as he looked around the chaotic realm with awe and wonder. You should be able to practice your full juggernaut drive in here without fear of being noticed. But don't push yourself too far or this place will tear your body apart. I suggest you only stay for a few hours at a time. Ddraig said as Issei already began to transform. I can't wait to finally do this. He said eagerly. As he transformed into his full juggernaut drive, his emotions began to flare as he gleefully unleashed as much power as he could in any which direction. Several days later, the past 5 days had proven to be an effective training regime for the Sekiryuite. Issei had been coming into the dimensional gap after school consistently now and would stay there for hours at a time. A couple times he actually stayed all night, much to his parents' concern. Granted, they were quite used to him never being home these days. The more time Issei spent in the dimensional gap, the more he came to love the place for the sheer amount of solitude and freedom it provided. Now on his 6th day of training, he was adamantly working to perfect his Long-Ina Smasher, courtesy of Draig's suggestion. Upon achieving success after several hours, he finally managed to fire the overpowering blast into the distance. Right as he fired it, however, a rift actually opened up in front of his attack. Issei and Ddraig could only watch with utter horror as the Long-Ina Smasher fired in a colossal green beam towards the opening rift. From the rift, a massive red dragon over 100 meters long came through. It had 4 colossal wings and looked like a western dragon. The creature's golden eyes glowed with intensity as it did a barrel roll, dodging the Long-Ina Smasher beam in a sharp turn. Issei gawked with disbelief as the enormous red dragon flew over him, letting out a loud vrooming shriek. Great Red flew over and around him in a circle as his eyes locked onto Issei in his juggernaut drive. Ddraig, what the hell do we do? Issei asked seriously as the colossal dragon began to snarl and vroom loudly. What the fuck are you staring at? Great Red demanded as he flew round in front of Issei, looking down at him with a stoic glare. To say he was intimidated by the Great Red Dragon of Dragons was an understatement. Issei had no idea what to say, but thankfully Ddraig spoke for him. We were just training, Great Red. Forgive my partner for getting in your way. Ddraig, huh? Now I recognize you. I thought I made it clear the last time that we ain't friends just because we're both red dragons. Get out of here unless you have a death wish. This is my turf. Great Red said in a low, delinquent tone. To Issei, the dragon reminded him a lot of a Bozazoku, which seemed unusual for a mythical creature of legend. "We leave, Great Red," Ddraig announced with evident relief in his voice. "Not so fast. What are you even doing in here? I don't like shady business." The dragon grunted. "We were training, Great Red. I was doing it here so I could keep my identity as the Red Dragon Emperor a secret," Issei explained to the Titanic dragon. "Just call me Red. None of that Great Red God Emperor or Dragon of Dragons bullshit. I'm not some great messiah for you little whelps to gawk at," Red said threateningly. "Alright, Red, no disrespect, but Ddraig and I need this place to train in secret. I honestly never expected to see you in here. I thought this place was infinite," Issei explained. "HMPH. So you're training here to avoid being discovered by the angels, devils, and gods?" Red asked. Issei nodded. "Yeah, that's right. I want to keep my powers a secret so they can't bother me or interfere with my life until I'm more powerful. When the white dragon finally shows up, I want to be so much stronger than him that I ultimately crush him and everyone else. After that I just want to live my life without anyone bothering me or telling me what to do. Maybe pick up a few girls along the way too." Red started laughing as his mood immediately lightened up. "Ahahaha. Now that's a pretty good reason for training here. I wasn't expecting that. You don't want to rule the world or destroy it. You just want to be free and unstoppable. I like you, kid. You're just like me." Issei, knowing full well what kind of personality Red had at this point, decided to go along with his compliment. "Yeah, that's pretty much all I've ever wanted. I don't care much for all this drama between mythical factions. I'm glad that Ddraig encouraged me to not get involved with any of it yet. I just want to be strong enough to where nobody ever fucks with me." "Heh. I like that. You and Ddraig are free to hang out here then. Train hard, kid, and stay out of my way if you see me coming," Red said with a chuckle as he began to turn. Seeing an opportunity in front of him, Issei called out. "Wait. I don't want to bother you or anything, but is it cool if we hang out with you in here? I fly alone." "Why do you want to come with me anyway?" Red asked strongly. "I know you're a badass outlaw and all that good stuff, but I just thought it'd be cool to train with the strongest dragon in the universe," Issei suggested. "You're pushing a kid. I don't have time for that," Red said disapprovingly. Issei frowned beneath his armor. "Too bad. I was thinking we could make a dragon gang or something." "A dragon gang, you say? Hahaha, well that's a first. I don't think I've ever heard that before." Great Red laughed. Ddraig spoke seriously. "What are you doing, partner? He's already granted us freedom to train here. Don't antagonize Great Red any further. He just wants to be left alone. Not to mention, dragons by nature are selfish and territorial. The idea of them being in a gang is unheard of." "What's your name, wielder of the boosted gear and host of Ddraig?" Red asked. "Issei Haidu," said teenager answered immediately. "I like the way you think. Everyone would think twice about crossing us dragons if we made our own gang to rival theirs. You've convinced me. Now we need a cool name," Red said with an unusual enthusiasm. "I can't believe he's going for this." Ddraig seemed to be in disbelief that Issei was actually convincing Great Red to train him. The Seker thought for a moment. Maybe Dragons of Discord. That's a cool, rebellious name. "Ha. You and I are going to be good friends, kid. Let's go flying and I'll train you a bit. If you're gonna be my wingman, you gotta be as tough as I am," Red said enthusiastically. 3 years later, for the past 3 years, Issei and Ddraig would make trips into the dimensional gap to train and hang out with Red. Despite the unusual predicament, Ddraig came to appreciate the situation as Issei had managed to learn a great deal from his new mentor. Great Red taught him many forbidden and secret abilities that would come in handy against the White Dragon Emperor and other beings. In addition to gaining a ridiculous increase in his power, Issei had also grown an additional pair of dragon wings with his sacred gear, now having 4 just like Red did. Over the years of tough training and mental conditioning, he was now a rugged badass with a lean, buff physique and an incredibly desirable aura. With Great Red's training and overall mentoring, the now 17-year-old Issei Haidu had picked up a lot of delinquent personality traits as well. His parents were quick to notice his new ways and would often try to talk to him about his life. During these long years of training and all of his spare time, Issei had spent a lot of time and many nights away from home, which led his parents to assume he was part of a gang of some kind. When their son bought a motorcycle with unexplained money and started wearing a leather jacket everywhere, they were convinced he was involved in crime. While it saddened Issei to see his parents distraught over his behavior, he figured it was probably best for them to assume that he was simply some delinquent thug than a powerful dragon emperor capable of destroying the world. His first year of high school was rather interesting as Issei never actually went to class. In a stroke of genius, he managed to forge paperwork that said he was hospitalized and that he had to do his school work from home. He only ever showed up to take exams and would surprisingly always make perfect scores, despite his lack of interest in the academics taught. Unfortunately, nothing good lasted forever as his excuses and forgery eventually ran out. Despite not really caring about school, he still had a matter of pride to finish just so his parents wouldn't go off the deep end. With a reluctant sigh, he made his way to school for the brand new second year at Kuoh Academy. As he made his way to school, he rode his custom red motorcycle up to the front of campus, popping a wheelie as he entered its gates. Without a muffler on it, the two-wheeled vehicle let out a loud howling noise as Issei blasted past students, causing several to even jump out of his way in fear. Pulling up next to a sidewalk, Issei parked his motorcycle and got off it. He left his leather jacket on the bike as he began to walk away. He was used to just leaving it on his bike everywhere he went and assumed there was nobody was stupid enough to try and touch it after the entrance he just made. As a delinquent, he wouldn't even wear a helmet, which was technically illegal. Nobody had ever stopped him though, much to his amusement. His first day back to school was already starting to annoy him after he walked inside the main building. He strolled down the hallways with his hands in his pockets and an apathetic glare on his face. Much to his annoyance, however, instead of avoiding him out of fear, everyone was staring at him like he was the most interesting person they had ever seen. Some of these people had known him since he was young, but his distance and development over the past few years had caused Issei to become something of an outlaw to his peers. They barely saw him, and when they did, all they could do was gossip about how strange and scary he had become. Some people gave him nasty glares as he projected an aura of rebellious apathy that said to the world, "Don't fuck with me." That was only the bravest of the bunch, however. Most people would shuffle out of his way in fear as the tall, buff delinquent was notorious for being the toughest kid around. Issei found it strange how well known he was by the students of Kuoh Academy, considering he was barely there all throughout his first year. Many girls began to freeze up and gawk at him as he passed by. While they were clearly intimidated, some had shameless lustful looks. Girls were always attracted to bad boys, and according to everyone around school, he was the baddest. Issei-kun came to class today. One girl gawked loudly before blushing in embarrassment as Issei glanced at her. Haidu-san is actually at school today. Just in time for the new school year too. He heard one of the girls say to the student council president. The dark-haired student council president adjusted her glasses as she locked eye contact for a brief moment with the passing Issei. He immediately stopped walking as he turned to face her. "What are you looking at, Butchu? Nice of you to come to school. I see your health as well. It must be considering you drove into the front gate pulling a wheelie," Sona said passively. Her tone clearly indicated that she was well aware of the fact that he wasn't actually sick during his time off. "Yeah. All healed up now," Issei replied carelessly. "I hear a lot of rumors that you're a troublemaker. Make sure you keep your nose clean or I'll get you expelled." "Understood, Haidu-san," Sona said fearlessly. Issei looked down at her incredulously. "Is that supposed to be a threat?" The onlookers all turned to watch as Issei took a step towards her with imposing eyes. She remained calm and looked up at him blankly. "It was. I suggest you get to class. You don't want to make an enemy out of me. Keep your delinquent behavior reserved to off campus if you would, please." "Or what?" he replied. Sona gave him a death glare, but it did little to faze Issei as he turned his back on her. Aye, but you. You stay out of my way and I'll stay out of yours." As Issei continued walking, a blonde boy, Saji, called out to him angrily. "Hey, asshole. You can't talk to the president like that. Why don't you get your ass back here and apologize to her?" Saji tried to stop Issei as he placed a hand on the back of his shoulder. This proved to be a huge mistake as Issei immediately grabbed the guy's wrist and turned around. Saji slumped over in agony and began to cry out in pain as Issei squeezed his wrist tightly, forcing him to his knees. "Don't ever touch me again, dude, or you're losing this hand," Issei said with a passive low tone as he released his grip on Saji, causing him to fall over and grab his wrist. "Should we do something about that?" "About him?" Tsubaki said to Sona, somewhat concerned as everyone watched Issei walk away. Sona looked concerned and whispered to Tsubaki. "Saji might not be very powerful as a devil, but a normal human shouldn't be able to do that to him. I had my suspicions there was something off about Haidu, but that was surprising. We should talk to Ria's peerage and see if they can find anything out about him. I doubt he would let anyone from the student council get near him without acting up." As he walked away, Issei felt the eyes of everyone on him. His easy manhandling of Saji proved his reputation was accurate, and it had everyone gossiping and staring like mad. "Now I know how Red feels. These cowards seriously need to stop looking at me. I knew it was gonna blow coming back here this year, but this is just insufferable," Issei thought, annoyed. After continuing for a while, he finally walked into his new second-year classroom and was met with his sensei in class. It looked like she had already started class and he was late. She turned to face him with a stern face. "Haidu-san." "Yeah," he said carelessly. "You're late. But seeing as how it's the first day, I will let that slide. Go ahead and take your seat." she said before turning towards the class. Right as he sat down in a corner seat by the window, Issei saw a pair of girls walk into the room. They were both incredibly beautiful, but something about them caused him to immediately tense up as if they were a threat. They spoke quietly to the teacher before she turned to the class again. Well, it seems we have 2 new transfer students this year. Go ahead and introduce yourselves, ladies. 2 in one day. That's nuts. One of the male students said disbelievingly. But at least these 2 are a couple of hotties and not some pretty boy asshole. The male student had a shaved head and seemed to be having a conversation with his glasses-wearing friend next to him about the sizes of the new girls. On some level Issei could appreciate their conversation, but he was so far removed from them that he never bothered to talk to the 2 class perverts. The transfer student with pale blue hair walked up first. My name is Tiamat Draconis. I'm from Eastern Europe. She seemed to be just as annoyed and callous towards the class as Issei, which struck him as interesting. This girl clearly had no interest in coming off as friendly or approachable. The silver-haired girl walked up next. I'm Valeria Ddraig. I'm from Northern Europe. Most people just call me Vali. I would prefer it if you addressed me as such. Wow, their Japanese is perfect. One of the girls in the class remarked with awe as she gazed admirably at the 2 gorgeous transfer students. Go ahead and sit over there, you 2. The teacher pointed to the 2 empty desks to Issei's right. As the 2 girls made their way to their seats, both immediately looked at Issei as they sat down. He normally would have been bothered by this, but something about these girls was interesting to him. They both seemed atypical for high school girls. And not just because they were foreign. Despite his curiosity, Issei decided not to look at them after a moment. Whatever they were, it clearly wasn't human, but that mattered little to him as he had grown used to detecting devils in this school. So long as he kept a low profile, they would never be able to tell that he was a dragon. After class, he made his way to lunch, but was alarmed when a smell filled his nostrils. More devils. This school reeks of them. I wonder if those transfer students were devils too. As he bought some lunch, Issei looked for an isolated place on the rooftop to eat by himself. He passively ate his food as he thought about his next trip to see Red. His inner thoughts were short-lived, however, when the pale blue-haired girl from class walked up to him. She was by herself, much to his curiosity. Issei looked at her confused as she stood there and sniffed the air. You're not human. You're not a devil. You're not an angel. You don't smell like anything. What are you? He immediately stood up and looked at the girl carelessly. I'm nothing that concerns you. Is that right? Do you even know what I am? She asked seriously. A beautiful girl asking me for a date. He said with a laugh. Tiamat couldn't help but smile at his statement. You're lucky I found that funny, or you would have died for saying that. Issei. She's a dragon. I know her. Tiamat is one of the 5 dragon kings. Please don't let her find out. Ddraig said telepathically. Why? Is she powerful or something? Issei asked telepathically. Compared to you? No. But I still owe her, and I would rather she not find out who you are unless you want her to stalk you for the rest of your life. Ddraig replied. She your ex or something? Issei asked. Not exactly. But I sort of owe her for breaking a treasure of hers. She's come after me and my hosts ever since then. Trust me. She's not the kind of drama you want to deal with. Ddraig said, concerned. So? You're just a mystery then? How interesting. You must be a devil if you're this deep into their territory and they haven't done anything to you. Or maybe an undercover angel hiding his power and scent. Whatever you are, I will find out. Tiamat said as she got really close to Issei and started to sniff him again. She immediately stopped when the voice of someone else called out. Tiamat, leave him alone. Let me do the talking here. As you say, Vali. Tiamat said curtly before backing off. Vali walked up to Issei and looked over him. I don't care what you are. Angel, devil, whatever. I'm half human myself. The name's actually Vali Lucifer. Nice to meet you, Issei. Hi do. I hear you're kind of the baddest around Kuoh Academy. Word is you manhandled some student council white knight earlier. Is there a reason you're introducing yourself to me personally? Issei wondered. Vali shrugged. Well, not particularly. I just thought we'd touch base with you before anything else happens at this school. I don't make it a habit of approaching people or interfering with their privacy, unlike Tiamat. I just wanted to let you know that we're not associated with the devil dens in this school. Neither am I. Issei replied casually. That's surprising, but it's good to know. If you'd like, you can join with us. You seem like the type of person worth keeping around. Vali said approvingly. Vali Lucifer. Are you a devil? Issei asked curiously. Yep. A high-class devil heir. The silver-haired beauty said as she flashed 8 black demonic wings before quickly receding them. He took this moment to fully take in her appearance now. She had beautiful blue eyes, long-styled silver hair, and an aesthetically beautiful face. Her arms and legs looked very well toned, and she had a respectable bust and a really nice ass, thanks to her athletic build. Issei was genuinely surprised by the reveal of her devil wings as he stared at her uncertainly. So you're a big shot devil. What is she then? Tiamat is a dragon. One of the dragon kings. Specifically, she is the Chaos Karma dragon. We're allies, and we have been for several years now. Vali explained. What are you doing at Kuoh Academy? What possible reason would a super devil and a dragon king have here? Why reveal yourselves to me? Issei asked. I am looking for allies to join the Cows Brigade, and this town is rife with paranormal activity, so I was quick to assume it was a good place to scout for a while. This city is mostly part of the Gremory and Citri territories, but it's got other variables here as well. Such as yourself. I honestly didn't expect to find a suitable recruit on our first day. Vali replied. That makes sense. But what's the Cows Brigade? He asked. A group of individuals that are aligned against the angels of heaven, the fallen angels, and devils of the underworld. We work for the Infinite Dragon God Office. Vali explained. Office the Dragon God is your boss. Issei said disbelievingly. Yes, and she said this town also had a dragon in it. I'm guessing that's what you are. Vali concluded. Oh shit. Damn, I better play this down if I can. She doesn't know I'm the Red Dragon Emperor. Maybe I can pretend I'm just some other dragon. Issei thought on his feet. Ha. Good guess. I am a dragon. Nothing quite as impressive as a dragon king or anything like her though. Issei pointed at Tiamat. Oh, he's a dragon. How come I couldn't tell? That's odd. Tiamat said, shaking her head. One of my special abilities is concealing myself to others' senses. I prefer to keep it that way as angels and devils tend to despise my kind unless we're serving them. Issei explained. Fair point. Though you seem more powerful than a simple dragon, and you don't really smell like a human. I also don't know you and I know all of the great dragons. Tiamat said skeptically. Guess I'm not that great or powerful then. Was all Issei said with a shrug. Regardless, we could always use another member of the Cows Brigade. Besides, I'm sure Tiamat could train you up well. Vali suggested. Look, no disrespect Vali Lucifer and Dragon King Tiamat, but I sort of just do my own thing around here. We can be on good terms, but I don't care much for causes and taking orders from self-righteous people. No offense. Issei replied. So, you just intend to side with nobody? That's ridiculous. If the devils in this school found out what you were, their clans would immediately try to recruit you into their ranks. That or they would kill you. If you're not that powerful, you wouldn't stand much of a chance against entire devil clans. You need allies in this world if you intend to stay alive. You can't just hide in plain sight forever. What interest do you even have in the human world? Tiamat protested. It's relaxing for the most part. Honestly, I don't see much of a difference between your faction and the angels and devils. It's all pointless politics that literally means nothing to me. I don't care about angels, devils, gods, dragons, and whatever else. I just want to ride my motorcycle, do what I want, and not have some bigwig boss me around. I do that just fine living in this town. Issei said strongly. You're definitely a dragon. Not interested in following others, I see. Very well, Issei Haidu, we won't pressure you to join us. You have my word on that. However, I will take you up on your offer of being friends. Vali said with a sly grin. Friends? When the hell did I tell them I wanted to be friends? Being on good terms is not the same as being friends. HMPH. Well, at least they're not being super pushy about the recruiting thing. Besides, these two look pretty. And pretty tough. I guess if it keeps them off my back. Issei thought as he checked them both out. Something about that Vali girl seems strange to me. I can't quite tell what it is, but I have a weird feeling about her. Keep your guard up around her, Issei. She must be very powerful if Tiamat's taking orders from her. I wonder why they're working for Office. Ddraig said telepathically. I think Red mentioned something about Office challenging him a while back. I'm not sure if that has anything to do with it. We could always ask him when we go back. Issei replied to Ddraig. Friends. That might be pushing it a little. How about this, I'll stay out of your way and wave if I see you in the hallway. And I guess you can eat lunch with me if you want. But that's it. I'm not your lackey, I'm not your ally, and I sure as hell am not your friend. So, don't try cozying up to me. Issei said strongly. For a dragon with little renown, you're awfully bold to talk to us that way. Tiamat said with a low hiss. Maybe so, but I don't take shit from anyone whether they're a dragon king or a satan. Issei countered. Tiamat smiled at his fearless attitude. You've definitely got the right attitude to be strong. I can still train you if you want. I don't see many other dragons these days. No thanks. I'd rather not get mixed up with you two if I can avoid it. You can still eat lunch with me if you want though. Issei said dryly. Suit yourself, Dumbus. I've never offered to train another dragon before. But I kind of like you so far. The offer still stands if you change your mind. Tiamat said as she got really close to his face and licked his cheek. Tiamat then left, leaving Vali and Issei alone. The silver-haired beauty cocked her head at him as if deep in thought. Say. That red motorcycle at the front of the school wouldn't happen to be yours, would it? Yeah, it's mine. What of it? Issei asked. It looked pretty decked out. It might even be as fast as mine. Vali noted. You ride? Issei asked, surprised. Hell yeah, I do. I got my bike imported just the other day. I know you're trying to keep a low profile by avoiding us and all, but if you're up for it, we can go riding sometime. Vali suggested as she took her leave. Issei couldn't help but stare at her ass for a moment, almost transfixed by it. He quickly collected his thoughts as he returned to class. As he walked inside and down the staircase, he saw a gorgeous girl with crimson-red hair pass by him in the opposite direction. The two briefly made eye contact before Issei passed her. He looked back at her standing on the stairway to see that she was staring at him. Her sapphire gaze was drilling a hole into him, yet for some reason he wasn't bothered by her staring. He quickly departed shortly afterward as his mind wandered on the encounter. Who is that girl? Her hair was redder than blood. And what was with that look she gave me? She smelled like a devil. Is she the Gremory devil girl that runs the occult club here? I don't think I've ever seen her before. As Issei's mind wandered, he stopped paying attention to his surroundings and ended up walking into someone. It was a blonde guy who looked rather handsome and well-groomed. Issei had no idea who he was, but he accidentally knocked this guy down by walking into him. This seemed to cause a scene as many surrounding girls shrieked and gawked at the scene. Oh my god. Haidu knocked down Kiba-sama. One of the girls proclaimed loudly. The blonde boy quickly recovered and stood up, looking at Issei, surprised. It only took him half a second to detect the trace of a devil scent on him. Damn, how many of these things are in this school? Issei fumed mentally. The blonde boy, Kiba, seemed shocked that Issei was able to knock him down. By absent-mindedly walking into him. He rubbed the back of his head and gave a friendly smile. You're a lot stronger than you look. Sorry if I got in your way, Haidu-kun. Huh. He's being respectful. That's odd. He definitely isn't part of Sona's devil den then. All of them are uptight assholes. What did that girl say his name was? Kiba. Issei wondered. Yeah, my bad. I didn't see you. Issei replied calmly, deciding not to be an asshole to the guy. Kiba seemed surprised at Issei's lack of hostility, as did the surrounding Kiba fangirls. Well, excuse me, Haidu-kun. Take care. Kiba replied with a smile as he took his leave. He must be part of the Gremory clan. He didn't seem like a half-bad guy for a devil. Issei thought as he returned to class. End of the day. As he reached his motorcycle at the front of the school, ready to go home, Issei was surprised to see Vali on a badass white motorcycle right next to his. She looked over at him as he walked up. Yo Issei, why don't you show me what that bike of yours can do? Before Issei could respond, Vali revved up her motorcycle loudly, causing a huge scene. Everyone in the front of the school stood around and watched with shock as Issei got on his, started it up, and revved his back at her. Tiamat pulled up on a blue motorcycle right next to them a moment later, nearly running over several students in the process. Nice bikes. Issei said with an enthusiastic grin. Yours too. Tiamat said, laughing as she did a donut in the street. The Sekiryuite grinned as he immediately popped a wheelie and took off down the road. He was surprised when the blue and white motorcycles of Tiamat and Vali slowly caught up to him. Both came up either side of him, and before long Issei realized it was a race. They all tore through town at high speeds, causing many police to come after them, but none managed to catch the dragon trio as they recklessly and obnoxiously raced around the city. This went on for nearly 2 hours before finally Issei came up to his home. He wasn't surprised that Tiamat and Vali had ended up following him there, as they likely wanted to know where he lived. Issei couldn't help but wonder if they intended on using his family against him, but quickly dismissed those thoughts as he realized they would be dead if he ever caught them messing with his parents. Done already, Issei. That was a blast. Tiamat exclaimed. They're already calling me by my first name like we're friends or something. That's presumptuous as hell. The brown-haired dragon couldn't help but think. You never asked if it was okay to call me by my name. I thought I told you we aren't friends. Issei said as Vali and Tiamat traded glances. Good race, Issei. You won't win the next one though. Take care. Vali said as she gave Issei a seductively sly grin. A moment later, both Vali and Tiamat took off, leaving Issei at the front of his house. He sighed for a moment before parking his bike. Just then a terrifying epiphany crossed his mind. Wait a second. They think I'm an actual dragon and not a human. So, if they end up seeing my human parents, they'll assume I'm a human too. And then they'll assume I have a sacred gear. Ah, shit. I better avoid bringing them here if I can. It couldn't hurt to come up with a good excuse for when they ask me about it too. I wouldn't stress over it too much, Issei. You're definitely ready to reveal yourself now that you've matured your powers. Ddraig said reassuringly in Issei's mind. Yeah. But it's like you said, the moment I do, all hell will break loose. I at least wanted to get through high school. At this rate I doubt that's gonna happen. Issei replied telepathically to Ddraig. He sighed heavily as he walked through the front door lost in thought. Both of his parents perked up with surprise as he walked inside and announced his arrival. I'm home. We know. We heard you drive up. I hope you're doing well, Issei. We never really see you much these days. You mind if we talk, son? His father asked cautiously. Sure, I guess. What about? Issei asked. Well, your mother and I have been talking and well, we're concerned about your behavior. His father continued. This again? Issei sighed as he rolled his eyes. We thought it was just a phase at first, but you're really getting deep into this delinquent thing, son. You're not involved with the Yakuza, are you? His father asked worried. No, I'm not. I just ride my motorcycle and work. You guys worry too much about me. Issei said casually. His mother frowned. We never see you with any friends or hear about what's going on in your life. It's like you're never here. Like you never want to be here. Why? What are you avoiding, Issei? Is it us? Is there a girl or something going on? Are you in trouble? You can tell us, son. We're just worried about you. I'm fine, honestly. I just have a lot of hobbies. Issei tried to explain vaguely. Like what? Where do you go? You aren't part of any clubs from what I've heard, and there's rumors that you're a troublemaker at school. I even had one of your teachers ask me if you were recovering from your illness. Have you been skipping school too? His mom asked. Not skipping. I still have the highest grades in my class, I believe. I just do things around town. I work on motorcycles and train martial arts. You know, that kind of stuff. I promise it's nothing bad. Issei said reassuringly. Then where do you get all this money from? How can you afford that motorcycle and all the things you buy for us? His dad asked. It's not that much money. Issei said with a shrug. His father shook his head and held up 2 tickets. You bought us round-trip tickets to a resort in Europe and paid off my car. Kids don't do those kinds of things for their parents. What your father is trying to say is, we appreciate these things you're doing for us, but it's just hard to accept since you barely talk to your father and me. You don't have to buy us things to make us love you, Issei. We just want to see you around more. His mother said softly. I totally forgot I bought them tickets for a vacation. That's actually good timing. I can get them out of here for a bit and keep my cover going. Issei thought relieved. I wish you guys would stop worrying about me. My grades are good, I make good money, and I have hobbies. It's not as crazy as you make it out to be. I just thought it'd be a good anniversary gift for you. He replied. We can't accept these tickets. Not unless I know how you could afford to buy them. His father said. I've been working for this international group lately. They pay really well for me to fix their motorcycles. Just take the tickets and go on the cruise. Issei said sternly. His father sighed. Well, I suppose if you insist. Although why didn't you buy one for yourself as well? I'm too busy with school and work. Speaking of which, I have homework to do. Issei replied. Alright. We love you, son. It's okay if you ever want to talk to us. We just want you to know we're here for you. His mother said somewhat emotionally as she moved to hug him. Despite his delinquent personality, Issei still did his best to maintain a good relationship with his parents. After talking to them, he made his way to his room and closed the door. I should go ask Red if he knows anything about the Cows Brigade. Issei thought as he plopped down on his bed. I wouldn't recommend trying to go tonight or anytime soon. Those 2 girls are no doubt watching you in some manner. Let their curiosity die down a bit before going. You will regret it if Tiamat finds out you're the Red Dragon Emperor. Ddraig spoke up. Ugh. I hate this crap. I'm so used to hanging out in the dimensional gap that I just can't stand not being able to vent there. Issei sighed. The next day, the following day, Issei's parents left for their vacation. They seemed a bit unhappy about it being on such short notice, but Issei knew they would change their mind once they got there. He rode his motorcycle to school and actually decided to park it more appropriately today. He was surprised when he saw Tiamat and Vali waiting by their bikes when he pulled up. Damn. Are they waiting for me? Issei thought incredulously as he pulled up. Yo, Issei, about time you got here. Do you make it a habit to show up 5 minutes before class? Vali asked with a laugh. Issei shrugged. Pretty much. I like to spend as little time around this place as possible. I meant to ask you yesterday, Issei, what kind of dragon are you? Tiamat asked as the 3 began to walk towards the school building. Just a high-level flame dragon. Nothing crazy. He replied. Tiamat looked at him curiously. Is Issei your real name? He nodded. Pretty much. I've never heard of a flame dragon having the ability to transform and conceal his power. You're stronger than that. Tiamat said, shaking her head. Well, I'm sort of. Unique. But seriously, I'm nobody important. Issei replied. Vali stared at him for a moment. Hey Issei, would you be interested in meeting Office? She could make you more powerful if you wanted. So much for not trying to force me to join the Cows Brigade. These chicks are seriously being pushy. Issei thought. Technically they haven't actually asked you to join again. But this is definitely them trying to get on your good side. They're remarkably persistent. Although considering it's Tiamat, why am I surprised? Ddraig remarked. It makes sense I suppose. Office did send them to this town to find a dragon and recruit people for their little faction. I wonder how she knew I was here. If we meet her, she'll immediately be able to tell I'm the Red Dragon Emperor. Issei thought concerned. I don't really have much of a reason to get more powerful. I'm trying to stay out of all these wars and shit, you know. Issei tried to talk his way out of the corner. Vali frowned. Yeah, but you're a dragon. All dragons want to get more powerful, famous, and rich. Greed is in their nature. You seem too strong-willed to have no ambition or goals to get more powerful. What the hell would you know about dragons? Devil. Issei said darkly. Vali sighed. No need to get mad. I'm just going off of what I know from seeing Tiamat. Heh, she's not wrong, Issei. The blue-haired dragon said with a chuckle. As the three passed into Kuoh Academy's front doors, they were met with the wide-eyed stares of everyone present. Every single guy in the room was radiating envy at the sight of seeing the two new sexy transfer students following Issei. The girls all began to cluck around and gossip like made hens. Issei-kun is hanging out with the transfer students. One declared. They're so beautiful. Why are they following that prick? A guy said sadly. Issei appeared even more desirable to all of the girls in the school now as the two bombshell hotties followed him to their class. Is he dating one of them? Both maybe. One girl gasped. I saw them riding motorcycles away from school yesterday. Are they in a gang or something? Another said. Issei-kun is taken. How is he ever going to notice me with girls like that hanging around him? Issei overheard one girl whisper to her friends. Just a simple stroll to class and it already seemed to be spreading like wildfire that these two girls had a thing with him. Issei found it amusing but was slightly embarrassed because Vali and Tiamat undoubtedly heard it all too. Right before they made it to class however, Issei noticed Sona and the gorgeous red-haired girl from the other day talking to each other further down the hallway. They both turned and stared at the sight of him, Vali, and Tiamat all walking into a classroom. Oh shit. Now the devils are going to think I'm with them. Ugh. The drama never ends at this school. Issei sighed. Chapter 2. The calm before the storm. The school day was now at its end once. Began much to Issei's relief as he made his way out of class. Tiamat seemed just as bored as he was and let out an over-exaggerated sigh. Damn, I thought that was never going to end. I can't believe people actually do this school stuff every day in this world. Issei glanced over at her and shrugged. Yeah, it's pretty lame. Half of the things they teach here are irrelevant to me. Glad I'm not the only one who thinks so. Tiamat said with a grin. Vali shook her head at the two of them. No knowledge is a waste, no matter how insignificant or boring it may seem. There are things I remember learning from my youth that ended up saving my life later on. You just never know with some things. You should learn to value all knowledge. Because all knowledge is power. Tiamat deadpanned at her. Nice speech, Vali, but do you really think us learning about Japanese history is a worthwhile endeavor? I know enough about them. I don't care about whatever deity or shrine that lame teacher was droning on about. She lost me whenever she stopped talking about Irachi. Why can't that teacher talk about me and how awesome I was terrorizing Eurasia and Mesopotamia? Ah, Babylon. Now those were the good days. I'm sure they were. I imagine having all that ancient knowledge probably makes life around here seem dull in comparison. Issei nodded in understanding. HMPH, it could be worse. You're at least entertaining enough around here. She said with a shrug. I'm not here to entertain you, your majesty. I already told you I'm not your servant or lackey. Issei stated strongly. The dragon woman turned towards him with a serious stare. She didn't say anything for a moment as the two briefly locked gazes. Issei took this moment to admire her beauty. Her pale blue hair and tan complexion were certainly an exotic feature that he liked. She was slightly shorter than him, but taller than Vali and most other people around. Her eyes were the most unique thing about her however. They had a slight reptilian look to them with barely noticeable slits and a golden-green color that had a bluish ring around the pupils. After a moment Issei realized he was staring and spoke up. What? You're not afraid of me? I find that both intriguing and confusing. Most dragons look away if I stare at them like that. Haha, I admire your bravery. She said approvingly. Oh. Issei said not really sure how to reply. What the hell was she doing, Ddraig? Issei asked mentally. That look she just gave you was a territorial stare. Your staring back at her is a sign of you expressing dominance and having no fear. Had you looked away it would have been a sign of subservience to her. Now she's going to think you're more powerful than you're pretending to be. That or assume you're trying to impress her. Both of which are bad. Especially the latter. Ddraig explained. Issei, why do you even go here? What's the point of going to school in this world? Tiamat asked as the three walked down the hallway. Luckily their conversation was quiet enough to not be heard, but they were still noticeable as their presence drew another crowd of onlookers. That's a good point. You look like you're from here. Is there any reason you chose Kuoh to live in? I mean, your house looked kind of mediocre for what I'd expect a dragon to live in. Do you live with anyone? Vali asked curiously as her sapphire gaze lingered on Issei for a moment. Kuoh is where my family lives. Was all Issei could really think to say. Your family? So are you only half dragon then? Vali wondered. Shit, why did I say that without thinking? Damn it, I might as well just play along with this. They're bound to learn about my parents and childhood sooner or later anyways. Issei thought to himself. Half. He doesn't even smell human to me. And he never said he was. He's a special flame dragon, right Issei? Tiamat said doubtfully before glancing at the delinquent. Yes and no. He sighed. Ha. Is that what you meant you said you were unique? Tiamat chuckled. You're just embarrassed you're a half-breed. Ha 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 ha. Issei gave her a sharp glare and said nothing as he looked away. Hey now, don't get all offended. You're still a dragon. Tiamat said, punching him in the arm. Much to his surprise, it was way harder than he was expecting, but thankfully he didn't show any reaction to the hit. His stoicism was duly noticed by Tiamat as she grinned at his painless expression. She's testing you? Ddraig said with a horrified voice. For what? Issei asked. Unfortunately, Ddraig never responded much to his annoyance. Vali pat the brown-haired teenager on the back as they continued walking. Don't listen to Tiamat, there's nothing wrong with being a half-breed, Issei. Yeah. Was all he said in response as he looked forward again. Look, we don't hold it against you for not telling us the truth about it. Half-breeds are hated everywhere. Trust me, if anyone would understand, it's me. Vali said seriously. I'm done talking about this. Issei said bluntly with a cold expression. Vali nodded her head empathetically at his demeanor before Tiamat let out another chuckle of amusement. I don't think any less of you for it, Issei. So, cheer up already, will ya? At least you're not a half-devil like Vali. The silver-haired girl sent a fierce glare at Tiamat. What was that? Huh? What? Tiamat pretended to be oblivious with a mischievous smile. Vali shook her head. Don't make me fuck you up, Tia. Hey whoa. Easy there, Ms. Lucifer. Miss me with the attitude, will ya? Geez, I thought you could take a joke by now. Tiamat responded quickly. Well, my cover story isn't holding quite as expected, but at least now I don't have to worry about them coming around the house or finding out about my parents. Issei thought, somewhat relieved. As they walked outside and made their way to the parking lot, Vali checked the time and looked serious. Oh shit. We're late, Tiamat. Late. For what? Oh. That meeting with the brigade. She said, remembering halfway through her sentence. Sorry, Issei, but we don't have time to ride with you today. Vali explained as the three walked up to their motorcycles. You don't have to explain yourselves to me, I don't really care what you do. Issei said carelessly. Vali simply rolled her eyes at his statement. You're lucky we have somewhere to be or I'd beat your ass in a race today, tough guy. I guess we'll see you around. Take care. Issei waved as Vali revved up and started to drive off. Tiamat punched him in the arm again as she rode by. He had no idea why as the dragon lady stuck her tongue out at him before taking off after Vali. After they left, Issei let out a heavy sigh of relief. Well, that was close. I hope they don't stay here for the rest of my high school life. Those girls are a hassle to deal with and I've only known them a few days. Issei chose not to think any more on the matter as he got on his bike and began to drive home. He only made it about a block or so before he decided to go eat something. Pulling into a nearby restaurant, he parked up front and quickly walked inside. The workers and customers of the establishment immediately froze up as he walked in. Issei was used to this reaction as most people assumed he was a gangster there to cause trouble or extort someone. The delinquent teen walked up to the counter and watched surprised as the entire line let him pass to the front. Geez. Do I scare people that badly? He thought, somewhat amused as he walked up and ordered his food. Upon getting his meal and sitting down to eat, Issei began to wonder about how he was going to deal with his current situation. He certainly wasn't afraid of the situation, but he was dreading on how to inevitably handle with the storm of turmoil that would arise once all the devils at Kuoh Academy found out who and what he was. Vali and Tiamat would also be problems. Issei couldn't help but wonder if he was going to have to kill everyone at the school at some point. Deep in his thoughts as he ate his meal, Issei barely noticed someone approach him at his table. Excuse me, are you Haidu-san? A nervous voice spoke. Issei snapped out of his inner reflections as he noticed a girl wearing his school's uniform. He cocked his head at her, confused. She had shoulder-length blue hair, blue eyes, and a slightly androgynous-looking face. It only took him a few seconds to smell a devil scent on her, which caused him to immediately scowl. "What? I apologize for bothering you outside of school like this, but I was just eating in here when I saw you walk in and was wondering if I could eat with you," she said somewhat fearfully. She was holding a plate of her own food with a bowl on it. The fact that she was even brave enough to ask him something like that was rather remarkable in his opinion. He was almost surprised she would even try, considering how confrontational Issei was with Sona. Citri, one of the devil princesses in the school. "Why? Did the president put you up to this? What does she want?" Issei asked with serious eyes. "Yes, but I didn't expect to see you today. I was going to talk to you at school tomorrow, but since you're here I just thought maybe I could talk to you now. We didn't want to upset you or make you. Can I please sit down?" The girl couldn't really find the words to express her thoughts as she looked around desperately. "Just sit down. People are staring," Issei said, somewhat annoyed. He immediately sent death glares to several gawking onlookers, causing them all to immediately turn around or look away. The girl sat down eagerly and placed her food in front of her on the table. There was pure silence for a moment as she ate a bit of her food. She snuck a glance up at Issei after a few moments and blushed heavily. She was surprised, however, when she noticed he wasn't even paying attention to her. She nervously fiddled with her food as she waited patiently for Issei to say something. Issei was lost in his thoughts again as he passively ate the rest of his meal. "Is that poor girl dating that punk kid? How unfortunate," Issei heard an older woman say from across the room. He immediately snapped from his daze again and looked at the girl in front of him. "Shit. This does look like a date, doesn't it? I thought she would have said her piece by now. Why isn't she talking? She's been sitting here for like a minute." Issei wondered, "Are you just going to sit there and say nothing? If you have something to say, girl, just say it already," Issei said, shaking his head at her. Finally, after he broke the ice for her, she looked up and spoke. "Sona asked me to give you a message. She wants to meet with you and talk about something important. It took you that long to tell me that. Why did you need to sit here and eat with me then?" Issei immediately questioned her. She looked away embarrassed. Listen, you can tell that stuck-up princess to come ask me herself. Why would she send you to deliver some useless message to me? Was she too afraid to ask me in person?" Issei said with some hostility. "And no, I asked her if I could go instead," the girl said shyly. Issei crossed his arms and stared at her. "Do you have a teeth wish or something? Why would you want to talk to me willingly? I was really curious about you." The girl finally found her spine as she began to speak normally. "Is that right?" he said, looking at her intensely. "You took Saji down with ease." "I just wanted to ask you how," the girl replied. The dragon shook his head. "I squeezed his wrist and threw him on the ground." "So what? You know what I'm talking about, Haidu-san. I'm sure you know this by now, but Saji's not human. How did you do that to him?" "What are you?" the girl asked. "Look, lady. I don't have time to sit here and play 20 questions with you. So, unless you're here to confess your undying love to me or something, then there's really nothing else to be said here. Tell the president that I don't deal with this political roundabout bullshit. She can come talk to me in person if she's got something to say to me. If that's all, you can leave now," Issei said strongly as he looked away. A brief moment of silence passed before he turned back and saw the girl blushing heavily. "Who says things like that? You want me to confess undying love to you? Is that why you're still here? This should be good." He couldn't help but chuckle, causing the girl to blush with embarrassment. "No, of course not. I just wanted to make sure you knew that Sona will probably try to talk to you sometime soon." The girl tried to cover her shame as she stood up and began to leave. "No confession, huh? Too bad. You got a name, babe?" Issei asked, causing her to turn around with crimson cheeks. "Tsubasa Yura. I'm a third year," she said before immediately running out of the restaurant. I wasn't expecting her to fall apart like that. Girls take it so literally when I make those kinds of jokes, Issei thought, amused. He could hear the inhabitants of the restaurant gossiping about what just happened, but chose to ignore it as he left. "So, she's one of the Citri devils and my senpai too. Not a half bad looking girl even for a devil. She was respectful at least. I wonder what I would say if a girl actually did confess to me. She certainly was a bit flustered," Issei thought as he got on his motorcycle and drove home. After about 15 minutes of weaving through traffic, he was there. As he pulled up into his driveway, he was surprised to see another girl sitting on his doorstep. "Damn, another one. Why won't these people leave me alone?" Issei sighed as he walked up. The girl perked up upon noticing him. "Are you Issei Haidu?" "Yeah. And you better have a damn good reason for loitering around my house," he threatened. Oh, I'm so sorry. It's just I can never catch you anywhere else, and I found out from a friend that this is where you lived," she tried to explain. Are you some kind of stalker then? What do you want with me? Issei questioned her motives immediately. Well, it's kind of an unusual situation. I was going to try and lie to you originally, but I changed my mind today. You seem like a strong person who respects the truth and an upfront offer, so I'll make my intentions clear. My allies and I know you're not a normal human. Judging by the way the devils react in your presence, it's fairly obvious that they're scared of you. We also know that you're not a member of any devil peerage, yet you can operate freely within their territory. She explained. Issei looked at her for a moment, taking in her appearance. This girl had long black hair, purplish colored eyes, and was deceptively cute despite what his instincts told him. After noticing her school uniform, Issei quickly realized that she was a fallen angel as her particular school was in their territory. So, you want me to join you instead, fallen angel? Issei asked bluntly. The fallen angel seemed shocked that Issei was immediately able to figure out what she was, but continued speaking carefully. Actually, we would like you to work with us in secret. You're under no obligation to serve us should you accept, but we would greatly value your help if you were to keep an eye on the happenings around Kuoh Academy. Issei thought for a moment. Why can't you just do it yourself? You seriously don't have any good spies. We do. But the devils have reinforced heavy security lately after that dragon started attending there. Our boss recently found out that the Chaos Karma Dragon Tiamat was going to your school, and he wants to know why. He sent us to find out but wants us to avoid provoking the devils at all costs. Seeing as how that dragon is always in devil territory, we can't really risk espionage without drawing their attention and starting an altercation. This might be presumptuous to ask, but would you be willing to do it for us? The girl requested slowly. Maybe. But what is it you expect to find out? Issei played along with the idea. We honestly don't know. It could be anything. Please, if you do this for us we would owe you big time. The girl said sincerely. I'll spare you the trouble, angel. Tiamat is here looking for a dragon. Looking for me? Issei gave her an honest answer. She gawked at him surprised. Really? Yeah. She doesn't give a shit about whatever political standoff you got going on right now. She tried to recruit me into her little posse. I said no, and now she's just hanging around trying to change my mind, I guess. Issei shrugged. I didn't expect you to just tell us right away. Well, I guess that takes care of that, she said slowly. It sure does. You mind leaving now? Issei asked. The dark-haired girl flinched for a moment as her head turned to the side. It looked like something spooked her, judging by her surprised and fearful reaction. The fallen angel quickly turned back to him. Wait. Is it okay if I stay for a bit? What? At my house? Issei gawked at her. I mean, I know that sounds. It's just I sense I a high-class devil in this neighborhood. If I leave they'll capture me or kill me. The black-haired beauty said, concerned. You can't just teleport away? Issei said, confused. The girl shook her head. Not without them knowing I was here. I didn't expect one to come snooping around this time of day. This has to stay a secret. Lord Azazel's orders. Issei honed his senses for a moment and detected a familiar smell. It's that red-haired girl scent. She's not nearby just yet, but she's definitely coming. I can stay discreet, but this girl is toast if that Gremory chick catches her. Screw it. I let her stay. Before the girl could even react, Issei quickly grabbed her and went inside. Issei then immediately channeled red energy over his hands and pinned the girl on the ground. She yelped as he spread a red cloak of magic around her body. Not even a moment later, he hit her on the ground behind his couch and covered her mouth. She looked up at him shocked as Issei was now on top of her. He raised a finger to his lip before standing up and quickly sitting down on the couch in front of the window. It seemed to be just in time too, as he could now sense the red-haired girl watching him from outside the window. He pretended not to notice her as he turned on the TV and started watching Ddraig So Ballsy. This must have clearly bored the devil girl because she left a few minutes later, much to his relief. Once he was sure she was gone, Issei spoke up. You can get up now, angel girl. The dark-haired fallen angel stood up relieved and immediately let out a breath she had been holding in. Damn. You really saved my ass from that little red devil bitch. It would have been bad if she caught me out here. If the devils found out that we were snooping in their territory, it would lead to conflict. And then Lord Azazel would probably punish us if we survived. The angel said as she collapsed on the couch next to him. That Gremory girl doesn't look that tough. Was all Issei said as he kept watching his favorite show. They say call her the crimson-haired ruined princess. She's supposedly related to one of the 4 Satans. The fallen angel explained. I guess it's good she didn't find you then. The dragon delinquent replied with a grin. How did you do that? Did you conceal my power from her? The angel asked, confused. Because she should have been able to detect me at that range. She definitely would have had I tried to teleport away. You're lucky. I appreciate your honesty, or I would have let her catch you out here. Good behavior deserves a reward. That's the only reason I helped you. Issei said, looking at her intensely. The fallen angel looked at him curiously. Do you conceal your own power from the devils? Is that how you're able to freely operate in their territory? Pretty much. Issei replied as he turned his head back to the TV. You're a dragon then? Why is a dragon in this town, and why would Tiamat want you to join her? The girl asked inquisitively. Issei glanced over at her again. You ask a lot of questions, fallen angel. You're lucky I told you as much as I did. You already know more than enough about me. I'm guessing the devils don't know you're a dragon then. They would have tried recruiting you into their foul dens if that was the case. Just out of curiosity, why haven't you aligned with them? The dark-haired girl asked with anxious eyes. Because devils are always causing drama and they're way too obsessed with status and titles. I see how they treat each other, and I don't have any interest in all that political nonsense. If I worked for them, they would talk like this. Oh, lesser pawn, I detest your abhorrent attitude and rebellious disposition. Don't you know that my family is rich and I'm a high-class devil? I'm so important, rich, and powerful. Did I mention how important I was and powerful? Oh, you couldn't even begin to grasp the majesty of my position. I am so special. Issei imitated a posh, effeminate voice with an over-exaggerated moan at the end, causing Raynare to laugh hysterically. Hahaha. You're pretty funny. I kind of expected you to be way more serious. Raynare said you're really mean and serious all the time. The angel laughed. Issei cocked his head at her. Raynare? She one of your friends? More or less. She's part of my team. She's the one who watched you the most out of all of us. The angel explained. So that's what that bird smell was? Issei said aloud as he recalled detecting a strange scent the past few days. He wasn't used to dealing with fallen angels, so he wasn't entirely familiar with their smell yet. My name's Raynare, by the way. The young woman said with a soft smile. Geez, and I thought Raynare was a weird name. Your name's Raynare. Issei laughed at her. She looked at him embarrassed. What? It's not weird. It's an angel name. Tell me you don't go around Japan telling people that your name is Raynare. That would be rather funny. Issei chuckled. Well, I do have an undercover name here. Yuma. She said slowly with a bit of shame. That's a cute name. It kind of matches you. Issei laughed. It does. Wait. You think I'm cute? She asked, surprised. If I didn't know you were a fallen angel, I'd say so. Issei replied. She frowned at him. So me being a fallen angel makes me less attractive in your eyes? Yes. Issei answered bluntly. Raynare seemed a bit sad from his comment as she looked away. HMPH. Yeah, that's nothing new, I suppose. Everyone hates my kind. Even dragons apparently. If I hated you, then you would be dead right now. Issei shook his head. The fallen angel's self-esteem plummeted as she looked down. Well, for what it's worth, I think you're cute. Dragon half-breed or not. They must have seen my parents recently if she assumes I'm a half-breed. Issei deduced mentally. Issei chose not to acknowledge her comment about finding him cute, much to the fallen angel's disappointment. Raynare looked at him for a moment before smiling. Well, I guess it's safe to leave now, but I feel like I still owe you. Don't sweat it, Raynare. Just tell your people not to bother me. He replied, distracted. She looked away for a moment before speaking again. You mind if I stay for a bit longer? What are you scared of the big bad devils out there? The dragon delinquent made fun of her. Raynare looked at him pridefully. Of course not. I just don't feel like going back to base yet. Yeah, I wouldn't want to sleep in a church either. Issei joked, causing her eyes to shoot open. You know where our base is? She said, shocked. I mean, where else could it be? That church is on your side of town, and it's the only place I know where angels would bother putting up barriers. Issei deduced. Fair point. She said. Trailing off. Raynare had no idea how to continue the conversation, as Issei was now fully interested in Ddraig, so ballsy Raynare stood up awkwardly and stared at him, waiting for his answer on whether or not she could stay. Finally, after a moment, Issei glanced over at her again. Fine, you can stay. Geez. I can't believe you're so worried. I'm not worried. I just don't feel like leaving yet. You know, in case she comes back around. Raynare trailed off. Whatever you say. You mind sitting down then if you're staying? Issei said, trying to look past her. What is this show you're watching? Raynare asked, confused, as she sat back down and got more comfortable on the couch. Ddraig so ballsy. It's a badass and I'm about these martial artists with superpowers that get stronger and fight aliens. Issei explained. It looks kind of interesting, I suppose. Raynare said half-heartedly. You don't have to watch it. But I got nothing better to do right now. Issei shrugged as he focused back on the TV. In truth, he wanted to go see Red, but he couldn't tonight with all recent supernatural traffic around his home. Several minutes passed before Raynare stealthily scooted closer to Issei on the couch. She spoke up after a few minutes of watching it with confusion. So what's happening right now in this show? What are those golden balls? They're trying to get the Ddraig soap ball so they can summon the dragon and make a wish. Issei explained. Huh. A dragon that grants a wish? She said curiously. Issei nodded. Well, if anything could give someone a wish, it's definitely a dragon. Raynare said nothing else as she slowly began to gain interest in the anime. Several hours later, Issei and Raynare continued watching the show for hours, despite Raynare's initial reservations. Issei found it almost amusing how into the plot she was starting to get. Raynare shook her head in annoyance. I can't believe these dumbass people keep wasting wishes on bringing their friends back to life. Why waste a wish on saving some half-ass friends that don't do anything relevant? Yeah, I've always wondered that too. But the moral behind their actions is more along the lines of earning one's power and being selfless, I guess. It's hard to really know what you would actually do in that situation. Wishing for a friend to come back is noble at least. Issei noted. Too bad those Ddraig soap balls aren't real. I'd love to have a wish. She said slowly. What would you wish for? Issei asked curiously as he glanced over at Raynare. Probably more power or invulnerability. I'm kind of weak for a fallen angel, to be honest. She answered shamefully. Issei sighed. Yeah. But power is useless unless it has a purpose. Why would you want more power? Powerful people have more status and relevance in this world. They don't have to worry about being afraid or answering to someone else. It seems almost liberating. She said distantly. It can be. But power without purpose won't really fill any voids in your life. The people at the very top are probably just bored. Issei replied. Raynare frowned. What would you wish for, Issei? What is it with people just casually addressing me by name these days? Issei sighed. He shook his head. I don't know honestly. It's never really crossed my mind. You wouldn't wish for more power. There's nothing you would want? She asked curiously. Nah. I wouldn't want to be more powerful unless I earned it myself. As for what I want, well, I can pretty much get anything I want if I worked at it, so why bother wishing for it? He replied with a grin. Raynare looked at him seriously for a moment. I have a question, Issei. How strong are you? You don't really seem concerned about anything from what I can tell. You're not afraid of some Satan or Archangel coming after you or getting sealed in a sacred gear or something. You're not afraid of that Dragon King? Not really, no. He answered. You must be really strong then. I envy you. She said distantly. Issei shook his head. You don't have to be super strong to not be afraid of something. Everything is immense, Raynare. You're limiting your own potential by placing these restrictions and labels on everything. Real power is willpower. You should remember that. Goku has become the legendary Super Saiyan. Will it be enough to stop Frieza? Find out next time on Ddraig Soap Ball Z. The television announced super loud before the end credit song started playing. I can't believe I've been watching this weird show for hours. But I really want to know how it ends now. Raynare said, shaking her head as she looked at the clock on the wall. Yeah, it's pretty addicting after a while. Issei said, nodding as the next episode was coming on. I'll watch one more. But I should probably leave soon. Raynare said as she leaned back again. The next day, Issei awoke the next day with a soft, almost feathery feeling around him. Man. When did these pillows get so feathery? So soft. Did mom and dad buy me new pillows? He brushed his hand through the feathery pillows before his hand ended up feeling something else. Flesh. What the? Is this? Skin? He thought, concerned. His eyes shot open as he alertly surveyed his surroundings. To his sheer disbelief, Raynare was curled against him with her wings wrapped over them both. They were both on the couch and had apparently fallen asleep after marathoning Ddraig Soap Ball Z all night. The sleeping Raynare held onto him tighter as he shuffled upright. Her wings were fully out and she looked slightly more curvaceous than he remembered. Her wings were incredibly soft and rather pleasant to the touch, much to his surprise. He had always wondered what angel wings actually felt like. Issei ran his hand over them, feeling the feathery wings again. This caused the sleeping Raynare to moan in her sleep as she nuzzled her face against his chest. After his initial grogginess wore off, Issei quickly shook the angel's shoulder. Hey, Raynare, wake up. Mug. What? She said groggily as she opened her eyes. Oh. Morning, Issei. Did I fall asleep over here? The fallen angel said, surprised. What are you still doing here? What are you doing sleeping on me? He asked seriously. Sorry. I guess I must have passed out last night. She apologized immediately as she sat up and uncurled herself from him. He looked at the time. I guess I did too, or this would never have happened. 6 a.m. I wonder when we fell asleep. Well. Thanks for letting me spend the night. Sorry for passing out on you. Raynare said as she retracted her black wings and got off the couch. There was no doubt about it now. She definitely looked a bit older than the other day. It wasn't drastic or anything, but her bust and height were larger than he remembered. What? A magical girl? You won't stop me, you little witch. Issei heard a voice from the TV. It was still on, but it was playing some weird magical girl anime, much to Issei's disinterest. Milky Harem. Save us. A character on the anime shouted. Sparkle shine, your command is mine. A preteen magical girl shouted as she blasted some colorful magic at the ridiculously stereotypical villain. Is this a good show too, Issei? Raynare asked as she turned to glance at the TV. He shook his head. Hell no. It's a magical girl show. He said, standing up and grabbing his remote. I'm glad that out of all mythologies, that magical girls aren't actually a thing. I mean, there's witches and whatnot, but nothing this girly. Let me catch a magical girl trying to come into my town. Issei thought to himself. Raynare chuckled as she rubbed her head. I had a dream about that stupid show we were watching last night. If it was so stupid, then why did you stay all night and watch it with me? Issei countered. The fallen angel looked away embarrassed. It was entertaining, I guess. I haven't really done anything like this before. Which part? Watching an I'm all-nighter cocooning a guy on his couch with your wings? Issei asked. Raynare blushed at his question. Both. Anyway, thanks for the hospitality, Issei. I should probably go. You have school today, right? Yeah, unfortunately. He said drearily. Before either one of them could say another word, Issei heard a loud knock on his front door. Who the hell is knocking on my door this early in the morning? He said, annoyed as he walked over and opened it. Outside he saw a buxom woman with long blue hair and brown eyes. She was wearing a ridiculously short maroon skirt and a matching coat with a deep V cut. What is it with me seeing blue-haired girls lately? Issei thought as his gaze lingered on the buxom woman for a moment. Issei looked over her briefly before speaking. Nice outfit. Did you get lost on your way to Soapland? Or is it my birthday? The woman gawked at him disbelievingly. What? I mean, hey, if you got a nice body, you might as well show it off, I guess. How can I help? Fallen angel? Issei asked her as soon as the bird-like smell filled his nostrils. The woman glared daggers at him. Our companion came by here last night with an offer for you. She hasn't returned yet. Did you kill her? What was your answer? Before Issei could respond, Raynare immediately ran to the front door. Raynare? What are you doing here? Raynare? You're still here? Why didn't you report back? Don't Issei, I thought you were dead. The blue-haired woman said seriously. Raynare shook her head. That Gremory bitch was snooping around here last night. I ended up hiding here with him. Really? That's unusual. What was his answer? Raynare asked as she looked at Issei intensely. Several of Issei's neighbors noticed the sexy woman standing at his door. With his enhanced hearing he could hear one speak. Is that the Haidu family's son with a prostitute? Those poor people. How do they deal with that shameful son of theirs? Come inside. You stick out like a sore thumb around here. Issei said, motioning for Raynare to come into his house. The buxom blue-haired woman strutted in as Issei closed the door behind her. She crossed her arms and eyed him seriously. So, you let Raynare hide out here? I take it that means you're willing to help us. I already told Raynare why Tiamat is here. She's after a dragon. After me. You two can go tell Azazel all about that. Tell him not to bother me while you're at it. Issei replied. Huh? You're a dragon then? I thought you were a human with a sacred gear. Raynare said curiously as she took a step closer. He's half dragon. Raynare clarified. May I? Raynare asked as she held up her hand. Issei had no idea what she was asking permission for, but he quickly found out as the woman traced a finger around his arm. A glow of holy magic briefly enveloped it before Issei's much stronger red draconic magic overpowered it and fizzled out. A powerful one too. She remarked with fascination. It's a wonder the devils haven't tried recruiting you yet. How are you able to freely move about in Gremory's territory without consequence? Raynare asked. He can conceal power. He did it last night to me when that Gremory bitch came looking for me. Raynare explained. Raynare looked over at Raynare again. Lord Azazel will find this fascinating. I don't doubt that. Raynare agreed. He's way stronger than I thought he was too. So, what did you two do all night then? Raynare asked as she noticed one of Raynare's feathers was sticking out of Issei's shirt. Slept. Issei replied with the smartest answer. With each other apparently. Raynare chuckled as she reached for the feather sticking out of Issei's shirt. Raynare immediately blushed shamefully. It's not what you think, Raynare. We just fell asleep watching this stupid show of his. Alright, well, I have to get ready for school, so why don't you two see yourselves out? You got everything you needed from me. Issei said as. He put his arms up and started lightly pushing them both towards the door. Wait. I never properly repaid you for the help. Raynare protested as Issei easily pushed them towards the exit. Don't worry about it. He said as he opened the door for them to leave. Raynare stood at the doorway for a moment before looking up at Issei. Is it alright if I come back again sometime? For what? He asked. I just had a good time last night. She replied. Issei sighed. I'll think about it. Thanks. She said enthusiastically before briefly nuzzling her head on his shoulder and leaving. Raynare gave him a curious look. The fallen angels owe you for the intel. I'll make sure Azazel knows that you're trying to avoid trouble around here. I'm sure he'll respect your request. He's a good leader. That's good to know. Issei said curtly. Is it alright if we contact you again? You would only ever have to deal with Raynare or myself most likely. Maybe don't seek her middle too. The fallen angels will of course respect your autonomy, but you've proven yourself to be a valuable ally to us. Raynare said hopefully. The brunette shrugged. So long as you keep me out of the politics, then I guess that's fine. We'll be in touch. The blue-haired angel said with a seductive grin before walking out of the house. After they were gone, Issei went to take a shower. He mentally cursed himself as he thought over what he just agreed to. I can already tell this is going to escalate into something way more than they're saying it is. Don't stress over it too much, partner. Sooner or later you're going to have to reveal yourself anyway. I only hope it's after Tiamat gets bored of this place and leaves. She has a short attention span, so hopefully it won't be too much longer. Ddraig replied. Kuoh Academy. Issei pulled into school at his usual parking area and was surprised by the absence of Tiamat and Vali's motorcycles. That's weird. I wonder why they're not here yet. I'm already late. He thought, confused. As he entered the school and made his way to his class, he could detect quite a few devils spying on him from various angles and vantage points. Devils watching me? 5. 6. I wonder whose servants they are. Issei thought as he pressed on towards his classroom. Upon walking inside, his teacher immediately turned towards him annoyed. Haidu-san, you're late again. Try to make it to class on time, please. Sure thing. He said half-heartedly as he sat down and immediately zoned out. Vali and Tiamat were both absent today, much to his concern. It's not that he missed their company necessarily, but the fact that they were gone gave him a weird feeling like something was wrong. Issei, Haidu, please report to the student council room immediately. An announcement sounded over the school broadcast. He snapped out of his daze when he heard the announcement. Must be the president wanting to talk to me. Without a word, he left his classroom and quickly made his way to the student council room, where he was met with none other than Sona Citri. The dark-haired devil princess adjusted her glass briefly as Issei walked into the room. Ah, Haidu-san, thank you for coming. I apologize for calling you out of class, but I wanted to talk to you in private and I can never seem to catch up to you after school. Why are the lights off in here? Issei asked as he looked around the dark room. His senses told him that they were completely alone and that this room was soundproof. Sona held up her hand. Please have a seat and make yourself comfortable. Issei did as requested and sat down across from her. He crossed his arms and immediately put his feet up on her desk a moment later. Sona chose to ignore his rude behavior and started speaking. I'm sure you're probably wondering why I called you here. Yeah, your little blue-haired friend said you would be contacting me soon. Issei replied. Blue-haired friend? Sona tilted her head uncertainly. Yeah, the tall girl. Kinda tomboyish. Blue hair, blue eyes. Apparently one of yours. Issei clarified. You mean Tsubasa? She approached you? When was this? Sona asked, confused. Issei cocked his head at her. Yesterday after school. I thought you knew that. She said you sent her to tell me that you had something important to discuss. I never authorized her to approach you. In fact, I told all the members of my peerage to stay out of your way after you hurt Saji. Sona said, surprised. Well, I guess you'll have to ask her about that. Regardless, what do you want? Issei got to the point. I'm sure you're well aware of this by now, but I am not human. Sona began. Shocker. Issei said sarcastically. Sona ignored his sarcasm and continued. I am a high-class devil of the Citri family and its heir. I and every member of my peerage are devils. We mostly consist of the school council and a few odd individuals around the school. The Occult Research Club is part of the Gremory peerage headed by Ria's Gremory. You've no doubt seen her around school. She is the popular girl with the long red hair. Get to the point. Issei sighed in annoyance. Very well. I would like to ask you before anything else. What is your relationship with those new girls in this school? Sona asked. Tiamat and Vali. I don't know, friends I guess. I barely know them, so I'm not really sure if they're even that. He said doubtfully. Tiamat's presence here has caused a great deal of strife politically as of late. Lord Surziches is concerned, and rightfully so. Sona continued. Cool, I guess. What does that have to do with me? He wondered. Listen, Haidu-san. I don't know what you are, and I've been very lenient in letting you do what you want around this school, but if I am to continue allowing you to stay here, then I feel I at least deserve a bit of trust on your part. Sona explained calmly and respectfully. Fine. Issei agreed. I suppose that's reasonable. I've thought over the situation many times and even discussed it with Rias. We believe that Tiamat came to this school looking for you. So far, you're the only one we've seen her speaking with other than that girl she came here with. I don't know what they want with you, but seeing as how Tiamat follows you around, I'm assuming you're a dragon. Am I correct? Sona asked. Brains and beauty. Good job, detective. Issei said with a chuckle. Beauty? Are you implying that you find me attractive? Sona asked stoically. What do you think? You're the genius here. Issei laughed. Sona looked away somewhat surprised. Anyway, I wanted to ask you, are you intending to finish high school at Kuoh Academy? Of course, preferably without any trouble. He replied. That's good to know. Do you know anything about why Tiamat is here? What does she want with you? Sona asked. She and Vali are here recruiting for something is all I know. I told them I wasn't interested and now we're just school friends I guess. Issei shrugged. Do you have any allies? Sona asked him curiously. Issei shook his head. Not really. I never needed any. Then I would like to make you an offer. Would you be willing to? Sona wasn't able to finish her sentence before Issei interrupted her. No thanks. I mean, don't get me wrong. For a spoiled little devil princess, you aren't half bad, but I'm not interested in being anyone's servant. Issei stated strongly. Sona sighed. Well, that makes things more complicated. If I can't protect you, then you're fair game. Fair game? For who? He asked. Lord Serziches is worried about the situation here and decided to send someone to keep an eye on the school until Tiamat leaves. I have no idea who it is or when they'll be here. So, it would benefit you to stay out of trouble for a while. Sona explained. Thanks for the warning. He replied as he stood up. Before you go, can I ask you a question? Sona requested. Alright. What? He said as he looked down at her. Sona looked at him somewhat confused. Is there a reason you're so opposed to joining my peerage other than not wanting to take orders? Do you have some inherent bias against devils? What's the point? I'm half dragon and human. What do I gain joining your side or any side? He countered. Power. Influence. Allies to name a few reasons. Eventually someone is going to target you if you're not careful. Without a political backing, you won't have any support. She responded sharply. I'll take my chances. Was all Issei said before making his way to the exit. He glanced back at her before opening the door. By the way, tell the Gremory girl to stay away from my house. Sona's eyes widened surprised before Issei closed the door and left. After his little talk with Sona, he decided to return to class despite not wanting to. The rest of the day progressed rather boringly, but at least nobody was bothering him. End of the day. Issei let out a sigh of relief upon walking out of the school. He was getting so sick and tired of sitting around all day in classrooms. Today would be an awesome day to go see Red. The big guy is probably wondering where I've been lately. Issei thought to himself as he got on his motorcycle and drove off. With eager exhilaration, he drove as fast as he could back home. Unfortunately, he caught some bad traffic about 2/3 of the way there. A bunch of cars and other vehicles were backed up much to his anger. He growled angrily as he aggressively revved up his motorcycle. Move it. Looking over towards the sidewalk, he could see a lot of people wearing cosplays walking in the direction where traffic was jammed. His eye twitched for a moment. Is there a convention going on or something? Seriously, what the fuck is this? Several seconds passed as he began to boil in anger. I hate traffic. Without even a shred of concern for the consequences, he immediately fired up his bike and drove onto the sidewalk, bypassing the countless immobile cars in traffic. The people on the sidewalk all gasped and screamed as he shot by them with deadly speed and aggression. His riding skills were masterful as he threaded the needle through the crowds of people on the sidewalk. When he finally reached the main intersection where the convention was taking place, he popped a wheelie and revved his bike as loud as possible, causing flames to erupt from his exhaust. His arrival scared nearly everyone around him as he pulled right up to the front of the convention building and stopped to find out what it was. Kuoh Academy convention. Huh? When did this town start having these? And why the hell is the traffic this bad? Issei thought curiously as he began to calm down. Hey, are you going to the convention? A cute voice asked, causing Issei to turn his head towards its source. A girl with black pigtails and dark violet eyes ran across the street and was standing next to him. She was beaming with enthusiasm as if she was having an amazing day. I would have asked you for a ride if I knew you were coming here, the girl said cheerfully. I saw you ride by on the sidewalk. That was so cool. Issei immediately glared at her when he noticed she was wearing a magical girl cosplay. He revved his bike up at her hoping to scare the girl away, but much to his surprise she seemed unfazed. I'm not here for the convention, I'm trying to get home, but thanks to this stupid traffic I can't, he said annoyed. Not unless I just want to fly out of here and leave my bike. Or risk being seen carrying it. He mentally added. Well, that's a bummer. But if you're stuck here, why don't you just go to the convention? The girl suggested eagerly. Issei glared at her. I don't have a ticket and I sure as hell won't be waiting in any lines. Well, I'm here alone. My sister didn't want to come with me, so I have an extra ticket. You want to go with me? You look like you're a lot of fun, she said as she generously held up a VIP ticket to the convention for him. He stared at her for a moment. This girl was gorgeous despite being a magical girl wannabe, but something about her looked familiar to him. She also reeked of some weird smelling perfume, much to his displeasure. I kind of have somewhere to be, he said as he looked for an opening in traffic. A huge crowd of people were watching him and this girl interact, much to his discomfort. Issei detested people staring at him like this. Please, she pleaded. Ugh. It doesn't look like traffic is going to clear up until all these damn cosplayers get to the convention anyway. Plus, that is a VIP ticket it looks like. Aw, screw it. I guess the dimensional gap can wait a few more hours. Issei contemplated. With heavy reluctance, Issei got off his motorcycle and sighed. I'll hang out for a little bit. Only until the traffic clears though. Yay. The girl cheered with excitement as she waved her cosplay wand around. Sparkle shine, your command is mine. Issei immediately felt embarrassed as dozens of people in the crowd cheered and were taking pictures of her and him by default. Thankfully, most of them seemed too afraid to get closer due to her proximity to the delinquent biker. Issei rolled his eyes at her as she handed him her spare VIP ticket. The moment he had it, he immediately started walking away from her and made his way to the front of the line. Hordes of jealous onlookers watched with disbelief as the asshole who just showed up on a motorcycle was now skipping the line to go straight into the convention. Hey, wait for me. The pigtail magic girl called out to Issei as she chased behind him. The males in the crowd seemed to be burning with even more envy at the sight of Issei not only skipping the line, but also having the sexiest cosplayer there following him around. Who the fuck is that pretty boy? Ouch. Who does he think he is? Why is that beautiful magical girl following a punk like that? Issei heard one angry guy mutter. Melkor, can we have a picture? An otaku man cried out anxiously. You look so amazing. Another shouted. The girl kindly waved to the onlookers and briefly posed before following behind Issei. As the two of them passed inside, they quickly noticed that the convention was packed. The pigtail girl's eyes lit up with excitement as she pointed at something. Look. They have Milky Spiral 7 figurines. Come on, let's go look at them. Before Issei could protest, the overly excited girl grabbed his hand and dragged him over towards a section on the convention floor that seemed to be selling things that matched the anime she was cosplaying. Everyone within a 200-meter radius was staring at them as if they were celebrities. Issei was starting to feel somewhat awkward as random people kept walking up and asking for pictures of the girl. I should ditch this chick and go see the Ddraig so ballsy section. Issei thought as he slipped into the background of the ravenous crowd that were now swarming the girl for pictures. About 15 minutes passed before Issei found stuff that was more up his alley. He looked over the new area for a moment. I should have plenty of money, but I don't feel like hauling a ton of stuff back home. Huh. That banner would look really good in the garage next to my toolbox. There you are. A loud and excited voice announced as Issei felt someone jump on his back. What the? He said, confused before realizing it was the black pigtail girl again. Would you leave me? I was so sad when I couldn't find you, she said in a cutesy dramatic way. The crowd of desperate fanboys and fangirls that were following her immediately froze up when Issei turned around. Is that her boyfriend? I'm so jealous. Some overly animated man cried out. Melkor, can we take a picture? Melkor. People kept calling out to the girl. Issei was now pissed off that these people wouldn't go away and growled. Back off right now. The surrounding area went deathly silent as the crowd of people chasing after the girl on Issei's back were now scared. Issei cracked his fists and took a deep breath. Get lost. She's taken enough goddamn pictures for you. The only way she's posing for another picture is if you go through me. Nobody dared to tempt Issei's fury as the crowd scattered like roaches in all directions. Despite her kind disposition towards the fans in general, the pigtail girl seemed somewhat relieved that Issei had sent them away. Are you going to get off me or what? Issei asked as he turned his head back and looked at the girl still on his back. She beamed and shook her head. No. I don't want to lose you again in here. Especially if you're going to protect me. Why are you still hanging out with me anyway? He asked her confused. Because I think you're cool, she said as she held onto him even tighter. The feeling is not mutual, he said, shaking his head. AWWW, you're so mean, she said with over-exaggeration. Man, that perfume she's wearing is overpowering this clothes. Issei thought, distracted. Ooh, is that Ddraig so ballsy? We should go check that out. She pointed to a nearby stand. Issei looked back at her surprised. You like Ddraig so ballsy? Who doesn't? She countered, beaming with excitement. Well, maybe she's not as bad as I originally thought. Issei noted as the two of them went over to check out more merchandise. Before he knew it, the two of them were having a blast going around and buying random things they didn't need. After about an hour of that, the girl insisted that they go to a few panels, and before Issei realized where the time went, he ended up spending the rest of the day there. It was only when the convention was closing for the day did he actually realize the time. Upon walking outside and seeing the nighttime sky, Issei shook his head disbelievingly. "I can't believe I spent the whole afternoon here. That was so few," the girl emphasized. Each word louder and louder as she latched onto his arm while they were walking out. "Yeah. I actually had a good time. Surprisingly," Issei said, almost not believing his own words. "Did I seriously just hang out with some weirdo otaku magical girl all afternoon? This has been the weird week ever," Issei thought to himself. "I never get to do that many things at conventions because everyone always just wants to take pictures of me. Going with you was a great idea. You scared everyone away with your mean, grumpy face." She giggled. "Well, thanks for the ticket, Milky Haim. This was a somewhat pleasant surprise," Issei said more sincerely than he expected to. "Oh, I never told you my name, did I?" the girl asked, shocked as she placed a hand on her chin. "Come to think of it, I was so excited all day I never bothered asking your name either," the girl said as she looked at him anxiously. "Issei Haidu. Don't bother remembering it. We'll probably never see each other again," he replied skeptically. "But what if I want to see you again?" she asked childishly. Issei simply laughed at her antics. By this point he was almost used to her energetic innocence. "I'm Seraphol," she said, smiling at his reaction. He looked at her curiously. "No surname? You and I are on a first-name basis. Call me Seraphol and I'll call you Issei-chan, okay?" she chirped. "Okay. Nice meeting you then, Seraphol." Issei waved as he headed to his motorcycle. Issei was amazed it didn't get towed and shook his head. "Damn, I'm lucky." As he mounted his souvenir bags and got on his motorcycle, he looked up and saw Seraphol standing right next to him. She shuffled around for a moment and was staring at him. "Issei-chan. Can I go for a ride on your bike? Please," she said hopefully. "Don't you have to go home or something?" he asked, confused. "Yeah. But maybe you could give me a ride?" she asked with a suggestive smile. Issei sighed. "I'm going to lose all my street cred if people see some otaku magic girl riding with me." The girl gave him the most mole look she could muster as she locked her fingers. "Issei-chan. Don't make me beg you." "Alright, fine. Get on," he said. Half a second later the energetic Seraphol was on his backseat. She tied her bags on the back of the bike and immediately wrapped her arms around Issei's waist. "Come on, let's go fast," she said happily. "Are you sure you can handle it? This thing is the fastest motorcycle in the world. Custom built," Issei replied. "Go go go," she cheered, causing Issei to take that as a yes. Deciding to test the limits of this girl's resolve, he started to drive recklessly and dangerously at high speed through the city. "I'll take her over the bridge," Issei chuckled to himself as he came up to a large bridge with arches over it. He drove off the road and onto the arch before climbing high on the beam above the bridge. Once he got higher, he popped a wheelie. He half expected this girl to freak out or scream, but surprisingly she seemed overjoyed at his daredevil stunt. "Still think I can't handle it?" Seraphol asked as she spread her arms out and enjoyed the view from the bridge arch. "We're about to find out." Issei grinned as he pressed a switch in front of him, causing a jettison of flames to spew out of the exhaust. Seraphol immediately grabbed his waist again as the bike shot forward even faster. Issei drove as fast as possible until reaching the top of the bridge arch before launching off the side. His motorcycle flew a considerable distance through the air before landing on top of a parking garage nearby. Seraphol let out a shriek of joy the entire way. "Woo-hoo." Upon landing and slowing down, he glanced back to check on her. She looked like she was super happy and wasn't afraid at all. Issei was genuinely impressed by her resolve and laughed. "You're the first girl I've ever taken on that stunt. I'm shocked you didn't scream or cry. Are you kidding me? That was amazing." "You're amazing," she said, smiling. "I never thought I'd meet a nice human girl who liked drag so ballsy and going on daredevil motorcycle rides. She's a fucking gem. If she wasn't a magical girl she'd totally be my type," Issei thought as he stared at her. "So, where do you live, Seraphol? I should probably take you back now. It's getting late," Issei said, shaking off his distraction. "Oh, I live at this little house with some nice people hosting my stay. It's close to Kuoh Academy. Down 3rd Street, she replied. Issei nodded before driving down the parking garage and making his way towards the location specified. As they pulled up to a red light, Issei glanced back at her for a moment. "Seraphol is kind of a strange name. Are you an international or something?" "Something like that. My sister lives here, so I came to take care of her for a while," Seraphol explained. "That's good of you, I guess," Issei replied as the light turned green. After driving for a bit longer, he finally reached her street. She pointed at a massive house. There, that little house is where I stay. Issei stared at it. Little house. This is where all the rich people in this town live. Actually, isn't this devil territory? That's unfortunate for her. Hopefully they don't do anything to her while she's here. Upon dropping Serafal off, Issei was surprised when she hugged him. Today was really fun, Issei-chan. We need to hang out again real soon, okay? Sure thing. He said as he locked a brief gaze with her. She smiled as she hugged him. Oh, by the way, do you have a cell phone? I want your email. Yeah. Here. Issei took his phone out. His was red and hers was pink, unsurprisingly. After they exchanged emails, Serafal picked up her bags and stood there for a moment uncertainly. We can do this again, right? She asked hopefully. I'd be down for that. Issei nodded approvingly. Sparkle shine, your command is mine. See you around, Issei-chan. She cheered before said dragon. Drove away. Chapter 3. The request. Issei awoke the next day to the sound of his alarm clock yelling at him. Baka. Wake up. It's not like I care if you're late or anything, but if you're late, I'll be late too. Baka. Wake up. He looked at his clock groggily. Ugh. 7:15 a.m. I remember how nice it was to sleep until 10 when I wasn't actually going to school. He immediately hit the button on his alarm to silence it. He briefly chuckled at it and wondered just how many different girls it had to cycle through. Issei purchased this particular alarm clock at the convention the other day after being told of its 24 unique wake-up alarms. This first one appeared to beat Sundeer, much to his amusement. His mind briefly lingered on the convention from yesterday and the unexpected joyride afterward. I can't believe I took a magic girl on my bike like that. What a crazy twist of fate. If somebody would have told me earlier that day that I'd be hanging out with a magical girl at a convention, I'd kick their ass. Issei yawned as he got out of bed and quickly got ready for the day. He heard his phone vibrate briefly as he was getting ready and casually walked over to see what it was. I'll bet it is mom and dad telling me they made it safely to Europe. Issei thought to himself as he checked his phone. His eyes widened shortly afterward when he saw what it was. 11 unread messages. What the hell? He immediately realized they were not from his parents, but all from a single individual. 8:03 p.m. Hey, Issei-chan, this is Sarah-chan. 8:10 p.m. I just thought I'd say thanks again for spending the day with me. It was so much fun. I can't wait to see you again. 8:12 p.m. I'm so excited that I can't stop pacing. That ride you gave me has my heart racing still. 8:16 p.m. Sorry for imposing earlier, but I'm so happy you drove me home. It means a lot to me that I was the first girl you ever took on that bridge stunt you did. 8:20 p.m. By the way, we should really go and see the new Milky Spiral 7 movie sometime. 8:28 p.m. What are you doing tomorrow? I'm free all day tomorrow. Also, do you go to Kuoh Academy? Your uniform looked familiar to me. 9:01 p.m. Issei-chan. You there? I'm guessing you must be sleeping. Good night, Issei-chan. 12:07 a.m. I can't sleep right now. You awake? 1:14 a.m. So what do you think about seeing the new Milky Spiral 7 movie? I'm so anxious to hear your answer. It will be fun, I swear. 7:06 a.m. I'm guessing you don't check your phone much, huh? Please reply as soon as you can. I feel like you're ignoring me. 7:16 a.m. If you didn't want to see the new Milky Spiral 7 movie, we could do something else. Anything you want to do, just tell me and I'm in. Every single one of her messages was filled with emojis and other cutesy icons, ranging from winky faces to over-dramatic smiles and frowns. Issei shook his head in disbelief. What the hell have I gotten myself into? I haven't even known this chick 24 hours and she's already blowing my phone up with messages. Damn. I guess I should reply to her before she goes off the deep end. Issei texted a message on his phone to her. Hey, Serafal, I definitely got your messages. All 11 of them. Sorry you couldn't sleep. I know the adrenaline of riding can keep me awake sometimes too. He immediately got a text back not even 30 seconds after sending his. Issei-chan. You replied. Yay. Good morning. So, are you busy today? Please tell me soon. The anticipation is killing me. Holy hell, this girl is over dramatic. I've never met someone this excited to hang out with me. Issei thought, shaking his head. He reluctantly texted her back. Well, it is Friday. I suppose I'm free this weekend. I'm not particularly interested in seeing that movie, but we can hang out later, I guess. Please. I really want to go see that movie. Serafal messaged back. Then go see it without me. He messaged back. It won't be as fun without you. Please go with me. I don't want to go by myself. My sister is being mean to me and already refused to go. Serafal's message came back almost instantly. Alright, fine. I don't know why you're so adamant about seeing it with me though. He responded. You're the only person I know in this town and you'll keep me safe from all the stalkers. She shot back. He sighed, what am I, your bodyguard? Maybe. She replied with a winky face emoji. I'll pick you up at 6 at your house, he texted back with a sigh. No. I'd prefer you not come by my house. My sister goes to your school and is a bit of a control freak. She probably wouldn't like me hanging out with one of her classmates. Pick me up at the bus stop. There's a super amazing mall right next to the movie theater too. I already bought us tickets for the movie. We should get there by 9. Can't wait to see you tonight. She texted back with more winky and smiley face emojis. She already bought the tickets before I even agreed to this. This girl's a whack job. At least she's a hot whack job. Wait. Her sister goes to Kuoh. How old is her awful? I should probably ask her when I see her later. Issei thought as he put his phone away and went to school. Kuoh Academy. Issei drove up to school receiving the usual looks of fear or admiration from the onlookers. As he parked his bike, he noticed Vali and Tiamat were both there. Vali glanced at him and laughed. 10 till. You're early today. The brunette shrugged at Vali's remark as he made his way towards the school entrance. Both Vali and Tiamat followed behind him shortly afterward. The light blue-haired dragon jabbed Issei with her elbow as she caught up with him. Nothing to say today. You're not mad we weren't here yesterday, were you? Nah, yesterday was a pretty laid-back day. Issei said distantly as he recalled all the strange events that happened. Tiamat didn't seem to like his reply as she scoffed at him. Yeah right. Don't even lie. You were bored senseless sitting around all these weak people and uptight devils, weren't you? I mean, hey, what kind of a dragon wouldn't find this place boring? You're right, Tiamat, I missed you greatly yesterday. I doodled your name with hearts and longingly stared out the window waiting for your return. Issei replied sarcastically. Tiamat rewarded his comment with a rough punch. The usual onlookers seemed surprised that she would punch Issei, but were even more surprised when Issei didn't retaliate. He glanced over at her annoyed. Don't do that again. She gave him a cocky smirk. Or what? You wanna fight me, Issei? Because I'd rather like that. She's going to keep doing this until you prove yourself to her. You already challenged her the other day with that stare. This is a bad situation. Ddraig commented psychically to Issei as the delinquent glared at Tiamat. Damn Ddraig, you're right. She's really got me in a pinch here. If I retaliate, I reveal that I'm stronger than they think, but if I let her do shit like this, I'm her bitch. Issei thought annoyed. You could probably use some of your other dragon powers and still keep the sacred gear and me a secret. Granted, Tiamat is very powerful, so I would not suggest giving her a reason to go all out. Just enough to prove that you're strong. Ddraig suggested. Good idea. Issei thought as he walked into the building with Vali and Tiamat. Tiamat stepped in front of him shortly after they entered and stopped Issei from walking forward. I didn't hear your answer yet, Issei. Do you want to try me? Back off, Tiamat. We don't need this kind of attention at school. You can settle this shit later. Vali said quietly as a large crowd of people stopped to see why Issei and Tiamat were staring each other down. She laughed and placed her hands behind her head. Oh, if you insist, Vali. I'll see you two in class. I'm gonna go buy a snack. You want anything? Whatever you get me is fine. Vali replied. Tiamat glanced at Issei afterward. You want something too? I don't really care. Issei shrugged. I know what to get you. Tiamat said with a smirk before walking off and leaving Issei and Vali at the entrance. After Tiamat walked off, Vali glanced at Issei and sighed. She's got it in her head that you're very powerful, and you know how dragons are when they hear someone is powerful. I'm not saying you have to fight her, but you should probably avoid provoking her if you can. Tiamat is still a bit annoyed that you won't join us. Thanks for the heads up. Issei replied as he and Vali walked up the stairs towards class. As they ascended the stairs, a large group of devils passed by them on the left side going down. Issei and Vali both looked over seeing Sona and her entire peerage, along with the Gremory girl and several of hers. Every single one of the devils looked over at Issei and Vali without very much subtlety. It could best be described as a wave of heads turning. Issei recognized a few of the passing peerage devils including the blonde guy, Kiba, the blue-haired girl Tsubasa, and of course Aji. He didn't really know any of the other ones or remember them. Tsubasa nervously looked down the moment Issei made eye contact with her. Kiba was actually nice enough to wave at Issei, but Saji sent him a predictable glare. Several of the others had various looks of curiosity. The most notable among them was the white-haired freshman with yellow eyes. She stared at Issei and Vali intensely and sniffed several times. Vali rolled her eyes at them and sneered as she practically stuck her nose up at the devils. Vali briefly stopped and nudged Issei. Look at all that royalty, Issei. Haha. He didn't say anything as he simply kept walking up the stairs. Vali's gaze briefly lingered on the devils for a moment before she turned and followed behind the delinquent dragon. Some of the devils seemed triggered by Vali's smug look and stopped on the stairs as the duo kept walking. After Issei and Vali were gone, Akeno closed her eyes and spoke passively with a smile. She seems like a bitch. Riaz turned towards Sona confused. Who is that girl? Is she a dragon too? She's the one that came here with Tiamat Sama, right? Sona shook her head. I don't know very much about her, but from what I've seen, Tiamat Sama is usually always with her. She doesn't really seem like a dragon. But that silver hair of hers is very familiar looking. She smells like a devil to me. Haidu doesn't smell like anything though. I find it strange that he's a dragon without a scent. They're really hard to miss. Kaneko piped up with a stoic tone. She is a devil. Why did she look at us like that then? Doesn't she recognize Riaz or Sona? Akeno asked curiously. She called us royalty. I'd wager she did. Riaz said annoyed. I don't know who that girl is, but she must be powerful if Tiamat Sama and Haidu-san are associating with her. Tsubaki cut into the conversation. Sona looked at her queen and nodded in agreement. You make a good point, Tsubaki. If that girl is a devil, she's certainly a high-class devil. No dragon would follow a devil they thought was weak. Especially two of them. If that's not a clear indicator of her being suspicious, that girl certainly didn't think much of us either. That is troubling indeed if she knows who we are. She might be associated with a house we don't know about. Tsubaki shook her head. Silver gray hair is only really common among one devil clan. Greyfias. Riaz cut in with a serious expression. Sona adjusted her glasses and gave Riaz a serious look. Silver hair. High-class devil. Unknown to the current heiresses of the Gremory and Citri clans. I don't think that girl is one of ours. She practically sneered at us too. How can we be sure she's a high-class devil though? Kiba asked curiously. Riaz shook her head. We can't. But I'm willing to bet on it. Who do you think she is, Sona? Tsubaki asked seriously. I'm probably jumping to conclusions here, but I don't think she's part of the anti-Satan faction. She might be one of the old Satan faction surviving high-class devils. That is assuming she is part of the Lucifuge clan. Sona stated seriously. Wait, what? Tsubaki gasped. What on earth would Tiamat be doing associating with a member of the old Satan faction? She's technically on good terms with the Mao last I heard. Riaz said, shaking her head. I'm not sure, but that makes Tiamat's presence here all the more serious now. Sona said as she adjusted her glasses again. Riaz frowned. You said my brother was sending someone to keep an eye on the situation here. Who did he send? Greyfia. Any word on that yet? Greyfia would definitely be able to tell us if that girl is one of theirs. Unfortunately, out of all the good options he had, Surzich's Sama sent my sister, Serafal. She got here yesterday. She's in the city if anything serious requires intervention, but thankfully your brother told her to stay away from the school so that she wouldn't provoke a conflict. Sona answered. Leviathan Sama is here. Riaz said, surprised. Sona nodded. Sadly. I would have preferred Beelzebub Sama to come. He's the one who actually knows Tiamat Sama out of all the Mau from what I've heard. Greyfia-san would have been useful as well. My sister is powerful, but she lacks restraint or diplomacy skills. She probably would have destroyed this whole city if that Vali girl looked at her like she did to us. I suppose if things were dire, Ajuka-sama would have come. I'm sure your sister's presence is simply a precaution. You know Surzich's would never allow me to be in harm's way. Riaz sighed in annoyance. Still. We should watch that rogue devil girl. She looks like she's more trouble than either one of the dragons. She certainly doesn't like us. Sona stated strongly. I agree. I also don't like the idea of her being friends with Haidu-san. How powerful is he exactly? Did he say what they wanted from him? Riaz asked. Sona sighed. I have no idea how powerful he is, but he says he's half dragon and doesn't fear being rogue. I'm assuming he's at least as strong as you and me. You really think he's that strong? Riaz asked, surprised. If he's not, then he's fearless at the very least. Sona noted. I'm going to ask Greyfia to investigate that Vali girl. If she is a part of the old Satan faction, then it's imperative that we find out as soon as possible. Riaz said seriously. Let me know if she discovers anything relevant. Sona stated before walking away with her peerage. Lunchtime. Issei was sitting on the rooftop eating lunch with a careless, distant expression on his face. His mind kept wandering to the thought of his date after school. Is it a date? I mean, she seems to like me, but I feel like she's one of those girls that doesn't really understand romance. She's too childish and weird to really know what a date is. HMPH. No, it's not a date. We're just going to watch some corny-ass magical girl movie, and she'll say some girly stuff after I drive her back, and that'll be the end of that. Would I give her my email? I mean, she's really pretty and kind of cool, but is she really girlfriend material? Even if she is. Do I really want to get her involved in all this devil and angel nonsense? Hey, Issei, I want to show you something. The delinquent heard before a powerful fist collided with his face. He was immediately ripped from his dazed thoughts and jumped up alertly. He saw an amused Tiamat standing in front of him with a deadly grin. I just punched you again. What are you going to do about it? She asked tauntingly. Nobody else was on the rooftop and Vali was nowhere to be seen for some reason. He had been expecting them to show up at some point but was surprised to only see Tiamat. Tiamat noticed his looking around and laughed. Vali's not here to protect you, Issei. You and I are going to settle this dispute right now. What the fuck is your problem? He asked angrily. You're the one who started this. Looking at me like you think you can take me on. Why don't you prove it to me, tough guy? She hissed as she swung her arm in for a swift jab. Issei immediately evaded her attack with his heightened reflexes and dodged all of her follow-up attacks with calm agile movements. Quit dancing around me, bitch. Fight me, Issei. Tiamat hissed again as she tackled him as hard as she could. Issei caught her mid-tackle and immediately threw her to the ground on her back. He cracked his knuckles and neck as she aggressively stood back up. She seemed excited by his retaliation. About fucking time you did something. And here I thought you were too scared to hit a girl. Before she could do anything else, Issei grabbed her by the throat and pinned her against the ground. She seemed surprised by his strength but pleased at his actions. She didn't struggle under his grip and looked up at him from her back. You're stronger in this form of yours than I thought. Impressive. If you're trying to piss me off, you're doing a great job. Issei growled at her. Tiamat grinned at him. Oh, I'm trying. How's about you quit pretending like you're some nobody and tell me how strong you really are. If it'll make you fuck off, then fine. Issei said annoyed as he got off her and stood back up. Tiamat stared at him eagerly as Issei's body glowed red briefly. His eyes dilated and flashed into a golden green color before two red wings came out of his back. They were not his sacred gear's wings, but instead the extra pair he had acquired from Red. His nails shaped into claws and fangs came out of his mouth a moment later. Tiamat watched his transformation with a wide grin. Amazing aura. I'm surprised you're able to keep it hidden all the time. I'm even more surprised that you would. Issei stared her down. Is this enough to satisfy you? For now, I suppose. I won't make you actually fight me at school. Maybe some other time. Tiamat said coolly. Issei wasted no time immediately reverting back to his normal form and concealing his aura again after hearing her answer. He thankfully kept his power heavily suppressed during his showcase to Tiamat, or every devil and angel within the city limits would have sensed his power. The little bit that he did show was thankfully enough to calm Tiamat down. She brushed up closely to him once he was back to normal. I'd show you mine, but I don't want to scare the devils into sending an army here. Such a shame. Issei replied sarcastically. I can give you something though. She said wickedly. What's that? Issei asked cautiously. A moment later Tiamat moved her face really close to his. Is she going to kiss me or something? Issei thought disbelievingly. Tiamat grabbed Issei's face, pulled open his mouth, and breathed a light amount of blue flames down his throat. Issei had no idea what she was trying to do and stared at her confused as she backed off with a malicious smile. Take that as my apology for being aggressive to you, Issei. She said calmly. What the hell was that? He asked confused. Oh? You don't know what I just did? Ha 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 ha, oh, that's precious. You sure you're a dragon? She laughed at his confusion. Issei gave her a sharp look before rolling his eyes. Whatever, I don't care anyway. When you figure it out, let me know, and we'll go from there. She practically giggled at his ignorance. Ddraig, what did she just do to me? What was that? Ddraig. Say something, partner. Issei spoke to the Welsh dragon. Ddraig replied after a long silence. It was nothing. She's just trying to piss you off again. Don't worry about it. Issei sat down again and continued to eat his lunch. Tiamat sat next to him a moment later and sighed. Vali's got some meeting with her family again. Thankfully I didn't have to go this time. Her family? Are they a part of the Cows Brigade too? Issei asked. Tiamat shrugged. Yeah, some of them are I think. A lot of the old Satan faction is a part of the Cows Brigade actually. Why? Speaking of that, why are you even aligned with devils? Aren't Dragon Kings supposed to be super powerful beings? Issei asked. Slow down there, Issei. Let me explain. The 5 great Dragon Kings are indeed mighty, but we're not invincible. A high-class Satan devil is still a match for a Dragon King. And there's a lot of powerful devils in the underworld. I try to stay on their good side. If only to avoid being put into some sacred gear or get sealed away somewhere. Too many of our brethren were subjected to that fate, unfortunately. There's not that many of us left, so it does no good to our species for me to be reckless. Tiamat sighed. Well, you should know they're super concerned about you being at this school. One of those devil princesses even asked me why you and Vali were here. That seems kind of reckless to me. Not that I care. Issei told her. Tiamat shrugged. I'll bet they did. Spoiled little bitches are probably mad they can't just force me out of their territory without starting a major fight. I never much cared for the current Mayu and all their Pampa siblings and heirs. The Astaroth clan is okay, but I am not a fan of the Gremmery or Citri houses. They've probably already told Big Brother Surziches that I'm here. So, you're on good terms with the ruling devil clans, but you're also part of a faction that opposes them? Issei asked confused. I've only recently shed my need to stay in their good graces. With Vali and Offa supporting me, I don't really have to do what Ajuka or any of the mass tell me to now. Tiamat said distantly. Vali must be really strong if you're willing to follow her over the Mau. Issei noted. Tiamat nodded. She is. Vali could honestly be a Satan if she really wanted. So, what is it you want then? Are you simply part of the Cows Brigade just because Office is in charge of it and you're tired of being a devil's pet? Issei asked. Tiamat shrugged. Something like that. Vali recruited me and made a promise to help me with a personal issue of mine. I didn't believe her at first until. Issei looked at her confused. Until what? Ahaha. Nothing. Vali just surprised me is all. When I found out her faction supported Office, I decided it was worth following over the current Mau. Tiamat said distantly. Something's been bothering me lately. What does Office want and why is she leading this faction of yours? She seems like the last being that would care to get involved in a conflict like this. Issei asked seriously. The blue-haired dragon sighed. Didn't you ask us this already? Office is difficult to understand. That's something you should ask her yourself. Considering she knew of your existence here, I'm positive she'll tell you herself at some point. How long do you and Vali plan on going to school here? Is your recruiting going alright? Issei asked. The dragon shrugged. Hard to say. Politics are slow and boring. We don't really have anything else to do right now other than recruit people, and you're the only one we've found worth anything. I'm honored. But I'm still not joining you. He replied dryly. That's okay. We're also staying in this town for another reason. Tiamat said seriously. What reason might that be? Issei asked. Tiamat shook her head. I can't tell you everything, Issei. Not unless you're actually one of us. Nothing personal. Fair enough. He sighed. A moment later the bell rang, catching both of their attentions. Issei stood up. Well, I'm going back to class. You coming? I'll be right there. Tiamat replied as Issei walked back inside and down the stairs. Later that day Issei was finally through the long and arduous school day and was somewhat looking forward to seeing Serafal. As he and Tiamat walked down the stairs together, they were blocked when a devil stepped in front of them. Much to Issei's surprise, it was Saji. He seemed less angry and more serious, as if he had something to say. Tiamat looked at him and then at Issei before shaking her head. Issei crossed his arms. You need something? Can I talk to you? In private? He asked somewhat respectfully. Tiamat scoffed at him and simply walked past. I'll see you around, Issei. Have a good weekend. I might drop in on you at some point. Later, Tiamat. Issei replied, waving at her. After she was gone, Issei looked back at Saji with a serious face. You want to talk to me in private? What the hell could you possibly have to say to me? Look man. Please. He asked again before looking around at the curious students who wondered what Saji was talking to Issei for. The Sekyuute sighed. Alright fine. Lead the way. Saji immediately led Issei outside and to a more secluded area before turning around. The devil stared at him with strong, determined eyes. What do you want? Issei asked, already annoyed. First off, to apologize about the other day. I just get a bit fired up when it comes to the president. She's a really good person and doesn't deserve to be disrespected. Saji began. Issei crossed his arms again. Respect is not some inherent right you're born with. It's something that has to be earned. But regardless, I hold no ill will towards her. She told me she tried to recruit you into our peerage. I'm not surprised you said no. But honestly, I doubt you would have been able to join it anyway. He continued. Why is that? Issei asked. Her peerage is pretty much full except for her pawns. There's 8 total evil pieces for pawns in a high-class devil's peerage. I took up 4 of them. And considering you're way stronger than me, the other 4 wouldn't have been enough to make you a devil. Saji explained thoroughly. Is there a point to this? Issei asked as he checked the time. Saji nodded. Yeah, there is. I heard you're a dragon. I just wanted to ask if you would train me. Issei deadpanned at him. What? Look man, this is shameful for me alright. But I don't really know who else to ask. My sacred gear has a dragon in it and I figured you could at least help me out a little bit, you know. Seeing as how you're a dragon too. Saji said, almost embarrassed. Issei shrugged. Look, even if I could help you, which I probably can't, why would I want to? What do I gain from training some devil how to use his dragon sacred gear? Saji frowned at Issei's lack of interest. It wouldn't be anything crazy or long term. Just like a few hours one day. I really want to get stronger and I don't know how. I figured it was a waste of time asking you, but I at least thought I'd try. What's your reason for getting stronger? Issei asked. His question caused Saji to perk up anxiously. I want to be able to protect Kaichu and the others. I want to be more than just her devil servant one day. I want them all to see me as someone worthy of the Citri name. He replied. Issei rolled his eyes at the answer. Why would I train you just so you can be a more useful slave to them? Maybe if you had some real ambition I'd consider it. Granted, your lack of ambition is also why you're weak right now. Saji grimaced his teeth at Issei's brutal response. I was ambitious enough to ask a jerk like you, wasn't I? You're missing the point, dude. I'm not going to train you if you're just going to keep being a simp for them. If you had a real goal, I'd reconsider. Issei explained. What did you just call me? A simp? Saji said angrily. Issei sighed. Yeah, your only goal right now seems to be getting stronger so you can impress some devil princess and a bunch of other girls. That kind of attitude will never make you truly powerful. That'll just make you a useful tool. You should only bother getting stronger for your own reason. My own reason? I guess I don't have one. Saji said as he drifted off in thought. Most people don't. That's why they end up as servants. Issei replied. What's your reason then? To be stronger, I mean. Saji asked curiously. Issei just chuckled for a moment. I have many. But being the master of my own destiny is the biggest. Saji stared at him for a moment confused. What do you mean? I mean, I'm strong so I don't have to be anyone's servant. Issei answered. I guess that explains the delinquent thing. Saji looked down for a moment. I just don't know if I could have that same goal. Especially now that I'm already a devil. You don't have to take it as far as me, but at the very least you should want something more for yourself. Get stronger for yourself. Not for them. In doing so you'll probably end up impressing them more than you ever would as a selfless white knight. Also, if you want the president to like you, then stop sucking up to her like all the other servants. She'll never respect you otherwise. Issei said calmly. I never really thought of it that way. Saji said distantly as if he was absorbing Issei's words. When you find your own reason, let me know. Issei said casually as he turned to leave. Hey, Haidu-san, are we at least cool then? Saji asked. Yeah, we're fine, devil. Just don't piss me off and we'll stay that way. Issei replied before walking off. Before he was gone, Saji called out again. By the way, you might want to stay away from that Vali chick. The others are really concerned about her. If you're serious about staying out of politics around here, then you're probably better off avoiding her. I'll keep that in mind. Issei said before heading for his motorcycle. The bus stopped near 3rd Street as he rode his motorcycle up to the place where Serafal told him to meet her. Issei was shocked to see she was already there. I wonder how long she's been here. She must have known when school ended for Kuoh Academy students. Issei noted as pulled up. Serafal was wearing a magical girl cosplay again, much to Issei's dismay. He almost facepalmed when she stood up and ran towards him. Issei-chan. You're here. She said super excitedly as if she were a child. Issei looked at her outfit and sighed. You're wearing that getup again. We're not going to a convention, you know. Yeah, but it's a Milky Spiral 7 movie. She announced. And why does that mean you have to dress up? He asked. Serafal gave him a guilty smile as she looked down. Well, it is the opening day for the movie. So what time was it again? 9. He asked. Yep. We have some time before it starts, so let's go to the mall and go shopping. Serafal cheered. A moment later, she immediately got on the back of his motorcycle and wrapped her arms around his waist. We can get dinner before the movie too. I'll let you pick the place. Okay. How long is this movie anyway? Issei asked curiously. It's almost 3 hours long. 2 hours and 45 minutes to be exact. Though we have to stay for the end credit special scene. She said cheerily. Are you serious? I can't sit through 3 hours of magical girls. Issei thought horrified. Since when did anime movies get that long? Aren't they supposed to be like an hour and a half? Go go go. Serafal cheered, which caused Issei to take off on his bike. After a quick and wild ride through town, they ended up reaching the mall. Issei caught more than few stares from the large crowds of people as he rode up and parked his motorcycle. After they got off, Serafal eagerly snaked an arm around one of his as she practically dragged him into the mall. To say that people were staring was an understatement. People's eyes were glued to the odd pair as they walked inside past the various crowds of mall-goers. Issei felt almost embarrassed to be seen hanging out with a magical girl cosplayer in public like this, but considering how beautiful Serafal was, nobody could really blame him. Several girls gasped as they pointed at the duo. Ah, look at how adorable she is. What is she doing with a scary guy like that? Are they a couple? Another girl gasped excitedly as if she was watching celebrities walk by. What's that sexy guy doing dating some otaku weirdo? Another girl said confused. Issei immediately realized something at that very moment. Every person watching them thought Serafal was his girlfriend. She's so cute. I want to take a picture with her. One guy said to his friends. Not a chance, dude. That guy she's with looks mean as fuck. One of his buddies replied. Yeah right, I'll show that asshole what's up. The overly ambitious guy announced to his friends before walking in front of Issei and Seraphol. Hey babe, you're looking fine in that outfit. Mind if I take a picture? He asked loudly. Seraphol smiled as she held up a peace sign. Sure, go ahead and take one of us. Nah, honey, I just want a picture of you and me if you know what I mean. He said as he tried to push Issei away. Issei immediately pushed the guy back. He ended up using way more strength than he meant to, which caused a guy to go flying through the glass display of a local store. Holy shit. Did you see what that asshole just did? Get him. One of the guy's buddies shouted as he charged Issei. The delinquent dragon effortlessly dodged the guy's swing and tripped him. A moment later Issei stomped on the downed man's leg, causing him to cry out in agony. The surrounding crowd looked horrified by the display of violence. The first guy came back from his trip into the glass display and pointed at Issei, yelling loudly. That punk just assaulted me. Someone call the cops. Yo man, I think he's with the Yakuza, see that jacket? Another friend pointed at Issei seriously. The first guy immediately backed down scared. I don't want any trouble bro. I'm sorry. Issei sighed heavily before simply walking past the crowd of onlookers and two injured men. Seraphol was surprisingly quiet during the whole excursion. She's probably regretting this get-together already. Stuff like this always happens whenever I go anywhere with a girl. Issei thought to himself. You really are my bodyguard, aren't you? Seraphol giggled at Issei as they walked further away. After everyone recovered from the initial shock of the situation, the crowd started moving along again. Nobody dared to try and apprehend Issei as they all assumed he was some big-shot gangster now. Many surrounding women were now eyeing him up with approving lustful eyes, as if the sight of his defending Seraphol made him more desirable. Issei wasn't really paying attention to the strange reactions of the public. He was more concerned about what Seraphol was thinking at that moment. He looked down at Seraphol, surprised that she wasn't upset or bothered by what just happened. Much to his confusion, she seemed to enjoy it. I'm surprised you're not upset about this. Issei said honestly. Seraphol looked at him with wide eyes and smiled. Why would I be? You threw some jerk through a glass display. That was awesome. Yeah, sure. Issei replied, somewhat surprised. A magical girl cosplayer that likes reckless motorcycle rides and condones violence. She just keeps getting weirder. Man, I hope these people don't think I was trying to be chivalrous. Issei thought to himself as several women gave him dreamy looks. Oh my god, did you just see what he did to those jerks? They were all trying to mess with his girl, and he just threw that one through the glass. A loud gossiping girl said to her friend. I wish he was my boyfriend. That girl is lucky to have a man that'll stand up for her. Another woman said. Issei could hear all of these weird conversations thanks to his dragon senses and was extremely thankful that Seraphol couldn't. Damn it. So much for that. Man, this got so awkward all of a sudden. At least Seraphol can't hear all of them talking. If she could hear all the crazy shit these people are saying about us, things would be really weird. Issei thought as he looked down at Seraphol again. She seemed like she was getting embarrassed for some reason. Her cheeks were red, much to Issei's surprise. Despite not knowing her for very long, he knew that Seraphol wasn't much of a shy person. Although considering the crazy amount of attention they were getting, he figured even she had her limit. Hey, Issei, let's go in there. Seraphol pointed to a nearby store. Much to his horror, it was a woman's clothing store. He was very reluctant to go inside, but was grateful for any excuse to ditch the crowd of staring people. As they walked inside, the employees greeted them warmly. Issei was thankful that they were professional enough to not say anything about his jacket and her magical girl costume. Seraphol anxiously pranced around the store as she found a bunch of different outfits. Once she had a few, she went to the changing room in the back. Issei awkwardly stood there, not really sure what to do or where to go. He felt extremely uncomfortable being in a woman's clothing store and tried to avoid the weird look several women would give him as he waited on Seraphol to change. One even had the initiative to walk up to him. Are you waiting on your girlfriend? Yeah. Issei said without thinking. The woman seemed disappointed at the news as she nodded and walked past. He didn't care enough to figure out why she even bothered to ask him. A moment later the curtain opened up and Seraphol walked out. She appeared a bit flustered again as she looked at Issei. What? He asked as he tried to read her expression. Seraphol immediately looked down. Nothing. How does it look on me? The girl picked out a sexy punk-looking outfit that almost matched him. It consisted of a cute sleeveless black top with black and red frilly skirt and fishnet stockings. She also had some black boots and armlets on as well. You look awesome. Next time we go stunt riding, you should definitely wear that. Issei remarked with approval. Seraphol continued trying on multiple different outfits for the next hour. For some reason, Issei felt more comfortable with being in the store now and was surprisingly not hating the shopping experience. When the two finally left the store, Serafal was back in her magical girl cosplay and had at least 5 bags of new clothes with her. She seemed to be in a really good mood, much to Issei's relief. They continued their shopping for several more hours and ended up buying the Milky Spiral 7 video game and some random other games. After they were finally done with shopping, the two ended up at this random restaurant in the mall that Issei chose. Upon sitting down, they were surprised to see a lot of couples in the restaurant. Issei felt awkward again when he wondered what Serafal probably thought about the meeting there. This day has been almost like an actual date. Now we're in this couple's diner. Geez. I hope she doesn't take this the wrong way. I had no idea this was a couple's diner. Issei thought as he maintained his calm outer stoicism. Serafal looked around at several of the couples in the room and immediately looked down embarrassed. This place looks nice. Hopefully. I've never been here before. Issei replied as he stole a few glances at nearby couples. Hey, Issei, thanks for going with me today. It means a lot to have someone to go to these things with, she said somewhat nervously. Yeah, no problem, Serafal. Issei replied. He wasn't sure what to follow up with and looked away a moment later. When I was texting you last night and you didn't reply. I thought maybe you didn't like me or something. A lot of people think I'm weird, she said honestly. There's no denying you're a bit weird, but that's what makes you interesting. It's boring to be like everyone else, anyway, he replied. Serafal blushed at his comment as she looked up at him. Hello, are you two ready to order? A waitress interrupted Serafal, causing her to immediately give up on whatever she was going to say. The two ordered their food and once the waitress was gone, they lost all momentum from the previous conversation. Trying to think of anything he could say to keep things from getting awkward again, Issei spoke up. So, what's with the whole magical girl thing? I've been wondering why you like it so much. Oh, that. Well, it's kind of a long story really. You sure you want to hear it? Serafal asked. Issei nodded. Yeah, I mean, it just seems like something an older girl wouldn't really be into. Serafal frowned. I guess it's because I never really had much of a childhood, to be honest. Why? Issei wondered. Well, my family is pretty wealthy and they're a bit elitist, if you know what I mean. When I was a girl I didn't have much of a childhood as I was the eldest in the heir. My parents groomed me and trained me so much in my youth that I ended up resenting it as I grew older. One day I came across magical girls and it changed my life. I felt a real connection with it, as if it were a missing piece of me. I know that sounds stupid, but that's why I like it, Serafal explained with shy honesty. Issei nodded his head at her with eyes of sympathy. That explains a lot. There's nothing wrong with feeling that way. To me it's freedom. You can't always live your life by someone else's rules. You have to make your own if you want to enjoy it. Yeah. My parents are a bit ashamed of it, but my sister is their heir now, so I guess what I choose to do isn't really important anymore. Serafal sighed. You said your sister goes to my school. How old are you, if you don't mind my asking? Issei said as cautiously as possible. Serafal seemed a bit alarmed by his question as she looked down for a moment. Oh. I did say that, didn't I? Issei shrugged. It's cool, you don't have to tell me. I guess that was kind of rude to ask. It's okay. She finally replied. Don't take it the wrong way. I wouldn't care if you were older. I was just curious is all. Issei tried to diffuse the tension again. I suppose you could say I'm old enough to get married. Serafal finally answered. Issei looked at her, cocking his head in confusion. It's a wonder you aren't already. That's what my parents keep saying. But I don't want to marry anyone unless I love them. I guess my childish selfishness is just another reason for them to think less of me. Serafal shrugged. Your parents sound like some uptight rich people I know. Issei remarked as he thought of devils in general. Little did he know the irony behind his inner musings. Hey, Issei, are you religious at all, by chance? She asked curiously. He looked at her and shrugged. Not really. An old childhood friend of mine was Christian the first think. I'm too busy with my own life to get all involved in the prayer and worship stuff. Why do you ask? I was just wondering if you believed in the supernatural, she said with a curious face. He looked at her uncertainly. You mean like actual magic and ghosts and demons? All that stuff? Serafal nodded. Yeah. What would you think if that stuff was real? Issei shook his head. I wouldn't care. Even if it was real, I doubt I'd ever get involved with any of it. If it was, would you ever want to experience something special like that? Like learning magic or something? She asked curiously. Issei thought for a moment. Well, I always thought it'd be cool to wake up one day with superpowers, but I'm sure it's got a downside to it as well. That kind of power always attracts enemies. You don't seem to have a problem dealing with those, Serafal said with a smile. Issei wasn't sure where she was going with the topic, but simply shrugged in silence. Serafal looked away for a moment before making eye contact again. What if I told you I was an actual magical girl? He laughed at her statement. I'd probably believe you. I mean, you've somehow convinced me to hang out with you. If that's not magic, I don't know what is. She blushed at his statement and didn't say anything in response. The moment those words left his lips, Issei thought about them more carefully. Wait. What the hell did I just say to her? Serafal looked back at him with a smile. Would you ever be interested in joining my, social group? What? A social group? Like your friends? Issei said, confused. Serafal nodded. Why, yeah. It's like a fan group for all this cool supernatural stuff. I know it sounds a bit silly, but my other friends would really like you. Issei simply chuckled. I don't know. I'm not much of a group person. I mean, I might make my own gang one day, but I doubt I'd get along with people like that. You get along with me though, she said, looking down. He looked at her, crossing his arms. And, well, you don't have to right now if you don't want, but I'd really like you to meet my friends sometime, she said enthusiastically. We'll see, I guess. Issei shrugged. Well, even if you don't, you can still spend time with me, right? She asked. Hopefully. Issei simply chuckled. So long as you don't turn into some kind of monster, then yeah. Serafal's face froze up at his joke. She looked at him somewhat distraught. Oh. I mean, that's not something you have to worry about. I can't imagine you as anything but a nice girl. Issei noted. Thanks, Issei. She said distantly. He noticed her weird change in behavior and cocked his head. For what? You alright? Oh yes, I'm fine. I'm just. She trailed off, not finding the words to say. Issei remained silent, waiting for her to finish her thought. Finally, Serafal simply smiled. I'm just glad I met you. Nobody I know really treats me like a girl except for you. My family and even most of my friends see me as some rich, irresponsible woman who should take everything more serious. It's nice having someone who doesn't judge me for being the way I am. Oh, I still judge you. Issei laughed. Serafal's face immediately reddened as she looked at him, embarrassed. Why, you do? I see you as a fun girl and a good person. A bit weird. Probably a bit crazy, but hey, that's what makes people unique. Issei noted. Hey Issei, can I ask you something? Serafal spoke slowly. Go ahead. He nodded. Earlier when we were shopping, someone said Serafal tried to speak but was interrupted again when the server showed up with their food. Here's your meals. They're hot, so be careful. The waitress announced as she placed the food in front of them. Oh, sweet. Issei said as he immediately dug into his meal. Serafal lost her momentum again and decided to give up on the topic as she ate her meal as well. The two ate in silence for about a minute until Issei looked back at her. What were you trying to tell me? Nothing important, she said with a smile before going back to her food. The two of them ordered some type of burgers and fries. They ate the rest of it in relative silence, minus a few comments here and there about the taste of the food. After they finished eating, both were alarmed when the waitress brought over a single large milkshake with 2 straws. Both Issei and Serafal looked at it uncertainly as the waitress happily placed it between them. I don't think we ordered a milkshake, Issei said immediately. The waitress smiled at them and shook her head. No, but this one is on the house for that amazing Milky Spiral 7 cosplay. Thank you, Serafal said with a warm smile. You're so adorable. It's kind of cute seeing Miltan with a delinquent tough guy. The waitress giggled as she looked between Issei and Serafal. We're going to see the new Milky Spiral 7 movie tonight, Serafal announced proudly. The waitress looked at them surprised and glanced over at Issei. I guess looks are deceiving because your boyfriend is a sweetheart for taking you to see it. I'm so jealous. Can I please take a picture with you too? Issei almost choked on the milkshake he was already slurping through the draw. Serafal seemed a bit caught off guard by the remark too. Why, yeah, sure, Serafal answered, still recovering from the girl's comment. After an awkward picture, the waitress joyously looked at them. Thanks a lot. You guys have fun now. Enjoy the rest of your date. You treat her nice now, boyfriend Kun. Issei and Serafal both made eye contact after the girl was gone and stared at each other uncertainly. How's that milkshake taste? Can I have some too? Serafal asked after a long silence. It looked like she wanted to say something else but changed her mind at the last second. Go ahead, there's 2 straws, he replied as he immediately went back to drinking it. The two quietly slurped out of the large milkshake with their faces not far apart. Issei had no idea what was going through Serafal's mind right now, but she didn't have anything to say about the boyfriend comment, much to his relief. It's not that he was opposed to the idea of dating her, but he was honestly not sure if it was a good idea. He barely knew her, and a girl like her was too sweet and innocent to get involved with him. With all the trouble he seemed to be attracting lately, Issei would probably end up ruining her life if the devils or angels went after her in an attempt to provoke him. Not only that, but Issei did not expect Serafal to like him as much as she did. He couldn't quite explain it, but something in his instincts kept him from feeling at ease about the whole situation. This is so good. Save me some too, Issei. Serafal said cheerily before returning to the milkshake. Her attitude appeared to be back to normal. I wonder if she thinks this is a date or a friendly social outing. I seriously can't even tell right now. Judging by her personality, it seems likely that she would have asked me to be her boyfriend if she really wanted it. Maybe she just wants to be friends. I don't have time for that. What am I even doing here with her? Issei thought to himself as he tried to read Serafal's behavior. Issei checked the time and saw that it was 8:30 before looking up. We need to get going if we want to catch the movie. Oh, the movie starts soon. Come on Issei, let's hurry. Serafal said urgently as she slapped down a ton of money on the table and dragged him out of the restaurant. Issei didn't have time to see how much it was, but it was clearly way more than their meals cost. After leaving, they quickly made their way to the movie theater and after some brief waiting finally made it to their seats. I can't wait for this movie. Serafal announced as she and Issei sat down in a middle row. This is going to be a long 3 hours. He thought as the trailers started to play. Midnight Issei felt relief finally walking outside again. He shook his head and cringed. I'm never watching another magical girl movie for as long as I live. Why the hell did I go out with her? I could have been flying around with Red right about now. Speaking of which, the big guy is probably wondering where I've been all week. That was amazing. Can you believe how that final battle went? I want to learn how to do that sparkling twilight attack. Serafal said happily. Well, at least you liked it. Issei said, still recovering from the mind-numbing movie. This has been such an amazing day. I'm so glad you came with me. Serafal said happily. Issei checked the time. Well, it's pretty late, I should probably drop you off at home. Already? She gasped, somewhat disappointed. Yeah, it's late. I don't know what else you expect to do tonight. He replied. I mean, I can think of a few things, but getting her involved with me seems like a bad idea, so I'm better off avoiding that route. Issei thought to himself. She looked away nervously for a moment. Yeah, sorry. I don't know what I was thinking. Let's get going. Issei replied before the conversation could go somewhere he didn't want. He immediately went to his motorcycle with Serafal behind him. He wasted no time taking her straight home as he was pretty tired and ready to crash for the night. Upon pulling up onto her street, Serafal spoke up. Wait, the bus stop is back there. You don't have to drop me off directly at the house. Shyly. Yes, who are you? Issei asked immediately. Hey, are you Issei Haidu? The twin-tailed girl practically gasped. Issei nodded. Yeah. What the hell is this about? Are you two nuns or something? Issei, it's me. Don't you recognize me at all? The twin-tailed girl asked. The delinquent gave her a brief stare before speaking. No. Issei, I'm so hurt that you'd forget me. The twin-tailed girl said in a dramatic fashion. He gave her a blank stare. How do you know me, exactly? It's me, Irina. Irina Shidu. We were childhood friends, remember? She said strongly. Issei thought for a moment until Irina pulled out a picture of her and Issei as children. Only then did he finally remember who this girl was. He looked at her confused. Shidu-kun? I thought you were a boy. Why you? What? Irina gawked at him in disbelief. Regardless, what do you want from me now? I haven't spoken to you since we were kids. Issei said seriously. About that. My friend and I were wondering if we could talk to your parents. She said embarrassed. My parents? They're both on vacation right now. What business do you have with them? Issei asked suspiciously. He sniffed the air curiously for a moment to see if they were anything unusual. To his surprise, they were both humans. Well, is it okay if we stay with you for a few days? Irina finally worked up the courage to ask. Issei looked at her bewildered. Why? What made me your first choice? Don't you have a family around here? My family moved away, remember? Otherwise you'd still be friends with me. Zenobia and I are kind of, well, broke. Irina admitted shamefully. What are you even doing here in Kuoh then? You two look like you're a part of the church. You can't stay with them? Issei asked. The blue-haired girl finally spoke up. Forgive us for imposing on you, Issei Haidu. This is not something I'm proud of. We are here in this city on a mission from the church. We were given provisions, but Irina ended up losing most of our money. Hey, I didn't lose it. Things just happened, Irina said with a sigh. Another blue-haired girl just showing up out of the blue. I swear I should start counting them. Issei thought to himself as he examined the girl. Please, Issei. We're kind of desperate right now. You wouldn't turn away two holy women of the church, would you? That would just be evil. Irina said pleadingly as she clasped her hands. Alright, fine. He said as he let them come inside the house. Zenobia and Irina's gazes lingered on him as he sat down on his couch and looked at them. He jerked his head, motioning for them to sit down, much to their interest. Thanks, Issei, I promise you we won't be a burden. By the way, would you mind putting some clothes on? Irina asked with a flustered face. Why? Issei countered. I can't look at you like that. It's distracting. Irina stated. Alright, but we're going to go over some ground rules when I get back. He replied as he went to his room to throw on his usual delinquent attire. Upon returning, Irina's eyes widened with horror. Issei, what are you wearing? Leather. He replied as he plopped down on the couch again. You're a lot different than I remembered. Irina said with a blush as she looked him up and down for a moment. Same could be said for you. I still can't believe you're a girl. Issei replied. Thank you for letting us stay here, Issei Haidu. Your generosity is a blessing to us. Zenobia said politely. About that. I'll let you stay for a few days, but I want some answers. What is this mission the church sent you on? Issei asked curiously. We can't tell you that. It's confidential. Zenobia replied immediately. Wait. Let me guess, does it involve all the angels and devils in this town? Issei said, shaking his head. Irina frowned at him. Are you making fun of us? I know you're not much of a believer, Issei, but we're seriously here for something important and we can't tell you what it is. I wasn't making fun of you. There's a lot of devils in this town, so it would only make sense for the church to want to investigate it. Besides, that thing on her back looks like a sword. What the hell would you be doing here with one of those? Issei questioned as he looked over at Zenobia. They both seemed a bit caught off guard by Issei's intuition. The two traded brief glances with one another before Irina spoke up again. How much do you know about the supernatural happenings around Kuoh, Issei? I know my high school is full of devils, I know the church in this town is a fallen angel base, and I know you two aren't simple nuns or whatever. The dragon answered. Zenovia's eyes widened. Have you had any supernatural encounters? Unfortunately, I have. Issei sighed. We can't let you get involved with things then. It's too dangerous for a normal person. Zenobia said stoically. And you two aren't normal people? He asked skeptically. Zenobia shook her head. No, we're exorcists. Like the movie. You banish demons and shit? Issei asked, almost amused. More or less like that. We're here to retrieve some holy artifacts. Zenobia explained. Zenobia. You can't tell him that. Irina protested. The blue-haired girl shook her head. It's enough to satisfy his curiosity and enough to retain our confidentiality. I see no issue in it. Besides, your friend is already aware of the dangers in the city. Speaking of which, how exactly do you know about the angels and devils, Issei? Irina asked anxiously. He shrugged. I'll tell you that when you tell me what you're after. Touché, Issei. Irina replied with a chuckle. Alright, well, you two are probably hungry. Help yourselves to whatever you want, I'm going to go make myself some breakfast. Issei said casually as he walked over towards his kitchen. A moment later, another loud knocking came from the front door. He looked at it annoyed. Tell me you two don't have more friends coming. No, it's just the two of us. Zenobia said suspiciously as she eyed the door. Wait, Issei, it might not be safe for you two. Irina tried to voice her concern, but Issei ignored her as he opened the door again. Outside he saw two familiar faces, Raynare and Raynare. Raynare was wearing a black skirt and a lavender top. She appeared to be wearing casual attire, much to Issei's confusion. Raynare was wearing the same revealing outfit as the last time he saw her. For some reason, Raynare was also holding a large tray of some kind. What are you two doing here? Issei said, confused. Raynare and I were sent to talk to you again, but I figured we'd bring you breakfast at least. Raynare explained. She wasted no time walking past him and into his house, followed closely by Raynare. The moment the two fallen angels walked inside, they came face to face with the two exorcists. All four women stared at each other for a long moment in silence. Issei, get away from them. They're fallen angels. Irina said urgently. Chapter 4. Exorcists and Angels. Issei's house. Issei, get away from them. They're fallen angels. Irina said urgently. Are those exorcists? Raynare said, confused, as she quickly placed the tray she was carrying down on a nearby table. Raynare stared down the two women with hostility. Exorcists. Zenobia wasted no time unwrapping her blade and throwing off her robes as she stared the two angels down. Issei was still standing there, bewildered by what was happening. Irina looked at him again. Run, Issei. We'll deal with them. What the fuck is all of this? Put that down. Issei yelled at Zenobia as he immediately walked over and forced her blade down. Zenobia was caught off guard by Issei's strength as her blade went directly to the ground. She tried to lift it up again, but couldn't lift it against his strength, much to her shock. Issei, what are these people doing at your house? Raynare asked urgently. If you so much as lay a hand on him, I'll destroy you fallen angels. Irina announced as she brought out her sword as well. Raynare eyed them curiously. Are those Excaliburs? Just like the other guy? Raynare said with a low hiss. Irina tried to attack Raynare and Raynare with her Excalibur mimic. The blade formed into a whip-like shape as the twin-tailed girl forced the angels back. Raynare and Raynare both immediately spread their wings, causing black feathers to go flying all around Issei's living room. What? No. Don't fuck up my house. He shouted in disbelief at the feathers flying everywhere. He was even more distraught as Irina's attack missed Raynare and knocked over a table and several pictures off the wall. Issei let go of Zenovia's sword as he tried to stop Irina from swinging her weapon again. Irina, put that down. Issei yelled at his childhood friend. While this was happening, Raynare formed a light spear a moment later and flew in to attack Zenovia. The two crossed blades and after a brief pushing contest they ended up forcing each other back. They both moved in for another clash until Issei intercepted them both by grabbing each of their weapon hands. Stop fighting in my house. Issei shouted angrily, causing all of the girls to stop and look at him. Zenovia seemed shocked by Issei's strength again as he immediately took her sword away from her and threw it on the ground. He then turned to Raynare annoyed. Put that thing away, Raynare. Sorry. Raynare backed down as she receded her light spear. The exorcist seemed shocked that Issei was able to make the angels stop. Raynare looked at Irina wickedly. So, what are these exorcists doing at your house, Issei? Are they giving you any trouble? Did the angels send them or the church? How do you know Issei full in one? Irina demanded. He's our ally and friend. Raynare boldly declared. What? Irina gasped as she looked over at Issei. Zenovia had a similar shocked expression and cocked her head. Are you in league with the fallen angels, Issei do? No. I don't work for anyone. They're just some acquaintances of mine that I gave some intel to about the devils. Issei sighed. How exactly did you move like that and catch Zenovia's sword? Irina asked confused. You dumb bitches don't know. Issei's a dragon. And he's with us, not you. Raynare hissed. Issei shook his head. Damn it. I really wanted to go see Red today. What the hell am I going to do with all these fucking people bothering me every hour of the day now? Why, you're a dragon. That's impossible. We're childhood friends. We grew up together. I know you, Issei, and both of your parents are human. Irina said disbelievingly. Evidently you don't know him very well then. Issei is more powerful than any of us and especially some goody two-shoes preachy church bitch like you. Raynare added. Irina's face got flustered with anger from Raynare's remark. Zenovia looked over at Issei disbelievingly. So you're a dragon. Why didn't you tell us? Why would he? Issei already has to deal with devils propositioning him every day at his school. Why would he want people like you to know? Raynare defended him. That's impossible. His parents are both human. Irina declared again. Raynare and Raynare gave Issei curious looks as if to confirm this claim. Raynare tilted her head in confusion. How is that possible? He's half dragon from what we've heard and seen. Issei, why do they think you're a dragon? Irina practically demanded. Issei growled in annoyance. Yeah, I'm a dragon. That's all you need to know. Raynare crossed her arms and sent a rude glare towards Irina. I guess you didn't know him as well as you thought, huh, little girl. Irina got uncharacteristically mad at the statement. I know him better than some fallen traitors like you. So those are holy swords, I take it? Issei asked as he stared at Zenovia and Irina threateningly. Those are Excaliburs, Issei. Raynare explained immediately. Issei shook his head in annoyance. Why does this bullshit always happen in Kuoh? Why are you church bitches here if you didn't know that Issei was a dragon? Raynare demanded. He's my childhood friend. We're staying here. Irina announced. Raynare and Raynare gave Issei curious looks as if the idea of it was ludicrous. Raynare shook her head. Like hell you are. I am not letting you two talk him into helping with whatever the hell you're here for. Besides, Issei doesn't need some dumb little girl like you around him. Get out of here, fallen one. Issei doesn't need the likes of you corrupting him, you vile temptress. Irina shouted back at Raynare. A moment later the entire room grew heavy with a red draconic aura as Issei spoke. Would you all just sit down and shut the fuck up for 1 minute? All four of the women shuddered at the brief surge of power and practically almost fell to their knees just from the pressure of the aura alone. Irina immediately put her sword down and fell back onto the couch. Zenovia didn't even bother retrieving hers as she sat down next to Irina. I just woke up. And I'm fucking hungry. So why don't you all sit the fuck down or get out of my house? I'm going to get some breakfast. He continued as he walked towards the kitchen. Wait, Issei. I brought you breakfast, let's eat it together. Raynare announced as she grabbed a tray of food again and brought it to the living room table. Issei was truly amazed it didn't get toppled in the brief showdown moments earlier. Raynare placed the food tray on the table in his living room. It's homemade, Issei. I made enough for the three of us. There's a lot for you to enjoy. I figured dragons probably eat more than we do. I didn't know you could cook. Issei said somewhat surprised as he sat down across from Zenovia and Irina and looked over the food. Raynare seized that opportunity to sit right next to him while Raynare took his other side. Their wings were still out, much to Issei's annoyance as he looked around at the feathers all over his living room. Irina and Zenobia exchanged disbelieving glances at Issei and the fallen angel sitting across from them. It looked like they wanted to say something, but after Issei's brief display of power, neither one wanted to risk upsetting him any further. "How is it, Issei?" Raynare asked anxiously as the brunette started to eat some of the eggs and muffins. "Surprisingly, it's good. Thanks for cooking," he said after swallowing several bites. Raynare's face lit up at his comment, which only seemed to annoy Irina. "I'm glad you like it. Try some of the fish omelets too. I wasn't sure what you liked, but I figured a dragon must like fish," Raynare said as she put some on his plate and got some herself. Raynare ate her food in silence as she continued to stare at Irina and Zenobia. Irina and Zenobia felt their stomachs grumbling at the sight of the food. Raynare could tell that the two opposing girls were hungry as she slowly ate it in a taunting way. A brief silence followed as Issei and the fallen angels ate some of the food. Nobody spoke up again as they were undoubtedly expecting him to say something. There was enough tension in the room to cut with a knife as the four females all exchanged sharp glares with one another. Irina and Raynare appeared particularly opposed to one another, while Zenobia and Raynare stared each other down. Issei looked up at Irina and Zenobia, who both appeared to be very uncomfortable and a bit unhappy at having to sit in hungry silence. "May I ask something?" Irina broke her silence upon making eye contact with Issei. He nodded. "Sure, what is it? Do you have any food in your kitchen?" Irina asked hopefully. "You two are probably hungry if you're broke, huh? Go ahead and have some of my food. It looks like Raynare made enough for 6 instead of 3. Issei offered some of his omelets to Zenobia and Irina. "Thank you, Issei Haidu," Zenobia said respectfully as she slowly reached out to take some of the food he offered her. Irina was still recovering from the situation, but her hunger got the better of her as she reluctantly took some of the food as well. "God bless you, Issei," Irina said, bowing her head as she began to eat. The exorcist girls were both no doubt feeling reservations about eating something a fallen angel cooked, but seeing as how Issei offered, neither one dared to refuse. Zenobia and Irina were too proud to admit they liked it, but Zenobia was at least polite enough to say something. "Thanks for the food. It's been a while." The black-haired fallen angel seemed a bit annoyed watching Zenobia and Irina enjoy her breakfast that she made specifically for Issei. She shook her head at them. "You two look pitiful right now. Eating food that I made for Issei. You better have a good reason for being here. Why would you make him breakfast anyway?" Zenobia asked confused. "That doesn't seem like something a fallen angel would do. Your kind is very sadistic from what I've seen. You exorcists are way worse than we are. What would you know about fallen angels? That we're all bad evil sinners? That we torture people for fun?" Raynare countered. "Considering you're taunting them with food, I'd say the last part is true," Issei remarked. Raynare looked away embarrassed. I wasn't doing that. I was enjoying the taste." "Come on, Raynare. Do you think I'm blind?" Issei sighed in annoyance. Raynare immediately looked down shamefully at being called out. Zenobia looked at the black-haired woman stoically. "I know enough about fallen angels. I know that you're selfish and vile creatures who shun God's rule. And now I also know that you're petty sadists and liars too," Zenobia replied. Raynare rolled her eyes. "This is why I hate you sanctimonious, pious, Bible-thumping morons. God wasn't all-knowing or all-powerful. Hell, he wasn't even stronger than the mightiest of the dragons. Keep your condescending attitude to yourself, exorcist. You don't know anything. Why are these two beggars staying at your home anyway? Are you helping them at all? What is their mission? Did they tell you?" Raynare asked Issei several questions as she looked between him and the exorcists. "We're not beggars, you harlot," Irina protested. "Harlot? Oh, I'm so offended. I'm sure you'll be begging Issei to spare your life when he finds out what you exorcists are up to." Raynare chuckled at her. "All 4 of you are going to be begging for your lives if you don't stop being petty bitches," Issei said annoyed. Raynare tried to speak again, but flinched and stopped talking when he turned to glare at her. "I'm sorry, Issei, we didn't mean to be annoying." Raynare apologized immediately. Issei quickly changed the topic as he looked at Raynare again. "What was that you said about God not being stronger than the mightiest of the dragons? How would you know that? Lord Azazel told us that God was actually afraid of 2 dragons. Ophis the Infinite and Great Red the Dragon of Dragons. They're supposedly some of the most powerful beings in existence." Raynare answered for her. "Your leader knows about Great Red?" Issei asked curiously. Raynare nodded. "Yes, he's very interested in dragons in general. When we told him that you were one, he got excited. That's one of the reasons why we're here today. Lord Azazel wants to meet you. So that's why you're here. I was wondering what the hell you two wanted this early in the morning." Issei sighed. "You want him to meet Azazel?" As in the leader of the fallen angels. Zenobia gawked. What does he want with me? Issei asked with a clear tone of displeasure. He wouldn't say. But he agreed to meet you at your convenience. He hopes that you won't refuse. Raynare replied. I guess I can meet him. So long as it's nothing formal or anything like that. But I swear if I hear one more speech this week about why I should help someone's faction out, I might lose it. Issei sighed. You like Lord Azazel, Issei. He's very much like you in some regards. He doesn't care much for conflict or drama either. He probably just feels it's more appropriate to tell you some things in person rather than through us. Raynare explained. If you're actually a dragon, Issei, how powerful are you? Irina spoke up curiously after finishing her food. He's stronger than us and most of the devils and angels in this town. Issei also has the ability to conceal his power from what we've seen. It's how he's been able to freely operate in devil territory without them interfering for all this time. Although now that they know he's a dragon, the devils in Kuoh are pretty scared of him. Raynare answered for Issei. Since when did the fallen angels start believing I was stronger than everyone in town? Issei thought confused. So, what are you two here for? Does it involve those Excaliburs? Issei finally asked Zenobia and Irina. Zenobia and Irina traded brief glances with one another, as if deciding whether or not it was okay to tell him with the two fallen angels sitting there. Finally, Zenobia decided to speak up. We're here to retrieve or destroy the missing pieces of Excalibur. From what we understand, fallen angels have been gathering them with the help of rogue church members. We've recently learned that Valper Galilei is working for Kuoh to gather all the Excaliburs for some sinister reason. The church sent us to investigate and stop them. What? That's a lie. I haven't heard anything about that. Have you, Kala? Raynare asked her friend confused. Raynare looked at them curiously. I assumed you two were with that weirdo Valper Galilei and that freak exorcist Fried Selzen. You're telling us you're not and that they work for Kuoh. We're here from the church to investigate Valper Galilei for his stealing of the Excalibur fragments and his involvement in the Holy Sword projects. He's gathering them for Kuoh last we heard. Irina reiterated Zenovia's information. So Kuoh is working with him. This changes everything. We need to tell Azazel. Raynare said seriously. Tell him what? Aren't you two Kuoh's minions? Irina said confused. Technically we're under him, but our group doesn't directly work for Kuoh. We work for Azazel. If you two are opposed to Valper Galilei then I guess we're technically not enemies. Raynare noted. Wait, what are you talking about, Kala? Kuoh is working with church members? Raynare asked confused. Raynare shook her head. Kuoh has been acting strange lately. Lord Azazel asked me to keep an eye on him. Now it all makes sense. Although I still don't understand what he hopes to gain from helping those church people. Who is Kuoh exactly? Issei asked Raynare. He's one of our high-ranking leaders. A cadre. Lord Azazel tasked him to watch over the devils around this town several years ago. He has his own group of underlings that we don't deal with very often. They're a separate group of fallen angels in this town from ours. Our group was directly tasked by Azazel to investigate sacred gear wielders in Kuoh and to secretly watch Kuoh. Although only Donasik and I knew about the latter. We're technically under Kuoh's authority here, but we have a different mission. I had my suspicions that these two girls were with the church leader here, Valper Galilei. And now it seems that he is in league with Kuoh. Raynare elaborated in detail. Why would Kuoh work with exorcists? Also, why didn't you tell me about you watching Kuoh for Azazel? Raynare asked Raynare disbelievingly. I wasn't entirely sure until just now. It would seem he's working to gather the Excalibur fragments. It's hard to say what for, but we should definitely report this to Azazel. The blue-haired fallen angel replied. So, you two aren't. But the other fallen angels in this city? Zenobia said surprised. Like I said. We are but we aren't. The other brunette answered immediately. In that case, it would seem we have a common enemy. Zenobia stated. Irina frowned. Who's this other exorcist you mentioned? I don't know anyone named Fried Selzen. He's some sick fucker Raynare encountered about a week ago. There was this girl with a sacred gear that we were trying to find, but he got to her first. He fought Raynare off with an Excalibur, and eventually devils showed up. Let's just say Raynare hates exorcists now. The busty blue-haired woman replied. We have no affiliation with any other exorcist in this town. In fact, we're actually looking to kill any rogue church members while we're here. Zenobia said strongly. Raynare finally broke her silence. Well, in that case, I'd be happy to help you kill that disgusting freak. He cost us Twilight healing. Patience, Raynare. We can't blow our cover yet. If all of this adds up, then that would mean that Fried Selzen is working for Kuoh. There's a reason Azazel only told me to do the espionage. He knew you'd be too hot-headed to keep your mouth shut. We have to investigate this further. Raynare said to the black-haired beauty. Why would this freed Selzen guy fight off a fallen angel if he was working for Kuoh? Irina wondered. Raynare shook her head. That's a good point. I didn't even think of that. Perhaps he acted on his own accord. That man isn't exactly sane from what Raynare claims. The worst case scenario would be he knew that we were outside of Kuoh's direct underlings and wanted to take the Twilight healing away from us for Kuoh's own splinter group. The latter seems more likely, unfortunately. You mentioned a girl with a Twilight healing sacred gear. Does this exorcist still have her in his custody? Zenobia asked seriously. I couldn't say if he still does. The Grimoire girl and her little entourage of devil filth had been making advances towards her too. Their arrival during my fight forced me to retreat and prevented me from getting her. Otherwise that freak exorcist would be dead right now. The girl's name is Asia Argento and she's an Italian nun. Raynare replied. What do you mean getting her? What did you plan on using her for? Zenobia asked dangerously. Raynare sighed. I meant we were going to try and recruit her to help us or forcibly take Twilight healing away from her if she aligned with the devils. We can't afford to let those devils reincarnate her as one of them. A devil with Twilight healing would be an extreme nuisance. That poor girl. Irina said, shaking her head. The black-haired fallen angel sighed. I pity anyone that has to be a servant to a devil. So, the devils have this girl now? Issei asked curiously. Raynare nodded. Most likely. But there's nothing more we can really do about it. Besides, if Freed Selzen and those other church freaks are in league with Kuoh, we have much bigger problems to worry about. I don't like fallen angels. But if you two are against Valper Galilei, we'll gladly help you in any way we can. Zenobia stated diplomatically. Raynare and Raynare exchanged brief looks with each other, as if deciding whether or not it was okay. Finally, they seemed to reach a consensus as Raynare looked back at Zenobia and Irina. Alright. We're temporary allies then. Issei yawned loudly at their conversation. Well, you'll have to forgive me if I don't find this interesting anymore. It looks like you four finally have some common ground. So, go have fun playing detective. I'm going out for a bit to enjoy my weekend. Wait. Issei, can you help us? If you're as strong as they say you are, we could really use your help. Irina asked pleadingly. He immediately face-palmed. God, why does drama follow me everywhere I go? If Kuoh gets involved in this, then we won't be able to take him out. He's a leader-class fallen angel. Irina protested. What makes you think I could stop him then? Issei asked. Do you really think it'll come to violence with Kuoh? Raynare asked Raynare with a frown. Raynare shrugged. Hard to say. But he's not exactly friendly. Every time I see him, all Kuoh can talk about is how he wants to destroy Kuoh Academy and purge all the devils there. We can't really be sure of what to do about him until we find out what he's up to. I'm definitely reporting this to Azazel before anything else though. Kuoh wants to destroy Kuoh Academy. Let him then. He'd be doing me a favor. I could just go to high school in Kyoto. Issei laughed. That's actually not a good idea. We'd start another great war if he attacked the Citri or Grimoire heirs. The whole town is already on edge with Tiamat here. If Kuoh goes and does something stupid, we'd all be fucked. Raynare explained. Can Azazel do anything about Kuoh? Zenobia asked hopefully. He can. But it's going to be a shitstorm if he has to use force with Kuoh. This town is already on the verge of conflict. The devils might misunderstand if they see Azazel show up and use his power here. That's why we have to be patient. Raynare sighed. Now I know why Red gives zero fucks about anything else in the world. This political shit is stupid. I'll bet even God got tired of dealing with angels and devils. If he was still alive, he'd probably be riding around in the dimensional rift with me and Red. Issei thought to himself. Great Red's life suddenly makes a lot more sense now, doesn't it? Aren't you glad I convinced you to not reveal yourself for all these years? Ddraig asked him. You're truly a dragon saint, Ddraig. I can't imagine how stupid my life would be if you and Red weren't there to coach me through this shit. I'm just going to end up flying through the dimensional rift with him for the rest of eternity if this gets any stupider. Issei replied telepathically to the heavenly Red. Dragon. You haven't seen anything yet, Issei. Wait until they find out you're the Red Dragon Emperor. Every host I've ever had was surrounded by people who wanted to either fight them, follow them, worship them, or mate with them. They're literally going to think you're God when you do reveal yourself. Though you'll also attract a lot of enemies too. Ddraig sighed. I'll probably end up having to kill the Kuoh guy. Issei thought with a sigh. So, what do you suggest we do then, Kala? Raynare asked. The blue-haired fallen angel frowned as she leaned back and crossed her arms. Well, there's only one real lead we can go off of right now. Freed Selzen. We might be able to convince him to tell us what's happening if we pretended to be working for Kuoh's plot. These two exorcists here would make good bait in drawing him out too. Where is this rogue exorcist anyway? Where was the last place you saw him? Irina asked. The last place we saw Fried Selzen was on the other side of town near some apartment complexes. He's likely moved on now, but I'm sure you two would be good bait to draw him out if he is indeed looking for Excaliburs. Raynare explained. I don't feel right about this, Zenobia. We should bring Issei with us in case the fallen angels try anything. Irina said to her blue-haired friend. Raynare groaned at her. You seriously think we're going to set you up? I don't like it. You two could easily just pretend like you're with him and turn on us to keep your cover. Irina replied. That's actually a good idea now that I think about it. Raynare laughed almost wickedly. Issei Haidu, would you be willing to come with us? I feel like it would be better for all sides to have a mediator for this alliance. Especially if the devils show up as well. Zenobia asked as she bowed her head. Issei face-palmed for a moment before running a hand through his hair. He let out another long exaggerated sigh. Alright, fine. I'll take of it just so you'll stop talking about this. Take care of it. What do you mean? Zenobia asked confused. Issei said nothing as he left the room and walked into his garage. He immediately got on his motorcycle and turned it on as the garage door was opening. The four girls all rushed to the front of his house when they saw him pulling out slowly. Irina immediately called out to him. Issei, when did you get a motorcycle? Where are you going? To go get this Fried Selzen guy. Get on, you two. Issei looked at Irina and Zenobia. They both seemed to have some reservations about his request. Irina looked at him concerned. I've never been on one of those before. There's only one seat in the back. Zenobia pointed out. There's enough room for you two, so get on right now. Issei ordered. Raynare and Kalawirnar immediately traded disbelieving glances as Irina got on the motorcycle first. She practically had to hug Issei's back to make room for Zenobia and her sword, but after a moment the two exorcists. Bron. Where should we meet you? Raynare asked concerned as her eyes drilled a hole into Irina's head. I can do it without you two. You're fallen angels, so it'll be drama if that Kakabiel guy finds out you were involved. Go report to your leader, Azazel, and tell him what you need to. You can also tell him that I'll meet him sometime later in the week, I guess. Issei replied. Wait, what are you planning on doing? Raynare asked concerned. Issei glanced back at her. Getting rid of this rogue exorcist. I want to go too then. Raynare protested. Kalawirnar shook her head. Issei makes a good point. If he kills Fried, then we can maintain our cover. Besides, we need to report to Azazel anyway. Fine. But I'm coming back to check in on you tomorrow, Issei. Raynare announced as Issei took off on his motorcycle. Let's go. Kalawirnar said as she prepared to teleport. Raynare shook her head. I'll catch up with you. I want to clean up Issei's living room before we go. Oh. And why is that? Kalawirnar smirked. Because it's covered in our feathers. I don't want Issei to hate us. You saw how mad he got, right? That aura of his was powerful. He's not someone we should upset. And besides, anything we can do to get Issei to like us is a plus, right? Raynare explained her reasoning. First you cook for him, and now you're cleaning for him. Are you trying to show off your housewife skills? Kalawirnar laughed. What? No, of course not. I just still feel like I owe him. Raynare shot back. Well, in that case. I'll stay and help. Kalawirnar chuckled. Far side of town, fallen angel territory, Issei, slow down please. Irina shouted fearfully as the delinquent dragon recklessly drove at high speeds through urban areas, dodging traffic and people alike. Zenobia appeared equally distressed, but was doing better at containing her emotions. What did you say? Go faster. You got it. Issei laughed as he revved his bike up to go full speed. Flames shot out of the exhaust as he came to a long stretch that led straight to the apartments he was looking for. After a long burnout, he slowed down and finally stopped in front of them. Irina and Zenobia were both panting heavily and looked like they were terrified. Irina hugged into Issei's back as tightly as she could once they finally stopped. Thank God. You can get off now, we're here. Issei replied as he pulled up and glanced back at the two girls who were still holding on for dear life. Oh. Haha, sorry. Irina said with a light blush as she finally realized she was in a promiscuous position against his back. I've seen motorcycles before, but never one this fast. Zenobia remarked with disbelief as she and Irina got off. Issei looked around for a moment and spoke. Alright, we need to find this guy quickly, so I can go home and enjoy the rest of my weekend. A moment later Issei heard a notification for his phone go off. He briefly checked it as Irina and Zenobia were regaining their bearings. His eyes shot open when he saw his phone had 15 unread messages. He briefly read over them to see what they were about. 14 of them were from Serafal unsurprisingly, and were mostly just random messages to him about the Milky Spiral 7 game she was playing. The last message really caught his attention though, as it came from a number he did not recognize. It read, "Why didn't you tell me you had a cell phone? I would have given you my number." He immediately texted back, "Who the fuck is this? How did you get this number?" Your employer gave it to me when I went by your bike shop. I didn't know you made illegal motorcycles for gangsters lol. The mystery person sent back. Don't play games with me. Tell me who this is. He messaged back angrily. Zenobia and Irina both looked at him confused. Issei, what are you doing? Irina asked. Is that a cell phone? Who are you messaging? Zenobia asked interested. Haha, calm down Turbo. It's your favorite devil in the world. The mystery person sent back. Vali. Issei immediately sent a response. So, I am your favorite devil in the world. Haha, good to know. Hey, so do you want to chill today or something? Tiamat is off doing something in the underworld this weekend and I'm kind of bored. Vali texted back. Maybe later. I'm sort of busy with something at the moment. He responded. I know. I went by your house a minute ago and you weren't there. What are you doing? She asked. Long story. I'll tell you about it later. He replied. Alright then. Let me know when you're done with whatever you're doing. Vali replied. Will do. He messaged before closing his phone and looking at Irina and Zenobia. Both appeared a bit curious about who he was messaging. Irina was the first to say something. Who was that, Issei? Just a friend of mine. She wanted to know if I was available this weekend. Issei told the truth. Irina's eyes widened. A friend. A female friend. Yes. He answered, tilting his head at her. A moment later Issei's phone sent out another notification sound and vibrated. He opened his phone and checked the message. It was from Serafal. This game is even better than the movie we saw last night. It would be more fun if you were here to play with me though. You love the character I made. I named her Sarah Haidu. She looks like a combination of you and me. What the fuck? Why would she name her character with my last name? I cannot reply to her. Come on Issei, just ignore her and she'll move on. If I talk to Serafal again I'm only going to get her wrapped up in this nightmare with me. Besides. There's no way I can hang out with her now that all these angels, devils, exorcists and fuck knows what else are coming out of nowhere. I mean what's next? Cat girls. Fox girls. Let me catch some furry animal bitch trying to come into this town too. That'd be the day I lose it. Issei scoffed to himself as he dozed off and thought for a moment. Issei absent-mindedly forgot that Zenobia and Irina were standing right next to him. Both of them were able to read the message before he realized it had happened. You saw a movie with that girl last night. Is that your girlfriend? Irina practically gasped at the idea. Issei gave her a blank look and shook his head. No, I don't have one. Thank God. Irina said under her breath. What was that? Issei asked. Nothing. She immediately responded. Zenobia looked at Issei curiously. Who is Sarah then? Your friend. Issei sighed. Yes and no. She's just some weird girl I met at a convention the other day. Convention. Zenobia said as if it was a word from a lost language. Irina gawked at Issei. You go to those? Are cosplay girls your thing? What? No. Let's just move on and find this freed asshole. Issei immediately ended the conversation as he began to approach the apartments. Zenobia and Irina followed closely behind him. He honed his senses as he closed his eyes and tried to detect any sign of a holy sword. Though it was faint, he finally managed to sniff one out nearby. He followed it for a while until finally he came to some type of big warehouse near the apartment complexes. Zenobia and Irina had been quiet during this time, but perked up when Issei stopped. Do you know where you're going? Irina asked Issei with a light laugh. Inside. I sense another holy sword inside of there. Issei said as he immediately kicked the door open. The doors flew off their hinges and shot through the dark warehouse. Issei could see perfectly in the dark and immediately locked his gaze on a man standing around a bunch of corpses. They appeared to be dead church members. He looked extremely alarmed to see Issei and the two girls with him. Now, what do we have here? More devils. No. No. Church exorcists, haha. The man laughed maniacally. He immediately drew his sword which glowed golden. Come now, girls. Face my Excalibur rapidly. Both Irina and Zenobia drew their blades ready for a fight, but before they even realized what had happened, Issei was already on him. Fried maniacally swung his weapon around, but was shocked when Issei caught it by the blade. The dragon glared at him annoyed. I don't have time for this annoying shit, you spaz. A moment later Issei squeezed the blade causing the sword to break in half. Fried Selzen fell back in horror as Issei's body began to glow in a red aura. What are you? How did you break my Excalibur? Fried demanded hysterically. Issei didn't even bother answering his question as two dragon wings came out of his back. What is Kakabiel planning? Fried looked truly afraid when he realized what Issei was. Dragon wings. Answer the fucking question. Issei shouted at him. He's trying to combine all of the Excaliburs and use them against the devils. He wants to start another great war. Fried immediately answered. Where's the girl? Issei followed up with another question. What girl? Fried said. Fearfully. Don't fucking play stupid. Asia Argento. The girl with the twilight healing. Issei replied. The devil's got her. He answered right away. That's all I need from you then. Issei replied as exhaled fire out over the man burning him alive. His screams drowned the room for a moment before going silent. Irina and Zenobia were both still standing by the entrance and could only stare at him in disbelief as Issei turned Fried Selzen into ash. A moment later he picked up the holy sword halves of Fried's Excalibur and walked over towards the girls. He handed them to Irina. There, take it. Issei. You just. Irina trailed off, not sure how to follow up. I'm not getting involved in this stupid conflict. I helped you out with this and I'll let you stay at my house for a bit, but you're on your own if you intend on picking a fight with a fallen angel leader. If you're lucky, that Azazel guy will take care of it for you. Issei explained as he receded his wings and went back to his motorcycle. Irina and Zenobia followed him in stunned silence as they were still trying to comprehend how Issei snapped a holy sword in half with his bare hand. Zenobia finally broke the silence on their walk back. Those fallen angels were right. You're way stronger than any of us. Why don't you do anything about things around here if you're so powerful, Issei Haidu. Just call me Issei, alright. Irina does, so what does it matter if you do too? Issei told the brunette. Why did you kill that man, Issei? Irina spoke up. He was annoying. And didn't you say you were here to kill rogue church members? I got the information we needed from him and I tied up a loose end so he wouldn't report back to Kakabiel. Issei said carelessly. Irina frowned. Yeah, but that just didn't seem like you. You don't know anything about me, Irina. Issei said strongly. Maybe not anymore. I don't really understand how you're a dragon, but you don't have to tell me if you don't want. I'd like to be friends with you again if you'd let me though. Irina said, trailing off with a sad tone. We're still friends. But I'd prefer it if you kept this drama away from me. I'm just trying to finish high school up without too much trouble. Issei sighed. That's understandable. Our mission can wait then until Azazel deals with Kakabiel. We didn't mean to burden you with our troubles, Issei. Zenobia apologized. He sighed. It's alright. I can tell you two mean well, and you're not very politically driven unlike the angels and devils. If we're going to lay low for a while, then what should we do until then? Irina asked uncertainly. You can stay at my house until we figure it out, I guess. But there's going to be some conditions. Issei said sternly. Conditions? Irina repeated as she looked at Issei curiously. Hey, you go to Kuoh Academy, right, Issei? Zenobia changed the subject. Issei nodded. Yep. I go to that devil's nest for school. Why do you ask? Would you be opposed to us transferring there? I mean, I'd prefer it if we stayed in closer proximity to you, and not to mention it's probably safer to be in devil territory than fallen angel territory right now. Zenobia explained her logic. After seeing what you just did to that guy, I'd say the safest place is to be around you. Irina said to Issei. The delinquent thought for a moment. I suppose that's okay. You two are human, so they won't have any reason to bother you. I don't think it's possible for us to transfer there. Our education is well different than what a high school would accept. Irina explained. Perhaps if you knew someone on the inside who could make it happen. Irina followed up with a hopeful open-ended suggestion. I suppose I could ask the student council president. Though she's a devil and I'd prefer not to deal with that mess. If they find out you two are exorcists, then shit's only going to get worse. Issei noted. Zenobia sighed. What should we do then? We'll work it out. Let's head back home. Issei said as he got back on his motorcycle. Irina and Zenobia reluctantly got back on it again as Issei revved up and took off. Issei's house as he pulled into his garage, Issei felt Zenobia and Irina immediately leap off his bike in relief. Go relax for a bit. You're free to eat whatever is in the fridge if you get hungry. I'll be back in a few hours. I have to go check on something. Issei said as he pulled his phone out. He sent a message to Vali. I'm free for a little bit. Did you have something in mind for hanging out or did you just want to talk? Vali replied almost immediately. I actually do have some things I wanted to talk to you about. You at your house again? Vali asked. Yes, but I can meet you somewhere if you'd like, he sent back. Meet me on top of the casino parking garage. I'll be on the roof of the tallest one. Vali responded. Issei sent before putting his phone away. Irina was still standing at the garage door looking at Issei concerned. Hey Issei, where are you going? To talk to one of my friends. Go relax for a bit, Irina. When I get back we're going to work out your living arrangements here. Issei replied before taking off on his bike again. Parking garage, rooftop. Issei quickly reached the specified meeting location and found Vali leaning against the side of the building edge. She immediately turned her head when she heard him pull up. Issei parked his bike right next to hers and got off. Vali turned back towards the horizon as Issei walked over towards her. Glad you made it out here. I figured you would be busy all day. Did you take care of that thing you were doing? Yeah. It was just some rogue exorcist I took out. A favor for an old childhood friend of mine. Issei explained as he leaned his back against the edge. Childhood friend. Vali said almost amused. Issei nodded. Yeah, just some girl I knew when I was younger. Is she human? Vali asked curiously. Yeah, she's apparently some kind of exorcist now. She asked if she could stay at my place for a few days. Issei explained. Haha, that's not something I'd expect you to do. Why are you helping her? Do you like her or something? Vali laughed. Not exactly, I barely remember her to be honest. The last time I saw her I was still under the impression that I was human. I didn't find out about my dragon half until a few years after she moved. Issei replied. So you had no knowledge about being a dragon until you were older? If that's the case, you've only been aware of your power for less than a decade. Vali remarked with surprise. Issei nodded. Yeah. Like I said, I'm not as powerful as Tiamat seems to think. She told me you showed her your wings and that you had a decent aura of power. Vali stated as she turned her back against the edge as well. Yeah, I did. Just so she'd leave me alone. Issei sighed. Vali looked at him curiously. Which one of your parents is the dragon? Tell her you're an orphan and your parents adopted you. Ddraig immediately backed Issei up with a good excuse. Good idea, partner. Issei thought relieved. Well, I'm technically adopted. Issei said calmly. Vali nodded. That makes sense. Most dragons would probably feel ashamed of a half-breed child. How did you learn about your dragon powers then if you've only been living in Kuoh? I mean, I know some of it's probably instinctual, but you seem to be stronger than what I'd expect out of a self-taught half-breed. It seems highly unlikely that you would have learned how to conceal your power and scent on your own. Someone must have mentored you. What makes you think that? Issei countered. I've seen some signs. Red is your favorite color for one. Your motorcycle is red, and Tiamat even told me that your wings are red. That's not a coincidence. That's a constant with you. Vali replied as she locked a serious gaze with him. Oh fuck. She knows. Damn it, I can't believe she figured me out like this. Issei thought shocked. He maintained a stoic outer facade thankfully as he looked at Vali. I suppose. Issei replied coolly. He was waiting for Vali to call him out any moment now. Who mentored you, Issei? Was it the Red Dragon Emperor? Vali asked him seriously. Fuck. Game over. I might as well just come clean. Issei thought. Yeah. He said slowly. The Securitate trained you then? Where is he? When was the last time you saw him? Vali practically demanded with a serious expression. Wait. She doesn't think I'm the Securitate. I thought she was asking if you trained me, Ddraig. Issei said to his dragon partner. I thought she was onto you for a moment there. It appears that she thinks someone else is the Securitate and they trained you. Ddraig replied, releasing a breath he had no doubt been holding. Yes, he was my mentor. Issei responded after deciding to play along with Vali's false information. Vali's eyes widened. That's unbelievable. You know one of the heavenly dragon wielders? When did you meet him? How did you meet him? What's his name? What does he look like? Whoa, slow down with the questions. I met him when I was younger and he trained me for about a year. I have no idea what his name was. Issei lied. What does he look like? Do you know where he went? Vali asked seriously. Issei looked at her skeptically. Why do you want to know so bad? Because Office has been looking for him. Vali answered. Issei sighed. Look. I have no idea where he went, but he was interested in hunting down artifacts from various mythologies to get stronger. The last thing he told me was that he was going to get stronger so he could fight the White One. As for what he looks like, well, I don't really know. Every time I saw him he was wearing this red armor. Keep it up, Issei. This is a pretty good cover story you've made so far. Ddraig cheered Issei on in his head. Balance breaker scale male. Vali said aloud before shaking her head. He's training to battle the White One, you said? Vali asked. Issei nodded. Yeah, the White Dragon Emperor, I'm assuming. Why did he train you then? Were you one of his underlings? Vali said, shaking her head. He just trained me because I'm a red dragon and he seemed to like that about me. Issei said with a shrug. No wonder you're not afraid of anything around here. You are friends with the Red Dragon Emperor. Vali said with approval. If you say so. I think he just took pity on me for being a half-breed. Issei continued. God, I can't believe how convoluted this cover story has become. Vali and Tiamat are some persistent girls. Issei thought, somewhat relieved that Vali was buying his lies. Vali frowned as she looked Issei in the eyes again. Being a half-breed is pretty tough. I know you probably don't like talking about it, but trust me, I understand. What's it like for you being a devil half-breed? Issei asked, switching the focus off of himself finally. Well, it's a terrible mark of shame for most devils. It's especially bad in my case seeing as how my family is literally devil royalty. Vali sighed. Is that where the Lucifer surname comes from? Issei said, cocking his head in confusion. Yes. I'm the great-granddaughter of the original Lucifer. My family is the only one that deserves to have that title. The usurper Surzich's Grimoire wears the title of Lucifer as well. He is the current ruler of hell. I don't care that he rules, I just don't think he should have my name. I find that pretty insulting. Vali explained. Issei nodded. Well, that explains why you're opposed to their faction. Vali sighed. Yeah. But to be honest, I don't really care about the politics behind it. It doesn't matter to me who rules hell, but I still do not like the fact that those betrayers are able to wear the names of the original devil kings while their heirs still live. I mean, I'm not particularly fond of the old Satan leaders, but they do deserve their ancestral names. I can't exactly relate, but I see what you mean. The delinquent said as he read Vali's annoyed expression. You see how those Grimoire and Citri girls walk around like they're hot shit? I seriously want to put them in their place every time I walk past those haughty princesses. I might be devil royalty too, but the difference between me and them, Issei, is that I had to prove myself to my family and the Cows Brigade. I wasn't pampered or sheltered like them. I had to fight. I had to be strong. They on the other hand can just hide behind Big Brother and Big Sister. It makes me sick. Hell has turned into such a joke with all the rating games and aristocratic peace-loving shit. Vali said darkly. Issei looked at her confused. Big Brother and Big Sister. Yes, fake Lucifer Grimoire and fake Leviathan Citri. Vali replied. How powerful are they? Issei asked curiously. Vali shrugged. They were powerful enough to overthrow hell. I'm pretty sure the current Satans are not pushovers. At least that's what my grandfather Rizavam believes. He doesn't seem to care as much about the usurpers ruling hell as the other old Satan leaders do, or we would have started another civil war by now. Tiamat told me you were strong enough to be a Satan. I honestly believe it considering she's the strongest dragon king and she follows you around. What I don't understand is how are you so powerful if you're only a half-devil? Issei asked. Because I have to be powerful if I want to live. Unlike Ria's Grimoire and Sona Citri, my grandfather would kill me if I wasn't stronger than all of his henchmen. Purity means a lot to him and the other devils in the old Satan faction. Being a half-breed means I have to work twice as hard for the half the respect. I can't count on anyone looking out for me except myself. Was all Vali said in response. I see. Issei trailed off as he tried to empathize with Vali's situation. She had a certain strength about her that he really liked. Vali had a real reason to be strong and to fight. Those were the types of people he always respected the most. Other than Great Red of course, who technically was too powerful to even need a reason anymore. So, if purity is a big deal to your family, then how did you come about? Issei asked curiously. Vali looked away. Well. My father is Rizavam's son and my mother was human. I'll spare you the sappy childhood abuse story about it, but essentially Rizavam didn't like my father for mating with a human. He also considered him weak and useless. Rizavam killed my father. A pure devil and his own son. You must hate him then. Issei said. Because I sure as hell would. I do. But not for that. My father was a petulant asshole just like all the other devil royalty I see. In the end he brought shame to the Lucifer name. Vali explained. Issei just shook his head. Why are you a part of that stupid faction then if you hate your family? I don't hate my family. I only hate Rizavam and my father. They both bring great shame to the Lucifer name. I don't see them as being any better than that Grimoire usurper. I would have killed Rizavam by now, but Office told me not to. Vali said strongly. Well, that sucks. Issei said bluntly. Vali nodded. It does. But I can't really say no to Office. So, the Cows Brigade is made up of this old Satan faction? Issei asked. Vali nodded. Yes. The old Satan faction, the hero faction, the magician faction, and the Klepeth are the main forces. Tiamat and I are technically freelancers under it. Though the others recognize us as unofficial leaders, so how did you convince Tiamat to betray the ruling devils to join your side? Issei asked. Tiamat didn't really betray them. She has her own goals. One of which was to gain more power and freedom. I convinced her that if she followed me, she wouldn't have to answer to anyone except for Office, and that we could get more powerful together. Vali replied. Tiamat's real goal has always been to get stronger and richer than me and Albion. Ddraig laughed in Issei's head. I find it odd that Tiamat wouldn't tell her she was looking for the Red Dragon Emperor. Issei thought skeptically. She probably did, but considering that Vali Lucifer now thinks you're the Security's apprentice, she probably doesn't want to alarm you with information like that. Ddraig rationalized. Good point. Issei noted. So, what is your goal overall? You want to kill your grandfather and then what? Issei asked. Vali looked at him. My goal after that is the same as Office's goal. Which would be? Issei asked. Vali smirked at him. You're awfully curious about us today. Are you reconsidering joining? Not a chance. Issei laughed. Too bad. I really like having you around. Vali said with a smile. He raised a brow at her. Why's that? Because you're one of the few people I consider a good friend. Vali answered. I'm just your good friend, huh? Lucky me. Issei said with a sarcastic chuckle. Vali seemed to misinterpret his words as she looked at him curiously. You don't want to be friends? I mean, if that's what you want, I'm cool with being friends. Issei shrugged. What do you want? Vali asked as her eyes stared into his. Issei wasn't sure where all the strange new tension came from as Vali turned towards him and kept her gaze locked with his. Why do you care what I want? Issei countered. That is the question now, isn't it? Vali said coolly. We're friends. You're actually pretty cool for a devil. Issei said, trying to diffuse the unusual tension. Just friends, huh? Vali laughed at him. What? He said, confused. Only then did he understand Vali's interpretation of the situation. Oh, fuck. She thought I was saying I wanted to be more than friends. Not good friends. Vali laughed. Just shut up. Issei said with a light blush as he looked away in embarrassment. What was that all about? Issei wondered. So, what was it you wanted to talk to me about here anyway? I almost forgot to ask you. Issei changed the subject. Vali's expression got serious for a moment as she bit her lip. Well, it was mostly about that Red Dragon Emperor stuff. Call me crazy, but I almost thought you were the Red Dragon Emperor, hahaha. Hahaha, you did. Issei fake laughed. His insides literally shifted hearing that statement from Vali. Tiamat was almost convinced of it when we were sent to find a dragon in this town. Though considering you have actual dragon wings and whatnot, there's no way it could have been you. Plus I hear every Sekiryute is a complete power-hungry maniac. You don't seem like one of those. Vali laughed. How crazy, haha. Issei forced another fake laugh. Thank you, Aniki, for my wings. Issei thought to himself in praise to Great Red. Why does Office want to find the Red Dragon Emperor though? Issei asked Vali after finishing his fake laughter. Damn, you're persistent with asking about Office. Fine, I'll tell you then. She's gathering all the most powerful dragons and all manner of allies so that she can fight Great Red and reclaim the dimensional rift. She can fill you in on the details, but that's the gist of it. Vali replied. What? That fucking bitch wants to fight Aniki. I'll fight that entire fucking army if they even think about getting close to Red. I'll fight Office too. Nobody fucks with Red unless they go through me. Issei fumed in his head. He did his best to maintain a neutral expression outwardly, but was noticeably troubled. What's wrong, Issei? Vali asked as she examined his reaction. Nothing. That's just surprising news. Issei said distantly. Yeah, I thought so too when I first heard about it. Great Red is the strongest being in the universe. But just imagine how glorious it would be to take down a beast like that. It'd be the greatest battle in history. Vali said as if fantasizing about it. Issei frowned. Maybe. But what if Great Red doesn't want to battle you guys? I mean, he's not exactly bothering anyone in the dimensional rift. What do you really gain out of getting rid of him? That's something you'll ask to ask Office. Vali replied. She's going down if she fucks with Red. Issei thought furiously. Don't be a fool, Issei. Even as powerful as you are, you can't defeat Office. Ddraig stated strongly. Maybe not, but I can take out the rest of her little army. I wonder what Red is going to think when I tell him about this shit. Issei thought, shaking his head. He'll probably think it's funny or he'll get super angry and just destroy the world preemptively. Ddraig guessed. Issei's phone vibrated again as a message notification caught his attention. Vali seemed curious as Issei pulled out his phone and checked it. Issei. Why haven't you replied to me today? You're not mad at me, are you? A message from Seraphul read. It was filled with crying face and sad face images. With reluctance, Issei closed his phone. Don't respond, Issei. I'm not getting that innocent little otaku girl involved in my personal life. Who's that? Vali asked. Nobody you know, just a friend of mine. Issei answered. Vali shook her head. You have a lot of friends, don't you? I suppose. He said dryly. You have a best friend yet? Vali asked with a cunning smile. Before Issei could answer, a devil landed in front of them. Issei and Vali both looked over surprised to see silvery gray-haired woman with braids, wearing some kind of maid outfit by the looks of it. She quickly receded her wings and looked over the two of them cautiously. So you're Vali, I take it? The woman asked. I am. You need something? We were kind of in the middle of a conversation here. Vali responded rudely. The woman looked between Vali and Issei for a moment before speaking. You're trespassing in Gremory Devil territory. We would like to know your intentions. If they are reasonable, then we shall allow your continued stay. Is that right? Who are you supposed to be? Vali asked. My name is Greyfia Lucifuge. I speak on behalf of the Gremory household. The gray-haired woman responded. Lucifuge, huh? How nice of you come all the way up here just to talk to me. Vali replied. What devil clan are you from? Grafia asked. Although judging by her serious expression, Issei could tell that Grafia already knew. Wouldn't you like to know? Vali said carelessly. Grafia sighed. Just know this. The underworld is well aware of you and Tiamat being here. We don't know what your intentions are, but we will retaliate accordingly if you do anything to threaten this town's safety. I'm sure you will. If that'll be all, Issei and I were just leaving. Vali stated as she got on her motorcycle. Issei took that as his cue to leave as well. Grafia simply stood there staring at the duo as they drove away. I should just transfer to Kyoto to finish high school. This just keeps getting worse. They don't even know I'm the Sekiryuite yet and I'm already wrapped up in this drama. Issei thought disbelievingly as Vali rode off. They drove for a little while before Vali pulled over. You want to do anything else today? I kind of need to go check on the house for a while. Maybe tomorrow we can do something. Issei replied. Alright, well I'll catch you later then, Issei. Vali waved before driving in the other direction. Issei's house as he pulled into his garage, Issei quickly parked and walked inside to make sure Zenobia and Irina were handling themselves well. Both were in more casual attire and sitting on his couch. Much to his amusement, Zenobia and Irina were watching a movie with a dragon in it. Issei had never seen the movie before, but the current scene showed a knight trying to fight a massive red dragon. Both girls perked up when they saw Issei was back. Issei, about time you got back. I thought you were doing naughty things at some girl's house. Irina said with a nervous laugh. Not at her house. In a parking lot. Things were going great. Until this other woman showed up. Issei replied with a laugh of his own. Issei. Did you actually? Irina gasped. Calm down, I just had to talk to her about some things. Issei said holding his hands up. Zenobia looked at Issei curiously. You said you don't have a girlfriend, but do you have a lover, Issei? No, I don't. Why do you ask? He said looking at Zenobia curiously. You would make an excellent father. She replied with a straight face. Issei could barely believe those words left her mouth as he paused for a long moment. He blinked several times and scratched his head. Thanks I guess. I find you attractive. Zenobia said bluntly. Irina immediately gawked at her. Zenobia. What are you saying? You can't just say that to a boy. Why not? The brunette asked cluelessly. Issei laughed. Thanks Zenobia. You're pretty good looking yourself. Issei. Irina shouted his name. Why you think she's pretty? Yeah of course I do. He replied. Irina's face flushed red. I can't believe it. You like her? What's wrong, Irina? Zenobia asked. And nothing. Apparently you're prettier than I am I guess. Irina said softly. Oh, lighten up will you Irina? You're hot too, and I'm sure you know it. Issei said causing her face to go full crimson. Hot? Are you thinking lecherous thoughts about us? Is that part of the conditions for staying here? Irina gasped. Is it? Zenobia asked cluelessly. In that case, let me get these clothes off. Issei could barely believe his eyes as Zenobia moved to start unbuttoning her shirt. Zenobia. Have some shame. Irina shouted as she stopped her friend from going any further. So, we're not having sex with him? Zenobia said confused. Issei immediately burst out laughing. No you don't have to do that. But now that we have a moment I wanted to discuss with you two what we should do. Irina and Zenobia turned towards Issei waiting his explanation. I've decided that I'll help you two get enrolled in Kuoh Academy so long as you keep this exorcist thing a secret. The devils are not going to like you if they find that out. That means you'll have to keep your weapons sealed or at the house. In order for me to get you into Kuoh Academy, I'll also have to speak with the student council president and convince her to push your paperwork along. I'm going to tell her that you're my childhood friends. If she or any of her devils approach you for any reason let me know and I'll have a few words with them. Issei explained. Zenobia and Irina both nodded silently at his words. As for the living arrangements, I can't really let you stay longer than 2 weeks. My parents are still on vacation and that's how much longer they'll be gone. We have a spare bedroom here with one bed, I have a few sleeping mats, and there's always the couch too. Where do you two want to sleep? Issei asked. Zenobia and I have shared a bed before. I suppose we can just take the spare bed then. Irina replied. Sounds good. Now I'm not much of a rule person, but here's some guidelines. Don't fight anyone for any reason in my house. I don't care if Surzich's Lucifer or Kakabiel is in the damn hallway, you fight their asses outside. Also, do not touch my motorcycle for any reason ever. In fact, same thing goes for anything in my garage. Other than that, just try not to cause drama. Issei concluded. We'll respect your conditions, Issei. Irina bowed her head along with Zenobia. Issei's attention shifted back towards the TV when he saw the dragon get killed in the movie they were watching. It immediately made him think of everyone trying to kill Red. He cracked a fist. What is this awful movie you're watching? I don't know. We couldn't really find anything to watch. Irina said as she urgently tried to change the channel. Well, if you two are going to be lounging around for a few days, I guess you can play games or something. Issei shrugged. Zenobia looked at him curiously. Games? Yeah, here, I got one for you to play. Issei said as he moved over towards his TV and put a game into his console for them. Zenobia and Irina watched curiously as Issei grabbed the remote and changed the channel input. A moment later, the TV flashed as the game launched. Alright, this game is called Dragon Scrolls 5. North Rim. It'll give you something to do until I can get you enrolled in Kuoh. Issei explained. It played an intro cutscene for them as the game launched. We should have acted. They're already here. The Dragon Scrolls told of their return. Their defeat was merely a delay till the time after Oblivion opened, when the sons of North Rim would spill their own blood. But no one wanted to believe they even existed. And when the truth finally dawns, it dawns in fire. But there is one they fear. In their tongue, he is Davakian. Dragonborn. Oh, this looks cool. Irina said as the teaser intro finished and the game's menu came up. Yeah, that'll keep you busy for a few days. Issei laughed as he handed the controller to Zenobia. She looked at it with fascination. So how does this work? You have to play through the intro and then you can make your own character. Issei explained. Chapter 5. The fire rises. Issei's dream flying over an unknown location. A colossal red dragon was being pursued by thousands of enemies. They consisted of everything from angels, devils, dragons, and even gods. They were led by none other than Office, the infinite Ouroboros dragon herself. Issei watched in horror as Office and her army battled against the mighty Red using unfathomable power. Red viciously growled with fury as he turned to destroy the attackers. Despite massacring them by the thousands, many of the more powerful ones were protected with some type of magic that seemed to be coming from Office herself. Red looked like he was overpowering them until Issei heard a terrible shriek. He turned his gaze into the horizon and saw a weird chimeric creature with 7 heads, many horns, and the features of countless animals. It was a massive being that looked like it was hundreds of meters tall. Issei watched with complete horror as this beast leapt into the air and intercepted Red while he was battling against Office. Its main head bit Red on the back of the neck and tore the great dragon out of the sky. Red unleashed cataclysmic levels of power as he tried to battle against this creature, but he was unable to do anything as its various heads all bit his wings and forelegs holding him down. 666 Kun has him held. This is our chance. Kill him now. Issei heard someone shout. Issei immediately went into his full power as he flew towards them. Countless legions of Office's army swarmed upon the great red dragon and attempted to pierce his hide while the massive beast was restraining him. Red. Issei yelled at the top of his lungs as he tried to reach him. To his utter horror, no matter how fast he flew, everything seemed to be getting further and further away from him. No. Red. Issei roared as his mentor faded away into the horizon. There was nothing but darkness around Issei now as he kept flying as hard as he could. An ominous voice filled his ears a moment later. At last, Dragon of Dragons is no more. No. Red. Issei roared as loudly as possible. A moment later, Issei's entire reality shifted as he found himself on top of Great Red's head. The dragon was flying through the dimensional rift as if he didn't just die moments earlier. What? Red. Issei said disbelievingly. What's up, kid? Red asked Issei as he continued flying. I just saw you die. Issei said slowly as if he wasn't sure if his reality was real. No, you had a lame nightmare. Red replied curtly. Issei blinked for a moment. That was a dream. Am I still asleep? Issei asked uncertainly. Yes, you are. That was some messed up dream of yours, kid. It's not like you to get scared of anything. You're not turning soft on me, are ya? Red asked gruffly. No. But you saw my dream, right? What was that? I saw Office and this army chasing you. And this giant monster. Issei trailed off. Red scoffed. As if Office could catch me. I'm too fast and too tough. Well, thanks for making that dream end then. I don't know what that was all about. Issei said, shaking his head. HMPH, that was a stupid dream. I would never have gotten caught like that. By the way, where the hell have you been, kid? You missed this baddest stunt I pulled yesterday. I flew through 3 collapsing dimension portals this time. The explosion was so huge that it destroyed all of those dimensions once. I even put on my dragon shades after I flew away from it. You should have been there to see it. Red said excitedly. Damn, 3. I thought you could only do that with 2 collapsing dimension portals at once. Issei said amazed. Red laughed. Not a chance. I'm too fucking awesome to only do 2. It's a shame you were too busy with your lame human life to see it. Yeah. Sorry. I haven't been here lately, Aniki. Shit's been really lame back in my world. Issei sighed. I know. I've been watching it between stunts. I'm surprised you're still undercover. You afraid the White Dragon Emperor is going to kick your ass or something? Red laughed. Hell no. I'll fuck that dude up when I see him. In fact, I'm on the verge of just going on a rampage these days. Everywhere I go it's nothing but angels and devils trying to hit me up with their sappy drama. Issei said annoyed. Yeah. I'm sure you'll have a good time fighting him and all of those other whelps. Red chuckled. It's almost ridiculous how much trouble Issei attracts to him when they don't even know he's the Sekiryuite yet. Ddraig finally spoke up. Heh. That'll be funny when they find out. I'll enjoy watching that. Red chuckled. You will? You think this is funny? Issei gawked. Yeah, watching a bunch of whelps try to fight you later will be amusing. Red laughed again. Issei growled. How do you figure? You hate it when weaker beings try to fight you. That's because I'm too badass to fight them. They haven't even earned the right to look at me. Red said proudly. So, it's funny when they try to fight me? Issei shook his head. Damn right. I get to watch my little protege build his reputation as a dragon. Red shouted. You seriously find this entertaining? Issei scoffed. Surprisingly, yes. Red chuckled again. Regardless of that, you should probably tell Red about what we learned recently, Issei. Ddraig spoke up again. Oh. That's right. Issei said seriously. Ddraig and I recently found out that Office actually is building an army to fight you, Red. That's why I thought that dream was real. I'm offended, kid. You seriously think they can take me? I wasn't even moving fast or using any power in it. If that scenario was real I would have turned around and vroosh vroom. Torched that thing and ran him over. Red said proudly. Issei shook his head. Of course I don't think they can take you. It was just a stupid dream. Let me catch Office coming at me with some weak little army like that. She knows better than to get in my way. Red said with a rough growl. Do you think we should do anything about it? Issei asked. You're implying that I take this seriously? Come on kid. Really? Miss me with the concern, Issei. I thought you were a dragon. Red growled. Issei immediately shouted back. I am a dragon. You're right, it's nothing you need to worry about. I'm just pissed they even thought of it in the first place. Then teach them a lesson. Watching them all fight you might be entertaining. Red followed up. Fuck that. I seriously don't want to get involved in that stuff. Issei said shaking his head. Yeah well, you're the one who wanted to go to school like some readuate dweeb instead of doing awesome stunts with me. Red remarked. It was only supposed to be for a few more years. I didn't want all this shit to start happening. Issei protested. Well since it is, make sure you do me proud out there. I'll be cheering you on the whole way kid. Red replied. Gee. Thanks. Issei said sarcastically. Also, make sure you're free next week. I'm going to set up a 4-portal explosion stunt and your ass better be here for it. It's gonna be one hell of a burnout. Red bellowed. I'm kind of pissed I missed the 3-portal one. Issei said shaking his head. Yeah it was the best rush I've had in forever. There was so much destruction. Red grinned. I wouldn't miss the 4-portal one for the world then, Aniki. Issei said excitedly. Cheer up kid. If your little human life gets too lame I'll come visit you. Red said with a laugh before Issei's vision faded to black. Issei's house. Issei awoke to the sound of his alarm clock going off. Good morning, senpai. I cooked you breakfast. You know I wouldn't mind cooking for you all the time if you'd like. The delinquent sat up groggily as he looked at his alarm clock. 10 a.m. Sunday. Senpai, do you want some milk, coffee, or me? The alarm clock continued. Issei looked at it for a moment. This day's girl was some kind of love-struck cook. He turned it off before getting up and yawning loudly. Damn. That dream was messed up. Issei thought shaking his head. Great Red doesn't seem to think they're a threat. I suppose if it doesn't concern him then you shouldn't let it bother you either, Issei. Ddraig replied. You're right, Ddraig. I should probably focus more on my own problems for now. I wonder how I'm going to convince the president to get Zenobia and Arena enrolled. Issei sighed as he got dressed and checked his phone. It had 2 unread messages. Remarkably, neither one of them was from Serafal. Issei was somewhat surprised by that. The first message was from his parents. It was just about how their vacation was going. He briefly glossed over it before checking the next one. The second message was from an unknown sender. Is something missing in your life? Do you lack any real purpose? Some resort to bad behavior and suffer through bitter times when they lack the light in their life. Find God today and embrace him in the kingdom of heaven. The faithful shall know the protection of his angels. Embrace the light and you can even get your own guardian angel. Issei rolled his eyes. Is this some kind of advertisement? How do the fuck do people get my number? He immediately sent a reply to it. Whoever this is, go fuck yourself. God is dead and angels are weak. Issei shook his head at the ridiculousness of the message, but was surprised when the sender messaged him back. You know about that, Issei Haidu. His eyes widened seriously. Who the fuck is this? How did you get this number? answer me. You're a nice person for helping those exorcists. You carry God's light within you even though he's gone. The message came back. Seriously? Who are you? I'm starting to get pissed off now. Issei growled as he sent a message back. Would you like to meet me? The mystery person messaged back. Issei sighed as he responded, for the love of God, tell me this isn't an angel. So, you do love God? Yes, I am an angel. The sender replied. No, I don't want to meet you, and I don't care about anything you, the devils, or any other fucking faction has to say to me. Pass that along to your little chain of command, and leave me the fuck alone you feathered bird bitch. He sent back. I apologize for upsetting you Issei Haidu, but I've noticed a powerful devil following you around lately. It's a concern for me that she'll do something to harm you. The angel messaged. They must be talking about Vali. HMPH. Issei thought. Why does that concern you? He messaged again. Because I'm a fan of yours. And that devil is deceiving you. Just know that if she tries anything, we'll protect you. The angel replied. I don't need some sissy angel's protection. But thanks anyway. Issei responded. We won't bother you, but just know that you have someone looking out for you. The angel messaged. Issei immediately put his phone away and face palmed. Now angels are fucking watching me. There's no way I can go into the dimensional rift if I have to worry about them seeing me now. Can this get any worse? I suppose you won't be able to visit Red next week for that 4 portals stunt of his then. Ddraig said disappointed. Oh no. I'm not missing that. He would blow up the world if I missed it. I'll work something out to get these spying assholes off me. We have to be there for that awesome move. Issei thought seriously. Heaven seems concerned about your friend, Vali. Ddraig noted. They likely know she's Lucifer's great-granddaughter. I mean that is a concerning thing for an angel I imagine. I just don't know why one's contacting me. Through my phone no less. And what was with that stupid advertisement message? How lame. Issei groaned. At least angels leave people alone for the most part. Fallen angels on the other hand never go away. Ddraig sighed. A moment after Draig's statement, Issei heard his doorbell ringing. He left his room and walked outside into the living room. To his surprise he saw both Zenobia and Irina sitting on the couch already awake. I'm looking at the guide here and it says you have to find this bow before you can kill that vampire guy. It says you need 3 dragon scrolls to progress. Irina said as she flipped through a guide of the game. Issei looked at them amused. You two having fun? Did you even go to sleep last night? Yeah, we slept for like 3 hours. Zenobia replied as her eyes remained glued on the screen. Her character was unsurprisingly wielding a 2-handed sword and was essentially some kind of Templar. Much to Issei's amusement, Irina and Zenobia were enraptured in the game. Wait. Zenobia, isn't it Sunday? Irina gasped out of the blue. Oh. You're right. Zenobia said seriously. We should pray. Later. Well I mean it's not like we can go anywhere. And the only church in town is fallen angel territory. Irina trailed off as she focused back on the guide. I'm sure God will understand. Issei laughed. A moment later his doorbell rang again. Who is that? Irina perked up curiously. It's probably one of those fallen angels. Zenobia said as she remained affixed to the screen. Issei went to go check the front door, causing Zenobia and Irina to look over curiously. As he opened it, he saw 2 individuals he was not expecting to see. One was the red-haired devil princess, Ria's Gremory, and the other looked like one of her followers. The other girl had long black hair that was up in a ponytail and a passive expression. Issei simply stared at them for a moment almost in disbelief. Did they seriously just show up at my house like this? The delinquent didn't say anything during the long pause, and neither did the 2 devil girls. Standing in his doorway still, he slowly began to close the door as they stared at each other. Only then did Riaz finally speak as her face got serious. Wait, Haidu-san, may I have a moment? No. Issei said bluntly as he fully closed the door on her. Who was that, Issei? Irina asked anxiously. He shrugged. Nobody. Much to his annoyance the doorbell rang again. He ignored it for a moment until someone started spamming the doorbell button, repeatedly causing his house to ring. It doesn't sound like nobody. Irina said shaking her head. With reluctance Issei opened the door again and saw the black-haired girl with a ponytail, repeatedly hitting the doorbell button with a light smile on her face. Issei immediately grabbed her wrist and forced her to stop. Will you fucking stop that? I understand you're not really a fan of devils, and I apologize for Akeno's behavior. We didn't come here to start trouble for you. Ria spoke up. Akeno tried to pull her hand back, but couldn't as Issei held her wrist tightly. The ponytail girl stared at him briefly with a serious expression. She used slightly more force with her devil strength, but even still couldn't pull her hand away. Finally, Issei let go of her wrist after he had proven his point. He sniffed the air several times and looked at Akeno. You smell like a bird, devil girl. Akeno's eyes widened with shock as Issei shook his head. I know that smell. Turning his head towards Ria's, Issei sighed. What do you want? Why are you at my house again? So, you did sense me that last time. Ria's trailed off. You're not exactly subtle. He replied. I apologize. But I was curious about you. I've seen you around Kuoh Academy a lot. You seem like an interesting person. She followed up. Issei took this opportunity to fully examine the devil princess up close. He had never actually taken the time to look at her for more than few seconds. She was extremely beautiful and had the most gorgeous color of crimson hair. He wasn't a fan of the devil princess, but Issei did like her hair. Riaz looked at him confused. What? What are you staring at? You just have pretty hair. Red is my favorite color, specifically crimson. Issei remarked. Oh. Riaz said, surprised by his compliment. She had heard all sorts of bad things about Issei's mean reputation and was not expecting a compliment like that out of him. There was something I wanted to ask you. Riaz said after a long pause. I'm not interested in joining your peerage. I already told Citri that I'm not interested in being her servant or yours. Issei replied bluntly. Riaz seemed a bit taken aback by Issei's comment but looked down for a moment. I understand that. I am aware of your dislike for devils as well. But this is about something else. Alright, what? Issei asked. I'm engaged. Riaz began. Issei looked at her for a moment and scratched his head. Good for you. Why does that matter to me? Am I invited to the wedding or something? Am I the DJ? Is this a bachelorette party? I don't want to marry him. Riaz followed up. He looked at her confused. How is that my problem? Why are you telling me? I recently challenged my fiancé Arizer Phoenix to a rating game so that I could cancel the arranged marriage. In case you're unaware, a rating game is a battle between two devil peerages. Unfortunately for me, I don't really have a full peerage, so I am at a huge disadvantage. To top that off, Rizer has a high win ratio in the games. I was looking for someone to help me and Sona suggested you might. Riaz explained. How would I be any help to you? He said, shaking his head. You're a dragon. And dragons are highly immune to fire. Rizer's peerage specializes in fire. You're also a neutral party and Sona believes you're more powerful than you seem. Riaz explained her logic. Citri must think really highly of me if she assumed I would help you. I have way better things to do than help some devil princess play her runaway bride. I already told you, I'm not joining your peerage. Issei stated strongly. You wouldn't be joining. But in the event of a rating game in which one member does not possess a full peerage, that devil is allowed to recruit temporary fills, so long as it's approved by both sides. I've been given permission to recruit anyone who will fight for me. Riaz explained. Not a chance. I gain nothing out of helping you. Issei stated as he crossed his arms. I don't expect you to do it for free. I'm willing to give you whatever you want for it. Riaz trailed off, unsure if it was actually a good idea to make that offer. Whatever I want, huh? You shouldn't make promises like that to people like me. Issei laughed at her. Riaz immediately got a flushed face as she looked away. I'm desperate here. What do you want? If it's something I can give you, I will. Is that right? Tell me, princess. What exactly do you have to offer me? Issei asked, testing her. The red-haired devil looked at him concerned. Money. Political support. Favors. Is there something you want from me? You're being awfully vague there. Tell me, Riaz Gremory, what do you think a guy like me wants from a girl like you? Issei continued. Akeno's face was plastered with disbelief. She immediately voiced her concern. Riaz, you don't have to do this. Not with a jerk like him. Riaz looked away from him. Is it sex you want? Issei shook his head and laughed at her. Oh my god. You're seriously that desperate? I didn't think some howdy devil like you would ever stoop to my level to get out of an arranged marriage. Don't laugh at her, Haidu-san. You should feel ashamed of trying to sexually exploit Riaz. Akeno said disapprovingly. I'm not exploiting her at all. I never said that's what I wanted. I'm just laughing because you assumed you were doing some amazing favor for me by lowering yourself to my level. Issei replied. Do you really think so poorly of me? Riaz asked sadly. Offending your status was not my intention. Issei crossed his arms. Answer me seriously then. Why are you so determined to not marry this guy? Isn't this just some game where you're playing hard to get with him, is it? Issei asked bluntly. Riaz shook her head. He's a complete asshole and a selfish prick. He's arrogant, condescending, and bigoted. He's the complete stereotype of devil nobility. I can't be with someone like that. I would sooner be with someone who wasn't even a devil. Someone like me, you mean? Issei asked, causing Riaz to look down shamefully. She shook her head. I have nothing against you. I don't know why you hate me so much. I don't hate you, Gremory. Believe me, you would know it if I did. I'm just pointing out that you think you're too good for everyone, and I find that annoying. This guy you're marrying sounds like a normal pure-blooded devil to me. How is he different than any other asshole you'd end up with? Issei asks sternly. Because I don't love him. And he's just terrible. He's everything that's wrong with devil society. I know it sounds selfish, but I want to marry someone I love. Riaz said sadly. So, you want me to go out of my way and fight your fiancé? For you? What kind of shit is that? It's not like I want to marry you, so why do you expect chivalry out me? Issei shook his head. I don't. But Riaz trailed off unsure of what to say. Issei shook his head. Getting married to some shithead is probably the only bad thing that'll ever happen to you. There are real people with real problems out there, and you're standing here like some spoiled little brat having a pity party about marrying some rich douchebag. Deal with it yourself, Grimory. I'm sorry for bothering you then. Riaz said dejectedly as she turned to leave. Akeno stood there for a moment as Riaz was leaving. She shook her head at him. You're wrong about Riaz. Not all devils are like that. Riaz isn't like that. She's not the person you think she is. If you actually believed the devils were that bad then you wouldn't hang around that girl, Vali. Vali actually fights her own battles instead of asking for people to save her. I'll respect your master when she stops acting like some damsel in distress. That aside, Vali's only half devil. I'm sure someone like you would understand there's a difference. Issei said, causing Akeno's eyes to widen. What did you just say? Someone like me? Akeno gasped. Don't feel too bad. I actually like fallen angels more than devils. Issei said as he closed the door on her. As he turned around, Issei saw both Zenobia and Irina standing up and staring at him anxiously. He was somewhat surprised that they didn't interrupt his conversation at any point. Were those devils? Zenobia asked Issei seriously. What did they want? A knight in shining armor. Issei said dryly. Zenobia looked confused. Huh? Did they ask you for help or something, Issei? Irina asked curiously. Yeah, I told them no. Issei said as he sat down. I thought the devils feared you? Zenobia said, cocking her head. They do. But for some reason they keep trying to get me to help them with stuff. It's really annoying. Issei sighed. Irina smiled. I'm glad that the devils fear you. It makes staying here feel safer. Well, you two have fun with the game. I'm going to go work on my bike in the garage. Give me a shout if you need anything. Issei waved as he grabbed a quick snack out of his fridge. A moment later he went into his garage. He opened it for better lighting and went over to his toolbox to grab a few tools. He looked at his bike for a moment. Now. How to make you faster. Issei spent the next few hours working on his motorcycle. He was specifically putting on an extra exhaust so that he could spew more flames with his enhanced turbo. As he worked through the gas line of his bike, he eventually checked the tank for any changes. That custom fuel I made seems to be working alright. I'm glad it didn't explode in there or damage the lines. He thought as he saw no visible damage. While working on his bike, he thought about how he was going to make it to the dimensional rift undetected for next week. He shook his head deep in thought. I wonder. Is it possible to use illusions like red does? What are you talking about, Issei? Ddraig questioned him. Hear me out for a minute, Ddraig. But Red gifted me with some of his own power. Do you think it's possible that I could use it for creating illusions like he can? Issei asked. Ddraig thought for a moment. That's actually an interesting idea. If you could, then it would work in a similar manner to how you restrict your scent and power signature. Granted, for you to project an illusion like that, you would first need to know who that angel watching you is. Why's that? Issei wondered. Think about how you restrict your scent and power. It's willful. You have to imagine it. In order to restrict a being, you would have to know who they are in order to affect their perceptions. At least that's how I would imagine it to work. Granted, I'm just as uncertain as you are about how Great Red's power actually works. At the very least it would be good to know who that angel is. Ddraig responded. You're a genius, Ddraig. I'll message that angel right now and find out who it is. Issei laughed. A moment later he pulled out his phone and sent a message on his phone to the mystery angel. I've changed my mind. I want to meet you. Would you be interested in coming by my house today? Did you have a change of heart? The angel messaged back within 30 seconds. No, but I'd like to at least know what my stalker looks like. Issei sent back. Not even 30 seconds passed before he got a reply. I would love to meet you. Be right there. Issei sighed as he anticipated the lame meeting he was about to have. He walked inside his living room and sat down on the couch next to Zenobia and Irina. The two of them were still deeply invested in the game. Fuss ro da. Fuss ro da. The two girls shouted in unison with their character on the screen. This dragon shouting power is amazing. I wish I could do it in real life. Zenobia said aloud. Irina looked over at the delinquent with a grin. Hey, Issei, are you a dragonborn? Zenobia turned to face him as well with anxious eyes. He looked between the two girls and laughed. I guess you could say so. That might explain why you're a dragon. Irina deduced with a fun smile. Hey Issei. I've been meaning to ask you something since yesterday. Zenobia said slowly. He looked at the brunette curiously. Alright, what is it? It's about how you destroyed that Excalibur with your bare hand. Are dragons really that powerful? That fallen angel said there were dragons even more powerful than God. Is that really true? It can't be. Can it? Zenobia asked doubtfully. I'm not going to stand here and tell you what's right or wrong, Zenobia, but all dragons are powerful. The one Raynare and Raynare spoke of is called Great Red. He's the greatest of them all. Is he evil? Zenobia wondered. Issei shook his head. No. But he's not really good either. Beings like him are just powerful and free to do anything they want. They're above what most people understand as morality, I guess you could say. Is it possible for a dragon to be faithful to God, or on good terms at least? Zenobia wondered. It's possible for a dragon to do anything, Zenobia. Issei replied. A moment later, Issei heard a knock on the door. Do people come by your house like this all the time? Irina asked, shaking her head. Issei sighed. Yes. And it's annoying. Taking a deep breath, Issei prepared himself to meet this angel. He slowly opened the door and was met with a blinding sight. Outside of his house he saw a woman with blonde hair and green eyes. Her hair had curls on the ends of it and it looked almost radiant. She had a purely innocent smile and was wearing golden white armor. She had 12 feathery white wings on her back and had a diadem across her forehead. Issei blinked several times, almost blinded by the light. I should have worn my shades. The angel smiled at him with genuine happiness. I'm so glad you wanted to meet me today. 1 2 3 4 6 12 wings. Who the hell are you? Issei gawked. I'm the Seraph Gabriel, nice to meet you, Issei Haidu. She introduced herself. Issei looked around her. You should probably come inside before any of my neighbors see you. Thank you. She said as she entered his home. Zenobia and Irina nearly lost their dignity as the two yelped. Gabriel Sama. Irina bowed low immediately. Zenobia tossed her controller down as she did the same. Great Seraph Gabriel, what brings you here? Zenobia asked humbly. You don't have to bow, I just came to meet Issei. The angel replied warmly. Irina and Zenobia exchanged disbelieving looks before Irina spoke. Seriously? What for? He said he needed a guardian angel. And so I came. The Seraph explained as if it were the simplest thing in the world. Issei shook his head. No, I didn't say that. I said I wanted to meet you. I never agreed to that guardian angel shit. You cuss a lot, Issei Haidu, you're a bad boy. Gabriel bopped him lightly on the head with a smile. It was almost as if she wasn't even serious about scolding him. He stared at her confused. Is something wrong with you? No, I feel fine today. In fact, I am in a great mood right now. Gabriel answered his question out of context. Issei. You can't say that to a seraph. Irina gasped. It's okay, Irina Shidu. Issei is a very special person. He's allowed to speak to me any way he wishes. Gabriel explained. I think you're the special one here. He laughed as he shook his head. You really think so? You think I'm special too? Gabriel asked him with a clueless happy smile. Is she socially retarded? She has no idea I just called her stupid. Issei thought, bewildered. I know so. You're a very special girl. But I guess with looks like that you don't need much else. He said with a grin. You like my looks? Thank you, Issei Haidu. Gabriel smiled at him. I never expected meeting an angel leader to be this amusing. Issei laughed at Gabriel's ignorance to his subtle humor. Issei. Don't insult her like that. Irina protested. Are you insulting a seraph? Zenobia said, shocked. Gabriel smiled. It's alright, girls. I'm not insulted by Issei Haidu's attraction to me. In fact, I find it flattering that he likes me. I'm a huge fan of his as well. Issei, Zenobia and Irina all simultaneously jaw-dropped at Gabriel's remark. Zenobia looked confused. What? Gabriel Sama, Issei was making fun of you? Irina tried to explain. Making fun with me? Is that true, Issei Haidu? Do I make it fun for you? Gabriel asked. No, you don't. And I am not attracted to you either. Issei immediately protested. Gabriel looked at him confused. You're not. Didn't you just say you liked my looks and think I was special? Yeah, but it's called a joke. Are all angels this clueless? Issei asked Irina. And the Graces too. Zenobia remarked. Yeah. I'm sure I am. Issei trailed off. I wish I would have thought to ask her about God. Irina said, shaking her head in frustration. Issei sighed. Well, that was interesting. I'm going to go take a shower in the dark. Without another word, Issei went to the shower, got undressed and stepped into the hot pouring water. As he stood there, he couldn't help but feel weirded out that some angel was watching him. He shook his head. Ddraig. That illusion spell is a fucking priority. We're working on it for the rest of the day. Pure being or not, that blonde bimbo is not going to spy on me. Good plan, partner. The sooner that's done the better. Ddraig replied. The next day Kuoh Academy Issei spent the rest of his night working on creating an illusion spell. He was so adamant about making it work that he stayed up most of the night. He let out a sigh of relief as he drove his motorcycle to school. I'm so glad I finally made an illusion spell to mask me from that dumb angel. It's going to take some work to make an illusion for my power, but I should be able to use a more refined version of this spell when I go to see Red next week. As he rode up into school, Issei met with Vali and Tiamat. The majority of the day was fairly typical with no notable encounters or odd conversations of note. As the day came to a close however, Issei waited for Vali and Tiamat to leave before deciding to approach Sona. Alright. Here goes nothing. Let's go talk to Citri in her office. Issei thought to himself as he walked into the student council room and closed the door behind himself. Much to his dissatisfaction, almost all the Kuoh devils were in there. They looked shocked by his sudden appearance and all stared at him with anxiousness and a bit of disdain. Hi Du-san. Sona looked at Issei disbelievingly. What are you doing in here? Issei looked around at them awkwardly. Hey, don't mind me. Just here to talk to the president. Sona looked at him confused. You want to talk? To me? Yeah, you know. In private. Issei requested as everyone stared at him in silence. Riaz looked completely depressed, Akeno had a glare on her face, Kaneko had a blank stare, and Kiba was neutral. Most of Sona's peerage had neutral expressions, but Tsubasa had a shameful smile and a light blush. We were kind of in the middle of something right now. Ria's rating game is going to start soon. Sona replied. Oh. Well, how long is that going to take? Issei asked curiously. Several of the devils looked at him with disbelief for his upbeat callousness. Probably an hour or two. Sona said. What do you want from me? My childhood friends want to get enrolled in Kuoh, but they have weird backgrounds and you know it's kind of difficult to get people transferred here without a little sway. I was wondering if you'd be willing to push their paperwork through for me. Issei requested. Childhood friends. Sona blinked several times. Yeah. They're only humans. Nothing you guys need to worry about. The dragon elaborated. I suppose I could. Sona said slowly. She looked surprised that Issei would ask for something so simple from her. Why should she? You're not willing to help us, so why should we help you? The white-haired freshman devil questioned Issei. Kaneko makes a good point. Kiba agreed. Oh god. Don't even tell me they're about to make me help Gremory to get Zenobia and Arena enrolled. Issei rolled his eyes. Sona looked at Issei curiously. I would be willing to do that for you Issei Haidu. If you would be willing to fight on Ria's behalf. Dang way to corner me like this. I should have waited until tomorrow to ask. Issei sighed. Before anyone could say another word, an orange-red summoning circle appeared in the room. Flames shot out of it a moment later followed by 16 individuals. This group of arrivals were all devils, but only one of them was male. The male was wearing a hideous burgundy suit in Issei's opinion. He had medium-length blonde hair, blue eyes, and looked a bit scruffy. His coat was open and his wide undershirt was unbuttoned at the top as well. He had a proud and cocky smile on his face as he spoke up. Oh, Riaz darling, are you prepared for our rating game? Yes. Riaz replied stoically. Oh, what's with the long face, darling? You're the one who wanted this after all. He smiled petulantly. Riaz glared at him. Even if you win, I'll never love or respect you. You don't have to love Rizer, darling. You just have to belong to him. Once Rizer has Urzich's baby sister in his harem, he'll be the most respected young devil in all of hell. Then Rizer Phoenix will have the greatest harem in the world. The devil bragged. Holy fuck, this guy is arrogant. Issei thought as he watched Rizer throw an arm around the sitting Riaz. Rizer Phoenix turned to look at Riaz's peerage with a disgustingly proud grin. Is this your peerage, Riaz? How cute. You don't even have half of Rizer's. Not that it would matter anyway. Because Rizer is invincible. Wow. Is this dickhead actually referring to himself in third person? Issei asked bluntly with an amused chuckle. The blonde devil looked at Issei cockily. And who might you be? Are you one of Riaz's temporary fills? How amusing. She only found one. Haha. I wouldn't laugh at him, Rizer. Issei is half dragon and he's not a pushover. Sona spoke up calmly. The blonde man laughed and even pointed at Issei. A half dragon. Ahaha. Issei felt his blood pressure rising but maintained his cool as he replied. I don't see how that's funny. You think a half dragon is a match for the mighty house of Phoenix? Even a full dragon wouldn't stand a chance against Rizer. Look at this weakling. What a joke to even think some half-breed dragon would be a match for Rizer's ultimate harem peerage. Let alone Rizer himself. The blonde man laughed. Issei boiled in anger as he stood there for a moment enduring Rizer's laughter. He maintained his outer cool, but inside he was starting to get pissed. Nobody laughed at him like that and got away with it. This guy might be the biggest piece of shit devil I've ever seen. Gremory was not exaggerating. Issei thought angrily. A harem peerage. Is that why you're surrounded by weak little girls? Issei laughed at him. Riser glared at Issei. What was that, you trash? Have you something bad to say about Riser's ultimate harem? You're just jealous of Riser's power and status. You'll never have the power, the women, or the fame that I do. Issei looked at him amused. Wow, so you do know to talk in first person. And here I thought you were fucking retarded. Although you must be out of your fucking mind if you think I envy anything about some bratty little bitch like you. All I see are 16 devil girls in front of me. You're the joke here, pal. You dare to insult Riser Sama's manhood. One of Riser's knights protested angrily. Issei looked at them and smirked. Yes, I dare. Also, you're delusional, you flamer, if you think this is the ultimate harem. Flamer. What did you just call me? Riser got angry. Would you prefer Riser-chan? Or maybe even Riser-tan? Issei asked with a grin. You have no idea who you're messing with. A blonde girl with drill curls piped up. We're phoenixes. Immortal birds of fire. Riser Ani-sama will wipe the floor with some punk like you. Issei looked at the blonde girl for a moment and shook his head distracted. Are those actual drill curl twin tails? I've never seen a drill hair girl before, haha. Wait. Did you just call Riser your brother? What kind of guy puts his sister in his harem? The blonde drill-haired girl got embarrassed as Issei laughed at her. He smirked at Riser's sister. Are you one of those overly attached Amados? Shut up, you bastard. She shouted at him with a flushed face. Riser sneered as he cut into the conversation again. Riser has the ultimate harem, which includes his baby sister, Ravel. But Riser does not engage in romantic pursuit with her. I mean, I would understand if you did. You gotta keep the devil blood pure, right? Too bad though. She's actually the cutest girl in your harem. Issei laughed. What? Ravel Phoenix protested with embarrassment. You think I'm the best looking girl in Riser Sama's peerage? Ravel gawked. Gross. Let's look at them really quickly, shall we, Riser-chan? Another Soplan model with no bra. Nice pair though. Issei noted as he walked over and looked at Yubaluna. The purple-haired woman seemed confused by his remark but said nothing as Issei looked over the others. He smirked. Whoa, is that Chun-Li back there? Shulin, one of Riser's rooks, looked around uncertainly until it was obvious that Issei was talking about her. Who, me? The dark-haired girl asked confused. She's got a nice pair of legs. Not as good as the real Chun-Li though, but the rest of her makes up for it. Issei remarked as he looked. Next to her and spotted a masked girl. What are you trying to be? Phantom of the Opera meets punk? Issei asked Isabella as he looked her up and down. The rook got embarrassed by Issei's proximity and looked away. That's a rad hairdo though. I like the pants too. Issei remarked as he moved on. Finally, his eyes rested on cat ears atop two girls. He stopped in his tracks and groaned in annoyance. Really, man? You just had to bring cat girls into my fucking town. You gotta be kidding me. What's wrong with Nekomata, Naya? The red-haired one questioned with hostility. Miss me with the Naya stuff, alright, cat girl? Issei said annoyed. Kaneko visibly frowned at Issei's comment about the Nekomata twins. This harem actually had potential. Too bad, Riser-chan, it'll never be the greatest now. Issei said, shaking his head at the bewildered high-class devil. Ravel voiced her opinion immediately. Who do you think you are, judging us all like that? You're a gross creep. Gross. How am I gross? Issei asked amused. You're saying all this lewd stuff about us right in front of my brother. He'll kick your ass. Ravel shouted. Will he? Haha, what a siskin. I still can't believe you put your sister in your harem, haha. And you think I'm gross? I mean, hey, I'm into the twin tails look too, but that's just too funny. Issei laughed again. Haidu-san. You like twin tail hair on girls? Tsubasa spoke up blushing. He looked over at her. Who doesn't? I'm also a fan of blue hair. Tsubasa immediately covered her face in embarrassment as she turned around. Every other blue-haired girl in the room sent a questioning glare towards Issei. This included one of Riser's pawns. Sona and most of her peerage looked shocked by Issei's remark. Saji shook his head confused. I've never seen Haidu laugh. He doesn't even take this seriously. I heard he was mean, I wasn't expecting him to be funny. An auburn-haired girl with short twin-tailed hair laughed. He's really getting in their heads though. This is pretty amusing. A white-haired girl with bangs remarked. I didn't take him for a guy that liked twin tails. Did you, Tomo? The white-haired girl asked the other. She shook her head. No, Momo, I didn't. I don't think you would like twin tails if you met my sister, Haidu-san. Sona thought to herself. Everyone watched with disbelief as Issei walked over and began to twirl his finger around one of Ravel's drill curls. He spoke up with fascination. Wow. How do you get it to curl like this? Don't touch my hair. Ravel protested as she tried to slap him. He easily caught her wrist and stared at her for a moment. "What's your name, Phoenix girl?" "Ravel. You're a fiery little lady, aren't you?" Ravel didn't answer him as she froze up in his gaze. She was obviously not used to the type of male attention she was getting as her face got flushed. "Don't touch my sister, you half-breed filth." Riser got angry now. "Or what, Siskin? You gonna make me? If I wanted I could just take her from you," Issei said, hoping to piss Riser off even more. Ravel's face went fully crimson as she felt her heart skip a beat. "Why you what? You're a barbarian. I'm not surprised you can just take away. In fact, while I'm at it, fuckface, why don't I just take them all away from you? How would you like that? Then I'll turn you into a girl and make you wait on me in a maid dress like the little bitch that you are." Issei laughed darkly. Every devil in the room went silent from Issei's threat, with only his laughter filling the room. "I'm going to murder you on the field," Riser said angrily. "If you say so," Issei said, shaking his head. "Come on girls, let's go," Riser said angrily as he walked over towards his peerage and teleported away. After they were gone, every devil left in the room stared at Issei disbelievingly. After a short awkward silence, Riaz finally spoke up, confused. "You're willing to fight for me? Not for you. I just don't like that guy." "When does this game start, anyway?" Issei asked. "Right now, actually. If you're fighting for her, get in the teleportation circle, Haidu-san." Sona answered as Ria's peerage all got up and moved to a red circle. Issei walked over towards it casually. Ria's peerage all stared at him with curious anxiousness as they waited to get transported to the battlefield. Upon getting teleported to the raiding game battleground, Ria's peerage all turned and looked at Ria's awaiting orders. She looked at Issei for a moment. "Before I say anything else, I just wanted to thank you for helping me, Haidu-san. Whatever your reasons are. I'm grateful. You weren't lying. That guy is a piece of shit. I'd sooner marry your brother," Issei noted as he sat down on the couch. The raiding game battleground was a replica of Kuoh Academy, and they appeared to be in the lookalike of the Occult Research Club building. "Why did you say all those things to Riser? Were you trying to piss him off? He's already going to be hard enough to defeat," Kaneko asked Issei. Issei shrugged at her and spoke sarcastically. "Yeah, I'm sure he will be. The way you were talking to him sounded like you didn't even take him seriously. Do you think you're actually a match for a high-class devil? I hope you weren't just talking out of your ass," Kaneko asked, concerned. "I'm so scared," an effeminate-looking boy in a girl's uniform cried. Issei didn't care enough about him to even wonder what he was or why he was dressed like that. "We need to pick off Riser's pieces slowly before we move in to engage his queen and..." "Haidu, where are you going?" Riaz asked, concerned. "I'm kind of busy today. I'm just going to speed things along so Citri and I can do that paperwork," Issei said casually as he began to leave. Akeno looked at Riaz, confused. "Is it okay for him to just go off on his own like that? We're lucky he's even here to help. Let him do what he wants. We'll work around him and pick off Riser's pieces. Kiba, go scout around the gym and try to catch anyone who overextends near the main building. Kaneko is going to go through the gym to draw them in. Akeno, I want you to wait until she gathers enough in there and then destroy the building. Once Kaneko gives you the signal, she's fled. That should hopefully draw out Riser's queen. When that happens, come back to me, Kiba, in case Riser sends pieces directly for me." "What about you, Riaz?" Akeno asked. "Gasper and I will stay further back," Riaz replied. "Try to find Riser's queen as soon you destroy the gym, Akeno. Also, all of you take these so I can communicate with you in the field." Riaz handed all of them small orb-like objects to put in their ears. "You got it, Riaz," the black-haired girl replied as she went outside and went into the air, spreading her devil wings. Moments later, her body was enveloped in a Maiko outfit. Meanwhile, Issei was walking directly across the field with a casual expression on his face. As Kaneko, Akeno, and Kiba all moved outside to disperse, they each saw him walking directly towards Riser's territory from their various vantage points. "What's he doing?" Kaneko said, shaking her head before going into the gym. Further back and in the air, Akeno spoke into her communication earpiece. Riaz. Haidu is just walking directly towards them." Ria's voice came over the magical comm. "Just let him do his thing, Akeno. Stick to the plan." Up in the sky, Akeno spotted more than 2/3 of Riser's peerage moving in to block Issei. Okay, but they seem to be going for him instead. Should I wait or go back him up?" Before Akeno could get a response from Riaz, a torrent of explosive fire magic caught her off guard, nearly blasting her out of the air. She turned her head in shock to see Riser's queen Ubeluna flying across from her. "Riser's queen is engaging me directly," Akeno reported to Riaz. "Try to take her out, Akeno, but fall back if things get too hot. We can't afford to lose anyone," Riaz said back to her. "This is Kiba. We have 1 knight and 3 pawns coming around my way. I might be able to hold them off, but I'll need help." Kiba voiced in. Kaneko, go help Kiba. Ria's ordered. What about Haidu? Kaneko asked concerned. He'll be okay. Yudo needs you more right now. Ria said back urgently. I'm on the way. Kaneko replied. As Issei was walking he looked back and saw Akeno fighting Ubaluna in the air. He didn't really get much of a chance for upskirt looks as a loud thud caught his attention. Looking forward, Issei saw many girls blocking his path. The one who looked like Chun-Li shook her head at him disbelievingly. Are you stupid or something? You think you can just walk right through us to get to Riser-sama? Yeah, I do. Issei said nonchalantly as he kept walking. The angry Rook charged in and attempted to deliver powerful flaming kicks into Issei. He effortlessly blocked her kicks as he kept walking much to her annoyance. You're not getting past us. Shulin shouted angrily as she swung her leg in for a super kick. Issei caught her leg with little effort much to her disbelief. A moment later he touched her thigh. Muscular, but soft. Speaking of butt. Issei said causing her to swing a leg around his neck and attempt to put him in a hold. She was now on his shoulders trying to put Issei in a hold with her legs. Chun-Li, you mind getting your crotch off my neck? Issei laughed at her ineffectiveness to subdue him. Stop calling me that. My name is Shulin. She shouted in annoyance as she tried to tighten her hold. Her efforts were short-lived as Issei began to bob his head back and forth, causing friction between her legs. Ag. Don't do that. She protested. Do what? Issei chuckled as he continued to do it. No. Ag. Stop it. She shouted again with a heavily flushed face. This went on for almost 20 seconds. You're disgusting. She shouted again as her hold loosened on Issei. One way or another you're getting off. Issei replied crudely causing Shulin and the other members Riser's peerage that were watching to all gawk at him. You damn pervert. Shulin shouted as she let go of him and jumped back to her allies. They all had varied expressions after seeing what just happened. Shulin embarrassedly wiped her leg for a second when she thought nobody was looking. You're a sick perv, you know that. A short blue-haired girl said shaking her head. Issei looked at her for a moment and grinned. Yeah, I'm pretty terrible. 2 of Riser's pawns retired. Sona's voice announced. Issei looked over the number of girls in front of him currently. Both rooks, 1 knight, 5 pawns, and 2 bishops were all blocking his way forward. Quit staring at us, pervert. The blue-haired girl piped up. You better watch out, Mira, he said he had a thing for blue hair. A girl with a sword spoke up. You don't have to tell me, Cirrus. Mira complained. If you're done being a creeper, then I'll be your opponent. The sword-wielding girl known as Cirrus announced. She drew a massive Zweihander and moved in to swing it at him as hard as possible. Issei easily sidestepped her attack and tripped her a moment later causing her to go plummeting forward. She fell on her face and had her butt sticking in the air now. Red panties today. Issei chuckled causing the knight to immediately jump to her feet in anger and attempt to attack him again. Once again, Issei easily sidestepped her swing and tripped her again. He didn't stop to look at her this time as he continued walking past the devil girls. Get that fucker. Cirrus shouted in annoyance to the others who were just standing around watching. Let's see how strong you are, dragon. One of the green-haired pawns shouted as she and her twin went in to attack Issei with their chainsaws. Issei didn't bother dodging this time as he simply kicked one and punched the other, causing both to go flying. Into the distance. Nell. Shulin called out to the 2 green-haired girls who Issei just took out with 1 hit apiece. 2 of Riser's pawns retired. Sona's voice announced as if on broadcast. The Chinese devil girl immediately ran in to attack Issei, but was easily stopped when he backhanded her to the ground. Sorry Chun-Li, but I need to wrap this shit up. Issei sighed. The Chinese devil girl leapt up and started unleashing a series of punches and kicks at him, using any form of martial prowess she could. Issei easily blocked and countered most of her attacks, and finally caught her leg mid-kick again. Let go of me. She said, embarrassed at having her leg held up in such a promiscuous pose. Shulin. One of the girls shouted. A moment later, the 3 remaining pawns all rushed Issei at once to help the held rook. Mira, Nai, and Lee stood no chance as Issei swung Shulin into them like a baseball bat, causing all 3 to go spiraling in various directions in pain. Issei used a lot of force behind the attack which caused the 3 pawns to go unconscious. He threw Shulin afterward, but she managed to catch herself midair and land on her feet. 3 of Riser's pawns retired. Sona's voice announced again. Come on girls. This guy is laughing at us. Shulin shouted towards her fellow peerage members. Isabella, Cirrus, and the now recovering Shulin all moved in to combo Issei from all sides. He easily stopped their attacks as he threw Shulin through Cirrus and into one of the bishops in the back. Shulin and Cirrus managed to recover, but Mihi, the bishop, didn't look like she was getting up anytime soon. One of Riser's bishops retired. Sona spoke. The rook and knight moved into Isabella's side and stood opposed to Issei with serious glares on their faces now. Ravel Phoenix was standing behind them and shook her head. You're a brute, you know that. Just because you have raw strength doesn't mean you're a match for Ani-sama. Issei laughed at her. If your brother is so tough, then why is he hiding behind a bunch of girls? Tell that fuckboy to come fight me himself. A degenerate brute like you doesn't have the right to challenge Raynare-sama. Cirrus shouted as she swung her Zweihander in to attack him again. In a similar way to catching Fried Selzen's sword, Issei caught Cirrus's. She looked shocked as he squeezed the blade, causing her entire sword to shatter. Cirrus took a step back, horrified. What the hell? How? That thing ain't no Dragon Slayer. Issei laughed at her horror. Cirrus didn't get much time to reflect on her failure as Issei punched her in the face a moment later, knocking her out cold. One of Raiser's knights retired. Sona's voice announced. No. Cirrus. Shulin said angrily as she and Isabella charged Issei again. Before they could even figure out what happened, Issei grabbed both of them by the throat. He smashed their heads together before they could break loose and sent both girls to the ground bleeding. 2. Of Raiser's rooks retired. Sona's voice came over the broadcast once again. With all of his enemies dealt with, Issei finally turned towards Ravel. G, get back. D, don't do anything. Why, you regret it? Ravel shouted as she began to back away from Issei slowly. One of Raiser's pawns and one of Raiser's knights retired. One of Ria's knights retired. Sona's voice alerted them again. Issei ignored it as he walked closer towards Ravel. Come on, devil girl. Let's see this immortal phoenix fire you're so proud of. A moment later, a loud explosion caught Issei's attention. From the sky, he saw Akeno free falling towards the ground. Huh. She got defeated. Issei thought indifferently. Despite his reservations about it, he decided to jump up and catch the falling devil before landing nearby. Akeno looked worse for wear and injured. She blinked several times in disbelief when she realized Issei had caught her. You gonna make it, Angel? Issei asked her. She felt a strange feeling in her stomach at being held by Issei in this bridal style and being referred to as Angel. Her heart began to race faster when she realized that Issei was staring at her. Akeno spoke up disbelievingly. Why did you catch me? Good question. Issei countered. Before Akeno could voice a response, a massive explosion engulfed both of them. The explosion did virtually no damage to Issei's body, but it did scuff up his uniform. Akeno, on the other hand, was now out of the game. Ria's queen retired. Sona's voice announced. Issei growled in annoyance when he detected the source of the explosion. He looked up at Yubaluna angrily. Are you kidding me? I only own like 4 of these uniforms. You're lucky I'm not wearing my jacket right now, you cheap bitch. She landed in front of Ravel and Issei and spoke up for the first time. I'm amazed you're still standing after that. Did you actually defeat the rest of Raynare-sama's peerage? Where is that fucker at? Enough of this damn hiding shit. Fuckboy, come out and fight me or I'm taking your sister and your queen. Issei shouted, hoping to draw Raynare to him. Ravel shook her head, blushing madly. Stop saying things like that. I'm not some helpless maiden you can just claim. Prove it to me, Phoenix girl, let's see what you got. Issei challenged her. Ravel immediately backed away as Issei ripped his charred shirt off. Yubaluna eyed him silently as the now shirtless dragon looked between the two females. A moment later, Riaz, Gasper and Kaneko all ran over towards his location. Finally, however, Raynare made his appearance as he landed next to Yubaluna and Ravel with his flaming wings out. Haidu, did you really take out all of them? Kaneko asked with amazement. Raynare has grown tired of watching you molest and harass his harem. He will now turn you into ashes. Raynare shouted as he unleashed a heavy torrent of flames towards Issei. Burn in the flames of the phoenix. Raynare announced overdramatically. His attack was extremely powerful, and it managed to engulf the entire area in flames. Gasper attempted to negate the ones around Riaz, Kaneko, and himself, but was too nervous and scared to do much else. Issei took the full brunt of the flames, much to their horror. The flames engulfed him for almost a minute. Die, you annoying fucker. Raynare shouted as he kept pouring flames out. Ani-sama. I think you got him. Ravel said a bit seriously as Issei's entire body had been covered in the flames for nearly a minute now. The light from Raynare's attack was blinding. A loud voice projected from the flames a moment later. Do you call this fire? From Raynare's flames a glowing red silhouette began to shine. The red silhouette was quickly revealed to be a winged, shirtless Issei. The delinquent slowly began to walk towards Raynare, immune to his fire. Everyone gasped and stared at the sight of his 2 large red dragon wings and his draconic features. The shirtless winged dragon looked unfazed by the flames as his red aura seemed to eat them up as he passed. Yubaluna looked truly disturbed. Raynare-sama. Raynare, do something. Ravel said, terrified now. Calm yourself, Ravel. This beast might have brute strength, but he's useless against the regenerative powers of a phoenix. The delusional devil announced. A moment later he flew in to attack Issei in melee combat. His attack was short-lived as Issei easily slashed his arm off and pierced his chest. Without even waiting, Issei threw him powerfully into the nearby building. The phoenix went flying a considerable distance back, but quickly regenerated his wounds and grew his arm back as he flew back in. Yubeluna looked scared as Issei came closer. She gathered her resolve and attempted to bomb him as the dragon advanced, but much to her horror, nothing even fazed Issei in his current state. Before she knew it, Issei had her by the throat. The purple-haired woman was immediately forced to her knees from Issei's strength and was now helpless in his grasp. Issei grabbed her by the hair with his other hand and forced her to face the incoming riser. "Hey devil bitch. Turn your head and have a good look at Riser Phoenix. You'll never see him the same way again when I'm through with him." Yubeluna looked at Riser helplessly as Issei held her in place. "Tell me, devil girl. What's your name?" Issei asked the purple-haired woman. She didn't answer for a moment until Issei squeezed her neck. "Yubeluna." She finally answered fearfully. "Are you afraid right now?" Issei asked her darkly. "Why yes." She answered honestly. "Then you're a lot smarter than your master is. Because anyone with half a brain knows not to piss off a dragon." Issei growled, causing her to flinch. "Let go of my queen, you half-breed filth." Riser shouted as he flew back, throwing more fire at the dragon. Issei literally took no damage from it and started laughing. "It seems you're still not afraid. I don't think you understand the situation yet. Riser." A moment later, Issei let go of Yubeluna and punched her in the back of the head, knocking her out cold. "You're not going to want to see this, babe." Riser's queen retired. Sona announced with evident concern in her voice. Issei's body began to radiate more powerfully as he inhaled deeply. A moment later he unleashed dragonfire in Riser and Ravel's location. Ravel didn't even try to stop it as she ran out of its trajectory. Riser, on the other hand, stubbornly tried to counter it with his own flames. His orange flames were immediately engulfed by Issei's darker red ones. The destruction his attack caused was cataclysmic to the battlefield. The entire raiding game battleground was now engulfed in flames. The skies went dark and were illuminated in apocalyptic red light. "He's going to destroy the entire game field if he keeps doing things like that," Kaneko gasped. Riaz, Kaneko, Gasper and Ravel all fell to their knees from the overwhelming energy and pressure. Riser somehow survived the attack but looked to be recovering slowly as Issei approached him. "What's the matter, Riser? I thought you were invincible," Issei said mockingly to the injured phoenix. He was regenerating slowly but still looked like he was in bad shape. The phoenix powerlessly attempted to blast Issei again before moving in to attack once more. Issei caught him this time and grabbed his arm. "Let's see how quickly you regenerate from this. Arrghh." Riser cried out in agony as Issei broke Riser's arm in multiple places. He kept breaking his bones as the phoenix was regenerating, causing an endless loop of agony. Riaz, Gasper, Kaneko and Ravel all looked horrified by the brutality. "Give up or we're going to keep going," Issei hissed as he threw Riser to the ground and stomped repeatedly on the downed devil. Riser's ribs broke and healed repeatedly as Issei savagely beat him. Finally, after enough abuse, Riser seemed to understand that he was no match for Issei and would only suffer the longer he resisted. "I surrender," he announced in pain as Issei continued to stomp on him. Issei kept going despite his statement. "Please. Stop." Ravel cried as tears began to fall down her face. She ran over towards her brother's side, who was now in a crater at this point. I surrender," Riser repeated fearfully. Finally, Issei ceased his assault. "About fucking time. Riaz Gremory has won the raiding game," Sona's voice announced with evident concern. "Ani-sama, are you alright?" Ravel asked. Riser didn't reply as he simply sat there shaking like a beat dog. Issei looked down at him, shaking his head. "I hope you learned your lesson, devil. Never pick a fight with a dragon." Right as he said that, Issei receded his dragon form and went back to normal. A moment later, Ravel and Riser were both teleported out of the battlefield. Ria's remaining group teleported away in a red circle shortly afterward. After they were all gone, a blue one appeared beneath Issei too. "Take him out of there." Issei found himself back in the student council room without Riaz or the other members of her peerage. He looked around confused when he only saw Sona and her peerage there. Every member of her peerage had wide stares fixed on him. "Where's Gremory at?" Issei asked a disturbed-looking Sona. "She's gone to check on her injured peerage. I summoned you back here," Sona explained. Issei sighed. "Alright, well, can you do that paperwork for me then? Dude. You beat his entire peerage by yourself practically. 5 pawns, 2 rooks, 1 knight, 1 bishop, the queen, and the king too. That was insane. I knew you were powerful, but damn," Saji said, shaking his head in disbelief. "Oh, all of you guys watched it?" Issei said, confused. "Yeah, of course we did. I'll probably watch it again later when it reruns," Saji exclaimed. Issei looked confused. "Watch it again later? How?" Rating games are usually aired on television for devils. Every devil in hell probably saw this game. Tsubaki interjected. Issei's face paled. Oh no. Fuck me. They all saw me use my powers. The only way this could have been worse is if I used my boosted gear too. Thank God I didn't do that at least. The delinquent was still shirtless and was covered in ashes, soot, and Riser's blood. Tsubasa was staring at him like he was the most beautiful thing she had ever seen. She walked over towards him and bowed her head. You were really great in that game. A bit scary near the end, but I kind of like that manliness about you. Thanks. Issei said confused. She looked up at him blushing. Are you seeing any? A moment later the door came crashing open. Standing there was none other than Serafal. Everyone turned towards her shocked. They were even more shocked when Issei addressed her. Serafal. Issei. Serafal shouted his name in surprise. Before he could even comprehend what was happening, she ran over and glumped him. Serafal, what are you doing here? Issei gasped in disbelief as she embraced him tightly. I came to ask my sister, Sona-chan, where I could find you. I didn't expect to see you in here. Why have you been ignoring my messages? She demanded childishly. Sona-chan. Sister. Issei said, horrified by the revelation as he looked over at Sona. What are you doing at my school dressed like that? Sona's face flushed red with embarrassment. Chapter 6. Mr. Black. Issei blinked several times in disbelief as he tried to comprehend the situation. Isn't Citri's sister a Satan? Leviathan if I remember right. Serafal is. Leviathan. That's not possible. I would have noticed. This has got to be some kind of sick joke. How the actual hell can a girl like her be a Maui? She's a magical girl for crying out loud. What are you doing in my school dressed like that? Sona said, embarrassed as she practically leapt up out of her seat. What's wrong with the way I'm dressed, Sona-chan? Serafal asked innocently. The entire atmosphere of the room got dark a moment later when Issei spoke. You're a Satan? Serafal's eyes widened when she looked over at Issei. He seemed truly shocked by the news as he moved away from her slightly. The twin-tailed Maui took this time to truly examine his dirty appearance and nodded. I am. You know about devils, Issei. What the hell is going on? How do you two know each other? Sona practically demanded as she looked between the confused Issei and Serafal. We're friends. Serafal laughed somewhat nervously. She put considerable emphasis on the word friends, which caused many of Sona's peerage members to eye them both with confusion. How are you friends with him? Issei Haidu is a delinquent renegade dragon who hates devils. Haidu-san, you're friends with my sister. Issei took this time to look between Sona and Serafal and noticed a large resemblance between them. He could only stare at Sona in genuine disbelief. How did I not figure this out? You've got to be kidding me. You're a dragon, Issei. Serafal almost chirped with amazement. That's so cool. I never even noticed. One-sama, you better have a good explanation for what the hell is going on. Sona said in a serious and somewhat emotional tone. Serafal ignored Sona and looked at Issei confused. If you know about devils, then you know about Sona-chan and Riaz-chan, right? By the way. Issei, why are you shirtless and covered in soot? What happened to your uniform? He just fought Riser Phoenix in Ria's rating game and utterly obliterated his entire peerage. How do you know Haidu, Serafal? Why are you referring to him so casually? How are you two friends? Sona demanded. Issei is my boyfriend. Sort of. Serafal replied with a somewhat nervous laugh. What? Sona almost squeaked. Huh? No fucking way. Are you serious? The members of her peerage all exploded into various responses. You said he beat Riser-kun's whole peerage in a rating game? That's amazing. Are you really a dragon, Issei? I was positive you were only human. Serafal questioned the stunned delinquent with evident curiosity. Despite the unbelievable revelations, she seemed to be handling the situation better than Issei. You're seriously Leviathan? I had no idea. Issei said slowly as he sent a glare towards Serafal. I'm really sorry I didn't tell you I was a devil, Issei. I thought you were human and I really like you, so I didn't want to say anything and cause you trouble. Serafal held up her hands in an innocent and sincere way. Issei had a hard time staying angry as he briefly took in her almost comical apology. Her logic behind the apology was pretty legitimate as he took a moment to process it. Both of them had been operating under the assumption that the other was human and they didn't want to cause trouble for the other one. He could almost appreciate the fact that Serafal had enough respect to keep her devil heritage out of their brief friendship. He simply sighed as he looked away. Whatever. Just one more disaster to stir up drama in my life. So, you're not mad at me? She asked hopefully. No. I should have expected some nonsense like this. Most things are too good to be true. He said with a heavy sigh. His voice was somewhat callous and distant, which implied he wasn't interested in discussing the topic any further. Serafal seemed a bit disheartened by his words, but maintained her upbeat expression. I know it'll complicate things, but you could still be my boyfriend. Wani-sama, are you out of your mind? Not only are you trying to date someone from my school, but you're going for a guy like him. Mother and father keep telling you to get married and you go off and pick up a boy from my school. Him of all people too. You two have nothing in common. How did you two end up together? Sona demanded disbelievingly. We are not together. Issei immediately defended his position as he looked away with embarrassment. It's not as bad as it sounds, I swear. It sort of just happened. You know that convention that I bought tickets for us to go to? Well, since you didn't want to go, I went by myself and happened to run into Issei there. I sort of gave him your ticket and we spent the day hanging out at the convention. We've been friends ever since. Issei even took me out on a date to go see the new Milky Spiral 7 movie. Serafal said shyly. Convention. Momo said confused as she looked at Sona. Leviathan-sama invited you to a convention. What kind? It doesn't matter. Sona said full of embarrassment as her voice cracked. It was that new anime convention. Issei and I had a great time there. Serafal exclaimed more proudly. Haidu-san went to an anime convention. Tomo practically snickered at the Delinquent. Milky Spiral 7 movie. Isn't that the movie with magical girls? Momo said confused. Issei felt completely awkward in this situation. Well. There goes my reputation. Haidu. Do you like my sister? Sona asked with a somewhat flushed face. Serafal's eyes focused intensely on Issei as he looked between the two of them. He looked away with a light blush. She's not exactly my type, but I like her more than most devils. She's not my girlfriend though. Serafal frowned at those words and looked away. Sorry to cause you so much trouble, Issei. Nothing personal, Serafal. You're not half bad as far as devils go. You and your sister for that matter. That being said, I'm not about to get roped into your royal politics and all that other shit. Issei said dismissively. That makes sense. Serafal said slowly as she thought about Issei's situation. She didn't fully understand his dislike for devils, but she could definitely understand Issei not wanting to deal with her family and all the politics that came with it. Issei shook his head and decided to change the subject after an awkward silence. Citri, can you push that paperwork for me? I'll be submitting the applications tomorrow. It's going to be for Arena Shidu and Zenobia Quarta. Get them enrolled here. And keep your devil crap away from them. Understand? Why yeah. Of course, Haidu. Also, I'm sure she'll thank you herself later, but thank you for helping Riaz against Riser. Sona replied. Later. Issei said ignoring her comment as he began to take his leave. Before he could exit the room, Serafal grabbed his arm and stopped him. Wait. Issei. The Delinquent turned around and looked at Serafal passively. What? I'll see you around, yeah? She asked hopefully. Yeah. He said distantly as he left the room. Serafal frowned at his distant attitude, but quickly figured that it would take time for Issei to come to terms with the reality of the situation. In all of her imaginings, she never expected things to turn out like this. Although Serafal did feel better about him knowing the truth. She would just have to find a way to prove that she wasn't the trouble he thought she was. After Issei was gone, Sona shook her head. Wani-sama. He's the reason that Tiamat-sama is attending Kuoh Academy right now. She and her friend are pursuing him for some reason. Issei Haidu is a very unusual individual. After seeing how powerful he was in the raiding game, I think I can understand why now. They want to recruit him for something. He beat Riser-kun's entire peerage. How exactly? That's rather impressive for an unknown dragon. Serafal wondered. He defeated them effortlessly, Leviathan-sama. Saji spoke up. That guy is a monster. We saw him use his full power to completely overwhelm Riser. I'm surprised you didn't try recruiting a boy like him into your peerage, Sona-chan. He's powerful and even cute to boot. Serafal said to her sister. Sona looked away embarrassed. I did try. But he wanted nothing to do with me or Riaz. That's why it's shocking that he's friends with you. Well, it looks like he doesn't want much to do with me either. Serafal frowned over dramatically. Why does he dislike devils so much? And if he does, then why did he fight for Riaz-chan in her raiding game? Take a seat, Wani-sama, and I'll explain. Sona finally calmed down. You should really show her the footage of the raiding game too. I guarantee that it's probably already on reruns on Underworld TV. Momo added. Tsubasa simply stood there in stunned silence as she focused an intense stare at Serafal. Haidu-kun likes Leviathan-sama. I don't stand a chance competing against a beautiful celebrity like her. Haidu-kun definitely wasn't lying when he said he liked Twintails. Tomo thought as she examined Serafal's cute appearance. She reflexively felt her own hair as Sona began to talk to Serafal about Issei. Issei, downtown Kuoh. Issei furiously tore through the town on his motorcycle at reckless speeds. He had long since passed his house as his mind focused deeply on the reality of his current predicament. Issei was not surprised very often these days, but he was mad at himself for being so foolish as to not realize all the signs. How did I not see the resemblance? Everything she said adds up now. When she was talking about her family, she meant the Citri clan. I guess that makes her sister the heir if Seraphol is a Maui. Seriously, how's a girl? Woman. Like her a Satan? It's got to be some kind of cosmic joke. If God was still alive, I'd be convinced that he was playing a joke on me. Issei fumed mentally. He wasn't necessarily angry at Seraphol, but rather he was mad at his inability to identify her as a devil. If a Maui could hide their identity and sent to him like that, then what else could? Was anyone truly trustworthy anymore? This put him in a position of vulnerability. And Issei did not like that one bit. He always had to have the upper hand. Pushing his thoughts of Seraphol aside, Issei was actually more frustrated about the fact that he was forced to fight in that raiding game for Rias. What was even worse was the fact that he displayed a small measure of power for all of hell to see on TV. Even though it wasn't much and he was smart enough to not use his boosted gear, the devils would now recognize him as a potential threat on their radar. That all but guaranteed that he was doomed to more run-ins with their kind. How did they even record us anyway? Damn it. I'm way less aware these days. All these new happenings have me too distracted. I suppose it could have been worse though. Issei sighed as he pulled into a shady-looking parking lot to stop for a moment. He felt his phone vibrating and figured he'd check it. Reaching down to check his phone, Issei was half expecting it to be Seraphol. Much to his surprise, it wasn't. The number was actually from the owner of the motorcycle shop he worked at on occasion. "Hi Du-kun. You mind coming in for a bit? I've got some people asking for you." The message read. Issei sighed as he messaged back, "I thought I told you not to contact me in during the school year. I said I would come by during breaks. These guys better be paying good money if they expect me to make them a custom build in my spare time. They look like Yakuza. I'm guessing they want another custom job. Hurry over here if you know what's good for you. One of them looks like a big shot." The shop owner messaged back. "Alright. I'll be there shortly." Issei responded. He let out a heavy sigh as he revved up his bike and headed for the motorcycle shop. He would work there during his spare time and usually got paid good money for it. Part of him was a bit annoyed about having to deal with Yakuza right now, but at the very least, it could keep his mind distracted from the Seraphol situation. He drove for several minutes before finally reaching the nearby motorcycle shop. He saw several black vehicles and one limousine outside. There were several men in suits with sunglasses on who were standing guard around them. They all perked up as Issei aggressively glided up to the shop next to the limo. His school uniform was still burnt, which caused alarm for some of the men present. Issei was still shirtless too under his open leather jacket. His physique clearly impressed several of the men as Issei pulled over and got off. The shop owner was quick to rush out and meet him. "Hi Du-kun, thank you for coming on such short notice. What happened to your clothes?" "Don't worry about it," Issei said dismissively, causing the owner to frown with curiosity. A moment later, an older man in a finely tailored suit surrounded by bodyguards approached from inside the shop. Their leader was holding a briefcase for some reason. They all looked very professional and somewhat dangerous. Well, dangerous to normal people, that is. To a regular high school student, they were probably super intimidating. The older man and his bodyguards looked a bit put off by Issei's ragged and burnt clothing as they all sent him fierce stares. "Are you Haidu-san? The Yankee boy who builds the bikes for the Dsaku family?" the older man asked. Issei nodded plainly at the man. "That's me. What can I do for you? I don't normally make a habit of dealing with young, delinquent thugs like you in person, but seeing as how you have proven useful to the Dsaku family, the Raijin clan would like to extend an offer to you," the older man said as he handed the briefcase to one of his flanking bodyguards. The bodyguard immediately opened the briefcase to show Issei a bunch of money inside before closing it. 50 million yen. "It's yours if you'll do a little job for us," the older man said seriously. "It must be something big if you're throwing that kind of money at me. I just work on motorcycles. The most I've been paid was 10 million for those custom jobs I did for the Dsaku family." "What kind of work do you want done?" Issei asked. The older man nodded. "The Dsaku family are some of the best street racers in Japan. They paid good money for your custom motorcycle jobs. Unfortunately, several of their best racers, including Ken Dsaku himself, were injured recently and will not be able to race them. Your motorcycles are the fastest we've ever seen, but few are experienced enough to handle them." "So, what? You want me to make some modifications for someone else?" Issei asked. "There is a big race in Kyoto tonight with over 1 billion yen on the line, and the Raijin clan needs another racer who can guarantee our success." "So, you came to me?" Issei said curiously. He was actually interested in this conversation now. The man gave him a sharp look. "Yes. Your reputation is quite well known to the highest members of our organization. The families around here say you're the fastest street racer in Japan. They call you the Red Dragon of Kuoh. And say you've never lost a race and that you know no fear. If that is indeed true, then we would like to sponsor you as our racer tonight. You said 1 billion yen is on the line. If that's the case, then I want more than 50 million. Issei replied sternly. Consider that a down payment. Our honor is at stake, so we would gladly offer you a 25% cut of the winnings. The older man explained. Only 25%? Issei asked. That is far more generous than we usually are. Dsaku told me that you would only do it for a substantial cut. That money comes from all the betting and sponsored setups, and most of the winnings go to fund the Raijin family. The older man replied. Well, that's a lot more money than I usually make. How's about 35% and I'll do it? Issei countered. One of the bodyguards tensed up with visible disdain. Don't push your luck, kid. The man was silenced when the old businessman raised his hand. You're bold, Haidu. That's just the kind of attitude we're looking for in a racer. I'll offer 30%. Keep in mind that's easily over 300 million yen. Alright, that's good enough I suppose. You say the race is in Kyoto. How did your guys get hurt by the way? Did they take a turn too hard? Issei asked casually. His nonchalant response to the whole situation was a matter of concern to some of the men present. Our best racers were recently injured by a rival organization, Star Racer. These rivals have been ruining our underground business in Kyoto as well and will likely move into Kuoh if we do not stop them. We were going to go to war with them, but the rival clan head suggested a final race to settle the matter honorably between their best racer and ours. We only accepted their offer when the Dsaku family recommended sponsoring you. The older man explained. Issei perked up interested. Well, you're definitely asking the right guy if you want to win a race. Just tell me where to be and when. There's something you should know about your opponent. They call him Mr. Black. He's almost as infamous as you are. The older man explained. Mr. Black? Issei said confused. We don't know much about him other than he's a foreigner and he's a deadly mercenary of some kind. You would do the Raijin family a great honor in besting him. He is undefeated. The man stated coldly. I don't care who he is. He'll crash and die if he tries to keep up with me. Issei said proudly. The race is in Kyoto at midnight. Be there at the top floor of the Tiger Casino parking garage before then, and one of our representatives will guide you from there. The man said with a slight grin. Sir, are we really going to stake our honor and money on this punk kid? One of the man's bodyguards asked. Ken Dsaku is not one to exaggerate somebody's abilities. If he believes this Yankee boy is the best racer in Japan, then I will take his word for it. If he fails, then he'll die. The older Yakuza man replied. I'll win. Issei said assuredly as he stepped towards them with imposing eyes. The older man jerked his head, gesturing for his bodyguard to hand Issei the briefcase. He spoke sternly. There's your down payment. You better be there. I'll be watching you, Issei Haidu. Shortly afterward, the men in suits all got in their black vehicles and left. Issei sat on his bike as he checked the time on his phone. 18:14. It's already 6:15. I should probably leave now. I wouldn't mind hanging out around Kyoto for a few hours anyways. It'd do me some good to get out of Kuoh for a bit. Plus now I got some spending money. I should probably go drop this off at the house before I go. The girls are going to need some money to buy school stuff. The shop owner looked at Issei concerned. Are you really going to that race in Kyoto? Yeah. Here, take some of this money and upgrade the shop. I'm going to go drop off the rest and head there. Issei said as he took out many stacks of money and handed it to the shop owner. Afterward he threw the briefcase on the back of his motorcycle and strapped it on. Haidu-kun. I can't accept this money. He protested. Sure, you can. Besides, we're going to need more equipment and garage space once I win tonight. It's going to bring in more business. Issei said coolly. You're that confident you can win? What about this Mr. Black? The owner wondered. You let me worry about that, Himuro. Issei said before taking off. He didn't take long to swing by his house and head inside to drop off his money. Zenobia and Irina appeared a bit distraught about his late arrival. They were even more concerned by his burnt school uniform and lack of a shirt. He briefly explained the situation with the raiding game and why he had to do it in order to get them enrolled in Kuoh. Issei made sure not to omit the part about Sirafal. After explaining the situation, he told them he had to go to Kyoto. Irina frowned at him. So then, you have to go to Kyoto tonight to do a job. Does it involve those devils? Is this some other condition? No, it's just something for my motorcycle shop. Nothing to be concerned about. Issei said casually. Well, that explains where that money came from. Zenobia noted as she looked at the massive stacks of yen Issei had thrown on the table. That's for you too. Go out and buy some groceries and clothes. Issei suggested as he walked into his room to change his clothes. After briefly changing, he made his way back into the living room. I'll be back before morning. You two stay out of trouble. Wait. Can we come with you? Irina asked. You two start school soon, so go buy school stuff and fill up the fridge with food. Issei ordered as he approached the door to head back outside. I'm not sure I feel very safe with you leaving town. What if someone comes after us? Irina protested. They won't. After that raiding game, I doubt they're going to try making any moves against me or you two. Issei replied. Drive safe, Issei. See you tomorrow. Zenobia waved as Issei closed the door in a hurry. Kyoto 2 hours later, after a mind-numbing and somewhat relaxing ride, Issei finally found his way into the heart of Kyoto. It felt good to get out of Kuoh even for a little bit. At least in Kyoto he didn't have to worry about running into devils and angels at every turn. Well, I've got a little bit of time to burn. I wonder what I should do. Issei thought as he calmly drove through the city. He already made sure to locate the Tiger Casino, so he would know where to go when the time came. It was currently 8:30 p.m., which meant he had some time to burn. I guess it wouldn't hurt to get some dinner while I'm out here. Issei thought as he looked around for places to eat. Finally, his eyes caught sight of a nice-looking hole-in-the-wall restaurant. It looked inconspicuous enough for him to pull into and enjoy dinner without drawing too much attention. As he pulled up and parked in front, he saw a somewhat unusual sight. At the restaurant, he saw a little blonde-haired girl sitting outside and crying silently on a bench. She looked like a middle schooler if he had to guess, and was wearing a shrine maiden outfit. Issei's loud motorcycle caught her attention as he noticed her tear-stained eyes focusing on him. The girl had an unusual golden shade in her eyes that almost seemed to match her golden hair. As he got off his bike, the young girl visibly tensed in fear at the sight of him. Why's a little girl out here by herself? And what's with the Maiko getup? Issei thought as he noticed the passing people give him wide and blank stares. They appeared to be ignoring her for the most part, which was rather strange in his opinion. There was no adult around that appeared to be with the girl, much to his curiosity. He already felt crowded on the city streets as people busily walked both directions. He simply walked through the traffic on the sidewalk as he made his way to the restaurant entrance. He could feel the blonde girl's eyes focusing on him ever more intensely as he approached. I'm shocked one of these random people walking by haven't tried to talk to her yet. I mean, a girl in a shrine maiden outfit is just crying out here. How weird. Issei thought to himself as effortlessly walked through the street traffic. Several people tried to shoulder check him or pushed past him during his slow approach and immediately found themselves falling over from the sheer force of walking into him. Issei didn't bother apologizing or acknowledging the random people he knocked over as he finally reached the entrance. The girl visibly flinched as he turned to look at her before entering. It's none of my business. She's not my problem. Wait. She smells weird. Is she human? Ddraig. He heard the girl mutter to herself. His eyes widened slightly as he turned to face her fully. Issei walked over to the girl seriously. What did you just say? She cowered as he looked down at her. And nothing. You called me a dragon. Issei said to her seriously. The girl seemed a bit concerned that Issei was able to hear her, but simply nodded in acceptance. Yes. How would you know that? Issei asked, confused. Even devils and angels couldn't figure it out upon an initial encounter. Besides, his smell and power were always masked. If she knew he was a dragon, then this little girl was definitely not human. Your Kai isn't natural for a human, and you don't smell like anything. My spirit vision also shows a chaotic elemental combination of all spiritual powers within your body. Only dragons have chaotic spiritual energy that, she said in an unusually intelligent sounding manner. Issei was somewhat surprised a middle schooler was able to speak in such a wise way. Why are you crying out here by yourself? Issei asked curiously. The girl immediately started crying again as more audible sobs escaped her. Issei noticed a lot of the passing people giving him odd looks. They were probably under the assumption it was his fault or that he was some creep. Hoping to avoid a scene or any awkward accusations, Issei placed a hand on the girl's shoulder. Hey, are you hungry, kid? I was about to get some dinner. Come with me. The fact that this girl knew he was a dragon was a matter of grave concern to him. He wanted to find out what she was and why she was there. Her smell was unusual, and he had no idea what it was, though he did detect some traces of demonic energy. The girl perked up with disbelief after Issei offered to feed her. She immediately looked away with concern before meeting his gaze. It was obvious that she was afraid of him. Issei sighed. Well, I'm going to go eat. If you want to tell me what happened, I'll be inside. If not, see you later. A moment later he walked off and into the restaurant. The girl wasted little time following behind him. As he sat down at a corner table, Issei noticed the girl immediately walk past the curious staff and sit down across the table from him. She seemed a bit nervous, which was understandable. He was not the friendliest looking guy and drew the negative attention of a lot of people in the restaurant. They were already gossiping about how strange it was that the Maiko girl was sitting with a thug like him. Issei ignored them as he examined the girl curiously. So, what are you? Not many people are able to figure out that I'm a dragon. I'm a yokai. Specifically a kitsune. She answered softly and quickly. Oh no. No 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 no. Why me, God? Not another furry animal girl. Issei thought in comical suffering. A kitsune? Issei said slowly after his inner ramblings. You know. Like a nine-tailed fox. Surely, you've heard of them. You're from Japan, right? She asked uncertainly. Damn it. How does this drama always find me? Of all the places I had to stop, I picked the one with a furry fox girl outside of it. Red is probably laughing his tail off at me right now. Issei fumed. A moment later a server came up and offered them menus. He seemed a bit concerned about the odd pairing before him, but was professional enough to not comment on it. I'll have the Jirashi don. Issei immediately picked his meal. The girl, unsure of what to do, chose the same meal before the server left them. After he was gone, Issei focused a serious look on the girl. So why were crying out there? Issei asked her curiously. My mother and some of the others were taken away by these strange men. I haven't seen her in hours and there's nobody who can help me. She said, sobbing lightly. Thankfully it was quiet enough to not draw a scene. Issei sighed. Do you know who the men that took her are? The girl shook her head. No. But they were all human except for one of them. He was a dragon too. One of the men did have a sword though. Issei's eyes widened seriously. Another dragon. What did he look like? Really scary. He was really tall and had black and blonde hair. His eyes were different colors and he was super strong. He easily beat my mother when those men showed up to capture her. Issei looked at her somewhat concerned. Did you hear any names or do you have any idea who those humans were? And no. I managed to sneak away. But I don't have anywhere to go. They took Mama away. Tears freely fell down her face. I can't just abandon this kid now. Ugh. Issei thought to himself as watched her cry. I'll go find her for you, kid. Just stop crying please. Issei said uncomfortably as the nearby tables all eyed him bewildered. Why you will? She squeaked in an almost pathetic and hopeful way. Issei nodded. Yeah, I'll go find her after we eat. Do you know what they wanted with your mother? She shook her head. No. But Mama is the yokai leader in Kyoto. Whatever it is, it can't be good. Great. Now I'm involved in political kidnapping. Ddraig, why does this always happen? Issei moaned inwardly. That dragon she described sounds familiar. Ask her about his different colored eyes, Issei. Ddraig replied seriously. So, tell me about this dragon you saw. What colors were his eyes? Issei asked the kitsune girl. His right eye was gold and his left one was dark black. She responded after calming her sobs. Krom Kruch. Draig's voice filled Issei's mind. Who? I don't remember you ever talking about that one. Issei asked Ddraig. He's a dangerous black dragon. If that's actually him she's talking about, then this night is about to get a whole lot worse. Ddraig replied urgently. Why's that? Issei wondered. Krom Kruch was about as strong as Albion and I the last time I saw him. You're in for some serious trouble if he finds out about you. Ddraig explained. What do you think he wants with a yokai leader? How can you even be sure it's him? Issei thought concerned. I couldn't say. But this is a high priority. I wouldn't just ignore the possibility of him being involved. Ddraig responded. A moment later, the server brought out their food. Issei immediately handed the guy some money, which was way more than the meal cost. Here's for the check, we have to leave soon. The waiter was shocked by the gesture, but bowed before leaving them alone. Issei focused on the fox girl seriously. Go ahead and eat quickly. We're going to find your mother, kid. My name is Kunu by the way. She introduced herself. I'm Issei Haidu. The delinquent introduced himself casually. See, can I call you Issei-kun? She asked hopefully. He shrugged. Sure. Everyone else does. Thanks a lot for the food, Issei-kun. You're the first person that's tried to help me. She said sadly. Yeah, no problem. Hurry up and eat. Issei replied as he watched the young hungry yokai quickly eat her meal. He wasted no time doing the same. After they finished eating, Issei immediately stood up. Let's go, Kunu. Aye, Issei-kun. She said somewhat more cheerfully. As they walked outside, Issei made his way to his motorcycle and looked at the girl. Get on, kid. Oh, on that. She said nervously as she looked at Issei's intimidating looking motorcycle. Come on, I don't have all night. I have to be somewhere in a few hours, so let's go find your mother. Issei said seriously. The fox girl wasted no time immediately getting on the back. She quickly wrapped her arms around his waist and pressed her face into his back fearfully as Issei took off at high speed. She yelped in fear as he tore through the city at high speed. He focused on his senses and tried to locate a similar smell to the girl behind him. It didn't take long for him to lock onto a similar smell which he assumed was that of a kitsune. He followed it with aggressive speed for almost an hour, which eventually took him out of the city and into the forest. Kuoh would often question where he was going, but he just told her that he was tracking down a yokai scent. Eventually, he found himself reaching some type of isolated shrine. The fox girl clutching onto him spoke up with confusion. "Do you really think mama is out here, Issei-kun? I smell a similar scent to yours up in that shrine. Do you recognize this place? This shrine looks abandoned, but maintained for some reason," Issei asked her. Kuoh looked at it concerned. "It's the Shrine of Heroes. I've only been here once. It usually has seals and barriers protecting it. Why is a shrine out here in the middle of nowhere?" Issei wondered as he parked his bike and got off. Kuoh fearfully clutched onto him as he made his way towards its staircase. He calmly walked up the steps before something caught his attention. It was a strong dark mist that seemingly came out of nowhere. It did nothing to affect him, but Kuoh was clearly starting to lose consciousness from it. This mist isn't natural, he thought as Kuoh immediately collapsed on the stairs. He caught her before she fell and simply threw the girl over his shoulder as he continued. My. You're immune to my poison mist. That's impressive, Naya." An amused and somewhat playful voice sounded. "I only smell one yokai scent here. Somehow, I doubted that it's her mother. Damn, this was a false lead. Maybe this woman knows something though," Issei thought as he continued up the stairs and into the courtyard area. "What brings you here, mysterious stranger?" The voice in the mist asked him with enthusiastic playfulness. Issei was annoyed as he looked around impatiently. "I'm looking for this kid's mother. I tracked a yokai scent to this shrine. Are you familiar with Kuoh and her mother?" Kuoh. The voice followed. A moment later, the mist began to clear as Issei spotted a dark-haired voluptuous woman appear before him. She had cat ears, yellow eyes, and the most impressive bust he had ever seen. She was extremely attractive in his opinion. It was only then that Issei confirmed his theory. She was the source of the yokai scent and was the only one present. There was no other smells or spiritual presences around the shrine other than this Nekomata. He could also smell a devil scent coming from her as well, much to his curiosity. Issei was somewhat confused as he looked around. "Are you the only yokai here?" The Nekomata looked at him completely amused. "I am indeed the only one here." "So, you're looking for Yusaka-sama?" "Yeah, I guess that's her name. Apparently, this kid is her daughter. Do you have any insight into her mother being kidnapped?" Issei asked curiously. "Hahaha. You thought I was Yusaka-sama and came all the way out here? I'm surprised you were able to smell me. I usually keep this place well hidden. The fact that you were able to find it and that you were immune to my mist means tells me a lot. You're most likely a dragon. Am I right?" the gorgeous woman asked with amusement. "Look, I don't have all night. I need to find this kid's mom before midnight. I have a race to go to and some money to make. Do you know anything?" Issei sighed heavily. How did Kuoh end up in the company of a dragon? Would you care to elaborate?" The Nekomata chuckled. Issei immediately turned around and began to walk away. "Fuck this, you're wasting my time." A moment later, the black-haired catwoman appeared in front of him. Now. No need to run off just yet. We haven't even been introduced yet. That's kind of rude to just leave me hanging like that. I really don't care who you are. You're clearly of no use to me," Issei said annoyed as he attempted to walk past her. The Nekomata quickly blocked his way as her chest bumped into his. "Maybe I can help you, if you're nicer to me." Issei felt her press her body against his as she smiled almost seductively. "You're kind of cute. And I'm a little bored anyway. What's your name?" Issei Haidu. He sighed after it became obvious this woman wasn't going to just let go of him. "Naya. I'm Kuroka, nice to meet you, Issei," she grinned in an overly sexual way. "Why do I even bother telling people my family name anymore?" Issei thought to himself. "You can get off me now," Issei said annoyed as he finally pushed the woman off of him. She was definitely an arousing woman. But he couldn't afford such distractions right now. She gave him a pouting sigh as she crossed her arms. "Alright then, so I take it Yusaka-sama was kidnapped or something. I doubt she would ever leave Kuoh unattended. Do you know anything about her kidnappers?" "Not much. The girl told me some humans and a dragon were responsible." Issei shrugged. Kuroka grinned eagerly. "Ooh, that sounds juicy. You'll definitely want my help then." "I don't need your help. Get lost, catgirl," Issei shot back. "You got something against catgirls?" Kuroka asked in a somewhat dangerous way. "No more than I do for devils, angels, and every other annoying person that wants to burden me with their political crap," Issei growled. "You're not affiliated with anyone?" she asked curiously. "No. And I intend to keep it that way," he replied. "Then you and I share that in common." I'm no friend of angels, devils, or other yokai. I'm something of an outcast myself. Kuroka noted as she followed Issei down the stairs. Despite how nonchalantly she said it, Issei still detected a bit of sadness in her voice. He stopped and looked at her curiously. Why is that? Her ears twitched as she met his gaze. It's a long story, but I'm sure I can score some points with Yasaka-sama if I help rescue her, Naya. For someone who claims to have no affiliation with devils, you smell like one. Are you a devil too? Issei asked her. Kuroka seemed slightly caught off guard and chuckled at his insight. Ah, you got me. I am. But I'm a stray devil. I killed my former master. That makes sense, I guess. I'm surprised you would admit that so easily. Issei noted. Kuroka shrugged. You know how devils are. I'm glad to not be a part of their caste system. I suppose I can't fault anyone who appreciates freedom and thinking for themselves. Issei replied. His comment caused the Nekomata's ears to move in an approving way. She grinned at him. Listen, Issei. Let me help you out. My senjutsu would make tracking Yasaka-sama much easier. Besides, it's not every day a cute guy wanders up to my shrine so invitingly. It was completely obvious to Issei that she was trying to charm him somehow. He didn't fully trust her intentions, but she seemed relatively honest up until now. Besides, it wasn't like a yokai could do any harm to him anyway. Ignoring her flattery, Issei spoke callously. If you're serious about helping me, then I'll accept. How exactly will your senjutsu help find her mother? She shares a very similar kai to her mother. I can draw hers out and use it to pinpoint her mother's location and teleport us there. Let me just see the girl for a moment if you would. She said as she reached out and took the unconscious Kuoh off of his shoulder. After casting some type of magic, Issei watched with disbelief as Kuoh disappeared right in front of him. He could barely believe his eyes as the Nekomata smugly grinned at him. Thanks for your help in tracking down the girl. It saved us a lot of time. You fucking bitch. Issei growled furiously as the reality of the situation finally dawned on him. Kuroka tricked him into giving up Kuoh and was likely in league with the people that kidnapped her mother. Ha ha ha. Kuroka laughed at Issei's frustration. I can't believe you fell for that. I guess not all dragons are smart, huh? Before she could even react, Kuroka felt an arm around her throat as she was slammed into the nearby shrine wall. Where the fuck is she? The Nekomata immediately used her magic to teleport a safe distance away on the rooftop of the shrine. She laughed at him from afar. Later, loser. Before he could go after her, the Nekomata immediately opened a gateway of some kind and teleported away from him. Issei was seething with anger as a few moments of silence passed. He quickly calmed himself before any of his power could explode outwardly. God damn it. I should have known better than to fall for something so stupid. What was I thinking trusting that bitch? Issei fumed. There's nothing you can do about it now, partner. The Kitsune girl is gone, and you have no idea where to even start looking for her or her mother. Ddraig tried to calm him down. It's getting late. I should go take care of this race. But damn it, I don't like the idea of those people having some little girl in their custody. Issei thought furiously. Focus on one thing at a time. This matter barely involves us anyway. The real issue is Crom Cruch. Assuming he's involved. You may very well need to use your actual power if you cross paths with him. For now, go do the race and we can track them down afterwards. Ddraig reassured him. Finally, Issei calmed down as he got to his motorcycle. You're right, Ddraig. I just can't believe I keep falling for people's deception. I'm supposed to be better than that. First the Seraphol thing, and now this. Am I stupid or something? Nobody is perfect, Issei. Learn from your mistakes and be more mindful in the future. The Heavenly Dragon replied. Let's get to this race. And I'll find the Kuroka bitch after I win. Nobody calls me a loser. Issei concluded. Kyoto, Tiger Casino parking garage rooftop. Issei pulled up to the place he was supposed to be for the race. There were tons of people there on the parking garage rooftop. Many cheered as he rolled up to some men in suits. They were quick to address him. Hi Dusan, I take it. One of the men asked. He was wearing a nice suit. Yeah. Issei said with evident anger still boiling within him. The race begins in 10 minutes. You're late. He said seriously. The delinquent sent the man a terrifying glare. I showed up, so why don't you fuck off, alright? Where's this asshole I'm racing at? He's waiting for you. But before the race starts, there's one thing. The Desaku family made this for you to wear during the race. The man said, ignoring Issei's insult. He handed Issei a strange-shaped motorcycle helmet. It had the likeness of a red dragon's head and looked extremely intimidating as spikes and teeth stuck out of it. Issei looked at the man confused. What's this for? It's customary to conceal your identity during the race. We don't use names for our racers, only aliases. Besides, it fits with the Red Dragon of Kuoh title that you're known by. The man replied. Alright then. I'll wear it. I don't want these people seeing my face anyway. Issei noted as he put it on. Head across the garage bridge and down to the track. Down there is where the race starts. The man pointed towards the location. Issei didn't even bother going around as he simply drove his motorcycle off the rooftop and over several descending obstacles. To the people watching, it looked like an insane daredevil stunt as he made a huge jump and landed near the start line of the race. His entrance clearly caught a ton of attention as the crowd of onlookers cheered. He smoothly and slowly drove up next to another motorcycle already waiting on the track start line. The people on either side of the street and the ones watching from the nearby parking garage floors were all clearly excited. They seemed even more pumped up after Issei's insane stunt of an entrance. The delinquent glanced over and saw his opponent for the first time. He couldn't see Mr. Black's face, but the man was wearing a blacked-out helmet and an all-black outfit. His helmeted head turned towards Issei as he spoke for the first time over the excited cheering. "So, you're the Red Dragon of Kuoh. They said you're the best. We'll see about that." Despite rumors of him being a foreigner, the man spoke perfect Japanese in Issei's opinion. The delinquent scoffed at Mr. Black. "You're in for a reality check if you think you're winning this race. I'm undefeated too. Haha. Is that right? Then it'll be my honor to be the first person to smoke your ass, kid." Mr. Black taunted. "What a flashy entrance by the infamous Red Dragon of Kuoh," somebody announced loudly over a microphone. "Does he stand a chance against the reigning champion, Mr. Black?" "Boo. No." Various people announced loudly. "Mr. Black. Mr. Black. Mr. Black." A bunch of people started to cheer. Their doubt in him only fueled Issei's anger. To silence the doubters and naysayers, he immediately revved up his bike as loudly as possible. Flames erupted out of all of his exhausts, causing various onlookers to gasp. His motorcycle created a terrifying shriek never before heard by these regular people. Mr. Black revved up his motorcycle, causing a similar effect, though his motorcycle was less scary sounding. As the two prepared for the race to start, some guy walked up between the two of them and spoke. "The race is to the airport. The streets are set up and you will be recorded by our various checkpoint watchers the entire way there. You will be driving through urban areas with people, so watch out. The cops know not to interfere, so give it all you have, racers." "Mr. Black. Are you ready?" Said man revved his motorcycle up aggressively as his helmeted head faced Issei tauntingly. "Red Dragon of Kuoh, are you ready?" the man asked Issei. The delinquent countered Mr. Black's gesture before facing forward with fury burning within him. "Ready. Set. Go." The moment he said go, Issei popped a flaming wheelie as he erupted forward with impossible speed. Much to his surprise, Mr. Black's motorcycle did the exact same. They were matched in speed in their initial takeoff as the two shot down the road. Issei furiously weaved through traffic as he attempted to gain an immediate lead on Mr. Black. He was easily going over 300 kph, despite the traffic and random pedestrians they passed by. His inhuman reflexes were the only thing that allowed for him to maneuver around obstacles at this speed. Much to his utter disbelief, Mr. Black was actually able to do the same thing. His motorcycle wasn't as fast as Issei's, however, which allowed for the delinquent to eventually gain the lead. Despite this, however, Mr. Black was able to keep up with him and was a mere body length behind him. As the two came around a large corner, they noticed it was full of pedestrians crossing the street in a busy intersection. The people practically screamed in terror as the lunatic racers shot around the intersection corner, leaving the road on fire in their wake. This wild race continued for a decent amount of time before the two riders were eventually neck and neck. Issei looked over and saw Mr. Black flip him off as they reached a straightaway. Just then a large truck pulled in front of him, which allowed for Mr. Black to pull ahead. Issei could barely believe it when he saw gold flames shoot out of the exhaust of the black motorcycle, which now way ahead of him. "I am not losing to that fucker," Issei thought with delirious rage as he activated a special button on his motorcycle. He briefly pressed a green button on his bike as he poured his energy into it. Boost. Transfer. Now he was driving twice as fast as before. He was going so fast that other vehicles unfortunate enough to be on the road blew over from the sheer force of him going by them. He was fast approaching Mr. Black, who made a swift turn towards the final straightaway to the finish line. Instead of taking the low road, Issei turned towards a parallel high road. In a final mad effort to pass over Mr. Black, he launched off his higher road and practically flew through the air, with flames erupting all around him. Nearby buildings had their glass windows shatter as Issei landed in front of Mr. Black. Moments later, Issei shot onto the open airport runway. His motorcycle roared like a dragon as it passed the finish line. It took a moment for him to slow down and turn back around, but Issei was soon greeted by a crowd of onlookers who were waiting on the empty runway's finish line. Seconds later, Mr. Black passed the finish line and almost crashed his bike as he attempted to skid. To a stop. He immediately got off his motorcycle and began to stomp towards Issei. "Congratulations, Red Dragon of Kuoh. That was the announcer at the finish line wasn't able to finish his statement before Mr. Black threw him away with inhuman strength. What the fuck was that? He shouted at the top of his lungs at Issei. You lost, asshole. Issei countered as he immediately got in the man's face. Everyone began to pull out their cell phones and record the two as Mr. Black grabbed Issei's jacket and lifted him off the ground. He spoke dangerously. You cheated. I know you did. No motorcycle can go that fast. Issei quickly squeezed the guy's wrists and peeled them off before pushing the man back. Mine can. You're pretty strong for a punk-ass kid. The man said seriously. Issei couldn't see the man's face beneath his helmet, but he knew Mr. Black was glaring at him with hatred. Mr. Black shook his head. Maybe you actually are a dragon. Back off, Mr. Black. The race is over. The Raijin family won. An old and serious-looking man in a suit announced loudly as he walked over. Finally, Mr. Black backed off of Issei. A moment later, he took off his helmet and gave Issei an intense glare. You're going to regret making a rival out of me. Red Dragon of Kuoh. Issei nearly jaw-dropped when he saw Mr. Black's appearance for the first time. He had black and blonde hair with heterochromia eyes. The right one was gold and the left was black. Kuoh Academy. Issei said aloud as he took in the man's appearance. What? He bellowed furiously. Where did you hear that name, kid? Where's Yusaka and all of your little cronies? Issei demanded immediately. Kuoh Academy gave Issei a serious look. Oh. I take it you're friends with her? No. But I was looking for her earlier. Her daughter told me you kidnapped her mother. Take me there. Issei demanded. HMPH. You sure about that? You might not leave alive if I do that. Kuoh Academy shot back. This is bad, Issei. Kuoh Academy isn't like Tiamat. He can and will annihilate you if you don't take him seriously. Ddraig warned Issei. What's going on between you two? The race is over. There will be no fighting. The matter is settled honorably. The obvious Yakuza leader announced seriously. Kuoh Academy scoffed. I was just leaving. Hey, kid. Let's settle this like men away from this audience of weaklings and cowards. I'll take you there if you want. Let's go then. Issei said as he followed behind Kuoh Academy on his motorcycle. Wait, where are you two going? The recovering announcer asked confused. Issei had no doubts that their unusual standoff was going to be the gossip of the town in Kyoto. Thankfully, at least it wasn't in Kuoh. Wait, Haidu-san. About your winnings, one of the men tried to stop him. Send it to my shop. I'll pick it up there. Issei said before taking off after the Black Dragon. Outside of Kyoto, unknown location after following Kuoh Academy for a considerable distance, Issei and his new arch-rival were now outside of some type of strange base. Upon stopping, Kuoh Academy whistled loudly. Get out here, you useless humans. Not even a minute later, a large group of humans came out as well as Kuroka. Issei was even more surprised to see Yusaka walk out with almost hollow-looking eyes. It was as if she was under some kind of mind control spell. Back already, Kuoh? Who's that? A man with silver blonde hair asked. Kuoh Academy ignored him as he turned around and faced Issei. So, I take it you're the dragon that Kuroka encountered earlier? Issei Haidu. That's funny, because I've never heard of you. Is that actually your name? Yeah, it is. Issei replied with a straight face. Kuroka was quick to recognize Issei and laughed at him. My, who would have thought that we'd be seeing each other again so soon? Wait, this guy's the dragon you ran into, Kuroka? Someone asked. You're a moron, Kuoh Academy, would you lead him to us? Kuroka shook her head at him. Who are these people? Issei asked the other dragon seriously as he got off of his motorcycle and removed his helmet. He briefly made eye contact with Kuroka and sent her a death glare before facing Kuoh Academy again. Kuoh Academy eyed Issei up and down and shrugged. The real question is, who are you? I know every major dragon in the world. You're clearly powerful if you know who I am and you're not cowering in fear. Does it really matter who I am? I'm just another dragon. Like you. Issei sighed. Not like me. There aren't any other dragons like me. Kuoh Academy hissed. Why did you kidnap the Yokai leader? What are you people even doing? Issei asked seriously. Kuoh Academy glanced over at one of the humans. Explain, weaklings. Another blonde man with glasses and a sword at his side walked up and spoke. We are the hero faction. Members of the Cow's Brigade. We kidnapped Yusaka, the Yokai leader of Kyoto, because of her ability to open the Dragon Gate. We intend to eventually summon Great Red with her aid. You're fucking stupid. Office and her whole damn army are fucking stupid. Great Red is the mightiest being in the universe. Do you seriously think you are a match for a badass like him? Don't make me laugh. Issei shouted angrily. Kuoh Academy eyed Issei curiously. You speak as if you know firsthand. Yet I doubt you can fathom the might of Office's power or that of mine. I can fathom my fist in your face in about 2 seconds. Issei countered. I'd like to see you try. Kuoh chuckled. How do you know that Office is the leader of the Cow's Brigade? A blonde girl with a magician hat asked Issei, shocked. Wouldn't you like to know? Give me Asaka and Kunu. And maybe I'll spare all of your lives. Issei warned them. Ahaha. You want to fight me? That's brave of you. I'll fight you right now then. Crom Cruach chuckled. Crom, we can't draw attention here. If you go off and start a huge fight with another dragon, it'll alert heaven and hell to what we're doing. You're not exactly subtle. The witch hat girl exclaimed. Shut up, LaFay. This prick already won up me in the race. He's not walking away without an ass beating if I can help it. Crom growled. Siegfried. Arthur. One of you do something. We can't just let Crom go wild. The girl LaFay shouted to the man with glasses and the silver blonde-haired man next to him. Stand down, Crom. You don't want to ruin Office's plan. She'll punish you if you expose us too soon. Arthur bellowed. Crom Cruach, back off. Did you hear what he just said? Another voice announced loudly. The dragon reluctantly stopped his advance towards Issei as another man showed up. Issei watched with curiosity as a black-haired man with blue eyes walked out towards him. The newly arrived man examined Issei and smiled. I see Crom Cruach was foolish enough to bring you here. Though we were bound to meet eventually. My name is Kuoh. I'm the leader of the hero faction. Nice to meet you. I seriously don't care who you are. Issei replied. Issei Haidu, what is in it for you to rescue Yasaka and her daughter? If you are an unaffiliated dragon, then why are you trying to rescue Yaokai? Kuroka informed us that you claimed no allegiance to anyone. Kuoh said curiously. I told the girl that I would find her mom. That's all you need to know. Issei replied dangerously. And so you have. But now that begs the question, how you intend to take her from us? Kuoh asked. Well. I could just kill you all if I had to, but I'd rather not waste the energy. I seriously don't care what your cow's brigade does. Just let the girl and her mother go. Issei answered. That's a bold statement. You truly believe you can kill us all? I think you're bluffing. Kuoh said with a light smile. Issei shrugged. A better idea just came to mind. How's about you guys fuck off and let them go, or I'll go inform Seraph Leviathan about the cow's brigade and its plans. What? Kuoh said surprised. Are attempting to blackmail us? Yeah, that's right, asshole. I'll go tell Citri and Gremory all about you guys. I'll tell Archangel Gabriel and Azazel too. Issei threatened them. Kuoh narrowed his gaze. How did you learn about the cow's brigade and office? You know far too much. Vali and Tiamat told me. They told me all about the cow's brigade and tried to recruit me into it. I told them I had no interest getting involved in your politics. Issei told the truth. That's ironic, considering you're trying to rescue a damsel in distress with blackmail. Kuroka laughed at him. Issei sent a furious look towards the Nekomata. I'm going to fuck you up if you don't shut up, catgirl. I only like the first half of that sentence. Kuroka giggled, causing a few of the hero faction people to deadpan. That's quite enough, devil. I only tolerate you around here because Arthur and LaFay insist on your usefulness. Don't make me regret it. Kuoh said. Annoyed. Kuroka visibly clinched in disapproval at the man's words as she strolled away towards Arthur and LaFay. Hey, do you actually know Vali? The blonde magician girl identified as LaFay interrupted. Issei sighed. Yeah. She goes to my school. You said Vali told you about the cow's brigade. Why would someone as powerful as Vali go out of her way to recruit you? Arthur asked seriously. Issei crossed his arms. Hell if I know. She's not half bad for a devil though. Vali is much more than a devil. She's Arthur replied in a low tone. Half human and a descendant of Lucifer, I know. She told me all about it. Issei interrupted the man. Arthur narrowed his gaze. HMPH. I see. So that's what she told you. Enough of that. Back to the matter at hand. I don't think you can blackmail us if you're dead. Kuoh threatened Issei. A moment later, two red wings shot out of Issei's back as his draconic aura took form. It was definitely a cause of alarm to many of the people present, though most of the named ones didn't back away or flee. You're outnumbered, dragon. Don't be foolish. Kuoh said assuredly as everyone readied their weapons or sacred gears. Hahaha. You've got some real guts, kid. Crom Cruach laughed in approval. You fool. Why did you even bring him here? Kuoh asked Crom with annoyance. He wanted to fight for the Yaokai. So I figured I'd give him the chance to. Crom shrugged. Thanks to your idiocy, now we have to deal with this. Kuoh sighed heavily. A moment later Issei held up his arm, causing everyone to stare at him with uncertain expressions. He spoke calmly. I keep an illusion up to cloak me from Gabriel at all times. I can lower it right now and call her here. Or I can just open up my cell phone here and text my location to Seraph Leviathan. Do you want to take that risk? I'll start your war prematurely for you. What? Kuoh said shocked. Who has the upper hand now? Issei boasted. Crom Cruach shook his head as he crossed his arms. That's a cowardly move on your part. I thought you were going to fight us all. Oh, I still can. But if I don't have to waste my time then I won't, Issei said fearlessly. Looks like the kid's one-upped you, Kuoh. I mean, if he calls his friends here then the secret's out, Crom Cruach said with a bored expression. The hero faction leader seemed angry at the reality of the situation. For someone who claims no allegiances, you're awfully familiar with higher-ups in heaven and hell. I'm neutral. I have friends everywhere. You guys can go commit suicide trying to fight Red if you want. I seriously don't care. But you're not using Yasaka or Kuoh. So hand them over and get lost. And I'll keep your secrets to myself. Issei replied. How do we know this guy is telling the truth? Could he really summon Gabriel here? Siegfried asked Kuoh seriously. He's serious. He's not even afraid right now. If you guys are insistent on maintaining secrecy, then take his offer. You don't need them to open a dragon gate anyway. Crom Cruach interjected. It would seem you've got us in a bind, Issei Haidu. Very well, we will leave. However, should you reveal us to our enemies, then Crom Cruach will be sent to kill you. Kuoh stated strongly. Wait, are you for real? We're just backing down now. Siegfried protested. For now. Release the Yaokai. You will regret getting in my way, Issei Haidu. Kuoh threatened calmly. Go fuck yourselves. Issei replied callously. Shortly afterward, Yasaka was freed from her strange daze, along with Kuoh who was further back. Both appeared half unconscious as they were released from whatever was affecting them. We will cross paths again, Issei Haidu. Of that you can be certain. Kuoh stated before all of the various humans departed. After they were all gone, only Crom Cruach remained. He walked directly up to Issei and was now face to face with him. He spoke with approval. When the time comes, I look forward to fighting you. Red Dragon Emperor. Issei's eyes shot open in disbelief. What are you talking about? You used a boost on your motorcycle in that race. That's cheap if you ask me. Though winning is winning, I suppose. Don't worry about your secret. I'll keep it to myself. I can't fault you for keeping an ace up your sleeve. I have plenty of my own. When the time comes, you and I will settle the score. Crom Cruach said fiercely as he took his leave. After he was gone, Issei turned towards the still dazed Yasaka and Kuoh. Though they were released from whatever spell was affecting them, the two looked like they were incoherent. Much to his relief, it looked as if they didn't catch Crom Cruach's last words to him. Issei approached Kuoh and her mother, placing a hand on each of their shoulders. Hey. You two there. What happened? Where am I? Yasaka asked confused. She looked like an older version of her daughter in Issei's eyes. They were the splitting image of one another. Issei-kun. Kunu's voice sounded as she blinked several times trying to take in the situation. I found your mother, Kuoh. The men that kidnapped her are gone now. Issei explained. The Kitsune girl's eyes lit up when she realized her mother was there. Mama. Yasaka appeared to be coherent finally and gave Issei a disbelieving stare. A dragon. You rescued us. That's right. Issei replied. Who? What happened? Last thing I remember were these strange humans and it's all a blur. Yasaka said, shaking her head. It looks like she lost her memory about what happened. It's probably best if I keep the events of what happened to myself. She seems like the kind of person that will blabber about the Cow's Brigade to everyone. I'm not ready for some giant war to break out yet. Issei thought. I don't know who they were. I was just trying to help Kuoh find you. Issei explained. I owe you my life then. Yasaka replied in a humbled manner. No, it's fine. You girls are all good now? Issei replied. Issei-kun. Thank you so much for saving Mama. Kuoh shouted joyously as tears fell down her face. She embraced him tightly and happily. You're the best. Issei stood there awkwardly for a moment and sighed. Alright, enough of that. You two take care, I need to leave. Wait. You rescued us, and now you're just leaving. I can't very well let you go without rewarding you properly for what you've done. Please, stay for a few days and allow me to repay you for this. Yasaka protested. I have school tomorrow and some people to look after. Maybe some other time. Issei said as he quickly got on his motorcycle. Yasaka bowed to him with a smile. You're always welcome in Kyoto. Please, allow me to repay you soon. Don't even concern yourself with it. Issei replied before shooting off into the night on his bike. Chapter 7. The Red Dragon of Kuoh, you lowly commoner. Has it not occurred to you that the sun is up and your mistress is waiting for you? A lady needs her servants. Especially her favorite one. Issei's alarm clock sounded, drawing the delinquent from his rest. Issei groggily sat awake and looked over at it. Ugh. I only got a few hours of sleep. If you insist on not getting out of bed, I'll have to use unconventional methods. Don't make me come over there. The alarm clock continued. Today's girl appeared to be some type of posh high society girl. Shut up, bitch. Nothing like an Oju Sama to start the day. Issei muttered to himself as he turned the device off. After a quick stretch, he got up and prepared for his school day. With Zenobia and Irina's paperwork done, they would probably get to transfer to Kuoh Academy soon. Issei didn't finalize the process with Sona, but he was fairly confident that the devil girl had finished everything. Now the girls just needed to buy their uniforms. Assuming they didn't already while he was in Kyoto. As he headed into his living room, Issei saw both Zenobia and Irina checking each other's appearances. Both were in Kuoh Academy uniforms, much to his surprise. I guess they took care of that after all. Thank God. Issei thought, somewhat relieved that he wouldn't have to fool with the extra chore now. Both perked up anxiously as he entered the room. Zenobia was the first to speak. Hey Issei, how do we look? Like a pair of girls after my own heart. Issei remarked as he nodded approvingly. Irina's face flushed upon hearing his comment. What? It's an expression. Never mind. Issei replied. Oh, I thought you were implying something else. She trailed off with each word getting audibly softer and harder to hear. What's that? What did you think I was implying? Issei teased her. Irina looked at him, somewhat unsure of herself. I don't know. Forget I said anything. I thought Issei was implying that we were compatible girlfriends for him. Zenobia added cluelessly. Irina's face went 3 shades darker as she quickly pushed the brunette. Zenobia. Don't say things like that. I don't want you making things weird with Issei. It's weird. But I thought Zenobia didn't get to finish her sentence before Irina covered her mouth and began to wrestle her to the ground. While this was happening, Issei looked at the table nearby and saw their transfer paperwork. He looked at it a bit suspiciously. Hey, how did you two get your transfer papers and schedules already? I don't remember bringing those home. Issei interrupted their brief wrestling match, causing both girls to get up and approach him instantly. Irina cleared her throat and answered. Some devil girl brought it here when you were gone last night. She had short black hair and glasses. She was a bit standoffish and looked mad about you not being here. She didn't seem to like us very much. I guess that's not surprising since we're exorcists. Although I'm not sure if she could tell, to be honest. Zenobia followed up. Citri. So she brought them over here herself, huh? Did she ask where I was? Issei wondered. Zenobia and Irina traded brief glances with one another before laughing. It seemed somewhat odd to see the normally stoic Zenobia laughing as she walked over towards the TV and turned it on. As she was doing this, Irina spoke to Issei. Everyone knows where you were last night. It's all over the news. Wait, what? They do? Issei said seriously as he walked closer towards the TV and saw that the news was on. Street racing in Japan. Is it a small-time problem or is it a danger to society? Many people report that a high-stakes motorcycle race occurred between 2 rival Yakuza branches in Kyoto last night. According to eyewitnesses, the race had 2 unknown riders known by the aliases of Mr. Black and the Red Dragon of Kuoh. Local police have pieced together parts of the race and have captured images of these 2 riders and their motorcycles. A news reporter announced. Issei's face visibly widened with dread as a picture of him and Krom Kruich at the start of the race came on the screen. Luckily, they had their helmets on, but the picture showed a really good close-up of his motorcycle. The 2 racers' identities are unknown at this time, and neither vehicle is registered, unsurprisingly. Many local officials and police in Kyoto report that this race caused widespread destruction through some unknown means. There are many that suspect the vehicles were weaponized in some way and that this is a dangerous new blood sport called a death race. Some witnesses claim to have been present when the racers drove by. The reporter continued. The TV shifted to the scene of a street on Kyoto where countless police vehicles and construction workers could be seen in the background. A reporter was holding up a microphone to a man who had a wild expression. I was just working. And then out of nowhere, I hear a roaring in the distance. I didn't even see motorcycles drive by, but glass just started shattering on every store window down. The street and cars were flipping over. There was fire in a line the whole way down the road too. Sir, do you think the motorcycles were responsible for the destruction? How can that explain all of the destruction and force it would take to cause this much damage? The reporter asked him. They must be high-tech and have some crazy weapons on them because I heard them, but I didn't see them. The man almost shouted. The scene went back into the anchor room where one of the news anchors shook her head. Luckily there were no deaths in this death race, but dozens were badly injured from the destruction. At this time, police are doing everything they can to crack down on the Yakuza families and find out what happened. So far, their progress has been slow. The police commissioner had this to say. The news then shifted to footage of the police commissioner. We are doing everything we can at this time to get to the bottom of this, but unfortunately there are no solid leads linking any specific Yakuza branch to this crime. We will report more when and if we can. A moment later, Issei felt his phone vibrate. He looked down and read the message on it. Good work, winning the race, Haidu. You won us a lot of money and respect. Unfortunately, you drew a lot of negative press. That's bad for business, kid. We're already paying off the police to stop snooping, but don't be surprised if people start figuring out who you are. Unless you want to stop riding your motorcycle around Kuoh. The remainder of your cut has been direct deposited into your account. We got the information from your business partner at the shop. We made sure your bank didn't ask any questions either. Issei didn't bother responding to the message as he looked at Irina and Zenobia. You went to some illegal street race to win a bunch of money? I didn't know you were a criminal, Issei. Irina said with a slight smirk. He was somewhat surprised that she wasn't condemning him for it. I'm amazed there's anyone capable of racing you in the first place. Who was that Mr. Black person? Zenobia asked curiously. Issei shrugged. Some other dragon. It doesn't matter. Irina looked somewhat concerned. Another dragon. Why was he racing? Most dragons are thrill hunters, power seekers, glory chasers, and treasure hoarders. They love stuff like racing and fighting. Especially if it's for some big prize. Regardless, we need to go soon if we intend on getting to school on time. Issei sighed. I was curious about that. How are we going to get there exactly? Are we walking? Taking a bus maybe? Irina wondered. Take a guess, Irina, you're riding with me. Issei replied as he headed into his garage. Irina and Zenobia reluctantly followed him in there and traded disbelieving looks as Issei opened the door and revved his bike up. He began to ease it out of the garage and looked back at them. What are you waiting for? Come on. But you're in trouble with the law. What if someone sees us on that motorcycle? Irina protested. What are they going to do? Arrest me? PFFT. Get on. He reiterated, causing the two girls to cautiously get on the back. This time, Zenobia was the one sitting closer. She hugged onto Issei tightly as her arms snaked around his waist. The brunette felt a slight shudder go throughout her body as her chest pressed against his back. I could get used to this. Zenobia said absent-mindedly. Get used to what? You don't have to hug him that tightly, Zenobia. I have plenty of room, you know. Irina spoke up as she got on. Before their conversation could continue, Issei sped out of his driveway, causing both girls to scream at the sudden high speed. Kuoh Academy. Issei drove up to school with a foreboding sense of dread washing over him. Not only did I make the news in the underworld, but I made the news in Japan too. The next few days are going to be a nightmare. Thank God Mom and Dad are out of town still. His arrival to school was met with the exact scenario he imagined. The usual crowds were pouring through the gate towards Kuoh Academy, trying to make it to their first morning classes on time. Every pair of eyes in the front of the school turned to see Issei drive up on his motorcycle. Many of them had wide, disbelieving stares as their eyes focused on the delinquent and the two girls riding on the back of his bike with him. Ignoring the attention, Issei pulled up to park in his usual location. He was not surprised to see Vali and Tiamat both waiting there for him. Both had extremely amused smirks as he got off and approached them. Zenobia and Irina let out sighs of relief and awkwardly looked around at the small crowd that was blatantly staring at the group. Tiamat immediately approached the brunette delinquent with a wide grin. I saw you on TV last night, Issei. I don't doubt that. Issei trailed off as he glanced around at the gawking crowd. Every time he would look at someone, their eyes would shoot down or away. Many were acting as if his gaze would turn them to stone. Well, local and underworld news, I guess I should clarify. You really did some work yesterday, didn't you? Tiamat grinned. Issei cocked his head confused. What? I didn't think I'd ever see you in a raiding game, haha. Tiamat laughed. Issei's eyes widened slightly. Wait. You both saw that too? Oh yes, we did. I watch almost all of the raiding games actually. I couldn't believe my eyes when I saw you in the Gremory vs Phoenix game yesterday. I like the part where you said he was a moron for picking a fight with a dragon. I always knew you were a strong dragon. That's why you belong with us. Tiamat said approvingly. I see. Issei replied, almost shocked. He kept his disposition cool but was truly surprised. I'm so lucky that I didn't use my boosted gear in that raiding game. Granted, that would have been overkill. But since Krom Kruich noticed it in our race, I wonder if Tiamat would have been able to see it too. The news footage never caught any images of us during the actual race. One hope. Issei thought briefly. Riser Phoenix isn't high tier or anything, but I doubt any of the pushovers around here could beat him in a fight. Would you help Gremory out anyways? Vali asked. Issei sighed. Well, I wanted to transfer my friends Zenobia and Irina into the school. Seeing as Citri is the class president, I asked her for help. She only agreed if I would fight for Ria's Gremory in her raiding game. So, it was sort of a forced thing. I initially turned her down. The main thing that set me off to do it, however, was that Phoenix asshole pissing me off. So, these were those friends that you said were living with you now. They're exorcists, yeah. I have to say, I wasn't expecting them to be some cute girls. Vali announced curiously. Yeah, this is my childhood friend, Irina Shidu, and her best friend Zenobia Korda. Issei introduced the girls. Who are they, Issei? I didn't realize you had so many attractive female friends. Irina trailed off as she looked between Vali and Tiamat. I'm flattered you think so. Vali said with an approving smirk. This is Vali and Tiamat. They're acquaintances of mine. Issei told Irina. Tiamat as in the Chaos Karma Dragon. Irina's eyes widened. Oh, you've heard of me? Tiamat chuckled. Aren't you a Dragon King? Irina half demanded. Tiamat proudly nodded. Yes, but I'm more along the lines of Dragon Queen in case that wasn't obvious. Issei sighed. Don't feed her ego, Irina. She's arrogant enough already. Vali looked at him somewhat surprised. Did you just refer to us as acquaintances? I was under the impression that we were good friends. I mean, we're all on a first name basis, aren't we? That's a big deal in this country, isn't it? Yeah, that is a blurry line, isn't it? I met some of your other friends last night, Vali. Issei changed the subject. Really? Who? She said curiously. Issei looked around before leaning in closer. Some catgirl and these guys in the hero faction or whatever it's called. Huh? That's interesting. You were in Kyoto last night for that street race, weren't you? Did you find out what they were doing there? Vali wondered. The delinquent shrugged. I don't know. Something about opening a dragon gate. I just happened to run into them after I won my race. Interesting. We'll talk more about that in private, Issei. Let's get to class so these people will stop staring at us. The silver-haired devil gestured for him to follow her. Everyone watching from a distance had eyes of fearful awe on Issei as he casually strolled to his classroom. The escort of 4 attractive girls also projected an aura of dominance as the delinquent paid no mind to the wild gossiping that was going on all around him. Irina and Zenobia had been mostly quiet but were staying close to Issei as they did not feel comfortable in this school filled with devils. It was obvious that they could both tell Vali was a devil. Hey. Issei. I thought you didn't like devils. Zenobia spoke up without any shame. Vali immediately caught on to what was being implied as she turned her gaze to the blue-haired girl. I'm not with the devils around here. I'm only half devil. A half devil is still a devil as far as I'm concerned. How do you know, Issei? Irina decided to join the Inquisition. Cut her some slack, Irina. Vali is alright and she's not going to do anything to you. Don't start any shit with anyone. I don't need that extra drama in my life. Issei interrupted before an argument could break out. Zenobia and Irina traded skeptical expressions but didn't press the issue further. They both knew not to annoy Issei too much after the situation involving Raynare and Kalwarner. As they made their way through the halls, Issei turned towards Irina and Zenobia. Go drop off your paperwork at the faculty offices and a teacher will escort you to class. I'll see you in a little bit. Oh, okay. Irina said skittishly as Issei lightly pushed them in the direction of the faculty offices. After she and Zenobia reluctantly parted ways with the delinquent, he heard Tiamat laugh. So what's with the girls anyway? Are you collecting females to breed with? They're friends of mine that are looking to deal with fallen angels or something. I honestly don't care that much about it. I'm just letting them stay with me for a while. Issei shrugged. Friends, huh? Those 2 cute girls are living with you and now they're going here to this school. You sure they're just friends? Tiamat teased. The brunette rolled his eyes. Yeah, and they're only humans too, so I'd appreciate it if you left them alone. How long do you plan on letting them stay with you? If they're going to be attending this academy, then I'd imagine it isn't a temporary thing, no. Vali cut in. Issei gave her a dry look. I could ask the same thing of you too. Why are you still going here? Same reason as you. To get an education. Vali replied with amusement. Spare me the bullshit. Irina used to be my neighbor, and I'm certain she and Zenobia are probably going to finish up high school here anyways. Issei rolled his eyes. Vali crossed her arms. So you're just going to let them live with you for the next year and a half or 2. Her old house is for sale, I believe. It's right next to mine. I'll probably just buy it for them so that they can do their own thing and leave me alone. He countered. You're going to buy them a place. That's not something I'd imagine you to do for someone. You trying to impress them, Issei. Maybe you should throw a little bit of that affection our way while you're at it. Tiamat laughed. Issei deadpanned at her. Don't ever say that word again. I'm cool with you too, but there is no affection here, alright? I have a shitload of money now thanks to that race, and it's trivial for me to buy a spare house next to mine and let them use. Don't twist this into something stupid and lame, okay? Ah, don't. Tell me you're embarrassed. Why would you have a reason to feel embarrassed unless you're hiding something? Tiamat grinned. Why do you insist on being an annoying bitch? Issei sighed. Tiamat chuckled at his question. Hey, chill out, will you? I'm used to being stoic and serious all the time when I'm around the devils. You should feel honored that I actually cut loose with you and have fun. This is all part of being a dragon. If you say so. The delinquent shrugged. I thought it would be best to not tell you, but I might as well at this point. Female dragons will typically do this to males to provoke them. It's some type of courtship ritual. You're better off ignoring it, Issei. Ddraig's voice sounded in his head. So she's being a bitch to me to make me like her? How does that work? Wait. Does that mean she likes me? You're saying she's tsundeer? Issei thought confused. Ddraig let out an awkward and cringy groan. It's a provocation to incite you into trying to dominate her. You're better off ignoring her if you don't want to deal with that. Tiamat is a bit crazy, as I'm sure you've noticed by now. You can't be serious. That's just what I needed. Issei groaned sarcastically. It will be very interesting to see how she reacts when she finds out about me. She will definitely try to kill you then. Ddraig noted. So what was that thing she did with the blue fire? Issei asked curiously. Ddraig didn't respond to him. Tell me it's not what I think it is, Ddraig. Was she marking me or something? Issei thought seriously. The heavenly Welsh dragon sighed. Let's not dwell on this. Good talk, buddy. Issei said, somewhat annoyed. Well, now that they're gone, I guess it's appropriate to talk to you about my other friends. Vali changed the subject. You sure we have time? Class is about to start. Tiamat reminded her. Vali shrugged. I want to explain some things to Issei before anything else pops off around here. So, what? You just expect me to go to class by myself? Screw that, I'll go with you guys. Not like we're missing anything during the lecture that I don't know anyways. Tiamat replied. Suit yourself, but this isn't going to take that long. She responded carelessly. Instead of going to the classroom, the three troublemakers all went to the roof of the building. Upon arriving, Vali immediately stopped as she looked over the horizon. Slowly, she turned around and faced the delinquent Issei with serious eyes. So you ran into the hero faction in Kyoto? I take it they kidnapped the Yokai leader to open the Dragon Gate then? Did you rescue her? Rescue is such a strong and exaggerated word. I found them after my race because I was helping this girl look for her mother. Initially, I thought she was a normal girl, but she just so happened to be Asaka's daughter. I convinced the hero faction to let her go. Issei cut in. Vali shook her head. Call it what you will, but that doesn't change the fact that you undermined the Cows Brigade. Specifically the hero faction. Oh no. Does that mean we can't be friends anymore? Issei asked with half-hearted and feigned emotion. Look, I personally don't care that you stopped them. Their plan was actually pretty stupid to begin with. There's no way that they would stand a chance against Great Red. That aside, I honestly don't know what they were thinking by kidnapping a political leader. It could have set off the war preeminently. The silver-haired devil replied. What's the deal with the hero faction anyways? They all seemed human to me from what I could tell. What do they get out of being in the Cows Brigade? Why are they helping Office? The delinquent interjected. The hero faction is made of all humans. And they don't like anyone who isn't human. They work with the Cows Brigade out of an alliance of convenience in order to fight against other various factions and mythologies. From what I understand, Cao and Office have a deal. I don't know the details of it, but it's a shaky alliance at best. Office's power is the only reason they haven't dared to try anything yet. They'd rather be on her side. Especially because she's opposed to many of their enemies. Vali explained. Is that why they work with devils, dragons, and catgirls? He said doubtfully. Vali shook her head. It's not common for them to work with any non-humans directly. So why did they have a catgirl and a dragon working for them last night? Issei asked. A dragon? Who? Tiamat interrupted with a serious glare. I don't know who he was, but I could sense he was a dragon. Issei lied. Tiamat gritted her teeth. What did he look like? He had black and blonde hair and different colored eyes. He looked like a foreigner. Same as you too. Issei replied. Tiamat's eyes widened. That description sounds like Crom Cruach. I take it he was Mr. Black then. You raced Crom Cruach last night. I guess. Issei shrugged carelessly. The blue dragon gritted her teeth at him disbelievingly. Do you even know who Crom Cruach is? Should I? Issei shrugged carelessly. You're young. I suppose it's not surprising that you wouldn't know. He's a very powerful black dragon. And I mean very powerful. He's also the most powerful of the evil dragons. Tiamat explained vaguely. Vali cut in with a stern tone. Why would Cao ever work with Crom Cruach? Better yet, why would Crom Cruach work with Cao? Neither one seems like they'd have the disposition to tolerate orders from the other. They probably needed his help to open the Dragon Gate. That or they probably couldn't take on Yasaka without him. Tiamat suggested. They may be humans, but the hero faction isn't weak by any means, Tiamat. If Cao was involved, I don't see why he'd even need Crom Cruach's help. Or why that crazy black dragon would ever involve himself with them. This is very strange. Vali said distantly. Well, you're all part of the Cows Brigade and you all work for Office. Maybe she was responsible. If this alliance between different forces is shaky like you said, then it would only make sense for Office to send an enforcer to help the hero faction out. Issei suggested. Vali eyed him curiously. That is a definite possibility. Kuoh would obey Office. And I wouldn't put it past her to send an enforcer to keep an eye of Kuoh. What about the catgirl then? Why is a devil Nekomata hanging out with a bunch of purest humans? Issei asked. It sounds like you're talking about Kuroka Taoju. She is one of my friends. She's also very close to my pals Arthur and LaFay in the hero faction. Those two are the only actual people I'm friends with from the hero faction. I'm assuming they probably convinced Kuoh to tolerate her presence. She would certainly be knowledgeable on how to deal with Yasaka's Yokai magic as well. Vali answered. Issei cracked a fist. Well, she kidnapped the girl from me and was extremely condescending. She better not come around me again if she knows what's good for her. I don't care if she's your friend. I will straight up kill that bitch. I'm surprised you didn't try fighting them, Issei. Especially if you didn't know who they all were. Tiamat added. He shook his head. I really considered it, but in the end, I just don't care enough to swing my dick around to prove a point to those pussies. That and I know for a fact it would have led to me having to use my boosted gear against Kuoh. Issei thought to himself. Or worse, set off this war early and make enemies of the entire Kuoh's brigade. I suppose you should prepare yourself for it because your cover stories fall apart more and more each passing day it seems. It's inevitable at this point. Ddraig added mentally. I mean I know that's coming eventually, Ddraig, but would it kill these people to leave me alone for the rest of high school? I don't even get to hang out with Red anymore. Issei fumed mentally. You better not miss his 4-portal explosion stunt. He'll destroy the earth, heaven, and hell if that happens. Ddraig added. If it wasn't for my parents and the few people I actually liked here, then I would gladly welcome that. I guess I should just come to terms with the fact that I'm going to have to reveal myself soon. At the very least maybe it'll scare them away from me. I sure as hell won't let these motherfuckers near Red whenever they go after him. Issei thought. Kuroka is very powerful, Issei. It's probably a good thing you didn't pick a fight with her or Kuoh. Especially Kuoh too. I know you're powerful, but Kuoh is the strongest of the evil dragons. I doubt even Tiamat or I could defeat him. You were wise not to fight them. Vali noted. Yeah, they probably would have killed me. That might explain my instincts to not attack. Luckily, it didn't come to that. Issei stated distantly. How did you resolve the issue then if you didn't fight them? I have a hard time imagining. I'm backing down. What happened with Yasaka the Yokai leader? Vali wondered. Issei crossed his arms as he sighed. Well, initially, I threatened them out of anger, but after the situation dawned on me I went with a better solution. I threatened to expose them unless they'd leave. Really? That doesn't seem like you at all. Vali shook her head disbelievingly. They were also your allies. He interjected. Come on, Issei, seriously? You're a damn dragon. You blackmailed them then. Now Kuoh and the rest of them are going to think you're some weak chump. What kind of threat of exposure could have possibly made them back down? Tiamat protested. I told them I'd summon Gabriel the angel if they didn't let Yasaka and her daughter go. Issei answered. Vali's eyes widened seriously. Archangel Gabriel? How do you know her? She showed up randomly in my house recently and tried to warn me about some devil girl deceiving me. I assumed she meant you but. Issei trailed off as he didn't want to mention Seraphol to them. But what? Who is she talking about? Tiamat piped up aggressively. Leviathan. Issei sighed. I'm not surprised Leviathan would go after you. Did she try to recruit you into her peerage? Tiamat asked. Issei looked away. Something like that. In any case, I told Kuoh and your other friends that I'd summon Gabriel or Leviathan if they didn't back down. That's actually pretty smart, but it certainly doesn't make you look very good. Vali noted. For real. They must think you're some pussy now. Tiamat scoffed. I don't care about their opinions in the slightest. I don't know why my reputation matters to you. I'm just glad that bullshit is over now. He countered. Wait. So you did that to make them think you were weak then, didn't you? Why? Seriously, I can't understand you, Issei. What's the point in downplaying your power one day and manhandling devils another? Don't you take any pride in being a dragon? Even if you're a half-dragon, I can't fathom where your damn pride is in all of this. I mean, is this delinquent thing all a hoax? How can you just let your reputation get damaged like that? Everyone in the mythological world is practically immortal. And they remember everything you fucking do. Are you an idiot when it comes to politics? You should have just walked away instead of playing hero. If the fools would have succeeded, then they'd have their hands full with Great Red anyways. You had no business getting involved in this nonsense. Tiamat scoffed. Issei shrugged. My pride has nothing to do with what nobodies like them think of me. I'm above all of that stupid shit. Besides, I wasn't about to pick a fight over something that didn't actually matter to me. I just wanted to reunite the girl with her mother. If I actually wanted to play hero, I'd have fought them. It doesn't matter to me how it was resolved. Only that it's over now. Well, now that you've involved yourself in the Yasaka situation, they're going to have it out for you regardless. I'm honestly shocked that Crom Cruich didn't kill you even with your threat to expose them. He despises weakness. What on earth could have convinced him to back down? Tiamat shook her head with disbelief. I couldn't say. Maybe he gave me a pass because I beat him in the race. I really don't care anymore. That crap's history, and I have no interest in getting involved any further than I already have. He sighed. Vali looked at him uncertainly. So you say you were helping Yasaka's daughter? Why did you go out of your way for her? What compelled you to get involved in the first place and help them if you don't care? I just happened to run into her daughter while I was in Kyoto. I assumed she was some girl who lost her parents. I didn't want to get involved in a political kidnapping. By the time I found out about all that other stuff, I couldn't just ditch the kid. I might be an asshole, but I'm not heartless. Issei sighed. Well, I'll vouch for you if the hero faction tries starting any shit again. I would prefer you remain on good terms with the Cows Brigade. For the record, however, don't pick fights with our allies unless you intend on making enemies of us. I don't want you to be on the wrong side of this conflict when it all breaks out. You got off lucky from that situation. Vali spoke sternly. I'll keep that in mind next time then. Issei said with disinterest. Well, we should probably get back to class, I suppose. No need to make an even bigger scene out of your arrival at school today. Vali sighed as she walked towards the door. She stopped halfway there and looked back at Issei and Tiamat. Yo, are you two coming or what? In a minute, Vali. Since we're here, I kind of wanted to talk to Issei about the raiding game. Tiamat replied. The devil girl turned around. Yeah. What about? Dragon stuff. Nothing that really concerns a devil like you, Vali. You mind giving us a minute alone? Tiamat replied with a noticeable smile. Issei couldn't help but find it strange when Vali shared a similar expression. Hurry up then. I'll be in class. Vali replied before leaving Issei and Tiamat alone. Once she was gone, Issei gave Tiamat a questioning stare. He didn't say anything, and neither did she for a long empty silence. Finally, after Vali was a reasonable distance away, Tiamat spoke up sternly. You should know that everyone in hell is losing their minds about that raiding game you were in. Yeah, Citri slaves told me it was broadcasted for all of hell to see. Issei shrugged with a feigned carelessness. I'm going to tell you a secret, Issei. It's the real reason why the devils haven't tried to start anything with me here. I'm actually the real judge of raiding games. When I said I watch over them, I meant that literally. The Mau all know me personally. Tiamat explained. Issei gave her a careless look. What's your point? My point. Didn't you just hear what I said? She growled. I fail to. See how this is relevant to me? He countered. It's relevant because you and I are friends, and all of the high-ranking devils know it. Ajuka Beelzebub asked me about you recently. He wanted to know why such a powerful dragon like you was rogue and why I was hanging out with you. He's very suspicious of my relationship to you and Vali. The dragon woman said seriously. That's kind of a heavy word to use here. I don't know if I'd say there is any relationship here. Issei said dismissively. It doesn't matter what you or I think. It's about how things are perceived. I find myself in an odd situation now. Ajuka-sama was insisting that I introduce you to him. Among other things. To keep up my cover, I had no choice but to agree to ask you on his behalf. Tiamat trailed off. What other things? Issei growled, already suspecting something he didn't want to hear. You're probably not aware of this, but almost every relevant dragon in the world is either serving someone or they're sealed into a sacred gear. As you know, I am superficially aligned with the current Mau. Though they assume I'm wholly loyal. Tiamat began. If they think you're loyal, then why are they so worried about you being here? Issei wondered. I was just about to explain that. I'm very powerful, and as you probably know, devils and angels like to keep tabs on where every powerful being is at all times. My loyalty technically only extends to Ajuka Beelzebub. Some of the other Satans and their families find me unsettling since I'm an unbound dragon king. They're pretending like my freedom doesn't worry them, but they wouldn't send Leviathan here unless they were afraid of my close proximity to two of their heirs. As for why I blatantly hang out with you and Vali here, it's because I find it best to hide in plain sight. It makes me look less suspicious. She explained. Issei tilted his head confused. So they're not suspicious of Vali then? Some Grimoire servant from the Lucifuge clan showed up to warn me and Vali not too recently. What have you told them about her and me? Nothing, I just said you were my friends. They know Vali is a questionable devil, but they're not aware of anything beyond that as far as I know. You on the other hand. You've got them all worked up. After your raiding game, Ajuka-sama told me that he was interested in recruiting you as an underworld dragon like me. I told him I'd talk to you about it and I assured him you meant no harm to the devils in Kuoh. Tiamat elaborated in detail. Issei deadpanned. Not gonna happen. You can tell him I said no. I'm not a devil's pet. You wouldn't be Issei. At least, I don't think they'd force you to be. Tannen, a former dragon king, was reincarnated as a devil dragon, but you wouldn't have to do that. I'm not suggesting anything that extreme. You would just be in the same position I am. And only temporarily. Tiamat elaborated. If this position is so great, then why are you plotting to betray these devils? Later anyway. That would practically force me to have to side with you during this war you're about to start. Issei pointed out with distaste. Tiamat chuckled. You noticed that, did you? Ha, well, here's the thing. I don't hate the current Mau, but I'm not going to serve them anymore when the time comes. I doubt you'll accept the offer, but I figured it was probably a good idea to give you the option and a heads up about this, Issei. I won't be able to protect you if they come after you. People do not like rogue dragons. Your refusal to align with anyone is bound to invite serious hostilities from all sides. The hero faction will especially have it out for you when they find out about your reputation. Everyone might have been willing to overlook you before, since they didn't know you were powerful, but after that raiding game, you're the talk of the underworld. Leviathan and Beelzebub already know who you are, and from what you've said, so does Archangel Gabriel. Your days of flying under the radar are over. People are going to know that you have no allies, and that makes you fair game for anyone who wants to come after you. The blue-haired dragon continued. What is the underworld saying about me? Issei asked. A lot. And most of it isn't good. The way I see it, you have two options. One, you can do what I'm doing and play along with the devils until the war breaks out. We can also go meet office and set you up as one of us. Or two, you can say no to everyone and make yourself a huge target for the devil nobility, fallen angels, and the Cows Brigade. If you choose the first option, you won't have to worry about Crom Cruach or anyone coming after you. If you choose the second option, then someone will likely come after you without fear of political backlash. You're going to have to pick a side if you want to survive. Tiamat sighed in annoyance. I choose option 2. He shook his head. Tiamat's eyes gazed upon him with annoyance. Look. I just don't want to see you end up dead or in a sacred gear. Historically, almost every dragon that's tried to stay rogue has ended up in sacred gears. Even the heavenly dragons and most of the dragon kings. The only reason I'm still not in one is because I'm not stupid and I know how to keep myself out of the crosshairs and make allies. I don't like devils that much either, Issei, but they make good shields. There aren't that many dragons left now. We as a species can't afford to act stupid. You need to play the game if you want to survive. Do I look fucking scared? I don't need to do shit. Issei growled. Listen, hothead, I've been around a lot longer than you and I'm just trying to look out for you because I like you. We dragons need to stick together. If you keep this up, then you'll end up dead or worse. In a sacred gear. She restated. The real difference between your definition of freedom and mine is that I don't need to subjugate myself to get it. Freedom is immense. It's living without fear. You. Keep talking about being a real dragon. We'll see who's the real dragon in the end, won't we? Let these motherfuckers come after me. It'll be the last thing they ever do. If I die then so be it. At least I'll die a real dragon. Issei said with anger rising in his voice. I respect that about you, Issei, but that's the exact same thing Albion and Ddraig believed right before they got sealed into sacred gears. Just think about it, will you? Vali and I won't be able to protect you for very long. The war is coming soon. Tiamat hissed as Issei walked past her. Issei stopped and turned back to look at her. I appreciate your concern, Tiamat, but you're not changing my mind. So, you're just going to keep trying to stay neutral and rogue. Tiamat confirmed with disapproval. Yeah, I'd kind of like to finish high school first, you know. Issei rolled his eyes. Suit yourself, but don't say I didn't warn you. Let's get to class. Tiamat sighed in defeat as she followed Issei back to the classroom. Issei's classroom. Upon returning to his classroom, Issei and a rather grumpy-looking Tiamat both found their ways to their seats. The teacher was quick to call them out on being late, but Issei dismissed it, saying he had to go see the student council for something important. You two took longer than I thought you would. Vali whispered as she looked between Issei and Tiamat. The blue-haired dragon rolled her eyes. Issei is being a reckless idiot. Dragons will be dragons, I suppose. Vali chuckled. Tiamat eyed Vali curiously. You know we can't protect him, right? Maybe not, but the Securitate could if Issei ever gets in trouble. Vali pointed out. Will you two stop talking about me as if I'm not right next to you? Issei sighed in annoyance. Before either girl could respond, the teacher called him out. Haidu-san, could you please answer the question on the board? Without even breaking his cool, Issei stood up briefly as he glanced at the question. It was some complex physics formula. Normally he hated this type of stuff, but he had become surprisingly good at it from all the time he spent learning about speed and momentum from Red. He casually walked to the front of the class and wrote out the solution to the problem after a few seconds. The class was astonished by his effortless success as Issei placed the chalk down at the board and glanced at the teacher. "Is that right, sensei?" "Why yes. Good work Haidu-san," she replied with evident surprise. It wasn't shocking to Issei at all. Despite his delinquent reputation and his lack of attendance, he did hold the highest score for first years last year at Kuoh. He would likely be number 1 for the second years too, unless some super genius showed up. His academic success was sadly one of the only ways that allowed for him to get away with playing hooky all the time. If it wasn't for that, he likely wouldn't bother as much with his academics. Well, he was typically zoned out and never paid much attention to his actual classmates. Issei decided to look them over more closely for a moment. Their reactions were interesting to say the least. Many appeared impressed that he was intelligent and not just some wannabe thug. It was then that he spotted Kiba was actually in his class. Huh. I never actually noticed he was here. Maybe it's because he sits in the front right and I sit in the back left. The whole school smells like devils and he never really talks too much. Issei thought as he noticed the shocked devil's expression. Before Issei could sit down, another teacher brought 2 additional girls into the classroom. After a brief conversation between the 2 senseis, Issei's teacher escorted the girls to the front. They were of course Zenovia and Irina. Both girls looked relieved when they saw Issei, who was still standing up front. "We have 2 new transfer students today. I forgot to announce that to the rest of you," the teacher said enthusiastically as she pointed towards them. "Go ahead and introduce yourselves, girls," she instructed. "I'm Irina Shidu. I used to live in this town, but I only recently came back. Pleased to meet you all." She bowed respectfully to the class. Zenovia went next. "My name is Zenovia Quarta. I'm from Italy and I'm also one of Issei Haidu's girlfriends." Issei was caught off guard by her bold statement as he gave her a disbelieving look. Did she really just say that in front of all these people? One of Haidu-kun has multiple girlfriends. A random girl in Issei's class practically shrieked. What did she just say?" Tiamat instantly interrupted with a fiery attitude. Vali chuckled. "Just friends huh, Issei? It would seem you really do like girls with blue hair, Haidu-san." Kiba muttered quietly enough for only him to hear. The rest of the class looked like they couldn't believe it as their eyes jolted towards Issei for confirmation. Before he could clarify the statement, a familiar duo of classmates angrily protested. "Damn you Haidu team. Stop stealing all the beautiful foreign transfer students. You'll pay for this, you despoiler," the bald guy Mitsuda shouted dramatically. His friend quickly joined in as well as he adjusted his glasses. Measurements. Bust 87 centimeters, waist 58 centimeters, hips 88 centimeters, height 166 centimeters, weight 56 kilograms. A perfect physique for a second-year girl. Already stolen by the criminal bastard Haidu. Did he seriously just guess all of her measurements? How does he do that? It's impressive. Issei thought as he glanced briefly at Motohama. "Calm down everyone." She misspoke. "Please forgive my friend Zenovia. Japanese isn't her first language. We're both just friends of Issei," is what she was trying to say. Irina saved the situation, causing the class to relax slightly. The teacher quickly used this diversion as an excuse to change the subject. "Anyways, where would the 2 of you like to sit? I believe only the back seats are open." "Next to Issei," Zenovia said. Blatantly. "Ah yes, I believe there are still a few left back there. The other foreign transfer students are there as well. Hopefully you'll all get along and help each other out," the teacher noted as she gestured for the girls to sit in the back. Issei sat down again, but he now had Irina and Zenovia both in front of him and Vali and Tiamat to his right. Everyone was glancing back at Issei and his little entourage of girls now. All of them were staring at him as if expecting something. He ignored it all as he tried to focus on school for once. Later that day, the rest of the school day had been somewhat awkward and unusual for Issei, as he noticed a few more stares than usual. He was currently walking with Zenovia and Irina towards the lunchroom. Vali and Tiamat were both off doing their own thing and seemed a bit mad at him. Well, at least Tiamat did. "Sorry we forgot to make ourselves lunches. I wasn't sure about how that worked here." Zenovia apologized to Issei. "It's fine. I usually don't come in here because it's crowded, but we can get you some melon bread or something," Issei said casually. Irina shook her head. "I completely forgot to make bentos. I'll start doing that from now on if you'd like. You don't have to go through all that effort for me. Worry about yourselves," he replied as they entered the lunchroom. "What do you normally eat at lunch, Issei?" Zenovia asked him. He shook his head. "It just depends. I like to bring my own snacks and eat on the roof. Usually I eat a large breakfast, so I don't have to worry about it. Occasionally I'll come in here though. You don't mind if we sit in here, do you?" Irina asked hopefully. I think Vali-san said they were going to the roof earlier. You don't like them? Issei asked. Irina frowned. I don't dislike them, but they're not exactly friendly or pleasant to be around. They act like that to me too. They're just mad I didn't join their faction. I told them not to give you girls any trouble. If they do then let me know and I'll take care of it. Issei explained. The three wasted no time buying food from some of the various campus food stands before they found a table with a view near the window. Issei actually enjoyed their company as the two girls were talking about random things, ranging the Dragon Scrolls game to the architecture of the campus. What do you think about the dragon shouting voice power, Issei? Could it be possible for a dragon to learn something like that in real life? Zenobia asked Issei with more emotion than usual. He thought for a moment. Anything's possible for a dragon. If that's where they focus their training on, they could easily learn how to do that. I'd love to have that ability. Being a dragonborn would be great. The blue-haired exorcist said approvingly. Are you saying you'd want to be a dragonborn in real life? He smirked. I wouldn't object at all. Zenobia said proudly. I don't know how I'd feel about you going around and killing dragons though. Issei chuckled. I wouldn't want to kill them. I'd rather be one. I mean, if dragons can be like you, then there's nothing inherently evil or wrong with them. You're like a heavenly dragon. Zenobia said with distant enthusiasm. Issei tensed up for a brief moment when he heard heavenly dragon, but was quick to realize that Zenobia had no awareness of what the heavenly dragons actually were. The irony behind her statement actually caused him to grin with amusement. Irina smiled as she shook her head. I used to think dragons were kind of evil. Angels certainly fear them, but if Gabriel Sama likes you, Issei, then it's possible to be a righteous and holy dragon. I'd be okay with that too. You two want to be dragons. Haha, that's funny. Issei laughed at them. Yeah, I know it's impossible nonsense, but it'd be cool, right? Dragonborn exorcist Irina has a nice ring to it, doesn't it? Irina chirped. Dragon Knight Zenobia Quarta wouldn't be half bad either. What do you think, Issei? Zenobia asked for his approval. You'd actually have to be my girlfriend then. Issei said with another laugh. Zenobia looked blankly at him. I should work on becoming a Dragon Knight. The delinquent couldn't help but laugh at her bluntly stoic remark. Whatever motivates you, I guess. Listen, Issei, Zenobia doesn't exactly mean all the weird stuff she says. We're a bit, sheltered. A life spent in the church kind of makes one socially awkward. Please don't hold it against her if she seems pushy or anything. She's not serious. Zenobia's actually very pure and just doesn't know how to act around boys. Irina tried to explain away the tension. You're one to talk. The stoic blue-haired girl muttered with a light smile. Issei sighed. It's all good. I don't actually take those kinds of jokes seriously. Why yeah? Irina trailed off as she thought of something to say. Why don't you have a girlfriend, Issei? Zenobia asked him bluntly. Irina immediately cringed as buried her head down. The delinquent shrugged. I don't know. I spend most of my time working, writing, and doing my own thing. It'd be nice, but I'm not exactly the kind of guy a high school girl would want to get involved with, if you catch my meaning. Plus, every other decent option has too much baggage that comes along with it, What about that Sarah girl who was texting you the other day? She certainly seemed like she liked you. Irina couldn't help but point out. It wouldn't work out even if I was interested, because she is a devil. Like I said. Too much baggage. Issei stated distantly. Really? Was she trying to deceive you? Is that who Gabriel Sama was warning you about? Irina asked. Issei nodded. Yes, it was. I'd rather not talk about that, to be honest. Of course, Issei. Sorry to pry into your personal life. Irina apologized. Before any more awkward conversations could break out, the trio were interrupted from their lunch meal as Sona, Riaz, and a number of their peerage servants walked up. Issei recognized Tsubaki, Tsubasa, Kiba, Kaneko, and Akeno. Sorry to bother you, Haidu-san, but we wanted to talk to you for a bit. Sona addressed him politely. Is that a request or a demand? He countered. Sona took a step closer and sighed. A request. I wouldn't make any demand of you considering what you can do. And the fact that you're friends with my sister. You don't have to come, but I wanted to pass along some information to you firsthand. Alright, fine. I'll catch up with you girls later. Issei waved to Irina and Zenobia before departing with the devils. They wasted no time heading for the student council room. Irina and Zenobia were undoubtedly concerned about the situation, but they obeyed Issei's order as they quietly remained back and stared at the devils. Zenobia noticed a few cautious glances from the devils as they left. She looked over at Irina concerned. I think they know we're not just regular humans. Yeah, that blue-haired upperclassman was giving you a funny look. Irina noted. Student council room. The entire walk towards the student council room had been spent in absolute silence. Upon entering, Issei turned around and looked over the various devils curiously as they all took seats and got comfortable in various areas around the room. Sona finally gestured for Issei to sit down across from her. He noticed Riaz was sitting directly next to that seat but paid it no mind as he sat down anyways. After more awkward silence, Sona finally spoke. "Sorry for inconveniencing you like this, but we wanted to speak with you in private away from Tiamat-sama and your other friends. Riaz also has a few words that she would like to share with you." Glancing over at the pretty Redeed, Issei waited for her to speak. Riaz briefly made eye contact with him before speaking. "I never thanked you the other day for helping us win. I know you don't like us devils, Issei Haidu, but you saved my life by helping my peerage in that raiding game. You saw firsthand what kind of a man Riser Phoenix was. I'm glad you put him in his place." "You're welcome, princess," Issei replied. He wasn't really sure what else to say in response as he went silent afterward. "Listen, Haidu-san, we have every intention of keeping things civil with you and leaving you alone, but your recent display of power has frightened a number of people in the underworld. Many are worried about you just being in close proximity to our territory. Some even called for intervention. I want you to know that my sister spoke on your behalf to the nobility and the other Mao. She said you're her friend and that you can be trusted around us. I'm willing to accept her word for it, but I find it strange that she would do so. What is my sister to you anyways? Why are you close with her if you dislike devils? She said you were her boyfriend. Why is that?" Sona spoke seriously. "I didn't even know she was your sister until she barged in. After the raiding game was over. I just met her at the convention like she said, and we hung out a few times. I honestly thought she was some otaku weirdo human. I don't know where she got the idea I was her boyfriend though. We only knew each other for a few days. I think she meant it jokingly." Issei trailed off, not really sure how to explain the situation in a less embarrassing way. Sona's face flushed with embarrassment. "I see. So you and my sister are just normal friends, huh? That's extremely weird, but Seraful One-sama isn't like a typical devil, so I suppose I could see why you might like her. I find your tolerance of her otaku persona to be a bit unusual, but to each their own, I suppose." "Okay. Are we done here then?" Issei asked as everyone went quiet again. Sona sighed. "I just wanted you to know that we're not going to give you any trouble. My sister insisted on you not being a threat to us. With that being said, however, the nobility is gravely concerned with that devil girl you and Tiamat-sama hang out with. Greyfear recently discovered who she really is. Her name is Vali Lucifer." Issei stared blankly at her. "Yeah, and? She's from the old Satan faction. They're not exactly friends with us if you catch my meaning. My family and Ria's family are all concerned about her unwarranted presence here. They find Tiamat-sama's friendship with her equally confusing. I'm just curious. Do you actually know why either one of them are here? You said they were recruiting for something, right? I know I asked before, but we seriously need something to tell Surzich's-sama or the Mao are going to enact and enforce more oversight at Kuoh," Sona explained. "The recruiting thing was mostly just a cover. They are actually looking for the Red Dragon Emperor. I used to know him and that's why they're still here. From what I understand, they have some personal issue with him and they believe I can help them find the Securitate. I haven't told them anything about it as I don't know where he is anymore. But they're persistent about getting my help," Issei explained. Ria's eyes shot open as she spoke up. "You knew the Securitate?" "Yeah, he trained me," Issei answered with a vague shred of wordplay honesty. "That would explain a lot," Riaz noted. The delinquent sighed. "You should probably mention that to your families. Vali and Tiamat are not here to do anything as far as I'm aware. They're just hoping that the Securitate will show up again in Kuoh. That actually makes a lot of sense." Tiamat-sama is known to have issues with the heavenly dragons. She was particularly opposed to the Welsh dragon Ddraig. Though I can't help but wonder what Vali Lucifer wants with him," Sona pondered. "I don't know, but I'm not actually involved in any of that stuff," Issei added seriously. "Thanks for telling us then, Haidu-san. Your cooperation is greatly appreciated." Sona bowed her head respectfully. In the following pause, Riaz addressed Issei again. "You should also know that I don't intend on letting you go unpaid, Issei Haidu. For saving my future from a terrible marriage, I owe you big time. I originally offered to give you whatever you want. So tell me what I can offer you." "Just tell your brother and the rest of the devil nobles to leave me alone," Issei replied. Riaz frowned. "Really? That's it? I can offer you money too. Surely it's all I want," Issei reiterated. "At least let me get you something. I feel bad about you being forced to help me." She sighed. The brunette shrugged. "You guys already did me a few favors by resolving some of the political drama and getting my friends enrolled. We'll just call it even, okay? Please at least let me do something more substantial for you. I feel guilty about this whole thing," Riaz protested. Sighing heavily, Issei shook his head. "Surprise me then." I don't know why you're making this into a big deal. Why do you have to be such a tool? Riaz is trying her best to repay you. At least acknowledge her efforts. Kaneko said, annoyed. Glancing at the white-haired freshman, Issei gave her an annoyed look. Fine, just miss me with the attitude, devil girl. Kaneko told you. I'd prefer you to call me by name, Haidu-san. The girl responded sharply. Taoju. Why does that sound familiar to me? Issei thought for a moment. Vali mentioned it. The Kuroka woman's family name was Taoju. Ddraig reminded him. Issei thought about it for a moment. Do you think that's a coincidence? Now that I'm looking at her, this Kaneko girl does have similar yellow eyes. It wouldn't hurt to find out at some point. Ddraig noted. Alright, Gremory-san. I'll accept whatever you decide to get me then, but I don't really care if you forget. Issei said, addressing Riaz. Riaz nodded at his remark and actually seemed a bit relieved that Issei was being halfway receptive. Tsubasa shyly spoke up a moment later. Haidu-san, why did you want those girls transferred to this school? I heard rumors you were dating the blue-haired one. Apparently she said she was one of your girlfriends. Don't believe every rumor you hear. Especially about me. Those girls are just childhood friends of mine. Issei stated seriously. Tsubasa's eyes narrowed when she heard childhood friends, but she nodded in response with a warm smile. That's good to know. Do they know you're a dragon? Sona's queen, Tsubaki interrupted. Issei nodded. Yeah, they do, but I promise they won't be an issue. I'd appreciate if you left them alone. Very well. We'll respect your wishes. Tsubaki nodded. One more thing before you go, Haidu-san. I understand you went to Kyoto last night. Sona said slowly. Issei nodded. Yeah, I went to a street race. Dozens of people have already reported you to the faculty and the local police. We've mind-wiped all the local authorities to keep you out of trouble. Though given your blatant willingness to drive your motorcycle here, I doubt you were worried about it anyways. I was mostly concerned about the news of the other racer. Mr. Black. We found out who he was. He's a dragon like you. An evil dragon named Kromkruch. I don't know what happened out there or what your business was, but you should be careful. I doubt he'll come after you in our territory, but if he finds out you're rogue, he'll probably try to kill you. Sona explained. You worried about me? He couldn't help but scoff. That's all we wanted to talk to you about. Take care, Issei Haidu. Sona dismissed him without answering the question. Taking his cue to leave, Issei nodded as he walked towards the exit. He stopped before leaving as he glanced back at them. Later. Farewell, Haidu-san. Sona replied as the delinquent left. After he left the student council room, Issei took a deep sigh. They did all of that for me? I'm kind of surprised. Serafal spoke on my behalf too. Well, I shouldn't dwell on it. At least this drama will blow over for a bit now. I'm glad these Kuoh devils are finally going to leave me alone. Good thinking telling them that Tiamat and Vali were looking for the Red Dragon Emperor. I wasn't expecting you to say that, but it seemed like a great tactic to divert them from you and dissolve any political drama around their presence here. Ddraig commented. Yeah, it was kind of on the spot, but it seems like a good enough story to tell them. That ought to diffuse the tension for now. Issei noted. As he walked down the hallway, someone called out to him. Haidu-san. Glancing back, he spotted Akeno Himejima of all people. He gave her a curious stare as she approached. Akeno looked somewhat serious as she addressed him. Can we meet up later and talk about something? Why? He asked, confused. It's important. She said vaguely. Why didn't you bring it up back there then? He asked, confused. Akeno looked down for a moment. It's something I'd prefer to be kept between us. Issei normally would have dismissed her without a second thought, but he decided to not be an asshole, since the devils did him a huge favor today. He was also curious about Akeno's request. He cocked his head at her curiously. This isn't going to be a waste of my time, is it? I promise you it won't be. Come to the town shrine after school at 4 p.m. preferably. Meet me there, please. I hope you show up. She said softly before leaving. This can't be good. I wonder what she wants to talk to me about that the rest of them didn't want to tell me. Issei wondered. Are you actually going to meet her? Ddraig asked curiously. Issei shrugged. I guess I can give her a few minutes. It might be relevant if she wants to keep it a secret from the others. Pushing those thoughts aside, he decided to make his way back to class since lunch was almost over. Later that afternoon, the rest of the day proved to be relatively uneventful, other than Zenovia's random antics in class. Tiamat and Vali seemed to be in better moods, but they were both clearly troubled about something, and Issei wasn't convinced he was solely the reason either. Considering what they both told him, he had his suspicions that they were both stressed about Kuoh's brigade politics. They both said their farewells to him, but didn't seem to be in a talkative mood as they departed immediately after the bell rang. Issei paid it no mind as he walked towards his bike outside. He noticed a few people gawking at it closely, and one girl was even taking a picture of it. Hey, back off. Issei announced, catching all of their attention. Everyone that was remotely near his motorcycle scattered as Issei walked up to it and put his jacket on. I can't believe nobody called the cops on you for riding this thing to school today. Irina said disbelievingly as Issei got on. He chuckled at her comment. They did, but the devils took care of it. Really? That was surprisingly nice of them. Irina said as she got on behind him. I thought so too. He said distantly. But I don't intend on buddying up with them just because they're halfway civil. They know to leave us alone now, and that's all I care about. After Zenobia got on, Issei drove back home. Upon reaching it, he handed his bag to Zenobia. Drop this off inside for me. I have to go meet someone for a little bit. I'll be back. Going off to God knows where again, huh? You better not end up on the news again, Issei. Irina sighed. This should only be half an hour at the most. Be back soon. He replied before taking off on his bike towards the shrine in town. Why the fuck am I even doing this? He thought to himself during the whole ride. A short drive later, he got to the shrine right around 4 p.m. He parked his bike at the bottom of the stairs before making his long ascent to the top. Upon reaching its apex, he saw the shrine building itself. He looked around curiously as he tried to find Akeno. Eventually, he spotted her sitting on the top step into the building. She was wearing a Maiko outfit which seemed odd to him. Although he did recall seeing her battle Ubaluna in one the other day. Hi Dusan, thanks for coming. I wasn't sure you actually would. She began. What's this about? Issei immediately got the conversation on track. She was silent for a long and somewhat awkward moment as she kept her gaze down. Finally she spoke. You know that I'm a half-breed, right? I was actually half human and half fallen angel before Rias reincarnated me as a devil. I can sort of relate to your situation. Life's tough for half-breeds. I imagine you don't have many devil friends if you're half fallen angel. Issei pointed out. You're right about that. Rias and her peerage are my only real friends. I know you don't think much of them, but they're not bad people. You'd expect literal devil royalty like Rias to dismiss and hate me for being what I am, but she doesn't. She's honestly a nice person. I'm glad you were able to help her fight that Riser Phoenix asshole. She's too good for him. Akeno said with distant sadness in her voice. Issei sighed. So are you hoping to change my mind then? Is that what this is about? And no. Nothing like that. I just wanted to talk to you about the whole half-breed thing. You mentioned that you liked fallen angels more than devils. Why? Akeno asked curiously. They can be obnoxious and self-important, but most of the ones I've met aren't nearly as obsessed with pedigree and titles. He responded. Also the White Dragon Emperor. Well, Empress, I guess. Akeno stated seriously. Issei's face was aghast with pure shock as he held his mouth agape. What? When you told us that Tiamat and Vali were looking for the Red Dragon Emperor, it made perfect sense. It also explains why Tiamat is working with a devil like Vali. They're both rivals of the Red Dragon Emperor from what we know. Akeno elaborated slowly. Issei could barely contain his disbelief as he shook his head. You're positive about this? Graphius confirmed it to Rias and Sona personally. We're not supposed to tell you, so please don't mention it to anyone. I'm doing this as a courtesy to you. She added. Why weren't you supposed to tell me? Issei demanded angrily. Akeno timidly took a moment to respond. The Mayu specifically ordered Rias and Sona not to tell you. I don't know why, but I didn't agree with it. You helped Rias a lot, and I wouldn't feel right about keeping something important like that from you after what you did for her. Ddraig. How the fuck did that go unnoticed? How did the devils learn about this before us? I never even considered that possibility. I thought you could sense Albion. Surely, you'd have noticed at least, right? How is this possible? Issei demanded. This would mean Albion is working for Office. That's strange for him. Ddraig noted. Perhaps Office gave Vali a way to conceal herself and Albion from my detection. That's the only logical explanation I can think of. It could be possible that Albion knows about my recent venture into the dimensional gap as well. He could have aligned with Office if he believed I was seeking Great Red. As for how the devils learned about this, I'm not sure. Well, I guess I shouldn't be surprised. I was going to have to fight them all eventually whenever they went after Red. This shit is fucked up though. Issei scoffed. It's good that this girl told us ahead of time. At least now you won't be caught off guard. Ddraig said calmly. Issei scoffed. So much for us being friends. Oh well, Vali and Tiamat have been getting on my nerves lately anyways. They'll both be in for a big surprise when I hand their asses to them on a silver platter. Hahaha. Albion is going to lose his mind when he learns about you having Great Red's power too. Although it might be possible that he has some of Office's power now. This will be the best duel we've ever had. Ddraig said enthusiastically. Way to look on the bright side, partner. Issei chuckled inwardly. Akeno stared at Issei concerned. If you still keep in touch with the Seeker Yuete, you might want to give him a heads up to stay away from Kuoh for a while. It would keep any conflicts from starting. If the two heavenly dragons battled here, it would cause a major political incident on all sides. It could even restart a great war. I know you don't want that, and neither do we. Thanks for telling me, Himejima-san. Seriously, I appreciate it. You're alright in my eyes, so I'll see you around. Issei waved to the girl as he left immediately afterward. You can call me Akeno if you want, she announced as the delinquent departed. He didn't respond to her as he kept going. What's the plan now, Issei? Ddraig asked curiously as Issei returned to his motorcycle. Homework. We'll deal with this shit later, Issei said as he dismissed the drama. Chapter 8. A dragon's bond. Issei awoke to the sound of a chainsaw going off as his alarm clock's daily girl began to laugh maniacally. Is that another woman I see in your bed? I'll kill her. You belong to me. You're mine. All mine. Get out of bed, sweetie, I don't want to cover you in this whore's blood. Hitting his alarm clock, Issei shook his head at it. I swear these daily girls keep getting weirder. Nothing like waking up to a yandir today. As he got out of bed, Issei yawned and went about his morning routine. The past week since his antics on Monday had been relatively uneventful, surprisingly. True to their word, the devils left Issei alone, and he was extremely grateful for that. However, ever since learning about Vali's secret from Akeno, he had a hard time feeling any type of ease. Especially when he was around her. His interactions with Vali and Tiamat had become slightly more distant ever since Raynare and Zenobia joined Kuoh Academy, but that was honestly a good thing in his eyes. They still maintained decent civility, but it took a lot of willpower for him to go on pretending like nothing was wrong. He didn't really hold any resentment against Vali for her identity, but Issei knew it would be futile to build any kind of lasting camaraderie or close friendship with his fellow dragons, as the two of them were destined to be enemies in the future. Granted, he already came to that conclusion when he learned that they were eventually going after Red with the Cows Brigade. This didn't change much in grand scheme, other than the fact that Vali would be more difficult to beat now. Part of him wondered what kind of a challenge she and Tiamat would pose if they both possibly had upgrades from Office. For the past few days he had been wondering if it would be possible to talk Vali and Tiamat out of working for Office, but he had no idea how that would go, or how he could even convince them. Nevertheless, he simply tried to ignore the issue for now as he went about school. Raynare and Zenobia had remarkably meshed in well with his daily school life now. They both rode with him to class every day and were practically always with him. To Issei's great surprise, both girls were academically gifted despite their lack of a regular upbringing. Zenobia seemed particularly good at history, writing, and of course PE. Hell, she was good at almost everything from what he could tell. And yet, despite this, she was humble in a detached kind of way. It was something he respected about her. Unlike Raynare though, Zenobia hated math and usually had Issei or Raynare help her with it. Raynare, despite being somewhat of an airhead, was actually better at math than Issei himself was. He figured the two of them would rank somewhere in the top 5 for the second years. The best part about their company though was now he had people he could do group projects with at school. Gone were the days of awkwardly sitting in silence while the teacher told the class to group up for a project or pick a partner for something. Although, thankfully that hadn't occurred yet up until recently. The cringe-inducing memories of primary school were not something he hoped to repeat in high school. That aside, he had also gone through the effort of buying Raynare's old house for her and Zenobia to live at next door. To his surprise, however, both girls seemed reluctant to want to move in yet. Normally he would have insisted on it, but Issei honestly didn't mind that much. Both girls had been respectful of his conditions, and they were good company for humans. That being said, he gave them until his parents came back within the week in order to subvert suspicions and unnecessary questions. Today was Saturday however, and he had one more day to go before Red's 4-portal explosion stunt. Issei sighed to himself as he thought about it. It's been an uneventful week. Just one more day of school and I get to hang out with Red. Hopefully there's no drama today. After he finished getting ready for school, he made his way to his bike along with Raynare and Zenobia. So, Issei, where exactly did you say you were going to be tomorrow? Raynare asked him curiously as the three of them got on his motorcycle. Out of town for a day. Like I said, Raynare, it's a personal thing. I promised a friend I would show up for something he was going to do. Raynare seemed skeptical. Would it kill you to at least let us know? I'm not going to grief you over it. Who is this friend anyways? Zenobia wondered. Is it a girl? Raynare immediately asked with evident concern in her voice. Issei shook his head. No, it's a guy. Relax. Alright. Just try not to get involved in any drama today or tomorrow, alright? I can't miss it for anything. Okay. But what are you guys going to be doing? Raynare pestered. It's a stunt thing. Issei finally decided to give them a shred of information. Zenobia perked up. Really? Can we go? Maybe another time. I don't know how my friend would react if I brought you too. Issei responded. The blue-haired exorcist frowned. Is this friend the Red Dragon Emperor? Issei jerked his head back to look at her surprised. What? Where did you hear about that? I overheard the devil saying you were friends with the Red Dragon Emperor. Zenobia answered. The delinquent sighed. No, he's not the Red Dragon Emperor. But he is a dragon. Enough pestering me about it already. I've told you enough, okay? Please just let me do my thing without any hassle, alright? As you say, Issei. Zenobia nodded respectfully. Well, we better get to class. You both have your research papers, right? Irina asked them. Issei nodded. Yeah, I have mine. Me too. Zenobia added. Let's go then. Issei announced as he drove to school. Kuoh Academy. After getting to school and reaching their shoe lockers, Issei was curious to notice that there was a letter in his. He typically didn't use his jetobacco much as he would magically change his shoes after entering, but he had been using it recently, ever since Zenobia and Irina started attending Kuoh Academy. The delinquent briefly stared at the letter that was in his locker as he sniffed it for any trace of something bad. He could detect no magical traps or anything of the sort on it, but it did have the scent of a devil. Issei briefly reached in to grab the letter and stared at it for a moment. What the hell is this? This has to be a prank or something. Still. It does smell like a devil. Probably best to hide this so nobody thinks it's a love letter or something. Unfortunately for him, he wasn't able to conceal the letter in time, as a nearby girl spotted the pretty-looking letter in his hand. The girl immediately started gossiping with her nearby friend about it. Somebody put a letter in Haidu-san's locker. What? No way. Do you think it's a love letter? Her friend immediately jumped to conclusions. Turning his head in their direction, Issei noticed both girls staring at him with curiosity. He immediately scoffed as he put the letter away and started walking to class. Fuck. Now that rumor is going to spread around school. Which one of these devil assholes wrote me a damn letter? As Irina and Zenobia caught up to Issei, it seemed the rumors had already reached their ears. Irina was quick to ask him about it. Hey Issei, somebody just mentioned you had a letter in your locker. Yeah. He said with distant disinterest. The exorcist tilted her head at him curiously. What did it say? Do you know who it's from or what it's about? Is it a love letter or something? I don't know. I didn't open it yet. He replied bluntly. It must be a love letter. I overheard some girls in the bathroom talking about you, Issei. I wouldn't be surprised if one of them liked you. Zenobia mentioned carelessly. Issei immediately cringed at the audible volume in which Zenobia spoke because a few nearby girls began to giggle, as if confirming that the rumor was true. If God was still alive, I would swear that he hates me. Issei thought with dread. Aren't you going to read it, Issei? Irina asked him curiously. He shook his head. No. If it was important, they could have just spoken to me directly. Issei. That's so mean. What if whoever wrote it is really shy? It would hurt their feelings if you ignored it. Irina protested. The dragon gave her a quizzical look. What would you think if it was a love letter then? Irina immediately blushed. I mean if it is, then shouldn't you find out? Why you know? Just to know for sure. Did you write it? He teased her with a smirk. No, of course not. I wouldn't do something like that. Irina immediately went scarlet. Issei sighed. Too bad. Now I don't have the motivation to open it. What? Irina almost shrieked. I'll read it later I guess, but just so you know, it has a devil's scent on it. I don't think it's wise to read it right now. Whoever planted it might be watching us. Issei got somewhat serious again. The embarrassed Irina immediately looked concerned. Really? I guess it's probably a good idea to look at it later then. Yeah. Issei trailed off as the trio reached class. Later that afternoon the rumors of the letter had already swept across the school like a blazing wildfire. Issei felt a bit annoyed by all of the curious stares and anxious smirks that people were giving him. Tiamat was absent today thankfully, which allowed for him to miss out on her nosiness, but Vali wasn't. She had been giving him a hard time about it instead. He was currently sitting on the roof with Irina, Zenobia, and Vali. As they ate their lunches, Issei was distantly staring into the sky. I can't wait for the 4-portal explosion stunt. It's going to be so badass. This day is almost over. So, are you ever going to read that letter, Issei? Vali asked him curiously as she moved over and sat directly next to him. He glanced at the silver-haired dragon devil as he sighed. Yeah. I might as well get this crap over with. Reaching into his bag, he pulled it out as he looked over it for a moment. It smells like a devil's scent, but I don't know why one of them would write me a letter. Really? You didn't mention that to me yet. Do you think it's one of Citri's people or Grimory's? Vali wondered. Hard to say. I don't know why one of them would write me a letter when they could just walk up and speak to me. They pretty much already do that whenever they have something to say. He pointed out. Open it, I want to see what it says. Vali said with anxious amusement. Chill out and give me some space, alright? I'm about to. He shot back. He reluctantly opened the letter up as he began to read it to himself. Hello Issei Haidu, you're probably wondering why a devil wrote you a letter. Allow me to explain before you throw it away. I've watched you from afar for almost a year now, and I wondered just what kind of person you truly were. I see the way others look to you and I see the way you treat them. You're everything I wish I was. Strong, brave, and willing to live free. You inspire people without even trying. I find everything about you admirable. I used to follow you to your favorite spot all the time. And there I would see you transform into the beautiful crimson dragon that you are. I've known for months now that you weren't fully human. You're a half-breed like me, and you were able to hide in plain sight like I do now. We're so much alike. Dare I say we'd even make good friends. I'd love to meet you, but I'm too shy still. Knowing how you are, I imagine you're probably a bit put off by this. I apologize in advance for causing you grief, Issei Haidu. I just wanted to reach out. I would have put this letter at your house, but some other devils were spying on you, and I didn't want them to notice me. For now, just know that you have a secret admirer keeping an eye on you. Sincerely, Fountain Girl. Issei glanced up at Zenobia, Irina, and Vali as his face expressed a look of concern. This is weird. What does it say, exactly? Zenobia wondered as she leaned over on Issei's other side. He shook his head. Apparently the girl who wrote this has been stalking me for the past year. Let me read it, Issei. Vali asked as she tried to lean in closer. He immediately handed the letter to her. What do you make of this, Vali? After briefly reading the letter, the silver-haired devil scoffed. What the hell? You have some crazy half-breed devil stalker. You've never noticed someone following you before. No. That's what makes this so disturbing. I can smell a devil a block away in human form. I have no idea who the hell wrote this or how they've been avoiding my detection. It seems weird she would just out herself too. Issei said slowly. Let me read it next. Irina practically demanded as she snatched the letter out of Vali's hand and began to hungrily read it. What's this favorite spot that she was talking about? Vali wondered. Issei shook his head. Just an ocean cliffside that I enjoy flying to on occasion. It's nice and isolated for when I want to train and stuff. She called herself. Fountain Girl. Does that ring any bells? Do you go to any fountains ever? Is it supposed to be some lewd reference I'm not aware of? Vali wondered. The delinquent sighed. I don't fucking know. This shit's weird. I figured you'd have a better idea since you know more about the devils around here than I do. She said she was a half-breed. That's curious. The only devil half-breed besides me in this town is Gremory's queen. Do you think it's her? Vali asked. Fuck no. Himejima has literally walked up and talked to me twice now. Also Himejima smells like a fallen angel. I'd have noticed her following me. Issei responded. You don't think I wrote the letter? Vali joked with him. Don't tell me this is some joke on your part. Issei growled. Vali chuckled before shaking her head. Sadly it's not. Though it would be funny if it was. Whoever wrote that letter must be some type of stray or renegade devil. She apparently fled from other devils when she noticed them spying on your house. Yeah. That's another problem to deal with. Who the fuck is watching my house? I thought I told Gremory and Citri to leave me alone. The dragon sighed with a bit anger. Vali frowned at his comment as she shook her head. How can you be so sure it's one of theirs? What are you saying? He tilted his head at her. The devil shrugged. I mean you sent a pretty big shockwave through the news in the underworld recently. It's not out the realms of possibility that someone would take a personal interest in investigating you. From what Tiamat said, you're a bit infamous at the moment for single-handedly dominating a high-class devil and most of his peerage in a raiding game. Riser Phoenix isn't that powerful, but he's not a pushover. Plus he's extremely well known for being one of the stronger young devils. Some of the other young devils or various noble families might see you as a threat. It's possible the devils watching you aren't with the Gremory or Citri clans. Like who? You got names for me? Issei asked with a bit of hostility in his voice. Vali sighed. Nobody specific, but I wouldn't doubt if that's who was watching you besides Fountain Girl. After rereading the letter several times, Irina's eyes shot open as she got serious. So a devil is stalking you, and there are other devils watching the house. Now I don't feel so safe. Especially if you can't detect them. I thought you could sense all the devils in your proximity, Issei. I can, but some are capable of hiding in plain sight. I didn't recognize Seraphol Leviathan as a devil because she had this weird smelling perfume on her. Plus she was like this weirdo otaku girl. Issei noted. Vali crossed her arms and leaned back. Well, that sucks. I guess you're boned then. What do you plan on doing about this stalker or the devils, Issei? Zenobia wondered. The delinquent shook his head. I don't know. I seriously don't care as long as she's not bothering me. The fact that she sent this letter implies that she's not really a threat. Granted, these other devils she was talking about might cause trouble if I don't take care of them. I'll think of something soon. After my day with Red. He mentally noted. Do you think Fountain Girl knows about you being the Securite, Issei? I mean, if she followed you to the spot we go into the dimensional gap with. It's not impossible. Ddraig pointed out. Issei shook his head. I don't know. Ever since Red gave me my new dragon body, I haven't had to use your powers to open the dimensional gap. Although there were a few times I put on the scale mail before going in so I could catch up to Red. If Fountain Girl does know, then she's certainly keeping it a secret from everyone else. Don't get too stressed out about it. I'll look into it, Issei. I'll make sure these devils aren't any of our people. If they are, I'll kindly persuade them to stop. Vali suggested with heavy emphasis over the word kindly. He looked at her with a bit of approval. I'd actually appreciate that. It would spare me some drama that I don't need. A long silence followed as Vali looked like she wanted to say something but couldn't. She eventually managed to speak to her mind after a few moments. Quick question for you, Issei. If we were just two regular humans that happened to go to the same high school, with none of the supernatural politics going on, would you like me more? Vali wondered. She seemed a bit skittish asking the question, which was completely unlike her. Huh? He deadpanned. Vali looked away with almost a bit of sadness. Forget I asked. It was a weird question. I already like you a decent amount, Vali. I'd like you a whole lot more if you would give up on that bullshit with Office though. Issei replied. Yeah. If only it were that simple. I really don't want us to be enemies, Issei. From what it sounds like to me, you're friends with a lot of the people that oppose my faction. I get the feeling it's only going to end one way. She noted. He scoffed at her. It's as simple or complicated as you want to make it, Vali. Just do what you want. That's what I do. I kind of wish I had that same option, Issei. Some of us are bound to different paths. Vali trailed off. An awkward silence soon followed. Zenobia glanced over at Vali and broke the silence as she addressed her. So Vali-san, I have a question I've been meaning to ask you. Yeah? What is it? The silver-haired devil turned her head towards Zenobia. She seemed a bit relieved at the subject being changed. How powerful of a devil are you? Surely, you're strong if you have a dragon king on your side. Zenobia noted. Vali shrugged. I am probably more than a match for anyone in this town. Only Issei, Tiamat, or one of the Mayu could hold their own against me, I'd wager. It'd be close, but I could probably beat Leviathan. I wouldn't stand a chance against Gremory's brother though. You're talking about Surzich's Lucifer, right? You think he could beat you that easily? Issei asked. The dragon devil shrugged. Maybe. My grandfather Rizavim considers him a serious threat if that's any indication. I think he's classified as a super devil. Which is above ultimate class devil. For reference, Riser Phoenix was only high class, which is a tier below ultimate. What devil clan are you from exactly, Vali-san? Irina wondered. It doesn't matter, Shidu, because I'm a half-breed. Devils don't like half-breeds. Vali replied. Issei shook his head. Just another reason why you're better off going my route. Before Vali could respond, the bell rang signaling for them to return to class. She immediately looked up. Guess we better get back to class. Yeah, let's go. Issei nodded. End of the school day, alright, class, well that's the bell. Good job on your research papers today. Yours was especially great, Corda-san. Before you all leave, I just wanted to remind you about our biannual parent-teacher day coming up soon. You're welcome to bring along your siblings, or whoever else might be your legal guardian if you want. This will count as part of your attendance grade, so I hope to meet all of your parents on Monday night. The teacher announced to the class. Irina immediately rose her hand. Sensei, my parents don't live in Japan anymore. What should we do if our legal guardians can't attend? The transfer students will of course not be required to bring their guardians, but they are required to attend. The teacher responded. Issei sighed. Oh, I forgot about this crap. Mom and dad are still going to be gone for a few more days. Although, I don't know if I want my human parents coming to this school. They could become targets, or the devils might ask them unnecessary questions. Shit, what am I going to do? Well, I guess it couldn't hurt my grade that badly. The class soon dispersed as everyone walked down the hallway and made their way towards the stairs. Issei was currently voicing his displeasure to Irina. My parents are still out of town. So I guess I'm going to take that hit to my grade and skip out. That's a shame. I would have liked to meet your parents. Vali remarked with a grin. Fat chance, Vali. You're too damn clever for your own good. Plus, mom would probably start breaking out the baby pictures and shit to embarrass me. Oh god. Yep, I'm totally missing that shit. Although, maybe I can get the pass on bringing my parents if I tell sensei that my parents are out of town. He thought. Issei was quick to notice his sensei walking past them and quickly got her attention the moment they reached the stairs. Sensei. He stopped her before she could walk down the main stairs. She glanced at him curiously. "Hi Du-san. What is it?" "So my parents are kind of out of town on vacation in Europe right now. They won't be able to attend the parent-teacher day," he explained. "That's unfortunate to hear. I was really looking forward to meeting your parents. I suppose it can't be helped if they're not here, but you should definitely still attend," his teacher explained. "Sure thing, sensei. My friends are all going anyways." He nodded. After his teacher was gone, Issei sighed heavily as he and the girls headed towards their motorcycles. Upon getting on, Vali looked over at him. "I'll see you later, Issei. If I find out who those devils are, I'll let you know as soon as possible." "Take care, Vali." Issei waved before the devil dragon drove away. Without another word, Issei then drove home with Irina and Zenobia. The next day Issei awoke the next day to a sultry voice. "You're so damn sexy when you sleep, but I need to get you up and off now." "Oh. It looks like you're already getting up down there. Why don't come here and we'll start this day off right, The delinquent jerked up defensively for a moment until he realized it was his alarm clock. It continued speaking as he looked at it with blatant disbelief. "I'll make sure you don't suffer through the long, hard day without a release of all that pent-up stress. Come now. Don't leave me waiting." "Holy shit. I thought someone was actually in here for a minute. Too bad. Still, would I set my alarm on a Sunday?" Issei muttered with a laugh as he turned his alarm clock off. Today's girl was some type of sultry older vixen. Every other word she spoke seemed to imply sexual innuendos which he couldn't help but laugh at. Her voice was somewhat familiar, too much to his curiosity. Pushing those thoughts aside, he was super excited about today. He was finally going to see Red. The Dragon of Dragons made sure to remind him the night before through a dream to show up for the 4-portal explosion stunt. Issei felt an anxious urge of joy as left his room eager for the fun day in store. Even despite the weird situation with devil spies and his stalker, he felt completely confident that he was actually going to make it to the dimensional gap today. Irina and Zenobia were both lounging in the living room as they were watching something on TV by the looks of things. Issei was curious when he noticed it was a movie about knights. They were in some type of great battle that looked like a crusade if he had to guess. "Stand fast, sons of God. Be without fear in the face of our enemies. Carry his light in your hearts and his strength in your arms. We are his holy sword. His retribution and justice. We are his shield to safeguard the realms of men. We are his knights and by our oaths we shall not fail. Deus Vult." One of the knight commanders was giving a rallying speech to his army. "Deus Vult." The army shouted back in unison. Is this movie about the Crusades or something? Maybe it's some fantasy movie. Issei wondered briefly. Zenobia and Irina seemed extremely enticed in the action. The blue-haired girl was even holding up her sword in front of the TV as the action commenced. "Deus Vult." Zenobia shouted at the TV with enthusiasm. Irina was still seated, but she was holding onto her cross as she rocked back and forth with anticipation at the movie. "I keep forgetting they're Catholic. I wonder how they would deal with the whole God being dead thing. It's probably best if I never mention that to them. It seems kind of messed up though. Alright, time to get out of here and see Red. Nothing should stop me today." Issei thought to himself. As if fate had cursed him for even daring to think that, his doorbell rang a moment later. His good mood had instantly been stolen from him in a second. Time almost seemed to slow down as a follow-up ring sounded even louder to him. Irina paused the movie as she and Zenobia refocused their attention on the door. It was only then that they noticed Issei was there. "Hey Issei, I didn't know you were awake. Are you expecting someone today? Is it your friend?" Irina asked him curiously. The delinquent shook his head. "Not really. I was actually about to head out." "So who the heck is that then?" Irina asked. Before he could answer, the doorbell rang again. Issei sighed as he walked over and answered it. He was already dreading the possibilities of who it could be as he slowly opened the door. On the other side were 3 individuals. He recognized 2 of them, but not the third. Raynare. Raynare. And who the hell is this blonde chick? Oh no, what the fuck are they doing here? I can't deal with this right now. Not today. Issei thought with horror as he tried not to cringe at the sight of them. "Good morning, Issei. It's been forever since we've seen you." Raynare addressed him with warm enthusiasm. He closed his eyes for a moment as he held his head down. "Nothing, and I mean nothing, is going to stop me from hanging out with Red today. What are you girls doing here?" Issei asked them slowly. "Nice seeing you again, Issei. Sorry we haven't been visiting lately. We wanted to come by and see you as well as talk for a bit. Can we come inside?" Raynare waved with a sultry smile. Issei stared at her briefly. "Man, she sounds exactly like my alarm clock did this morning. I wonder if she's a voice actor on the side." His mental musings were misinterpreted by the other girls as they found his excessive staring at Raynare to be a bit lustful. The fallen angel herself gave him a slight blush. "What? Why are you staring at me? No reason. He said with a shrug as he glanced at the other two. Raynare quickly tried to get his attention. Geez Issei, I know Kuoh is sexy, but have some shame, will you? Anyways, I brought you breakfast again. Can we come in? You did? Sure I guess, come in. He said as he invited Raynare, Kalwarnar, and the unknown blonde girl with him inside. Zenobia and Irina both seemed surprised by their arrival, but maintained their cool as they sat down on the couch. Both immediately got serious as they expected this visit was business related. Issei sat between Irina and Zenobia on the couch as he gestured for the three fallen angels to sit on the other one. I even made some for your human friends, Issei. Raynare tried to be civil as she placed a bunch of food down on the coffee table. Thanks Raynare, but what are you guys doing here and who the hell is Blondie and the Lolita Jedab? Issei asked as he pointed at the blonde fallen angel with him. Maybe you should ask me yourself instead of talking about me like that. The blonde piped up. He glanced at her curiously. I'm guessing you're one of the few with their group. The blonde fallen angel nodded. Bingo. The name's Middled. What's with the gothic Lolita dress? He couldn't help but ask. She grimaced at him annoyed. What's wrong with it? Nothing at all. I think it's a cute outfit for a cute girl. It's just strange to wear cosplays for no reason. He chuckled. She scoffed at him. What, are you eyeing me up now? You wish. If I was actually eyeing you up, then you'd know it. Issei laughed at her. PFFT. Yeah right. Middled said with smug confidence. Her remark was met with an intense stare from Issei a moment later. An awkward silence followed for the next minute as the blonde got extremely uncomfortable. She couldn't help but look away from his gaze with a flushed face. Stop doing that. It's weird. Issei then got right in front of her and stared at her even more intensely. Middle practically melted beneath his gaze as she sunk lower on the couch. After finally proving his point, Issei glanced at Raynare. So, why did you bring her along? Raynare sighed. Well Kala and I were coming to see you, and Middleton Donasik expressed interest in meeting you too. Donasik had business to deal with though, so we only brought along Middled. I did not want to come here to meet him. I just wanted to see this dragon you two have been gushing about non-stop. The blonde immediately protested. Issei ignored the blonde's embarrassed defense as he began to eat the food Raynare made for him. The black-haired girl was smiling happily at the sight of him eating. Sorry about last time again, Issei. Kala and I stayed to clean up your house after you left. Raynare explained. I noticed that. Thanks for being courteous. So, what are you three doing here today? I hope it's just for a friendly visit. The delinquent asked. Well Raynare and I haven't heard from you in a while, ever since you went off to take care of that Fried Selzen guy. We found out you killed him pretty brutally. Dragonfire, apparently. Kakabiel has been especially concerned about it and with you. He considers you a threat. Especially because he's under the assumption that you're in league with the devils. Kalwarnar began. The delinquent sighed heavily. Why am I not surprised? Issei crushed that rogue exorcist's Excalibur with his bare hand. Even a high-ranking fallen angel like Kakabiel should fear Issei. Zenobia was quick to add. I appreciate the hype Zenobia, but I really don't need that kind of attention right now. Issei sighed mentally. Middle looked a bit confused. He crushed an Excalibur barehanded. He can do that. How strong is this guy anyways? Very powerful. Issei has all the devils terrified of him too from what we've heard and seen. Kalwarnar said seriously. Yeah. We also heard you fought some devils in a raiding game for the Grimoire bitch, Issei. Would you fight for her? Better yet, how did they convince you to take part in it? Raynare couldn't help but ask. The dragon sighed. I had to get Zenobia and Irina enrolled in school, and they sort of forced me to do it in exchange. Granted, it wasn't a big deal since the guy I fought was the biggest piece of shit devil I've ever met. It didn't take that much time out of my day, so it's whatever I guess. We heard about it from some of our underworld sources. She said you easily brutalized Riser Phoenix and his entire devil peerage by yourself. I knew you were powerful, but that's something else for a half-dragon. I haven't seen the footage of it, but I imagine it's crazy. Kalwarnar added. Raynare soured her face for a moment. Did those devil sluts try to force you into their slave groups? Issei shrugged. They offered, but I made it pretty clear that I don't serve people. They've agreed to leave me alone now, so we're cool for the time being. You can't trust devils, Issei. They're always looking to deceive and manipulate. This is how devils operate. They lull you into a false sense of security and make you think they're trustworthy. They might even give you what you want. But when you least expect it, they take your freedom, your life, or even your soul. Raynare ranted. The brunette rolled his eyes at her. Aren't you being a little overdramatic there? Spare me the speech, Raynare. You're in no place to be preaching from a moral high ground. I'm sure your kind are capable of doing the same thing. If I recall correctly, you said we're going to try and deceive me initially until you learned I was powerful. But I didn't. I was honest with you. Raynare pointed out. And that's the only reason I didn't let Gremory kill you. Under different circumstances, who knows how things would have turned out. Look, Raynare, just because I'm being civil with the devils in Kuoh doesn't mean I trust them. I find it's best to let people think they have the upper hand," he replied. Raynare frowned, but nodded. "I see, well just know that we'll gladly have your back if the devils try anything." "There was something else, Issei. Remember how we mentioned Lord Azazel wanted to meet you? Well, he was hoping you could meet him today. He didn't want to interfere with your school life and figured your day off would be a good time to ask." Raynare changed the subject. "Fucking miss me with this crap. God damn it. Why does this always happen when I'm trying to go see Red? I don't fucking care about this bullshit. The guy wants to meet me today. Ugh." Issei groaned mentally. "How long would it take? I kind of had plans today." Issei trailed off with noticeable uneasiness. "Not long, Issei. Just a few minutes would suffice. Lord Azazel was hoping you'd come to meet him, but if you're busy, we can just summon him here," Raynare suggested. "Oh no. I'm not letting another super angel into my damn house. The feathers would get everywhere." Issei thought, horrified. "I'll just go meet him then. But this better be brief. I seriously have stuff to do today." Issei sighed. "What exactly did you have to do, Issei?" Raynare asked curiously. He was silent for a moment before answering. "It's a personal thing. Something I'd rather not bring up to the rest of you." Oh. Raynare trailed off. "I guess we should just stay here today then?" Irina asked Issei. The dragon nodded. "Yeah, stay here you two and try not to get into any trouble. I'll be back later tonight. Be careful, Issei," Irina said softly. He could tell she wanted to mention the dangers of meeting the fallen angel leader, but she was wise enough to keep that to herself. "So, where's your leader at exactly?" Issei sighed. Raynare, Middled and Raynare all surrounded him as they channeled a bit of magic. Raynare was quick to answer him a moment later. "We'll teleport you there. It's just an apartment on the other side of Kuoh." "Okay," Issei said half-heartedly as he allowed them to teleport him away. A moment later, the three fallen angels and the dragon all disappeared from his living room. Irina shook her head. "I don't like this. How can we trust that they won't try to do anything to him once he gets there? Issei will be okay. I can understand worrying for his safety, but he didn't have single shred of fear or concern about it. Even if it's trouble, he could probably handle it." Zenobia noted. "You really think so, Zenobia? I mean, he's meeting the leader of the fallen angels right now." Irina protested. Zenobia shrugged. "Well, he does have Gabriel Sama's blessing if nothing else. God will watch over him." "You're right. We should pray for his safety," Irina added. "I just thought of something, Irina. That letter said devils were spying on Issei's house. Do you think they noticed these fallen angels show up just now?" Zenobia wondered. Irina's eyes widened. "That might be a problem." Azazel's apartment. Upon teleporting to their destination, Issei looked around curiously at the nice-looking apartment. Raynare was quick to announce their arrival. "Lord Azazel, we brought Issei Haidu to meet you." Issei kept his composure blank as he spotted a man with two-tone hair. It was mostly black, but he had golden bangs and a dark goatee to go along with it. He had violet eyes as well. The fallen angel had none of his wings out at the moment and was wearing comfortable-looking clothes, oddly enough. "Nice to finally meet you, Issei Haidu. I've heard a great deal about you from Raynare and Raynare. They seem very fond of you. Trust me when I say that it speaks volumes about the kind of person you are. Fallen angels typically don't like other beings besides our own kind," the man began. "Look man, don't talk to me like I'm some impressionable, insecure kid. The only reason I'm here is so I can tell you this in person. I don't care about your angel-devil war. I don't care about your politics, your drama, or your goddamn opinions about me. I just want to finish high school without any more drama. No, I am not interested in working for you or with you. No, I don't care about what the devils are planning. And to finish it off, I have nothing against your kind, so I'd appreciate if you left me alone." Issei immediately cut him off. "Issei, did you really just say that?" Raynare gasped at his bold attitude. "Apologies, Lord Azazel. But as I told you before, Issei is a bit blunt." Raynare chimed in with a bit of concern. "How dare you speak to Azazel-sama that way?" Middle piped up aggressively. "Relax, you three, it's alright," the fallen angel leader said with a suave calmness. Azazel then chuckled briefly at Issei's bluntness before addressing him again. "I wasn't expecting that response, but okay. I have no issues with your terms, Issei Haidu, but I do think it's important that I explain a few things to you in person. First of all, Kakabiel is plotting to attack the Kuoh devils. As I'm sure you know, that would ignite a war. A war that I don't want to restart. So rein the guy in then. If you're the leader, why aren't you handling this situation?" Issei asked. The fallen angel leader sighed. "It's not that simple, unfortunately. As you likely know by now, Kuoh is one of the more powerful fallen angel leaders. I could stop him, but it would take extreme force, and that would undoubtedly upset the other great powers. While Surzich's Lucifer might understand my intention, many of his followers likely wouldn't. They would seize the opportunity to vilify us if they could. Kuoh also has additional fail-safe set up to prevent my direct intervention and stopping him. I'll spare you the details, but needless to say, I can't directly intervene because of them. That leaves me in a bind. I don't want the same thing he wants. I don't want a war with the devils, and I don't want a war with heaven. From what I've learned about you, Issei-san, is that you believe in peace as well. If you truly wish to maintain the peace in Kuoh, then you might have to get involved in stopping Kuoh. If you don't, then someone else might. And there's no guarantees what kind of strife that would cause. I'm not asking for your help out of some vain reason to subject you to my authority. I'm asking for your help because you're the only person strong enough to handle this that I really trust to do it. Considering your neutrality as well, it likely wouldn't cause a major incident. As much as Issei detested the idea of being asked for help, he actually couldn't deny Azazel's intentions. The fallen angel leader wasn't asking him to join forces with him or kill devils. He was explaining to Issei that he couldn't deal with Kuoh himself. That meant if left unchecked, Kuoh could easily restart the Great War. This guy seems somewhat legit in his reasoning here. Though I still find it strange the supreme leader of the fallen angels doesn't want war. Issei thought curiously. What makes you think I can do anything about him? He's a cadre, right? I'm just a half-dragon. Issei trailed off. The only way I could believe you're a half-dragon is if your dragon parent was a legendary dragon. The power you displayed against Riser Phoenix was tiers above anything I've seen of even high-class dragons. It might even come close to the Dragon Kings, to be honest. I find that remarkable about you. Especially considering your lack of interest in power. From what I could tell about you in your raiding game, you weren't even going all out either. Which leads me to assume you're possibly even more powerful. Perhaps a new classification of dragon entirely. Azazel pointed out. Issei scoffed. Like what? I'm not sure, to be honest. I would say somewhere between a high-class dragon and a dragon king. Perhaps more, but I haven't really seen your full power to make that assumption just yet. Azazel noted. So you're asking me to kill this Kuoh guy for you then? Issei immediately changed the subject. Preferably, I don't want him killed. We fallen angels are the least populous of the three major factions. We can't really afford to throw away lives over nothing. Kuoh would be brought back to our headquarters where we'd keep him under control. Azazel explained. The delinquent rolled his eyes. Whatever, I guess I can do something about it. But only because I don't want the extra drama of some stupid war breaking out here. Just don't make a habit of calling me in for favors. I'm not your little lackey, alright? I'm doing this as a favor and because my friends also were involved in it. That's it. Of course, Issei Haidu. I greatly appreciate your willingness to help in this matter. He nodded approvingly. So wait, he actually did beat a high-class devil's entire peerage by himself. I thought you were just exaggerating, Raynare. Middle said disbelievingly. Hey, that's just what we heard. Azazel-sama and Penemu-sama both confirmed it was true. Raynare countered. It's not an exaggeration. Penemu was the one who showed the video to me initially. I don't think any of you have actually seen it yet, right? Azazel interrupted. We heard about it, but we didn't actually get to watch it. Raynare explained briefly. Well, you're all in for a treat. I just so happened to have it recorded. Azazel laughed. Issei looked on curiously as Azazel held up a remote and turned on his TV. After a moment of searching and scrolling, he landed on the channel. Azazel chuckled as he shook his head. Alright, here we go. You love this. Over the next few minutes, the fallen angel girls all gawked and gasped at Issei's effortless success against Riser's peerage. Raynare couldn't help but voice her displeasure at the part involving Shulin, but Issei paid it no mind as he watched himself on the TV. God, this is so awkward watching myself on TV. My hair looked bad that day. Issei cringed at the sight of himself. Upon seeing the scene of Issei's apocalyptic red flames almost destroying the raiding game battlefield, all three fallen angel girls let out shocked noises. Middleton and Raynare both yelped and Raynare almost shrieked at the sight of Issei brutally bashing Riser into submission. Damn. I can see why the devils are bending over backwards for you now. Raynare said slowly after the video was over. Were you even trying, Issei? Raynare asked him seriously. He rolled his eyes. I don't have time for this right now. I got somewhere to be today. Very well, Issei Haidu, but before you go, I had one more thing I wanted to ask you. Azazel said slowly as he held up a strange-looking spear in his hand. The delinquent kept a poised look on his face. What? What do you know about sacred gears? Azazel asked. Issei shook his head. The basics about how they work. Why? A moment later, the spear flashed briefly, and Azazel's arm had a golden sheath gauntlet cover it. He held it up as he spoke. "The Dragon King Fafnir is in my sacred gear." The delinquent couldn't help but give the man a sour look. "Is there a reason you're showing this to me? Tell me." "That's not a threat." A voice came out of Azazel's arm a second later. "He means no threat by it, fellow dragon kin. Azazel wanted me to speak with you before you left. As he said, I am the Dragon King Fafnir. I can completely understand your mistrust of devils and angels, but I speak as a fellow dragon when I say that you can trust Azazel. You're speaking awfully fond of the guy who sealed you into a sacred gear," Issei pointed out. "I allowed it to happen in order to help Azazel with his sacred gear research. He can release me whenever I wish. Take his words to heart and know that he means you no ill will," Fafnir explained. Issei looked at Azazel and sighed. "Alright, fine. You made your point. Are we done here then?" "Yes, that's all for now. Thanks for taking the time out of your day to speak with me. Take care, Issei Haidu. It was nice meeting you." Azazel waved as he began to leave the room. As he departed, Issei looked over at the other 3 fallen angels. All of them had various expressions of curiosity and interest. "So, you're going to take out Kakabiel then?" Raynare asked for confirmation. Issei sighed. "Yeah. I guess I am. How do I always get involved in this crap? I can't believe how easily you beat that Riser Phoenix guy," Middle said with a bit of amazement. "Unbound dragons are extremely powerful. That's why most of them are sealed away into sacred gears. I wasn't aware Lord Azazel had one of the Dragon Kings in his sacred gear though," Raynare remarked. Issei shook his head. "I'll catch up you girls some other time. I really need to get going." "Alright. See you soon hopefully." Raynare waved as Issei immediately found his way to the exit and left. Kuoh City outskirts. As Issei walked down the street for a few minutes, he shook his head in annoyance. That was weird. But at least he kept it brief. "What do you think about Fafnir's situation, Ddraig?" "Fafnir was probably the strongest of the Dragon Kings if you ask me. Well, it was always close between him and Tiamat. He's a bit odd, but he's never been one to exaggerate truths or make up nonsense. I don't know why he'd throw his lot in with fallen angels, but then again, Tannen and Tiamat are sworn to the devils. Last I heard, Fafnir was slain by some human named Siegfried. Supposedly the Norse gods resurrected Fafnir, but I haven't been keeping up to date with all that ever since I got sealed myself." Ddraig responded. "None of your previous hosts knew about this? Have any of them met this Azazel guy before?" Issei wondered. Ddraig scoffed. "Yeah, I think a few of them did. I barely remember anything about him other than the fact that he was fascinated by dragons and sacred gears. He never really left a lasting impression, so I wouldn't expect him to be deceitful. Otherwise I'd remember it." "Well, at least we know that Azazel guy isn't some lying asshole then," Issei noted. As he continued walking, Issei noticed a glow appear on the ground around him. It was in the shape of a devil's sigil. He heard a voice coming through it as his body resisted the summoning circle's attempt to summon him. "Would you accept the summon, Issei Haidu? I would very much like to meet you today. I promise this won't take up too much of your time." "No, I'm busy." Issei rejected the summon as he immediately spread his dragon wings and began to fly away from Kuoh. As he flew to his favorite spot on the ocean cliffside, he couldn't help but wonder about how or where his stalker would have seen his entry from. "This fountain girl has me all paranoid now. Maybe I should look around for a minute before going into the dimensional gap," Issei thought as he landed on the ocean cliffside. He looked around curiously as he tried to detect any abnormal scent, presence, or anything of the like. There wasn't a single trace of anyone around. Slowly he stood over the cliff edge as a scaly talon covered one of his fingers. Without wasting any time, he opened a portal into the dimensional gap and swiftly closed it upon entering. Dimensional gap. Upon entering the dimensional gap, Issei began to cackle maniacally at his success. "Ahaha. Finally. It feels good to be back. Let's go, Ddraig." "Sure thing, partner," Ddraig replied with joy in his voice. A moment later, 4 dragon wings erupted from Issei's back as his draconic features took shape. He then held up his arm, causing his balance breaker to manifest over his draconic body. The armor covered his 4 wings and gave them an added size with glowing red and green energy shaping out of them. He bellowed loudly as he locked onto Red's life force. "Let's fucking go. Boost. 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 Ddraig announced as Issei began to glow in green and red. A split second later, he shot at impossible speed towards Great Red's location. At the insane speed he was flying, it only took him a few minutes to catch up to the Great Red Dragon of Dragons, who was currently performing wild aerial stunts. Red. I fucking made it. Issei announced excitedly as he caught up to the massive dragon. Turning his head towards Issei, Red let out a proud cheer. That's what I'm talking about. You're just in time, Issei. I was warming up my wings for the 4-portal explosion stunt. Hell fucking yeah. So how did you do the 3-portal one last time? Issei asked enthusiastically. Listen here, Issei. Let me show you. I'm going to finish my warm-ups by doing a 1 and a 2-portal explosion. Then we'll do a 3-portal one. Once I'm fully powered up, we're going max speed and I'm going to tear through 4. Alright, strap onto the back of my head and get ready. Red bellowed with eager pride and excitement. Without wasting a second, Issei latched onto the back of Red's head as the colossal red dragon began to fly in a loop of some kind. First things first. We gotta open the portal. Red exclaimed as he flew in a figure-8 pattern that caused a red infinity symbol to take shape. Red then flew away from the portal as fast as possible, gaining a tremendous distance from the opening portal. Even despite the unfathomable distance he gained from it, the portal still looked like it hadn't gotten any smaller. This indicated that it was insanely large. Alright, this is far enough for a single portal one. Gotta warm the wings up first. Red announced as he turned around and shot towards it. As they gained speed and momentum, Issei saw the twisted and bizarre chaos that made up the dimensional gap warp around them. Upon hitting the portal, a deafening supernova of raw chaotic energy exploded violently. As Red and Issei flew into a new dimension that the portal led to, the entire dimension instantly began to tear apart as Red shot through it like a cataclysmic missile tearing through time and space. After the dimension was destroyed, Issei found them back in the dimensional gap once again. Time for 2 now. Red shouted as he performed a similar setup. As expected of Red's stunts, each portal that was added to the setup would exponentially increase rather than simply multiply by portal number and power. The following 2 and 3 portal explosions were both tremendously exhilarating and cataclysmically fun. Vroosh. Yeah. Red roared as he finished flying through the 3rd portal on the 3-portal warm-up. Despite their speed however, they quickly got caught in the aftermath of the triple explosive wave which almost caused Red to wipe out. Shit, Red, you almost didn't make it through that one. How are you going to get enough speed to break 4-dimensional portals? Issei pointed out as Red caught his breath for a moment. The proud dragon of dragons immediately laughed at Issei's remark. I have a new secret ability that I've been saving just for this. New secret ability? What? Issei gawked. Red laughed as he began to set up the 4-portal explosion stunt. I've outdone myself with this one, Issei. I haven't even tested it out yet, but I know it's going to work. I'm glad you get to be here for it. Issei felt his adrenaline skyrocket as Red flew 8 times further away from the new portal setup than the last one. Once he was content with the distance, Red turned around and took a few deep breaths. Hold on as tight as you can for this shit, Issei. This is going to break my speed records. Issei dug into Red even tighter now as the massive dragon stretched his body out as aerodynamically as he could. He then began to fly as fast as possible, shooting energy out of his legs and wings behind him. As they closed in on the open portal in the distance, Red shouted as loudly as possible. Apocalypse, overdrive. To Issei's complete astonishment, armor began to manifest over Red's body similar to his scale mail. Time and space dilated as Issei's sight went into complete tunnel vision. He could only see the blurs of chaotic color and hear the sound of Red's apocalypse overdrive screaming through the dimensional gap like a jet engine. Red was now moving twice as fast as before. The great dragon roared as loudly as possible as they finally hit the portal. 4-portal explosion stunt. Erg. The following moments of pure adrenaline and apocalyptic power were probably the most euphoric Issei had ever experienced. One by one, they flew through all 4-dimensional portals, destroying all 4 dimensions at once and causing an echo to surge throughout the dimensional gap like some type of tidal wave of apocalyptic energy. Woo. Fucking awesome, Aniki. Issei roared with excitement at Red's successful stunt. Did you see that shit? Did you see it? Red shot back with fiery enthusiasm. Hell yeah, I did. Issei shouted back. Red began to laugh with hearty joy. Apocalypse overdrive was only the start, Issei. What? He responded shocked. We're going for 5 now. Red bellowed with pure adrenaline and excitement. How? Issei shouted disbelievingly as Red set up another round of dimensional portals. His question was immediately answered as Great Red shot incredibly far away from the portals. He turned back around and faced the portals again. He immediately flew towards them, gaining even more speed than before. I'm the fastest badass in the universe. Apocalypse Juggernaut Overdrive. Issei could barely believe it as he saw Red's armor transform into an even more badass version than the previous one. He practically seemed to absorb all of the chaotic power in the dimensional gap that they passed as his armor became sleeker and glowed with even more energy. He flew like blazing star through the dimensional gap, roaring the whole way. Erg. 5-portal explosion stunt. Red roared as they flew through once again, causing endless shockwaves of calamitous energy to explode in all directions within the dimensional gap. The apocalyptic aftermath of this stunt was truly a sight to behold, as Red and Issei rode out of the fifth portal's explosion like surfers riding a tsunami. Once the stunt was finally over and their adrenaline had settled, Red's armor began to disappear as he started panting. Damn. That was fucking awesome. I can't believe you did 5. I was impressed by the 4th one. When did you get this apocalypse overdrive ability, Red? Issei asked amazed. Heh. I learned it while you were away. I figured I could fly more aerodynamically if I modeled my own armor after your balance breaker. Plus I put energy dispensers on the wings and feet of my apocalypse overdrive so that I could channel all of my power into moving faster. Tell me you saw the shades too. They're badass, aren't they? Red chuckled proudly. Hell yeah they are. Damn, I've missed hanging out with you, Red. Issei said with a chuckle. Red let out a grunt of approval. Damn straight you did. This is what being a dragon is all about. By the way, you've been awfully quiet, Ddraig. How you holding up? Better than expected after that last stunt. I'm amazed by your apocalypse overdrive. Ddraig remarked. HMPH, yep. I can make cool stuff like that when I have the proper motivation. He replied. Hey, Red, I have a question for you. Issei said slowly. The large dragon responded gruffly. What? Did you ever know God? I mean we've talked about it a few times, but I have some friends that worship him. It just had me curious about what he was like. Issei asked. Great Red laughed. Oh I knew him a bit. We didn't get along too well though. Why's that? Issei wondered. He was a square obsessed with order and rules and all that crap. God didn't like dragons very much because we're beings of chaos. We're the antithesis to what he stood for. Still, he and I did come to an understanding at some point a couple thousand years ago. He promised he would never bother me if I didn't destroy heaven or the earth. After that we were cool for the most part. Red explained. How did he die exactly? I never really asked. Issei followed up with another question. Red grunted. Ddraig hasn't told you? That's funny considering he and Albion are the ones that killed God. We didn't directly kill him. But we were responsible for his death. Ddraig clarified. Really, I thought you and Albion fought him and lost. Then how did you two get sealed? Issei asked Ddraig. Ddraig sighed. Well, I've only told you the short version of this story. When Albion and I were fighting each other in a great and epic duel many centuries ago, the angels, devils, and fallen angels all got scared of our power and joined forces to fight us. As I explained previously, we killed all the old Mau, the fallen angel leaders, and a few archangels. We were unstoppable when we worked together and there was nothing any of them could do about it. That was until God himself sacrificed his life to seal Albion and I away into Longina's sacred gears because he couldn't beat the two of us together. Granted, I don't think we really faced his full power. He seemed a bit weak when we fought him. You guys must have been complete badasses back in your regular bodies. Issei noted. That just goes to show how much more powerful dragons are than gods. Although Ddraig and Albion are rather unique, Issei. Both of them realized the same thing Office and I did a long time ago. That there is no limit to a dragon's power. A creature born of chaos is not bound to any laws of nature or godly templates. They are manifestations of will and universal energy that grow as strong as their purpose is. I am the dreamer. Office is the infinite. Ddraig is the dragon of domination, and Albion is the dragon of supremacy. Had Ddraig and Albion been able to continue growing over the millennia, they would have eventually become dragon gods themselves. Granted they would never reach Office's power or mine. Red noted. Dragons. Really can do anything. Issei chuckled. Damn straight. Red said proudly. This is so awesome. I'm glad we got the whole day to hang out and do fun stuff. What time is it in Japan right now, anyways? It's probably good to keep track of that so I don't spend a week in here by accident. Issei wondered. Red sighed dramatically. Oh. It's 3 AM. I guess you have to go back to Earth now. What? It's 3 AM already? It only feels like it's been an hour. Issei protested. Time flies when you're having fun. Red noted. Damn. Well, I guess I'll see you next time, Red. Still, that was the most baddest shit I've ever done. Today was awesome. Issei remarked. Before Issei could fly away, Red laughed. Oh, by the way Issei. I think I'm going to attend your parent-teacher day. What? The delinquent gawked in disbelief. See you there. Son. Red laughed before taking off. Kuoh outskirts, cliffside Issei receded his balance breaker and 2 of his 4 wings before passing through the portal back onto Earth. He let out a chuckle to himself. Red seriously going to show up to my parent-teacher day. That ought to be hilarious. Great Red's new armor was amazing. It just goes to show why he's the dragon of dragons. Ddraig remarked as Issei began to fly back towards Kuoh. Hopefully the girls are doing alright. I didn't mean to stay out this long. Issei thought as he stealthily landed in his front yard and receded his wings. I believe there might have been slight time dilation from the speeds we were going. We're lucky it wasn't drastic. What was only an hour to us might have been half a day here. Ddraig noted. Good point. That would definitely explain where the time went. I'll have to keep that in mind next time. Pun intended. Issei said with a quiet laugh. His good mood went away immediately upon walking up to his house. He noticed that something was wrong, but couldn't quite describe the ominous feeling he got as he walked through the front door. His instincts had him on edge the second he realized Zenobia and Irina weren't there to greet him. Zenobia, Irina. Where are you girls? He called out as he looked around his empty and dark house. His heart sunk in his chest a second later when he saw something on the coffee table. It was a note. Issei angrily picked it up as he read the message on it. The holy maidens belong to me now, dragon trash. They're going to make great additions to my collection. I'll ravage their pure bodies as I see fit and there's nothing you can do to stop it. Don't even bother trying to come after me, or I'll out you as a fallen angel spy to the entirety of the devil nobility. Although, I doubt a stupid creature like you could even find me to begin with, hahaha. Issei cracked a fist as he began to breathe heavily. The letter caught on fire in his grip a moment later as he clenched his fists tighter. I guess the devils spying on you were trouble after all. I'm shocked they had the nerve to abduct your friends. Ddraig remarked seriously. We're going back to the dimensional gap right now, Ddraig. Red's going to locate this asshole for me, and I'm going to tear his goddamn balls off with my bare hands. He's dead for this. I'm going to murder this motherfucker. Issei growled. Without wasting any time, he charged back out of his house and flew into the night. He let out a draconic roar as he picked up speed. Somebody was going to die for this. Chapter 9. Retribution. Flying as fast as possible, Issei tore through the skies towards his destination. Nothing in his life had ever pissed him off as much as the letter he had just read. Never had the thought even crossed his mind that the devils would go after Zenobia and Irina. He was careless and negligent to think that his friends or that his parents wouldn't be caught in the wake of this drama. He had hoped that fear of his power would have negated anyone from trying anything this bold or insulting. How wrong he was to think that a prideful devil or angel would simply accept his strength and leave him alone. No. They saw him as a threat and sought to challenge and offend him. They couldn't just leave him alone because their vanity compelled them to subjugate anything they could. They would pay greatly for this. Apparently, a stronger message needed to be sent. Issei had no desire to be involved in politics or to war with the devils, but he had no qualms about destroying anyone who threatened his life or the lives of his friends. This devil was going to die. And nothing was going to stop it. Issei only had 2 of his 4 wings out currently, but was already prepared to use his full power and even his boosted gear if necessary. Despite the irrational anger and hatred swelling within him, Issei was coherent enough to realize what his retaliation was going to bring about. This pathetic devil sought to abduct his friends and then hide behind the Mayu and the nobility like some political coward. What a fool he was to think that a dragon gave any damns about his political standing. Issei growled with fury as he began to fly even faster. In his anger he failed to realize that his usual illusion spell was currently not in effect to negate Gabriel. The epiphany dawned on him a moment later when a blinding bright light intercepted him in the sky. To his annoyance, it was none other than Gabriel herself. She didn't try to stop him, but managed to keep up in the air as she flew directly next to him. The archangel was quick to catch his attention as she spoke. Issei Haidu, wait. I don't have time for this goddamn shit right now. He thought, annoyed as he briefly halted his flight and began to flap his wings midair. There was no point in rushing back into the dimensional gap with the seraph now in his company. He sent her a nasty glare as he spoke with anger. I don't have time for this shit, Gabriel. Go away. It's your friends, right? The exorcist girls Irina Shidu and Zenobia Quarta were both kidnapped about an hour and a half ago. I would have stopped it, but I was held up with Michael Kun. I got his permission to rescue them from the devil that kidnapped them. I'm sorry for letting this happen, Issei Kun. Gabriel apologized to him. Despite his growing rage, he calmed himself momentarily as he found the archangel's humility and apology surprising. He cocked his head at her curiously. You know who took them then? Michael Kun and I were able to confirm that a high-class devil from the Astaroth clan was responsible. I believe it was Diodora Astaroth to be precise. We've seen him do this before. He likes to go after holy maidens and turn them into devils for his peerage. Gabriel explained calmly. A moment later, Issei grabbed Gabriel by the throat with one hand and began to choke her. He growled angrily. If that little cunt turned them into devils, then I'm fucking killing you. Irina and Zenobia pray to you goddamn angels and you didn't do shit to stop this. What the fuck was so important that you would just let this happen to my friends, huh? If you knew who was responsible and you've seen this shit before, then why the fuck did you let it happen? I say. Gabriel tried to speak as the dragon squeezed harder. I know God is dead, but what the fuck is wrong you people? You're supposed to protect your own, aren't you? You're fucking useless. All of you are. He hissed. Gabriel seemed truly shocked and somewhat afraid of Issei's raw strength as she couldn't break free of his grip. She was equally as surprised by Issei's knowledge about God. She managed to speak again as she reached up and pried his hand slightly open. Why you know about God's death? Yeah, and I didn't tell them because I felt bad for them. Now it seems they need to be aware of the reality that you angels can't do shit to keep them safe. If God was alive, he'd be ashamed of every last one of you. Issei spat as his eyes began to glow gold and his grip tightened further. Gabriel began to gasp and choke as she arrived in his grip painfully. You're crushing me. A moment later Issei regained clarity as he loosened his grip. Shit, what am I doing? It's not her fault. It's my goddamn fault. They were my friends. My kin. This is my failure. Why am I taking my anger out on her? The seraph began to gasp for air as he let go of her neck. There was a hand-shaped bruise there now much to Issei's regret. Issei turned away. This isn't your fault. I shouldn't be taking it out on you. I don't know what came over me. Sorry for that. Gabriel briefly felt her throat as she looked at Issei concerned. It's okay, Issei-kun. I was just caught off guard by your strength. You're even more powerful than I thought you were. And how powerful did you think I was? He asked her curiously. Easily as powerful as I am if you were able to restrain me like that. Regardless, I am truly sorry for my lapse and oversight. Your anger is completely justified, and you have my forgiveness. God wouldn't have let this happen. You were 1% right about that. This devil should be punished for going after the faithful. Gabriel responded as her ditzy attitude hardened into a more serious one now. This is my fault and I'm going to deal with it. I'm getting them back and this devil is going to die. Thanks for telling me who was responsible, Gabriel. Issei said with stern determination. Gabriel looked a bit worried as she shook her head. That's part of the reason why I couldn't intervene, Issei-kun. The devil responsible is the younger brother to Ajuka Beelzebub, one of the Mao. I couldn't intervene without causing a political incident and restarting the Great War. I needed Michael-kun's permission to rescue them. He is certain that the Mao are reasonable enough to accept diplomacy in this matter. If they are not, then we'll respond with appropriate force. Issei hissed with anger as he snorted flames out of his nostrils. We're wasting time. If you're going to help me then let's go. If not, then go hide in heaven with the rest of the fucking cowards. I'm not hiding, Issei-kun. I'll go with you. I swear by God that I will see your friends rescued no matter what. You have my word as a seraph. I pray this doesn't restart the war, but if it does, I'll have your back. I owe you and those girls that much. Their faith hasn't been misplaced in heaven. Gabriel said seriously. I guess she's not as happy-go-lucky as I thought. That's good. Issei thought approvingly. Alright, what's the fastest way to the Astaroth clan then? He asked her. She quickly drew a large portal of light in the sky. I'll open a portal and take us to the underworld. Upon opening her light portal, Issei immediately flew through it. Gabriel wasted no time following behind him. The underworld normally, it took a while to travel to the underworld conveniently without a summon, but Gabriel's portal seemed to directly teleport them there much to Issei's approval. Since Gabriel was the former messenger of God, it was hardly surprising to him that she had the ability to go anywhere like this. He didn't exactly like the idea of having the seraph help him, but her insight into the situation had already saved him a lot of time and a trip back to Red. He couldn't help but wonder how Red would react seeing him as angry as he was. He'd probably suggest that they destroy the underworld together. Issei shook his head at those thoughts. I don't want to bother Red with my own problems. I guess it works out that Gabriel was able to get me here. Now I'm going to find this asshole and tear him apart. Halting temporarily in the air, Issei looked around the horizon. The sky was purple and somewhat dark currently, but didn't appear as grim or evil as he'd expect hell to be. He saw many large cities below him and various districts separated clearly by walls, rivers, and other types of magical barriers. He sniffed the air for Zenobia and Arena as his eyes darted around for their location. Gabriel was quick to point him in the right direction. You see that spire in the distance to the right? The one past the floating city? That's the Astaroth territory. It's one of the 33 estate territories owned by the ruling devil nobility. There used to be more, but the stronger houses annex territories of extinct houses. The Astaroth clan is one of the most prestigious and powerful. I believe that is where we will find your friends, Issei-kun. That section in the middle ring is called the Astaroth district. The middle building is their palace. Issei cracked a fist as he gazed at the Astaroth territory in the distance. He began to tremble with hatred as his eye twitched. Cracking both of his fists, he inhaled and exhaled deeply several times. Take a few breaths if you need to, Issei. You'll want to be calm for Gabriel never got to finish her sentence as Issei exhaled a powerful flame breath into the sky. His dark red flames immediately eclipsed the horizon as they rained down upon the Astaroth territory in the distance. The flames burned with blazing intensity as they ignited the landscape below into a raging hellfire. Without wasting another second, Issei flew forward, exhaling more flames as he closed in on his destination. His two current wings that were out left a blazing streak of fire in the sky that created an extremely intimidating sound as they cut through the air. The skies were practically set ablaze as he picked up speed, flying towards the Astaroth palace like a jet. He delivered a devastating payload of flames the entire way there, which left a noticeable scar of devastation. He honestly didn't even care if anyone died in it, as the only thing on his mind right now was killing Diodora Astaroth. Astaroth Palace. Currently within the Astaroth Palace, a certain red-headed devil princess and her peerage were busy fighting against Diodora's peerage. They had all split off into pairs to deal with Diodora's various pieces as they moved in to rescue a blonde nun. So far, they were somewhat successful in their advance, but they were currently being held up in the throne room as Riaz, Gasper, and Akeno fought Diodora's queen and bishops. Kiba and Kaneko were both busy fighting the rooks, knights, and pawns. The battle was evenly matched for the most part, but Ria's added help was starting to overwhelm Diodora's queen. Diodora himself wasn't even bothering to involve himself in the fight as he stood behind his peerage smiling smugly. He couldn't help but gloat as one of his bishops healed his queen that Riaz nearly defeated. Having trouble, Riaz? You haven't even made it to me yet, hahaha. Give us Asia back and I won't kill you. Riaz demanded as her crimson destruction powers began to amplify considerably. No. She's mine now, and there's nothing you can do about it. She came here willingly. He countered. That's because you lied to her. She's one of ours. You're breaking the rules by abducting her. Riaz shouted. I'm well within my rights to claim her. You didn't reincarnate her as a devil, and that means she's not technically your servant. I guess that explains why you didn't cry to Big Brother Surziches to come help you, huh? Diodora said with smug satisfaction. Strung up next to him, a sad blonde girl was restrained. She looked terrified and was crying. Riaz-sama. Help. I'm kind of curious though, Riaz. Why didn't you turn her into a devil yet? Diodora asked the red-haired girl. Riaz frowned. I wouldn't force that on her. I was trying to convince her, but it should be her choice, not mine. You Grimoires are so pathetically sentimental and weak. Ha ha ha. Well, you'll be happy to know that I already turned her into a devil. She's mine now, and you're technically breaking the rules by being here. You're going to get into a lot of trouble for this. Not even Surziches can bail you out of attacking another devil heir unprovoked. He ranted proudly. It was provoked. You won't get away with this. Riaz shouted. Little Asia here is just the start. I also went ahead and collected 2 more maidens for my collection. I believe you've met these 2. They go to your school, don't they? Diodora taunted as he snapped his fingers. This caused Zenobia and Irina to both appear from a summoning circle. Both were restrained and looked like they had taken quite a beating. Diodora laughed as he ran a hand down Zenobia's thigh. I haven't had the chance to have some fun with any of them yet, but I can't wait to break these 3 in. They'll make excellent servants and sex slaves. Irina and Zenobia were both restrained, and their mouths were gagged. Riaz rose a brow disbelievingly when she saw them. You kidnapped those girls too? They're Issei Haidu's friends. Yeah, and? Diodora grinned maliciously. That worthless dragon trash was asking for it when he left them alone, all vulnerable for me to claim. Akeno's eyes went wide when she looked over at Riaz. If he kidnapped Haidu's friends, this could be bad. Haidu wouldn't think twice about attacking here. Akeno's right. We all saw what Haidu did when Riser Phoenix pissed him off. He'll go crazy when he finds out about this. Kiba added. Why you mean that Ddragon could see come back here? Gasper said fearfully as he vividly remembered Issei humiliating Riser Phoenix. You'll pay twofold for this, Diodora. We made peace with Haidu and promised him the devils wouldn't bother him. You've just broken our deal with him. Riaz said distraught. Diodora smugly smiled. I was counting on it. As if I could ever just accept some arrogant dragon making demands of us. That stupid creature has no idea who I am, and even if he could find me, he wouldn't dare attack Amaeu's brother. Maybe he wouldn't, but I would. Riaz said angrily. I think he would. You heard what he said at the rating game. Never piss off a dragon. Kaneko added. Before anyone else could say another word. An earthquake began to shake the ground beneath them. They could all hear a terrifying roar coming from outside as the walls as well. What the hell was that? Akeno gasped as she looked around urgently. I'm willing to bet it's Haidu. Kaneko answered. Oh no. He's here. Gasper cowered fearfully. Outside the palace, Issei's meteoric arrival caused entire buildings to implode and shatter as dragonfire launched in all directions. The servants of the Astaroth clan and the various citizens of this district panicked and cried in absolute terror as the dragon let out a deafening roar. Issei stared briefly at the Astaroth Palace when he noticed it was undamaged by this arrival. He was quick to realize it was protected by a magical ward of some kind. With hatred and determination, he charged towards the magical barrier and punched it as hard as possible. A crack went across the entire barrier from the first hit. Annoyed by the fact that it wasn't destroyed in one punch, Issei howled with fury as he held up his hands. Red draconic magic began to drown the surrounding area in power before Issei condensed it into his hands. Kamehameha. He shouted as a beam of magical energy shot forth from his hands. It easily shattered the barrier a second later and cut half of the palace in half like a knife through butter. Directing both hands upward, Issei then forced the beam to spread into the air, causing a vortex of chaotic magic to swirl around the sky. This darkened it into a nightmarish and foreboding red. Gabriel arrived just in time to dodge its swirling energies as she landed next to Issei. Issei-kun, what are you doing? Gabriel asked, but her question was answered soon after when she saw the magical vortex creating clouds. Tempests of lightning and balls of fire rained from the sky as the dragon hunted for his prey. He quickly found the scents of Zenobia and Irina and flew towards them with haste. It didn't take long before many devils tried to stop his advance. Issei effortlessly blasted them back or knocked them away with simple blunt trauma. He didn't care enough to notice whether any of them died or not as he advanced towards his destination. Finally, Issei burst into the half-destroyed throne room mere moments later. He noticed both Irina and Zenobia were strung up and restrained, as well as a blonde girl in a nun's outfit. Ria's and her peerage's presence there caught him slightly off guard, but he paid them no mind as he looked for his target. Standing in the half-ruined throne room of the Astaroth Palace, Issei finally noticed a younger-looking devil man with bluish-green hair. His eyes were a yellowish hue and were wide with disbelief when he saw Issei. He looked truly shocked by Issei's presence as the dragon landed on the ground and stared him down. I'm too stupid to find you, huh? Issei spoke with rhetoric malice as he began to advance slowly. He's here. Gasper practically cried as he hid behind Rias. Get back, you dragon filth. I'm heir to the Astaroth clan. You can't do this. You're declaring war on the underworld if you so much as lay a single finger on me. The devil shouted. I don't fucking care. Nothing in this goddamn universe is going to save you from me, you arrogant piece of shit. Issei howled as he flew past Ria's group and Diodora's peerage. The queen and bishops attempted to stop him with magic, but he was completely unfazed by their attacks as he sideswiped them, knocking all three to the ground. Diodora attempted to shield himself with a powerful green barrier and stopped Issei momentarily. You can't break my barrier, dragon. I'm a high-class devil and you're half-breed filth. Don't you dare mock me with your disgusting existence in my home. The devil ranted. Issei punched the barrier several times, causing cracks to go across it, much to Diodora's concern. His entire peerage and Rias could only watch helplessly as Issei broke it a second later. Before anyone could even realize what was happening, Issei was brutally beating the devil. Holding him by his hair, Issei repeatedly punched the devil in the face, stomach and neck. He purposely made sure not to use full force so he wouldn't kill Diodora right away. The devil coughed up blood and gasped for air as this brief beating sent him to the ground. As he collapsed to the ground, Issei followed up by stomping on one of his arms as hard as possible. This caused a sickening snap to echo as the bones were undoubtedly shattered now. Diodora screamed in agony as Issei pressed his weight onto the devil's arm. The dragon spoke with pure hatred. I thought about murdering you instantly, but you should suffer first. Erg. Nuo. Diodora shrieked as Issei kicked him in the groin a second later. It was at this moment Gabriel finally caught up to Issei. The archangel wasted no time flying over to free Zenobia and Irina from their restraints and gags. She easily broke the strange magical holds they had on them and spoke to the girls urgently. Are you two okay? Gabriel-sama. Why you came? Thank God. You and Issei came to save us. Irina said, relieved as she hugged onto the seraph with tears in her eyes. Rias looked completely shocked by the 12-winged angel being there and spoke up disbelievingly. Wait. That's the seraph Gabriel. Why is she here with Haidu? Kiba wondered. Akeno watched as the angel tried to comfort the girls. She glanced at Issei and quickly tried to get his attention. Haidu-kun, are you and Archangel Gabriel working together? Before Issei could answer, Gabriel spoke to the Gremory devils. I offered to help Issei-kun rescue his friends. I'm also the one who told him it was Diodora Astaroth and I brought him here immediately. We appreciate the help, but this kind of arrival is definitely going to notify half of the underworld that we're under attack. You realize this could be misinterpreted as an act of war, right? Rias asked Gabriel. The blonde angel nodded at her. I completely understand that situation, but we will not turn a blind eye to this devil attacking the faithful. I hope diplomacy can be reached, but I am prepared to act if it's not. I see. Rias trailed off slowly as her eyes moved over towards Issei, who was still stomping on Diodora's limbs and toying with him. Issei briefly paused his brutal beatdown of Diodora as he glanced over at Gabriel. They're not devils, are they, Gabriel? Irina and Zenobia are still human, Issei-kun. Although the blonde girl isn't. The seraph answered. Issei stared at the saddened blonde nun who was now crying on her knees. That's the girl with twilight healing, I'll bet. That might explain why Grimory's people are all here. Did they come to save her? That's surprisingly noble of them. Had I arrived any later, Irina and Zenobia could have suffered the same fate. Or worse. Grimory's people have likely been delaying him this entire time. That's probably a good explanation for why they haven't been defiled or touched yet, Ddraig pointed out. Are you Gabriel-sama? The blonde nun cried as the seraph walked over to examine her. Yes. Are you okay? Gabriel asked the girl. She immediately embraced the angel and cried sadly. Please tell God to forgive me. I never accepted this. It's okay, Asia Argento. God would understand. Gabriel responded with a bit of sadness in her voice. Would? Zenobia perked up uncertainly. Gabriel's reassurance and Zenovia's confusion was rewarded with a hysterical laugh from Diodora as he got back to his feet. No, he wouldn't. God is dead. Ha ha ha. You stupid nuns and exorcists are all praying to nothing up there in heaven. How do you think I convinced all of my lovely peerage girls to renounce their faith in you pathetic angels? Wahaha. Once they all earned the truth, they gave themselves to me willingly. Ria's group all went wide-eyed at this information as they spoke up with various remarks. And no way. God's dead. How? Kiba said disbelievingly. That's impossible. Gasper said, shaking his head. What are you talking about, Diodora? Ria's demanded. Akeno shook her head. This is unbelievable. He must be lying. Kaneko herself didn't know what to say, but was currently staring at Issei, who looked even angrier than before from Diodora's comment. Zenobia and Irina's faces were both distraught and filled with anger. The blue-haired girl was quick to voice her disbelief. He's lying. Kill him for even saying something like that, Issei. God is alive and well. Right, Gabriel-sama? Irina turned towards the seraph for confirmation. Being a pure angel, Gabriel couldn't lie. She frowned sadly as she answered. God died in the Great War along with the original Satans. What? Irina shrieked as tears began to fill her eyes again. And no, that can't be true. We pray every day. God gives us miracles. Michael Kun has been trying his best to keep the prayer system in place, but we angels aren't perfect like him or nearly as powerful. You've all been praying to Michael Kun instead. Gabriel explained. Zenobia dropped to her knees as an existential crisis began to take hold. She couldn't believe it was true, and for the first time in her life, nothing made sense. How did God die? Zenobia demanded disbelievingly. Back during the Great War between the three factions of angels, fallen angels, and devils, a pair of dragons battled one another over our battlefield. These two dragons were called Ddraig and Albion. They were better known as the heavenly dragons of domination and supremacy, as well as the red and white dragon emperors. As you'd expect, the battle between these two dragons was so cataclysmic that it forced all of the factions to temporarily unite in order to stop them from destroying the world. The two then joined forces with each other to fight against God, the angels, and all of the devils. Many leaders from all sides were killed in this battle, including all of the original Mao and God himself. Only by sacrificing his own life could God stop them as he sealed the two heavenly dragons into Longina sacred gears. That's why the war ended originally. All of the original Mao and God himself were no longer around. Gabriel explained honestly to Zenobia, Irina, and everyone else listening. How did that kill God though? Irina said distraught. God was also weakened at the time. Gabriel added. So? He was weakened then? That explains a lot. I wonder how though? Ddraig commented. You just had to tell them that, didn't you, Gabriel? Issei thought disapprovingly. Enough of this, Gabriel. We can talk about it later. Issei silenced the angel before she could say anything else. She looked at him uncertainly. I thought you wanted me to tell them the truth. I say, you knew? Irina gawked disbelievingly. He didn't answer her, but it was obvious to everyone present that he did. Asia Argento was clutching tightly onto Gabriel. And no. Does that mean I can't go to heaven then? Gabriel didn't answer much to Asia's sadness. Even though Issei didn't know the blonde nun very well, seeing her forced into the subjugation of becoming a devil was enough to ignite his rage again. That's right, girls. Your filthy little dragon friend here has been lying to you this entire time. He knew God was dead and he chose not to tell you. Then again, he was probably certain that you'd condemn his kind after learning the truth. How pathetic. Diodora ranted annoyingly. I say. Is that why you didn't? Irina didn't get to finish her question as Issei interrupted. He jerked his head towards the cocky Diodora and growled. You've just made this 10 times worse for yourself. Issei-kun. It's not worth it. We saved your friends, and the Grimory girl can take Asia Argento to safety. We should leave. Gabriel tried to talk him out of it. Yeah, that's right. My brother is going to kill you if you don't get out of here. Diodora threatened. As he teleported himself a safer distance away. Nobody is going to save you from me, devil. Issei said darkly as he began to walk towards Diodora again. You think you can take me? Have a taste of my power, dragon trash. Diodora boasted as he held up his hand. Much to the delinquent's interest, he noticed that Diodora was beginning to regenerate and heal from his injuries as a purple glow enveloped his normally green magic. Issei noticed a purple infinity sign over Diodora's palm. It was in the shape of a snake and it seemed to be amplifying the devil's power. The dragon cocked his head at it curiously. The infinity sign is only really used by Office and Red as far as I'm aware. Is he with the Cow's Brigade? That purple and black magic definitely fits the description of Office power. She must have given him a snake. Ddraig confirmed. A snake. Issei said uncertainly. Maybe Vali and Tiamat have one of those too. What does it do? As far as I know, it vastly amplifies magical power and gives its wielders greater resilience. For a pathetic devil like him it would undoubtedly quadruple his power. In the hands of someone like Vali, it would give her nearly unlimited stamina and a higher magical threshold. If Vali has one of those, then our fight against her and Albion will be very interesting. Ddraig explained. Issei stood there carelessly as he watched Diodora form a spell out of his hand. Office's added powers to his own caused a massive surge of magic to shoot in Issei's direction. Holding up one hand, Issei charged a red and gold one. There was a brief clash of magical energy before Issei's counter easily overwhelmed Diodora's. The counter was so one-sided that it ended up blasting Diodora's entire arm off before shooting behind him and slicing half of the horizon in half. Arghhhh. My arm. How dare you. My brother's going to kill you for this. Diodora shouted hysterically. Issei wasted no time immediately charging in to punish the devil once again. He bashed Diodora in the face relentlessly as he knocked out multiple teeth and shattered the devil's jaw. Shut the fuck up. You'll never speak again. Issei said hatefully as he then reached his hand into Diodora's mouth and tore out his tongue. Blood splattered everywhere and all over Issei's face as the devil cried out in horrific pain. You'll never fly again. The dragon continued as he forced Diodora's wings out before tearing both of them off his back. He screamed in torment as Issei followed up by stomping on one of his feet. This shattered every bone in Diodora's foot and almost liquefied it from the burning aura around Issei's body. You'll never walk again. He followed as he held Diodora tightly and broke both of his legs in dozens of places. You'll never fuck again. Issei hissed before a draconic claw jabbed itself into Diodora's groin and squeezed. A searing mist of blood went everywhere as Issei simultaneously crushed Diodora's crotch and cauterized it. Oh blood. Gurgling shriek echoed throughout the area. Diodora began to pathetically cry in indescribable pain. Blood was everywhere now, and it was truly a wonder that he wasn't dead yet. You'll never see again. The dragon hissed as he grabbed Diodora by the head and pressed his clawed thumbs into the devil's eyes. After gouging them out, Issei tossed the devil to the ground. Diodora groaned in agony, but couldn't make sense of what was happening now due to the absence of his eyes and his extreme pain. Death is too good for this piece of shit, but if I left him like this, they'd only heal him. Although I could kill him and banish his soul into Crimson Purgatory. He'd be there in this state. Issei thought. You'll never live again. Issei concluded as he vaporized Diodora's entire body in dark red flames. Nobody there could tell, but Issei also banished the devil's soul to a very special pocket dimension. There his soul would truly languish in damnation for the rest of eternity. Enjoy the real hell, Diodora Asterith. Issei thought content with the punishment. Good riddance. Issei said as he finally calmed down. Gabriel looked at Issei concerned. That was rather violent even for you, Issei-kun. This will undoubtedly upset his brother and many devils within the underworld. I could care less. The dragon said dismissively as he glanced over at the girls that once made up Diodora's peerage. All of them looked frightened beyond description as they cowered at his advance. Issei took a deep breath as he examined the girls. They're already devils. And there's no telling what that creep did to these ones. I guess it's true what they say. You can't save them all. At least Zenobia and Raynare are okay, but I feel bad for that Asia Argento girl. I don't think he raped her, but she did get turned into a devil. Oh well, at least Gremory will take care of her. She's not all bad. Her willingness to fight this guy indirectly saved Zenobia and Irina from the same fate. Please, have mercy dragon. We're your servants. We'll do anything, just please don't kill us. Diodora's queen tried to vouch for the group as she dropped to her knees in front of Issei. The rest quickly followed suit as they dropped to their knees as well and bowed to him. I don't believe in slavery. Do what you want. I'm not going to kill you. Issei said carelessly as he looked at Irina and Zenobia again. Before he could approach his friends, a group of devils arrived and surrounded them on all sides. Issei didn't care enough to take in all of their appearances, but it was clear that they were powerful. One of them had long red hair and looked like a male version of Ria's gremmery. To his side was the grey-fee woman that Issei and Vali met on a parking garage. It didn't take him long to realize the red-haired man was Surzich's Lucifer, and the green-haired devil next to him was Ajuka Beelzebub. I wondered how someone was able to attack the Astaroth territory out of nowhere. Now it makes sense. Gabriel was involved. It's fortunate most of the family wasn't here. But it looks like the palace was almost razed. The green-haired devil said with a stoic matter-of-fact tone as he looked over at the seraph. Ajuka Beelzebub and Surzich's Lucifer. Gabriel said their names as she acknowledged the curious stares that they were giving her. I trust you have a reasonable explanation for what happened here. Your presence and this destruction will not be taken lightly otherwise. Ajuka stated calmly. I certainly do, Ajuka Beelzebub, but things did get a bit out of hand. Gabriel began. It was only then that the two Mayu and their entourage noticed Ria's group, Diodora's peerage members, and even Zenobia and Irina. What's going on? Rias, what are you and your peerage doing here? Surzich's spoke up with surprise. Ani-sama, I brought my peerage here to rescue a girl that was under my protection. Diodora abducted her as well as Haidu-san's friends. We were here first for the past hour, but Haidu-san arrived a while afterward, along with the Archangel Gabriel. Rias explained quickly. That would definitely explain what happened here then. So you're Haidu-san. A shame we had to meet under these circumstances. I tried to meet you the other day, but you resisted my summon. Ajuka introduced himself to Issei. You got some nerve acting friendly with me after your goddamn pervert brother abducted my friends. I told you fucking devils to leave me alone. If you think I'm a joke, then why do you insist on disrupting my life? Issei said rudely to Ajuka. The Mayu raised a brow in confusion. Pervert brother? What did he do exactly? To start, he kidnapped my friends and he left me a note saying he was going to turn them into devils and ravage them as he saw fit. I take it he intended on doing the same thing to the girl Ria's gremmery was protecting. If you don't believe our testimony, then ask Diodora's peerage. They're all formerly nuns and holy girls from what I've heard. Don't tell me you never fucking noticed this shit before. Why else do you think Gabriel is here? Issei scoffed. Ajuka glanced around uncertainly. Where is Diodora himself? I would like to confront him on this matter. Haidu-sama killed him, Beelzebub-sama. Diodora's queen answered timidly. Haidu-sama. Was she being serious about being his servant? Rias thought curiously. Ajuka sighed. That's very unfortunate. Such a brazen retaliation will not go unanswered. I hope you understand that there will consequences for this retribution, Haidu-san. I'm glad he's dead and I wouldn't think twice about doing it again. If you think you can intimidate me with this Gestapo devil crap, then you're wrong. Issei spat. The Mayu rose a brow. Is that so? Tiamat told me you were incredibly powerful. It only seems more evident considering you could also resist a force summon from me. That would mean you possess magical powers well beyond that of a high-class devil or a high dragon. That in addition to your fearlessness only confirms to me that you're even more powerful than Tiamat suspects. Judging by your alliance with Gabriel, I'd even wager that you're around her power level. Am I correct in this assumption? You tell me. You're the genius here apparently. Issei replied with the smartest tone. Ajuka narrowed his gaze at Issei's attitude. My brother might have deserved the punishment you gave him, but that doesn't excuse the fact that you unlawfully attacked a high-class devil heir and a member of the Pillars. You should have let us punish him. This is going to cause a political backlash and ultimately damage underworld relations. So fucking what? I've tried being diplomatic with you damn devils. I don't bother you at all, and I just want to finish high school for fuck's sake. But no. Every other day one of you people has to intrude on my life and push your politics and agendas onto me. I'm sick of it all. I tried to be civil with Gremmery and Citri, and I was promised that me and my friends wouldn't be bothered anymore. You're the ones who broke your deal with me and this is the damn result. The Pillars can suck my dick if they don't like it. Every last one of them. Issei shouted back at the Mayu with repressed anger rising to the surface once again. It would be wise for you to calm down before you do something foolish. I'm not personally condemning you for what happened here, but your attitude isn't helping the situation. If all of this testimony is true, then you will be given amnesty and we won't have to kill you. Ajuka said slowly. Issei glared at him intensely. You won't have to kill me, huh? Just try it. It'll be the last thing you ever do. I don't think you truly want that. Behaving with irrational and erratic behavior isn't going to help your case at all. I'll ask again nicely. Calm down. Ajuka countered. These devils still think they can come up and flex on me. Fuck this guy. I'm beating his damn ass so they will finally stop being condescending. Issei thought furiously. Ddraig was quick to respond telepathically. Are you planning on using the boosted gear at all? Only if I have to. It might not be the best idea to use your power in front of Irina and Zenobia right now. The delinquent answered. Without hesitation, Issei immediately exhaled dark red flames in Ajuka's direction, causing the devil to ward them with a defensive spell. The flames struggled against the magic for a moment, but didn't take long to burn through it, much to the Mao's surprise. He spoke with calm tactfulness as he dodged Issei's follow-up breath. Impressive flames. Yours are quite unique from what I can tell. This is chaos fire. Quite dangerous and powerful. Tiamat can do it as well. It's a trait usually found among some of the dragon kings. He's analyzing my power, huh? This guy is treating this shit like a damn science experiment. Still, he seems pretty intelligent. I shouldn't take him lightly. Issei thought. Annoyed. You don't know shit about real dragons. And I'm about to prove it right now, you smug prick. Issei growled as his draconic aura amplified considerably. A pillar of red and gold magic erupted skyward as a blinding light drowned the nearby area in raw power. Everyone minus Gabriel, the Mao, their escort, and Grafia fell to their knees from the extreme magical pressure as Issei's second pair of wings came out of his back. His glowing golden eyes sharpened even further into reptilian slits as his arms and legs formed scales over his skin's extremities. Two horns also shot out of Issei's head, as well as a tail from his lower back. 4 wings. I've never seen a dragon with 4 wings before. Riaz exclaimed with simultaneous amazement and terror. She and the others could only watch as Issei's overwhelming magical power started evaporating the nearby palace, slowly turning everything around them to dust. Haidu was this powerful. Though was strong before. He's going to destroy the entire city at this rate. Kiba shouted with concern. Irina and Zenobia both had equally amazed and horrified reactions to Issei's full draconic power. Surzich's Sama, should we stop this? Grafia asked her husband with noticeable concern. He shook his head. Not yet. I want to see a bit more first. Shield the others though. This could be dangerous for them. Surzich's and Grafia moved to shield everyone else from Issei's power as the entirety of the Astaroth Palace started crumbling around them. The other devils that escorted the Mao there all finally began to drop down to their knees from the power as well. Lucifer Sama. I can't stand. One of them announced as he proudly tried to get back up. Why did Ajuka instigate him like that? Was he trying to get a gauge on Issei Haidu's true power? Ajuka should be okay, but this was a bit dangerous to try with everyone else around still. Surzich's thought concerned. Your power is most impressive. I can see now why you're very proud and rebellious. Unfortunately, you won't be able to kill me, so this is all rather pointless. Ajuka said with disinterest. Is Beelzebub Sama trying to anger him further? Akeno said disbelievingly at the situation. Surzich's looked on with concern. This is not the best way to make a good impression, Ajuka. Is drawing out his power really worth it? The Mao's statement was met with Issei channeling a magic spell in his hands. Holding them both together, Issei spoke. Kamehameha. The combined energy from his hand shot outward as a single wave of pure red power. Ajuka quickly bent reality to redirect the attack back at Issei. In this redirection, he also doubled the attack's size. Thinking fast, Issei opened a portal directly in front of himself, forcing the Kamehameha into it. The Mao actually looked concerned for a moment. A portal. Before he could reflect on this information, another portal opened directly next to him where the attack was now coming. He couldn't seal the portal or affect it in any way for some reason, but he managed to bend the beam off his trajectory and into the sky. As it shot skyward, a third portal appeared to absorb it. A fourth one then reopened directly next to it, firing right back at the devil. This continued onward for a few moments, as multiple portals would constantly open and redirect the attack back towards the Mao, who was somehow bending reality. This left countless streaks of the energy beam coiling around the dozens of open portals in the sky. Once enough had been formed, Issei then sealed all the portals, causing the energy to simply explode. It was only then that Ajuka realized Issei had been drawing a cage around him with the portals. He warded the enclosing cage of draconic power and followed up by turning it into a single ball of energy. Like a sun, it dwarfed him considerably. He then repurposed the energy into water as he caused it to start raining over the burning landscape. Issei found it curious how the water was able to extinguish his draconic flames, but didn't say anything about it. The Mao calmly landed in front of Issei again and shook his head. I wasn't expecting portals. You continue to surprise me with your power. Still. It won't be enough to actually kill me. He can manipulate reality from what I can tell. Any type of attack you throw at him will just be repurposed or redirected somehow. Conventional abilities need to be supplemented with the immaterium if you want to prevent him from manipulating your power or attacks. He couldn't directly affect those portals into the dimensional gap that you opened. Ddraig mentored Issei during the following pause. He can affect reality, but not a dream. Or a nightmare rather. If I use Red's power of dreams and illusions, he won't be able to stop my attacks or even see them coming. A master of reality can't control fantasy. Issei thought tactically. Staring Ajuka down for a moment, Issei spoke angrily. We'll see how strong you really are, devil. Flying into the sky, Issei then spread his legs and his arms as his body began to glow in a golden color. The skies themselves were almost shaking from the raw power he was expelling as the dragon charged up. Ajuka flew up across from him in order to distance himself from the weaker bystanders. He shook his head as Issei continued to power up and attack. The super devil found it a bit confusing as Issei started to glow like a star. Lightning crackled throughout the sky as more and more golden energy condensed around the dragon. Final flash. Issei shouted powerfully as he brought his hands together and fired the golden energy towards Ajuka. The Mayu predictably seemed unfazed as he bent the attack off trajectory and into the sky again. Ajuka. Surziches called out to him from below, confusing the green-haired devil. The Mayu couldn't react in time as he felt a powerful surge of energy blast him out of the sky. He couldn't see where it came from. Much to his confusion, and quickly attempted to recover as he formed a defensive bubble around himself. It was only then that he realized Issei's attack had somehow hit him even despite his manipulation. It caused a great deal of damage, but he was otherwise okay despite being caught off guard. Issei-kun is even more powerful than I am. Did he use an illusion spell against Ajuka Beelzebub? I wonder how advanced that power actually is if it could affect a Satan like that. Wait. He could have even been using it against me before. I didn't see him leave Kuoh recently, and yet he was on the news in Kyoto. Why didn't I realize that earlier? Gabriel thought to herself. Ajuka looked around curiously until he saw Issei again. He was truly shocked by what just happened. When did he hit me? I redirected his attack and there were no portals this time. Wait. Unless he used an illusion somehow. Can he do that? The skies then turned pitch black as a horrific sound echoed throughout the air. Several portals opened all around them as chaotic energy began to flood into the nearby area. The decaying and destructive power of the dimensional gap came out of these portals and shaped into nightmarish and shadowy forms. Mulkad. Issei growled, causing the chaotic energy to swirl around his body into some type of armor-shaped aura. Zenobia looked over at Arena from the ground and shook her head. Isn't that the shout for dragon aspect in Dragon Scrolls V? Issei can actually do it. Issei said a dragon could do anything they wanted. He wasn't kidding. Arena responded with absolute disbelief. Fuss road ah. Issei then shouted as loudly as possible, causing a wave of unstoppable force to send Ajuka flying back into the ground, leaving a massive crater. Issei took in his serious reaction as he landed and shook his head. Try bending my powers now. I was going easy on you, but if you're serious about fighting to the death, then so be it. Ajuka sighed as he stared Issei down with serious eyes now. Issei didn't say anything in response as he slowly held his forearm up in front of his body. Everyone had widened anxious stares as they wondered what the purpose of doing it was for. As he held up his arm preparing to activate Balance Breaker, Issei immediately raised his middle finger to Ajuka instead. It looked like he was about to do something with his arm. I guess it was just an overdramatic way of flipping the bird. Riaz thought. Ajuka, that's enough. There's no need for this anymore. Haidu-san, please calm down too. If you keep this up, innocents will die in the crossfire. Surziches intervened finally. Both of them turned towards the red-haired man curiously. Ajuka nodded his head as he briefly closed his eyes. Of course, Surziches. I will stand down. Issei Haidu, you have proven your strength to me, and I see no more reason for us to fight now. He's a lot more powerful than I thought he was. Granted, I could probably still beat him without the boosted gear if I used nightmare mode. Issei thought. He might be able to control reality, but he can't control imagination or dreams. Your use of the power Red gave you seemed appropriately suited to counter his. If you added mine into the mix, he wouldn't stand a chance. Ddraig said approvingly. I should work on perfecting nightmare mode with Balance Breaker. I've never actually practiced combining the two before. It might be necessary against even more powerful enemies. I'll talk to Red about how to get better at it later. I'll be this Mayu's worst nightmare if he ever flexes at me again like that. Issei replied. If he's backing down, then I'll let it go too. Issei sighed as he receded his powers and his draconic form. I'm glad you could see reason you too. There is no need for anyone else to die here. This situation is very delicate, however. My sister confirmed the truth that your brother was performing unethical kidnappings on humans protected by heaven. Diodora even went after a girl under her protection. Under these circumstances, and with the witnesses present, it would only confirm that Diodora was in the wrong. Gabriel's involvement also means that the angels have a stake in this matter and will expect some form of justice. Your brother would not have been able to walk away from this even if Haidu hadn't killed him. If Diodora was granted amnesty by us, it could have potentially started a war with heaven. His death was an unfortunate situation, but it wasn't unjust. Surziches lectured seriously. Ejuka sighed heavily as he glanced at the seraph. Can you also confirm this, Gabriel? Diodora Astaroth has been kidnapping holy maidens under heaven's protection. We could not allow it to go on any longer. It was not my intention to cause an incident, but we've been authorized to use appropriate force to settle this matter. I want all of these girls freed from the Astaroth family and your assurance that the faithful will not be kidnapped or harmed again. Issei Haidu is also under heaven's protection, and any further attempts to provoke him will be met by our intervention. Gabriel spoke diplomatically. I don't think he needs your protection. Graphia muttered aloud. Very well, your terms are accepted, Archangel Gabriel. You're free to take my brother's former peerage, and we will stand down in this matter. With that being said, I hope you understand that we won't be able to stop the political backlash from this. My parents and many nobles will likely take it very harshly. With that matter settled, I'll be leaving now. Ejuka spoke before teleporting away. After he was gone, Issei turned towards Urzich's. So you're Grimmery's brother? Urzich's Lucifer. Yes, nice to finally meet you face to face, Issei Haidu. I apologize for Ejuka provoking you like that. He was only acting in the defense of the underworld and his family. You are going to upset a lot of people for what you did here today. I don't condemn you for it though. You were here to help your friends and indirectly you helped my sister once again. I will do what I can to temper this political backlash. Your display of power and heaven's backing will likely deter any further attempts from devils to provoke you or disturb your peaceful human life. Urzich's explained. Issei nodded. Alright, then. But if anyone ever touches my friends or my family again, then you can damn well bet you'll get your war with me. I'll do everything I can to honor your request. I have one request of my own, however. Please look out for my sister and her friends. I'm certain the Lady Leviathan would also ask you to look out for Sona and her friends as well. Can you please do that for me? I'm asking as an older brother and not a Mao. Urzich's said with a bit more humility than Issei expected. The dragon shrugged. I guess. Thank you. Urzich's thanked Issei before departing with Graphia and his devil entourage. After they were gone, Gabriel looked at Issei. I'll teleport you all back to Kuoh. What about us? Diodora's queen asked the angel concerned. She tilted her head at the girl. I can take you to a safe place for now. Go into this portal and we'll talk about it later. Gabriel said before creating a light portal. The girls took the hint to step into it before teleporting away. Immediately creating another one, Gabriel turned towards the rest of them. This portal here is for Kuoh. All of you step in now and I'll deliver you back there immediately. Issei walked over towards the portal where everyone else was already standing. Without a word, they were all transported back to Kuoh Academy. Kuoh. Upon arriving back on Earth, Issei let out a sigh of relief. I'm so glad I was able to get Zenobia and Irina out in time. Come on, let's go home. Issei spoke to Irina and Zenobia as he put his hands in his pocket and began to walk down the street. Haidu-kun, wait. Riaz called out to Issei as his two exorcist girlfriends followed behind him. The delinquent turned back and looked at Riaz. What Grimmery? Thanks for killing Diodora. That slimy bastard deserved to die. I don't care what anyone in the underworld will say. You'll have the backing of the Grimmery family, and I know the Citri family also supports you. Riaz said approvingly. I'm the one who should be thanking you actually. Issei said slowly, much to the orc member's disbelief. Kaneko cocked her head disbelievingly. Did Haidu-san just say he should be thanking us? What for exactly? Riaz tilted her head at Issei uncertainly. You kept him occupied. Had you not been there to do so, there's no telling what would have happened to Irina and Zenobia. I won't forget that. Issei explained as he looked away. I never even thought about that. Riaz trailed off. Neither did I. Irina spoke up for the first time in a while. She and Zenobia both looked a bit depressed. I'd hate to be presumptuous and bother you further, Haidu-kun, but can you please stay and talk to us for a few minutes before you go home? A lot of crazy stuff happened tonight and it'll be awkward if we don't clear it up. Riaz requested. Yeah. Okay. Issei agreed, much to the disbelief of everyone present. Seriously? Riaz perked up shocked. Kiba and Kaneko traded widened expressions as they both turned back towards Issei. What do you want to talk about? Issei sighed as he looked them over. Well, to start, how do you have 4 wings? I've never seen a dragon with 4 wings before. Not only that, but you're even more powerful than anyone thought you were. Why do you live so humbly if you're this strong? Riaz wondered. Issei shrugged. I don't feel the need to go around and flex on weaker beings just so I can feel superior. That's something devils like to do, and it's the main reason I don't like your kind. As for the wings, that's just a personal trait of mine. All dragons are unique, so it doesn't mean anything special or prestigious like wings do to you angels. Mine are representative of my power though, which I'm sure you noticed. So, you're in league with heaven and the angels. That's surprising considering you're friends with fallen angels and even Leviathan Sama too. Akeno added. Wait. What are you talking about, Akeno? Rias interjected. The dark-haired girl quickly answered. Haidu-san said he was friends with some of the fallen angels in this town. Only a few of them. Issei immediately clarified. How does Gabriel-sama feel about you being friends with fallen angels? Akeno asked curiously. Issei shook his head. I don't care how she feels. I can be friends with whoever I want. Asia finally decided to speak to Issei herself as she approached him. Sorry to bother you, Haidu-san. No, Haidu-sama, but do you happen to know a fallen angel named Raynare? Yeah, she cooks breakfast for me a lot. She can be a bit sadistic, but I keep her in check. Issei said, completely serious, causing the devils to eye him uncertainly. Wait. You know that fallen angel? Akeno gasped. Issei nodded. Yeah, I met her the night Gremory came after her. I was going to let you kill her, but she was honest with me, so I let her spend the night. She spent the night. Akeno's eyes widened. As in? Sleep with you? Sort of, but we just watched anime on the couch. Issei shrugged. Akeno looked at him bewildered, but didn't know how to respond. We've met her twice now. Raynare, Kalwarnar, Donasik and Middlet are a different group of fallen angels than the rest of the main faction in this town. They work for Azazel directly. Zenobia explained. Rias went wide-eyed at that statement. Really? So Azazel wanted them to kidnap Asia Argento and steal her sacred gear. That was their goal until I came into the picture. Issei said casually. Raynare was after my sacred gear. Twilight healing, and then there was this evil Xer. Asia didn't get to finish her sentence as Issei stopped her. Raynare isn't going to touch you, and I killed that exorcist already. You'll be safe with Gremory's group, and if not, I'll still be around in Kuoh. Just stay out of trouble and I'll make sure nobody bothers you. Issei tried to reassure the blonde girl. She looked at Issei hopefully. Really? Yeah. He nodded. So what should I do now? Asia asked Issei uncertainly. He gave her a perplexed stare. Why are you asking me? I don't know what to do anymore. If God's dead and I'm no longer a member of the church, what can I do? Asia began to cry again. Zenobia shook her head as she placed a hand on the blonde girl's shoulder. Don't lose faith. Heaven was still looking after us. But I'm a devil now. Asia said sadly as tears streaked down her face. Issei sighed. Gabriel will still look after you. She's going to be taking care of Diodora's peerage too. You can either go with them or with Gremory here. Considering a devil princess like her was willing to come save you, I wouldn't wholly condemn her peerage as bad people. Still. Do what you think is right. Yeah, we're not going to hate you for it. Even if God is dead, he wouldn't want us to stop being virtuous. Irina said reassuringly to the blonde nun. It's still your choice, Asia Argento. I could use a bishop for my peerage, but I don't want to force you into being my servant. Rias explained. What would it entail exactly? Zenobia asked Rias curiously. Before Rias could answer, Akeno did first. Nothing crazy. She would just go to school with us in Kuoh and participate in raiding games. Rias is actually one of the nicest devil heirs. She treats all of her servants well. Everyone here can attest to that. Would heaven hate me for it though? Asia asked sadly. Irina shook her head. Of course it wouldn't. You're a victim in all of this. Kiba was quick to join in the conversation as well. I was once a member of the church too. I was part of the Holy Sword Project under Valper Galilei. When I was close to death, Rias saved my life and gave me a new one. These years I've spent in the Gremory household have been better than I ever expected. Valper Galilei. Isn't that the guy Zenobia and Irina are after? Issei thought curiously. I'm curious about something, Rias. How did Diodora turn her into a devil exactly? Didn't he have a full peerage already? Kaneko asked curiously. I don't know. That's actually a good question. It's possible he had an extra piece, but that's illegal. I'll mention that to Ani-sama when I see him later. It should further justify our defense. Rias replied. Zenobia and Irina traded serious looks with one another as they both stared at Kiba. The blue-haired girl immediately addressed him. Wait a minute. You know Valper Galilei? Yes, and I want to kill him too. That man is evil. Kiba replied seriously. We found out he's working with the fallen angel cadre Kakabiel to gather Excaliburs. The fallen angels that Issei is friends with are also trying to stop him under orders from their leader Azazel. Zenobia told them the truth. Let me help you. Kiba immediately insisted. Udo, are you okay? Rias asked the blonde devil with concern. Yes. I swore I'd get my revenge against him. Kiba said strongly. Issei, you could easily stop Kakabiel if we went after them. Irina added. Zenobia turned towards Issei curiously. What do you think, Issei? He shrugged in response. I don't know. We should probably let the underworld calm down for a bit before dealing with him. Haidu-kun has a good point. Considering the tensions between heaven and the underworld right now, attacking a fallen angel cadre could start a war. We should let things blow over first, and it's probably a good idea if I let my brother know too. I'd be more than willing to assist you all in stopping Kuoh though, and I'm certain Sona and her peerage would too. Riaz agreed. Great. Just invite the whole town while you're at it. Issei thought sarcastically his head. Well, if that'll be all, I'm going home now. Issei said as he turned to leave. Before he could however, Akeno addressed him. Hi Do-san, one more thing before you go. Is it alright if I call you Issei? He gave her a perplexed look. Are you asking to be friends with me even after I fought one of your Mau? Yes, I am. Akeno bowed politely. Alright, Akeno. Go ahead. Everyone else calls me by my first name, I don't really care if you guys do too. The delinquent nodded. You're welcome to use our first names as well. Riaz quickly added. Okay then. See you at school tomorrow, Riaz. Issei waved before leaving with Irina and Zenobia. Farewell Issei-sama. Asia added. Why would they want to be friends with me after I nearly leveled a district in the underworld and squared up with a Mau? Issei couldn't help but wonder. Devils respect power a great deal. Normally I'd assume this was some type of ass kissing, but they seem genuine in their respect of you as a person. Ddraig stated factually. He shook his head. The only reason I'm even humoring them right now is because of what they did for that Asia girl and for Irina and Zenobia. I doubt we could actually be friends, but they're not as terrible as I originally assumed. Well, once the Chaos Brigade attacks, things will get a bit sketchy. You'll find out who your real friends are then. Ddraig said skeptically. As Issei continued walking, he put his hands back in his pockets and made his way back to the house. Along the way, the two exorcist girls each clutched onto either one of his arms. An awkward silence followed as they walked for a good few minutes without saying a word. Finally, Irina broke the tension. Issei. It's okay that you didn't tell us about God. I forgive you for it. Huh? He turned his head towards the twin-tailed brunette. Irina is right. I can't blame you for it either. Don't listen to what that Diodora creep said. We don't resent you as a dragon just because two dragons killed God. You came right after us with Gabriel-sama. Zenobia added. Never think for a second that we could ever hate you for something like that. You're a good person Issei, and God himself would agree. Dragon or not, you're our friend. Irina said emotionally as she clutched onto him tighter. The delinquent stopped briefly and spoke. I shouldn't have left you two alone like that. It was negligent of me. If Gremory hadn't been there to delay Diodora Astereth. Don't even think about that, Issei. That gross creep is dead and we're okay now. Irina said as tears began to fall down her face. He frowned. I don't know how I'm going to be able to protect you two if something like that happens again. And make no mistake. It will happen again. The devils and other enemies of mine now know that they can get to me if they go after you two or my parents. We'll just never leave your side then. Zenobia said hopefully. And die in the crossfire when I'm fighting someone dangerous like that Mau back there. No. There's only two solutions to this problem. The first is you two distance yourselves from me and go your own way once I get rid of Kuoh. Issei said solemnly. What? But we can't just. Zenobia was now getting emotional too as tears streaked down her face. She looked away sadly as she tried not to cry. Irina shook her head. No. That's crazy. We're not just going to distance ourselves from you because it's dangerous. Gabriel-sama in heaven protects us too. The other solution. Issei interrupted their emotional responses, causing both girls to go silent. Is that I make you more powerful. What? How though? Irina wondered. You mean like training us? Zenobia asked. Issei nodded. There would be training involved. But that's not exactly what I mean. To truly make you powerful, I'd have to turn you both into dragons. Huh? Irina gawked. Zenobia looked equally as confused. That's impossible though. We're humans. You'd still be mostly human, but you'd be part dragon and have dragon powers as well. It wouldn't negate super powerful enemies, but it'd be enough to stop anyone under Mau level from going after you. Issei explained. Wait. So you're saying you could actually make us dragonborns? Zenobia perked up with amazement. Issei nodded. That's sort of what I had in mind actually. But I know you two care a lot about your religion and all that, so it's not going to offend me if you don't want to go through with it. You're a holy dragon who's on the side of heaven, Issei. Gabriel-sama wouldn't find anything wrong with it if we were similar. Irina said optimistically. The angels do seem to like you, and with God dead, I don't really see a downside to this offer. Zenobia said in agreement. The delinquent smiled at them, somewhat surprised. I wasn't expecting you to agree, but there is something important you should know before you agree to it. I want to tell them the truth about you, Ddraig. Issei thought distantly. Hopefully it goes well. Ddraig sighed. What is it, Issei? Zenobia asked curiously. I am actually the Red Dragon Emperor. The heavenly dragon Ddraig is soulbound to me, and my Longinus boosted gear. He's a part of me. Issei explained. Zenobia and Irina both went wide-eyed as they gave Issei shocked stares. So then, one of the dragons that killed God lives inside of you? Zenobia asked him disbelievingly. Issei nodded. Yes, and I have access to his full power in addition to my own. Seriously? Irina said with hysterical confusion. How do you have this longiness though? Zenobia asked. Only someone who is human or part human can be born with the longiness sacred gears. I was born with the boosted gear and I am the vessel of the heavenly dragon of domination. Issei explained. A long silence filled the air as the three of them felt a strange wave of emotions from this conversation. You deserve to know the truth before committing to this decision. I can completely understand if have any reservations about this now. Issei said slowly after a long pause. Irina finally broke the tension as she ran in and hugged Issei as hard as possible. That doesn't matter, Issei. You and the death of God isn't something I'd ever hold you accountable for. This doesn't change anything. The fact that you cared enough to tell us that even despite what it meant speaks volumes about your integrity, Issei. This only proves that following you is the right decision. I'll gladly follow you anywhere. Zenobia added as she quickly hugged onto Issei as well. So you two seriously want to be Dragonborns then? Issei asked them for confirmation. Dragon Knight Zenobia Quarta. Loyal wife and guardian of the Red Dragon Emperor Issei Haidu. Zenobia said cheerily at the idea. Wife. Don't go making bold declarations like that, Zenobia. Irina almost shrieked as she let go of Issei and pushed Zenobia. The two got into a playful pushing match a moment later. I guess it settled then. My Dragon Knights. Issei interrupted their brief struggle, causing both girls to smile at him anxiously. Just then, Issei caught a strange sight. There was a puddle behind them. It wasn't particularly suspicious due to the fact that it rained in Japan recently, but he couldn't help but feel uneasy about it. It doesn't smell or look suspicious. But I swear I saw that same puddle a few blocks ago when we were talking with Grimory's people. Wait. Could Fountain Girl be using water to spy on me? Shit. What's wrong, Issei? Irina asked when she noticed his alertness. Staring at the puddle, Issei channeled a bit of magic to envelop it. Irina and Zenobia looked completely confused by his actions until they spotted a figure being ripped from the puddle and onto the street. The puddle disappeared a moment later, practically evaporating into thin air as the girl inside of it covered her face in embarrassment. Who is that? Was someone spying on us? Irina shouted. So, you're Fountain Girl, I take it. You're really stealthy, I'll give you that. I couldn't sense you or smell you, but that's the same exact puddle from earlier. Issei stated as he looked down at the girl. She was currently looking away from the three of them and was trying her best to conceal her face. Irina and Zenobia immediately moved in to cover her front side so she couldn't flee. Fountain Girl looked somewhat familiar to Issei, but he couldn't quite figure out where he had seen her before. She had long purple hair and an ideal frame. Issei knelt down to peel her hands away from her face as he made eye contact with his stalker. She had orange eyes and looked to be in her late teens. The girl went full scarlet and tried to cover her face again in shame as she looked away from Issei. Unfortunately for her, she couldn't free her hands from Issei's. She looked even more embarrassed by the fact he was holding her wrists. So, this is Fountain Girl? Irina confirmed as she examined the embarrassed girl struggling to get away. She's really pretty for a creepy devil stalker. I wasn't expecting that. Zenobia stated the obvious as she examined the girl as well. Issei stared at her briefly. I take it you heard everything we said. The girl tried to speak but couldn't for a moment. Issei patiently waited for her to answer him as he tried not to look intimidating. Finally, she found her voice and answered him. Yes. I'm sorry. Well. You wanted to meet me, so here we are. What's your name, Fountain Girl? Issei asked her. Ingvald. She answered timidly. He looked at her curiously. Ingvald what? Is that your surname or your first name? It's my first name. My last name is Leviathan. She answered fearfully. Issei looked bewildered by her comment. Leviathan. Are you related to the Citri family? And no. I'm actually related to the real Leviathan family. I'm half human though, so I don't have any kinship to the family or any other devils in general. I consider myself more human than devil. She answered. How are you able to move around in devil territory undetected? Also, are you a stray? Issei asked her curiously. She nodded. I am a stray. Though I technically never had a master. I learned a long time ago how to conceal myself from other devils. It's easier since I'm half human too. They can only tell in close proximity to me, and I never get that close to the student council or the occult research club. Wait. You go to our school? Zenobia asked confused. I guess that explains why you put a letter in my shoe locker. Issei sighed. I'm deeply sorry if that embarrassed you, Issei Haidu. I never meant to cause you grief. She apologized and bowed her head humbly. What should we do about her, Issei? I mean if she overheard everything we said. Irina trailed off. I swear I won't tell anyone. I've kept all of your secrets to myself, Issei-kun. Ingvild pleaded. Irina crossed her arms. Issei-kun, huh? You're acting awfully familiar there, aren't you? Oh no. I didn't mean to. The girl got flustered again as she almost began to cry. The delinquent quickly salvaged her from the delirium as he spoke up. It's okay. Call me Issei if you want. You probably know me better than even these two do. I have to ask though. What secrets of mine are you talking about exactly? I already knew you were the Red Dragon Emperor. I also know you like going into the dimensional gap to train. That's where you were when your friends were kidnapped. She answered. It would seem she has seen you transform with the balance breaker. Ddraig pointed out. Why did you keep it a secret? Issei asked her curiously. She managed to make eye contact again as she answered. Because you didn't want anyone to know, and I can completely relate to you wanting to keep your heritage a low profile. So you said you wanted to be friends with me in your letter. Is that also why you didn't tell anyone? He asked. Ingvild nodded shyly. Why yes, but I know you're slow to trust others. I can completely understand if you have no interest in it. Why are you so interested in me anyways? Issei wondered. She couldn't answer him as she looked away. He was still holding on to her wrists as he tried to make eye contact again. After blushing deeply, she managed to answer. I want to be like you. Be like me? He repeated. Yes. You live your life without fear. You're not scared of any devil, angel, or god. And yet, you're so kind to people far weaker than you are, and you care about your friends. I wasn't exaggerating or lying in my letter. I truly do admire you. It would mean the world to me if we could become friends. The girl explained. If you truly feel that way, then I don't have a problem being friends with you. Though, I'd prefer it if you didn't stalk me anymore. Issei said as he let go her wrists finally and stood up. Ingvild looked at him shocked. Oh really? Sure. But just so you know, being friends with me will draw a lot of attention to you. I don't think you'll be able to keep your identity a secret for long if the devils see you with me. Issei explained. Then you could train me too and make me stronger. Like them? Ingvild asked hopefully as she pointed at Irina and Zenobia. The delinquent chuckled at her optimism. You want to be a dragon too? Yes. Could I be? She said with anxious joy. Are you sure it's okay to trust this girl, Issei? We don't even know her. Zenobia said skeptically. I swear I'll be completely and utterly loyal to you. I'll do anything to prove I'm serious. The purple-haired girl declared eagerly. She seems serious, but what is she good at exactly? Irina asked. I have a longinus too. It's called Narikiri. I can be a strong ally if you help me train to get better with it. Ingvild suggested hopefully. Zenobia looked surprised. You have a longinus. What does it do? I'm not exactly sure, but it can control water from what I've tested. If that's not enough, I also have a lot of devil magic. Ingvild added as 8 black wings erupted from her back. Irina gasped at her. 8 wings. Geez. We'll talk about it some more tomorrow, but I'll take you if you're serious. Issei said approvingly to the half-devil girl. Ingvild blushed heavily as she looked down. I never expected this would actually happen. I'm so grateful, Issei-kun. Well, I guess we should exchange emails and phone numbers so I can keep in touch with you then. He stated. I already have your number and your email. I'll text you later. If that's okay. She smiled hopefully. Of course she does. Issei mentally sighed. Sure, see you around, Ingvild. Issei waved. Thanks again for accepting my friendship, Issei-kun. She waved back. The Phoenix Mansion, come on, Nai-sama. You've been hiding in your room for over a week now ever since you got out of the hospital. Mom and Dad sent me to get you for dinner. They're tired of you just hiding out in here. A drill-haired devil girl groaned. Go away, Ravel. I'm not hungry. Riser Phoenix said distantly as he continued to watch TV in his dark room. He was currently lying on a couch and looked like he hadn't eaten or bathed in days. Get a hold of yourself, Riser. You lost a fight. So what? At least that dragon didn't kill you. You can't just hide out in here forever. Ravel protested her brother's apathy. He continued staring at the TV as he responded. You wouldn't understand, Ravel. I'm a laughingstock to the entire underworld now. My fiancé ditched me, and some half-breed dragon nearly killed me. I was completely powerless against him. I'll never become a Mayu at this rate. I'm just a failure. Will you stop feeling sorry for yourself? The rest of the girls in your peerage have been asking me about you. They're all worried, and so am I. At least take a shower. You stink. Ravel kept complaining. Riser sighed as he sat up on the couch. I guess it has been a few days. What the hell are you even watching in here? Ravel shook her head as she looked at the TV. It was some type of sappy drama reality show, much to her confusion. She immediately snatched the TV remote away and switched channels. If you're going to lie on your ass all the day, at least watch the news or something. Ravel sighed. As the TV changed to the Underworld news channel, both Ravel and Riser went wide-eyed. This is breaking news. The mysterious widespread destruction that tore through the Astaroth district just a few hours ago has now been confirmed to be an attack. Many eyewitness testimonies claimed that a dragon was responsible. Palace spell cameras were able to get a picture of this dragon before he broke into the Astaroth palace. A Devil News anchor exclaimed. No. No. It's him. Riser said, terrified as he fell back on the couch and shook his head. On the TV, there was a close-up picture of Issei in his dragon form as he punched the barrier protecting the Astaroth palace. This dragon has been identified as Issei Haidu. Many will remember him as the dragon that fought for Lady Rhea's Gremory in her peerage battle against Lord Riser Phoenix. Eyewitnesses claim that the dragon assassinated the heir to the Astaroth family and was even assisted by a seraph. Video footage salvaged from the ruins of the palace indicate that Archangel Gabriel was in league with this dragon during the attack. The news anchor continued. Ravel jaw dropped. He assassinated Diodora Astaroth. We're next. He's coming for me next. Riser said hysterically as he dove behind the couch and shook his head. Lord Serzich's Lucifer will now make a live public statement about the attack. The anchor spoke before the TV switched over to Serzich's speaking. I advise everyone to remain calm at this time. The attack was in retaliation to Diodora Astaroth kidnapping the friends of the dragon Issei Haidu. He was working with the seraph Gabriel to also rescue several holy maidens that the Astaroth heir had abducted. At this time, there is no call for war as the incident was isolated. Serzich's explained. Lucifer Sama. Someone in his press conference tried to get his attention. Is it true the dragon fought against Beelzebub Sama? Serzich's nodded. Yes, it is. The dragon Issei Haidu is incredibly dangerous and powerful. Our estimates suggest he's even more powerful than the Dragon Kings. I would strongly advise that all devils avoid provoking him. He is also under the protection of heaven, and any act of retaliation against him will start a war. Riser got back from behind the couch and stared at the TV disbelievingly. That dragon fought Beelzebub Sama. I guess there's no shame in losing to him now, Nai-sama. It's a miracle he didn't kill you. Ravel said seriously. What if he comes after me like Diodora? I'm next. He'll come after me next for insulting him. I need to make amends. Riser said fearfully. Ravel shook her head. Should I say something to Citri or Gremory about it? And no. I'm going to go take a shower, Ravel. Be safe, baby sister. If he comes after us, just hide. Riser said with a 1,000-meter stare as he slowly walked away in a zombie-like state. Maybe I should talk to that dragon and apologize on Riser's behalf. I certainly don't want our home looking like that. Ravel thought as she stared at the destruction on the news. That's it, guys. Thanks for watching and supporting us. See you in the next part.